My name is Lin Sanjiu. I sat there in the noisy McDonald's, barely listening to the screams of children echoing from the play area. My friend, Zhu Mei, looked at me with disbelief after what I had just said. I think my boyfriend wants to kill me, I had whispered. Even I wasn't sure if I believed myself. Maybe it was the lack of sleep or just my frayed nerves. Zhu Mei chuckled and told me to stop making things up. She was right. It sounded ridiculous. I tried to laugh it off too, sipping my cola and joking about the police needing to ask her about my enemies someday. She laughed even louder, and for a moment, it felt like the tension melted away. Then he walked in, Renan. As always, he looked perfect, dressed like he had stepped right out of a fashion magazine. He greeted us warmly, even playfully ruffling my hair. I tried to avoid his gaze, forcing a smile as I picked at my fries. Everyone adored him. How could they not? He was handsome, rich, and kind. The perfect boyfriend, or so everyone said. But deep inside, I wasn't so sure anymore. The unease had been growing, and I couldn't pinpoint when it had started. Maybe when I moved into his luxurious penthouse. Everyone had told me how lucky I was, but living with him had made me notice little things, unsettling things. He never sweated, even in this scorching October heat, and I had never seen him burp or even visit the bathroom. He was flawless, almost too flawless. As we left McDonald's, the heat outside was suffocating. Zhu Mei chatted away, but my mind was elsewhere. Back home, I made myself act normal, offering Renan a soda. He drank it, but even then, not a single hiccup or burp. It was unnatural. I hid my growing fear behind the fridge door, trying to calm down. Dinner was as perfect as ever, and he even cooked for me, his skills as flawless as everything else about him. But later, as night fell and he sat beside me on the couch, I felt his gaze. It wasn't warm or loving. It was cold and predatory, like a snake watching its prey. My skin crawled, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was very, very wrong. It was unbearably hot that night, even though the clock had struck midnight. The air felt heavy, almost like a suffocating blanket, and no breeze had come through for days. I was drenched in sweat and couldn't sleep properly without the air conditioning. At some point, I woke up feeling sticky and uncomfortable. Reaching out for the remote on my nightstand, I paused, suddenly alert. Something felt wrong. Opening my eyes just a sliver, I saw it, a pale, ghostly face hovering right above mine, with dark, empty eyes staring straight at me. My heart pounded in my chest. It had happened before. A couple of weeks ago, I had woken up to find Renan sitting by my bed, watching me silently in the darkness. He had claimed he was sleepwalking, but I couldn't shake off the feeling that there was more to it. Trying to hide my fear, I asked, "Renan, are you sleepwalking again?" He smiled, but it wasn't comforting. It was too sharp, too aware. "Yes," he said clearly, "old habit." I scrambled out of bed, desperately trying to put some distance between us, and ended up near the door. The heat hit me hard. "Why is it so hot? Did you turn off the air conditioning?" I asked. He didn't answer right away. Instead, he pulled back the curtains to reveal the city in darkness. "A power outage," he explained, but his voice carried a strange, unsettling calm. As he stepped toward me, I panicked and bolted for the living room. The apartment's layout was familiar, but the backup power wasn't working, and the elevator button stayed dark. Renan followed, his footsteps unnervingly relaxed. He spoke in that smooth, unsettling tone, talking about instincts and how he had chosen me. My fear turned to anger, and I couldn't stop myself from yelling. His mouth twisted into a disturbing grin as he advanced. Desperation pushed me to grab a kitchen knife. When he lunged, I tried to strike, but he dodged effortlessly. I stumbled, cutting my foot on shattered glass, and fell hard. Renan loomed over me, his mouth now a grotesque, gaping maw. "Stop playing," I screamed, throwing the knife one last time. It grazed him, but he only seemed more furious. In the dim light, he pinned me to the ground. His eyes were wild and unrecognizable. As his mouth closed in on my neck, I realized too late, I was out of options. The heat was suffocating. Even at midnight, the air felt like a burning oven, and I woke up drenched in sweat. I couldn't take it anymore. Reaching for the air conditioning remote, I froze when I noticed something wrong. I opened my eyes slightly and saw a pale, ghostly face hovering above me. It had dark, empty eyes, and my heart pounded in fear. It was Nan, but something felt sinister. This wasn't the first time. 2 weeks ago, I had woken up to find him staring at me silently, and he had claimed to be sleepwalking. I tried to keep calm, pretending to believe him. Renan, are you sleepwalking again? I asked, my voice trembling. He smiled, but it was eerie. I needed to escape. I ran to the living room, but the elevator wasn't working, and he was right behind me. He talked about instincts and his plans, his voice smooth but unsettling. Desperation made me grab a knife from the kitchen. I threw it, but that wasn't my real plan. The real attack came when I placed my hand behind his head, activating my third ability, turning objects into cards. The chef's knife, which I had stored as a card, materialized and stabbed deep into his brain. Nan collapsed, and I pushed his heavy body off me. Blood soaked my hands, and I gasped for air, the pain in my neck searing. I barely managed to stop the bleeding. When I could breathe again, I used my ability to turn Nan's corpse into a card. The card even listed his details and strange abilities, like extreme temperature adaptation. The world outside had changed. It was now unbearably hot, and people were desperate, huddled in their cars for air conditioning. I grabbed supplies and ran, determined to save my friend Zhu Mei. As I drove through the desolate streets, a shadow suddenly crashed into my car, and I knew that the nightmare was far from over. As I drove through the scorching, deserted streets, a shadowy figure suddenly slammed into my car door. I panicked, slamming on the brakes, barely avoiding crashing into the guardrail. Turning to look, I saw a shirtless, delirious man smashing a red Mazda with bricks, shouting curses before collapsing from the extreme heat. The sight of his crazed desperation left me shaken. Regaining my composure, I continued driving to Zhu Mei's neighborhood. Arriving at the gate, I found it locked, the whole place eerily silent. I called out for the security guard, but there was no response. With no other choice, I attempted to use my ability, converting the heavy iron gate into a card, though it exhausted me. When I finally reached Zhu Mei's apartment, I was out of breath and drenched in sweat. I banged on the door, calling for her, but there was only silence. My fear grew, and I wondered if Zhu Mei had fainted from the heat. Suddenly, the door cracked open, but it wasn't Zhu Mei standing there, it was my mother. I was stunned. My mom, who had passed away 10 years ago, was in front of me, crying and pulling me inside. The confusion and disbelief made my mind spin. She explained that she had come to find me and that Zhu Mei hadn't made it. My heart ached, but I forced myself to stay calm, trying to process what was happening. As she turned to call my father from the other room, something felt terribly off. Without warning, I grabbed a chair and struck my mom on the back of the head, knocking her out. I braced myself, muscles tense and breath heavy, waiting for what would come next. The door to the bedroom swung open, and a tall man who looked eerily like me appeared, furious. He yelled at me, calling out that I had hurt my mom. But I stood my ground, clutching the chair. I wish she were my mom, I spat back. My parents died in a car crash 10 years ago. So who are you? And where's my friend? The silence in the room was shattered when my mother, who had been lying on the floor, suddenly groaned and stood up, rubbing her head. My heart sank. Now there were two of them, and I was exhausted and barely able to defend myself. The woman who had pretended to be my mother transformed into a teenage boy, who complained to his partner, a tall, red-haired woman who had appeared from the bedroom. I was terrified. The boy casually explained that they had come from the New World and noted how I had a high potential for evolution. He seemed almost cheerful, as if we were discussing a game, but his friendliness only made me more nervous. When I asked if my friend Zhu Mei was really dead, he shrugged. He said Zhu Mei had collapsed from severe dehydration while trying to find water. My heart broke. I had lost my friend, and these strangers stood here, seemingly amused. I demanded to know why they had tricked me. The boy revealed they had arrived randomly, and pretending to be my parents had been a tactic to lure me inside. Before I could process more, the red-haired woman interrupted. Her fingernails extended into sharp, glowing claws, and she advanced, ready to attack. Panic surged, and I shoved a chair at them, using the moment to dash out the door and sprint down the stairs. My lungs burned from the hot air, but I kept running. Suddenly, I felt the air slice as her claws barely missed me. I stumbled and rolled, only to realize I was completely out of energy. Desperately, I threw my last card. The iron gate from earlier materialized and fell, trapping the boy beneath it. But the red-haired woman was still standing, and I was too weak to move. To my surprise, she sighed and didn't attack, instead scolding the boy. The boy, named Luze, explained they weren't planning to kill me. Apparently, he had split personalities, and the red-haired woman, Mather, was his other personality brought to life. They were both highly evolved beings from the New World. Luze reassured me that Mather's claws were for taking blood samples, not killing. I didn't fully trust them, but I was too tired to argue. As I caught my breath, we heard a strange noise coming from the security room. Mather's expression grew serious. Something was very wrong. "You are a newcomer. You don't know yet," Mather said hurriedly, speaking much faster than before. In order to adapt to the new world, humans have developed two evolutionary directions. A sound that seemed to be squeezed out of the throat, with a hint of confusion, came out from the guard room again. You, me, and Luz, all of us belong to the first type of evolution. There is another type, which we call the degenerate species. Lin Sanjiu looked up blankly, not knowing what had happened for a moment. As Mather's voice became faster and faster, the door handle slowly turned a circle under the light of Lin Sanjiu's flashlight, made a creaking sound, and the door opened. Mather took a deep breath and finished his words like popping beans. "As long as they can survive, the fallen species will do anything. Now I have no actual combat ability, so it depends on you to defeat this fallen species, otherwise none of us will survive." As soon as she finished speaking, before Lin Sanjiu could react, she leaped onto a nearby tree. Lin Sanjiu stared in amazement at the place where Mather disappeared, and then looked at Lu Zhe on the ground. Lu Zhe smiled helplessly, revealing a pair of sharp fangs. "Sister, I can't move either. Stop looking at me. The fallen seed has come out." The flashlight quickly flashed back to the guard room, and as soon as her eyes fell on the door, Lin Sanjia's words, "Don't call me sister anymore," were swallowed back into her stomach. She had never seen anything so disgusting. Dark brown, wrinkled, sticky skin clung tightly to a skeleton, piled up in piles at the joints. The original human body shrunk to half its size except for skin and bones. There was not a trace of flesh and blood left on the body, as if everything had been drained. The most goosebump-inducing thing is that on the thing that can barely be seen as a human head, the original nose and mouth have disappeared, replaced by a long, huge, mosquito-like mouthpart. The spikes were dripping saliva drop by drop, following the pace of this fallen species. This thing almost no longer looked like a person at all, and he was still wearing a security uniform, but the uniform was too big for him at this moment, and it staggered to the ground before he took 2 steps. The eyes that had lost their eyelids rolled around, and the fallen species' eyes were fixed on Lin Sanjiu. "Gu, you are so beautiful." From the sharp sting that looked like the mouthparts of a mosquito, human language was buzzing out. "The skin is so elastic. It must be very hydrated, right?" Lin Sanjiu froze on the spot. Suddenly a low voice came from the ground beside her. "Sister, it all depends on you." This voice was not from Lu Zhe. Lin Sanjiu turned around and saw that the person trapped under the iron gate was no longer the handsome young man, but a rosy-faced, simple-looking girl in her teens who looked like a country child. It seems that one of Lu Zhe's abilities is to transform, and the transformed image probably changes according to the target. This thought flashed through her mind, and Lin Sanjiu angrily cursed, "I am also a wounded person, okay?" and quickly took 2 steps back. As she stepped back, Lu Zhe behind her was revealed. Under the dim light of the flashlight, his little face was filled with a tearful expression. Seeing Lu Zhe, the fallen creature with a mosquito-like mouthparts and a mummy-like appearance suddenly paused noticeably. Lin Sanjiu quietly moved a little. Sister? The mummy took 2 steps forward, and Lin Sanjiu was so scared that she quickly stepped back another meter. Alert, but the mummy didn't even look at her, and its exposed eyeballs only stared straight at Lu Zhe. Sister, what are you doing here? The mummy was too close, and before he could finish a sentence, the saliva from its mouth parts had already dripped onto Lu Zhe's face. Lu Zhe shuddered with obvious nausea, but his expression was perfectly controlled. Brother, I came to find you. Save me. The iron door is pressing on me so hard. Tears even seeped out of the little girl's clear eyes. Brother, please help me open the iron gate. I remember. Sister, you shouldn't have come. You shouldn't have come. After a pause, the mummy didn't know what he was thinking about. He turned a deaf ear to Lu Zhe's pleas and sighed in a low voice. Seeing that the mummy in front of him had attracted all the attention for a moment, Lin Sanjiu hurriedly waved towards the tree where Mather was and made a few gestures. While gesturing, he quietly retreated. Mather jumped silently onto a nearby tree, slid down the trunk, and quickly ran behind Lin Sanjiu. Fortunately, this monster still retained its sanity and humanity, otherwise it would be very troublesome. Lin Sanjiu had just thought of this when he suddenly saw the mummy raising its head and making bursts of strong buzzing sounds. Its sharp mouthparts actually swung flexibly in the air several times, leaving a pool of saliva all around. But sister, I'm so happy. The mummy's buzzing sound was deafening, and there seemed to be a hint of smile in its tone. The body fluids of the family are a great tonic for the brother. I'm so happy. You don't have to go back home. Just come here by yourself. This sentence almost frightened the 3 people present. No one expected that Lu Zhe would suddenly become a piece of defenseless meat. Seeing the mummy excitedly raising its mouthparts, Lu Zhe couldn't help but screamed, Mather, save me! No. Lin Sanjiu was unable to stop him, and Mather had already rushed up from behind her. She stamped her feet in anger and immediately turned around and ran in the opposite direction. However, Mather's reaction was correct. Just when the sharp mouthparts were about to pierce Lu's chest, her long steel armor had already hit it hard. The mouthparts were knocked up, and Mather's nails, which looked very powerful but could only be used to draw blood, were all broken into pieces and fell all over the floor. It was obviously not interested in her at all, and it kept buzzing. Get lost. Fake blood and fake meat. Sister, I'm coming. Then it lowered its head and paused. Huh? Who are you? Where's my sister? In just a breath of time, Lu Zhe on the ground had turned into a dry, dark brown corpse with a huge mosquito-like mouthparts. The 2 mummies stared at each other for a few seconds. Did you absorb my sister? Seeing the flesh and blood of his loved ones suddenly disappear, the mummy's IQ was probably not high. Its mouthparts vibrated angrily at a high speed. Good, Adaku, I'm going to kill you. This time, its mouthparts were raised very quickly. Just as Mather was about to reach out to block it, the mummy swung it suddenly and knocked her high into the air, and she fell heavily not far away. Seeing the spikes falling again, Lu Zhe closed his eyes in shock. There was a loud clang sound, but the spikes did not pierce him. When Lu Zhe opened his eyes, he saw Lin Sanjiu slam on the brakes and stop the car just next to the iron gate. The mummy was hit so hard by the Audi that it fell 2 or 3 meters away. Lin Sanjiu pushed open the car door and jumped out. He put his hands on the iron door and shouted in the direction of Mather, Mather, come over and drive. The mummy stood up in anger and took a big step to walk back. The collision just now seemed to have left no injuries at all, and the angry buzzing sound became louder and louder, but Mather got ahead of it and ran over quickly as soon as Lin Sanjiu got off the car. White light flashed in her palms one after another. Lin Sanjiu felt like she was standing under a shower head, with water dripping all over her body. Her arms were shaking more and more, but the iron door showed no sign of disappearing. Mather jumped into the car, opened the back door with one hand, and shouted anxiously, Quick, quick, it's coming. I'm trying again. Lin Sanjiu uttered each word with great difficulty. Finally, under a flash of white light, the iron door disappeared for a second or two, but then the heavy iron door fell heavily to the ground again, raising a cloud of dust. I can't take it anymore. She gasped and almost sat down. Get in the car. Lu Zhe's voice suddenly sounded from behind. It turned out that when the iron gate disappeared, Lu Zhe had already rolled out quickly. He hurriedly climbed into the back seat, and just as he turned around, he saw the mouthparts of the mummy not far away suddenly stretched out and shot towards Lin Sanjiu. Hide quickly. At this time, Lin Sanjiu had no time to turn around, and he just fell to the ground. At the same time, Mather kicked the car door open, just in time to block the mouthpiece for the second time. The mouthpiece hit the car window glass, and with a crash, it broke into countless pieces. In this pause, Lu Zhe had already hurriedly pulled Lin Sanjiu into the car, and did not even bother to close the door, and repeatedly said in a hurry, "Go, go, go." Seeing the mummy pouncing on him again, Mather slammed the steering wheel and the car narrowly passed by the mummy, making a squeezing sound that gave people goosebumps. He stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the Audi quickly left the corpse behind. After closing the door, the people in the car finally calmed down and took a deep breath. Lin Sanjiu's phone had been dropped at the gate of the community. At this time, Lu Zhe and she were lying on the back seat and looking back. In the dim light of the phone flashlight, the mummy chased for a few steps and finally gave up when it saw the distance getting farther and farther. It seemed to stop and think, and then turned around and walked into the community. It seems that there will be no survivors in the veterans community. It seems that the main weakness of the fallen species here is that they move too slowly. Mather glanced at the rearview mirror, wiped the sweat off his forehead, and said, Lin Sanjiu distributed the bottled water she had placed in the car to the two of them, and she also gulped down half a bottle, stunned and not knowing what to say. What happened in just a few hours today was just like a dream. Thank you. Lu Zhe beside her took 2 sips of water and suddenly said shyly, showing her a fong. You could have run away just now. Thank you for risking your life to come back and save me. And it seems that we have a pretty good understanding of each other. Mather in the rearview mirror raised one eyebrow and said with a smile, looking at the two people who had obviously never met before but had fought side by side once. Lin Sanjiu smiled softly for the first time today. Yeah. Now let's talk about this ghost world. Under the guidance of Lin Sanjiu, Mather drove the car all the way to the downstairs of Renan's apartment and found a secluded place to stop and rest. The security measures of the apartment complex have not been breached, and there are almost no people to be seen. Even in this unrecognizable world, the garden still looks quiet and unique. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Sanjiu blocked the broken car window and turned on the air conditioner. Now that Zhu Mei is gone, there is no point in saving oil and electricity. Although the truth is clear, when the cold wind blows, she still feels like she has betrayed Zhu Mei. Lu Zhe took a look at her expression, sighed and said, Sister, don't be too sad. Your friend at least he didn't die at the hands of the fallen species. Having experienced a life and death situation together, the relationship between the two parties had unknowingly become much closer. Lin Sanjiu forced a smile at Lu Zhe, and the car fell into silence. She deliberately changed the subject. Can you please stop calling me big sister? I don't seem to be much older than you. Oh, I didn't have time to introduce myself just now. My name is Lin Sanjiu. I just evolved. 3 cups of wine from the world of red dust? Lu Zhe immediately pouted. I lose in the name contest. Then I'll call you Little Bar. By the way, why are you wearing a towel around your neck? Oh, this reminded Lin Sanjiu, and she quickly took off the wet and hot towel, revealing the bloody wound underneath. When Lu Zhe saw it, he immediately took a breath of cold air, and Mather also raised his eyebrows and became puzzled. Lin Sanjiu opened a bottle of purified water, and while cleaning the wound, she recounted the whole story of Renan's incident. Perhaps because these two people had saved her once in a critical moment, Lin Sanjiu was willing to trust them at this time. Or perhaps it was because in this suddenly hideous and distorted world, only with companions could she feel at ease. Unlike Lu Zhe, who opened his mouth blankly, Mather remained silent with a frown on his face. Suddenly, he pointed at the bottle of purified water and said to the stunned Lin Sanjiu, Let me do it. After all, I have studied medicine for a few years. After that, she took out a roll of bandage and a bottle of antibiotics from her waist bag. Does the differentiated personality also have its own complete life experience? Lin Sanjiu was puzzled, but she didn't say anything. She just tilted her head back and swallowed 2 antibiotics. With Mather's skills, the wound on her neck was properly treated in a short while. After hearing the story, Lu Zhe was still a little dazed for a while. I have heard of this kind of man-eating ability before, but Mather and I have never seen it, and we always thought it was an urban legend. I didn't expect it to be true. This ran and probably just evolved not long ago, right? That's why you killed him so easily. Otherwise, he would be so powerful in the future. It's a good thing we haven't encountered such a person, said Mather quietly. After spending half a night together, Lin Sanjiu had a general idea of what was going on. Although Mather was unable to fight, he was agile, calm, and had extensive experience. If the split personality could be said to have its own experience, he seemed more reliable than Lu Zhe. Can you please explain to me what this world is? What's going on? How many worlds are there? Lin Sanjiu couldn't help but ask Mather. Why do you ask Mather instead of me? Luz protested. Mather pretended not to hear anything and asked Lin Sanjiu a question. Have you heard of the parallel space theory? Lin Sanjiu exclaimed. Outside our universe, there are countless parallel universes. Every measurement, even every different choice made by each person, may split, create a new parallel space? She has also read a lot of science fiction novels, so she knows this. Mather looked calm, nodded and said, I'd like to state in advance that this is just a theory. Some evolutionists agree with it, while others disagree. No one knows whether this is the case. Me? I agree, because there's nothing else to believe in. I don't know how many people there are in your world, but there are 4.3 billion people in our world. If this theory is true, then every choice made by everyone in their life will split off a new space. You chose to take the left road this morning, so in another space, you chose the right road. And everyone in the new space will continue to create new spaces. In this way, no one knows how many worlds there are. In total, this number is infinite. Originally, we all lived well in our own space, and we would never meet anyone from another space. But for some unknown reason, some parallel spaces began to mutate. Just like here. Taking advantage of the moment when Mather paused, Lin Sanjiu hurriedly asked, could it be that everywhere has become a high-temperature environment like here? The one who answered her was Lu Zhe, who had a serious expression for once. Not necessarily. In our world, there was a virus experiment leak. More than half of the people died in the plague caused by the virus. Lin Sanjiu suddenly thought that perhaps he had also lost his relatives and friends in his own world. The carriage was silent for a few seconds, and it was Mather who broke the silence and continued. No one can say for sure how many worlds have mutated or reached Doomsday. But what is certain is that the number is definitely not small. We survived the virus and evolved, and we thought that all we had to do next was to survive. But Mather paused, as if trying to decide what to say. In the 14th month, Lu Zhe and I had almost adapted to the new world full of plague and fallen species. But something unexpected happened on an ordinary night. When Luz and I woke up, we found ourselves lying on a battlefield. Can you imagine? We had just opened our eyes and didn't know where we were when a bomb was dropped 50 meters away from us. Luz sighed. Although we didn't understand what was going on at the time, we soon figured out at least one thing. We were no longer in the original world. We asked around and finally learned that the world was called the land stained black by blood. In that world ruled by war, we lived hard for another 14 months. Until the last day of the 14th month, the same thing happened again. Lin Sanjiu wiped her face in a daze. She understood, but it was hard to accept. You are here, she added. Lu Zhe sighed and nodded. Extreme temperature Hades. Extreme temperature Hades, the world where she was born and raised, actually had such a name. Lin Sanjiu opened her mouth and was about to speak, but Lu Zhe seemed to have guessed what she was going to say. It's not just me. In both worlds, almost all the evolvers I met were sent away in the 14th month. And it seems that everyone goes to different places every time. His heart pounded a few times, and Lin Sanjiu couldn't believe it. So, in 14 months, I will also. To another new world. Mather said in a positive tone. Maybe because I am a differentiated personality, I just followed Luz, but the other companions were lost. Lin Sanjiu's brain was flooded with unimaginable news one after another. She digested it for a long time before she suddenly came to her senses. Wait, you just said that every evolved human goes to a different place, which means that we are randomly thrown out in an endless doomsday world. Does this mean that once she leaves, she may never be able to return to the place where she was born and raised for the rest of her life? No, more than that, this also means that once the 14 months are up, Luz and Mather will be sent to some unknown world, and it is possible that they will never meet again. I just met two people I can trust, but I was immediately told that we would be separated in the future. Lin Sanjiu tried hard to breathe into his chest, but it felt blocked and couldn't get any more air in. The car window was already covered with a layer of fine water droplets. Obviously, in the time it took to talk, the temperature outside had risen again. Lin Sanjiu turned down the air conditioner a little and suddenly realized a possibility in the silence. Wait, in the theory of parallel space, there are countless eyes. Does that mean that I might meet another me in another world? Unexpectedly, Mather shook his head firmly. Just like Darwin's theory of evolution, the parallel dimension theory is only a theory that we know of to explain the end of the world. It is not the truth. But what you just said is exactly a flaw in this parallel dimension theory, because in another new world, there is no other you at all. The amount of information tonight was really too much. Lin Sanjiu leaned back in his chair, his mind full of everything about the new world, and for a moment he didn't know what he was thinking. There was a soft swish sound in the car. She looked back and saw that the nail on Mather's index finger had turned into a long steel armor again, looking at her with expectation. Can I finally draw blood? Among evolved humans, there is an unwritten agreement not to pry into other people's abilities. Since the evolved abilities are extremely strange and beyond imagination, every inconspicuous ability may become a trump card to save one's life. So naturally, no one wants to expose their trump cards to others. Even using one's abilities in front of others has become taboo unless it is absolutely necessary. Lu Zhe had already mentioned this to Lin Sanjiu. So why did Mather make such a request again? Don't get me wrong, Mather smiled. Perhaps because he felt that something was wrong. At my current level, I can't tell you your advanced abilities. I can only analyze some basic data. It would be good for you to know your basic data. Of course, it all depends on you. Want to try? Lin Sanjiu smiled at her and stretched out his arm. Well, come on. She was willing to trust people she had fought with, even if they hadn't known each other for long. Moreover, when they were fighting with the fallen species just now, she and Lu Zhe had exposed their abilities. She could guess Lu Zhe's approximate ability, and Lu Zhe must have estimated his ability a long time ago, so there was no need to hide it and keep it a secret. The hard nail tip gleamed with metallic light. It lightly touched Lin Sanjiu's arm. The nail tip sank smoothly into her skin as if it was invited. She just felt a little pain when Mather retracted his nail and said with a smile, "Okay." She dropped a round drop of blood into her palm, and it immediately disappeared. Mather closed her eyes. Lin Sanjiu looked again and found that the cut on her arm was too small, and the bleeding had already stopped. Mather's current abilities are still relatively basic, so it may be a little slow for him to read your data. Lu Zhe explained as if a little embarrassed. All advanced abilities will be gradually upgraded during use, and you will know in the future. Lin Sanjiu thought about his strange ability. In other words, these broken cards will also be upgraded? What will they become? At least they should allow her to transform items without limit, right? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but remember that she had closed the iron door twice, although the second time only lasted for a short second or two. She didn't know if today's limit had been used up. It seems that she needs to find a suitable opportunity to test it. While waiting for Mather to read the data, Lin Sanjiu, out of curiosity, started chatting with Lu Zhe about all sorts of things. After all, he had seen 2 more new worlds than her, and many of his experiences were unheard of for her, which made her marvel, laugh, and worry at turns. It had probably been a long time since Lu Zhe had such a free chat with someone, and for a while the two of them became much closer. Seeing that the conversation was almost over, I looked at Mather again, and she was still the same as before, with her eyes closed and not saying a word. How long will it take Mather to read the data? Lin Sanjiu finally asked. UH.IT looks like it will take at least another hour or 2. Lu Zhe looked a little embarrassed. When Mather analyzed my data before, it didn't seem to take this long. So long? Lin Sanjiu was surprised. She immediately bent down and looked up at the sky outside the car window. The dark night had faded, and a hint of gray appeared in the east. She sat back in her original seat, with a hint of worry on her face. What's wrong? Why do you look like that? It's going to be morning soon, Lin Sanjiu murmured, turning to look at Lu Zhe. It's already so hot at night. When the sun comes out, the car will be exposed to the sun. How high will the temperature be? Lu Zhe was speechless at her question, and the two looked at each other. Lin Sanjiu rubbed his brows and said tiredly, in another 2 hours, I'm afraid we will all become ducks in the oven. Although the car still had enough fuel and electricity to keep the air conditioner running for a while, the coolness was so fragile under the fierce high temperature outside, and this was only at night. Even if the wire of the air conditioner in the car was burned out, it would probably not be able to withstand the blazing sun during the day. You are familiar with this area? Do you have any solution? Lu Zhe's relaxed expression suddenly became a little heavy. There may indeed be a solution. Near this apartment community, there is one of the most expensive shopping malls in the city. The building itself has lost its value because a tall tropical plant forest is designed in the center of the mall. In order to achieve a transparent and natural visual effect, the ceiling is made of transparent tempered glass. In the past, it was indeed a pleasant thing to walk beside the lush green plants with the sun on your shoulders, but now it is fatal. But in the basement of the shopping mall, there is a vast imported supermarket. Not only is there no direct sunlight, but there is also plenty of food and water. When Lin Sanjiu told him about the situation at the center, Lu Zhe immediately became excited. Supermarket? That's great. You don't know, Mather and I haven't eaten human food for more than a year. In the last New World, we ate compressed biscuits and marching rations every day. When the situation was bad, we even gnawed on tree bark. Oh, that constipation was so uncomfortable. It felt like there was a stone in my stomach. Lin Sanjiu raised his eyebrows and glanced at him. Lu Zhe finally came to his senses and stopped describing the constipation. He coughed and said, You're right. None of us knows how much the temperature will rise during the day. We should make plans early. After a few quiet discussions, the two quickly made a decision. First, drive the car to the entrance of the shopping mall, find a shady place to stop, and then Luz will carry Mather on his back and go down to the supermarket together. The food section of the imported supermarket took up a large area, and with the inventory in the warehouse, it should be more than enough to supply rations for 3 people. The high temperature took away the normal world, but also took away the ability of most people to move outside the car. So there shouldn't be many competitors besides. The things in the whole supermarket are enough for dozens of people to share. The supermarket is in a good location. If you are lucky, you might be able to settle down in the supermarket and use it as a base to spend a peaceful year. Lin Sanjiu also knew that she might be a little too optimistic, and the actual situation might not be so ideal, but she never expected that even the first step in the plan, arriving at the entrance of the center, now seemed almost an impossible task. The shopping center is strategically located on the main road in the heart of the city. A small area nearby is a famous city that never sleeps, with bright lights and constant traffic every night. As it happens, this month is the shopping center's 5th anniversary, and it will be open 24 hours a day throughout the month. This means that when the temperature soared last night, the first thought of countless people was to escape here to cool off. At this time, the cars on the main road were squeezed into a long, rumbling dragon, pushing Lin Sanjiu's car far to the end, and every car that could still start was in the starting state. On the side of the street, there were scattered motionless limbs, and it was even difficult to realize that those gray, black, and dry shadows were once people. It seems that it is impossible to drive there. Lin Sanjiu slammed the steering wheel hard, intending to reverse. However, when she looked up, she found that in just a short while, a new car appeared in the rearview mirror, blocking them firmly in the middle of the traffic flow. The power has been out for most of the night. Why are there still people coming in this direction? Being surrounded by countless hot engines, the disadvantage of a broken window became apparent. The pitiful cool air blown out by the air conditioner was simply no match for the heat rushing in through the window gaps. Lu Zhe's fair skin gradually turned red, like a rabbit. Lin Sanjiu sighed. Maybe they want to escape from the city. This is a main road. If you go from here, you can get to several inner-city highways. Let's wait. The car behind us must also leave. But in just these 2 sentences, several new cars joined the tail of the long line of cars. The leading car was the first to notice something was wrong up ahead, and perhaps because it was too panicked, it turned the steering wheel and drove back without any warning, suddenly crashing into the front of the car coming from behind. As the thick smoke rose, Lin Sanjiu cursed in his heart. The car that was heading back and crashed into was a Land Rover. Its huge body was turned sideways, blocking half of the road, plus the other car's front end was destroyed, and it looked like it could not move. This way, the retreat was completely cut off. A car that had just arrived in the distance immediately turned in a panic and ran away. Except for Mather, who was unaware of what was happening, the 2 people in the car's side. What else could they do now? They had no choice but to abandon the car and walk. Fortunately, the sky had faded to a duck egg blue, so they didn't have to walk in the dark. How much water do we have left? Lu Zhe licked his dry and chapped lips, not without worry. Lin Sanjiu looked at her backpack. In fact, she knew without even looking that there was no bottle of mineral water in the bag, only 3 unopened cans of Coke, which were still warm to the touch. Considering their physical conditions, she threw a can of Coke over and said, "There are exactly 3 cans of this left. Drink it. If you can't replenish water, at least you can replenish some sugar we will consume a lot later." Unexpectedly, Lu Zhe opened the can and took a sip, then he was stunned, burping and asking, "What is this?" It turned out that in his world, there was no Coca-Cola company. Seeing him smacking his lips and drinking the drink, Lin Sanjiu also threw away the empty can in his hand and asked, "Are you ready?" "It's too hot. This kind of heat is unimaginable unless you are in it. As soon as the sweat comes out, it evaporates immediately, and then another layer of hot sweat appears." Lin Sanjiu only feels that his body system has become a dying old dog, struggling for life in the hot air. In comparison, Lu Zhe looked much stronger. Even though he was carrying Mather on his back, he looked calmer than Lin Sanjiu. He noticed it himself and asked loudly, "Hey, are you that strong?" "What?" Lin Sanjiu also raised her voice. The noise of the car engines around was too loud, and Lu Zhe was only on the other side of the car, so she couldn't hear clearly. "I said." Luz walked around the car and came over. Mather on his back was taller than him, with both feet dragging on the ground. "Haven't you been physically strengthened?" Lin Sanjiu felt her tongue dry after she had just uttered 2 words. The dryness went all the way down her throat. She didn't dare to speak again, so she shook her head and motioned Lu Zhe to leave quickly. Lu Zhe looked surprised, as if he wanted to say something but now was not the time to chat. He nodded quickly and began to struggle through the traffic that was constantly gushing out hot air. Every few steps, Lin Sanjiu would raise her hand to wipe her eyelids. She was sweating too much, and just now it dripped into her eyes, making them hot and uncomfortable. She couldn't help but doubt herself. Could it be that the high-temperature adaptation was time-limited? No, I'm afraid the current high temperature has reached a point where even she can't stand it anymore. If this continues, will I be able to make it to the supermarket before I become dehydrated? The 2 of them looked around in silence. There was a guardrail in the middle of the road, which was originally intended to separate the traffic into 2 directions. But when lives were in danger, no one would still obey traffic rules. At this time, the cars on both sides were entangled in a mess, some going forward, some going against. If he climbed over the guardrail, not only would it be a burden on his body and inconvenient to carry Mather on his back, but he would also have to cross a stream of hot traffic that would be really dangerous. Coincidentally, both of them walked towards the end of the long line of cars. The person driving the Land Rover was a skinny woman. When the 2 passed by, Lin Sanjiu found that she had fallen in the car, her eye sockets sunken, and she was unconscious. She was probably short of water along the way and had already shown symptoms of dehydration and unconsciousness, which was why she crashed the car in a panic. In the small car whose front end was destroyed by the Land Rover, the air conditioner was no longer working. But thanks to the air conditioning, the fat middle-aged man who was driving was miraculously still awake, and he stared at them closely as soon as the 2 got out of the car. When Lin Sanjiu passed by his car, the fat man banged on her window several times. To be honest, Lin Sanjiu was not a heartless person, but at this moment she was almost melting from the heat, and it was still a question how long she could hold on. She just wanted to escape from this Hades as soon as possible, so she just glanced at him quickly without even pausing. Through the glass, the fat man's voice was unclear. It's hot outside. Can we go now? Lin Sanjiu probably guessed what he meant, shook her head to indicate no, and walked away. The heat from the car made the already bad situation even more unbearable, and she really couldn't bear to stop. Seeing that she was about to leave, the fat man suddenly became angry and pushed open the car door. I'm talking to you. Stop, you were walking outside. The second half of the sentence turned into a howl, piercing through the rumbling background sound of the engine. Lin Sanjiu turned around and found that the fat man seemed to be burned by the exhaust gas. Bright red blisters burst on his skin, and the fat man's face and hands were burnt in shocking patches. His screams of pain continued, and Lin Sanjiu could no longer bear it. He held Lu Zhe steady with one hand, raised his foot, kicked him back into the car, and then slammed the door. The screams of pain suddenly became much lighter, and the fat man's burns seemed to have stopped. Lin Sanjiu took a breath and exchanged a frightened look with Lu Zhe. What is the temperature now? When ordinary people are exposed to the air heated by exhaust gas, their skin will even burn. Don't think about it, let's go. Lu Zhe, who was always talkative, also began to be frugal with his words. The two hurriedly walked out of the traffic jam and left the hundreds of engines, and then they felt a little better. They crossed the road and walked onto the tree-lined sidewalk. They didn't dare to delay and rushed straight to the direction of the shopping center. The leaves on the roadside had long lost their green color and were charred and dry, curled up under the trees. From time to time, Lin Sanjiu would see a few people lying on the ground motionless, their bodies no longer moving. No matter how strong she was, it was the first time that Lin Sanjiu saw so many dead bodies. She swallowed with some fear and nausea, but her mouth was dry, without any moisture at all. Let's drink the rest of the Coke. Lu Zhe's hoarse voice came from behind. Lin Sanjiu thought about it and took out the last can of Coke. Coke doesn't replenish water, but there's plenty of drinking water in the supermarket, so there's no need to suffer this kind of pain outside. In the past, the Coke that couldn't be finished in one breath. Now it felt too little. The two of them didn't care whether it tasted good or not, and quickly drank the boiling hot Coke half and half. After throwing away the can and walking for a while, the main entrance of the shopping mall gradually became clear. However, the bodies lying face down in the pool showed that this fountain was their last hope. The bodies, whose skin was burned after death, were scattered everywhere, which was shocking. Lin Sanjiu lowered his head, carefully avoiding the corpses on the ground, and moved forward in hops and hops. Occasionally, he looked up and found that Lu Zhe, carrying Mather on his back, had walked in front of him without knowing when. I was wondering why he walked so fast, and I got the answer immediately. Lu Zhe didn't seem to care at all, and walked into the door of the shopping mall as if he was walking on flat ground, stepping on the back of a dead body that looked like a young mother. Lin Sanjiu hurried a few steps and caught up with him, then slapped him on the arm angrily. Can't you show some respect to the dead? He had just said one sentence when his throat became dry and sore. Lu Zhe was startled by her, his expression slightly confused. Then he reacted, Oh, that. Sorry, I've seen too many dead people. Maybe I'm a little numb. He embarrassedly showed a tiger tooth. I was the same as you at the beginning. Seeing his good attitude, Lin Sanjiu didn't say anything even though she was uncomfortable, and changed the subject. Go over there. There's an elevator going down. Lu Zhe nodded, then looked up at the shopping center and exclaimed softly, It's really beautiful here. Without stopping, he followed Lin Sanjiu all the way to the supermarket. It is said that this shopping mall was designed by a famous French architect. It is 5 stories high, with a huge high ceiling in the middle, covered with dense tropical plants. Probably because of the layers, the tropical trees have grown all the way to the elevator on the 5th floor. When walking here, it feels like walking in a primeval forest. But there was no time to appreciate it now. Lin Sanjiu quickly glanced at the tropical forest and felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell why for a moment, and he couldn't stand here and think all the time. So he had to turn around and walk down the frozen elevator. When they saw the supermarket, they both took a breath. The situation was worse than Lin Sanjiu had expected. She was definitely not the only one who thought of this supermarket. But the situation in this supermarket still caught her off guard. When the temperature rose abnormally last night, this supermarket was obviously open for business, so it was crowded with people. Of course, these people could no longer move or speak, and they lay on the ground like corpses. The chaos of last night seemed to be frozen. Empty bottles were rolling everywhere, mineral water bottles, beverage bottles. The beige floor was splattered with traces of dried fruit juices. The beverage shelves looked like they had been looted, with the last few bottles of water lying in a mess, and several dead people on the ground were holding a pile of drinks stained with blood and body fluids in their arms. The most shocking thing is that the cause of death of one cashier was obviously not dehydration. The back of her head was deeply sunken, and the cash register in front of her was wide open, but empty. Lu Zhe clicked his tongue twice. The people who robbed the money must be stupid now, if he is not dead yet. Lin Sanjiu's mouth was already dry, so he took a bottle of water from the arms of a corpse at the door, drank half of it without any hesitation, and handed it to Lu Zhe. It seems that although the supermarket is full of corpses and has gone through a period of chaos, at least it should not be a problem to maintain the water supply for 3 people. Lu Zhe was already tired after carrying Mather all the way. He put her on the floor and muttered, "It's obviously not real flesh and blood. Why is it so heavy?" Lin Sanjiu was resting at a cash register where no one was dead. After hearing this, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "I've wanted to ask this for a long time. I didn't have the nerve to do it before when Mather was here. What does that fallen creature mean when he said she was fake blood and fake flesh? She is a personality that I differentiated from. In terms of will and personality, she is also an independent person," Lu Zhe said while drinking water. "But maybe she is limited by her ability? Now Mather is not actually a real human being in essence. For example, if you have blood flowing in your body, she may be cherry juice." What a messed up analogy. Lin Sanjiu nodded, as if he understood. The two of them replenished their water and rested for a while. Then they felt their empty stomachs were starting to feel uncomfortable. "Let's go to the food area?" Lin Sanjiu suggested. "Wait." Lu Zhe stopped her, looked around, and asked, "Is there anything handy here that can be used as a weapon? You don't know that places like supermarkets, which are rich in supplies, are often the places where the most accidents happen." Lu Zhe and Lin Sanjiu walked cautiously among the dark shelves, glancing at each other's backs from time to time. Each of them held a bottle of red wine in his hand. There was no other way, except for this bottle, which had some lethality at the entrance of the supermarket, and nothing else could be used. Of course, using red wine to deal with the fallen species was not very reliable, but it was still possible to smash it out and run away. What a pity. I had to throw away the gun I got in the last world because it ran out of bullets. Lu Zhe sighed and said, "Otherwise, what else would I be afraid of?" But if you think about it carefully, Lu Zhe and the others have experienced 2 worlds, and now they can only use red wine bottles to protect themselves. It seems that they are not doing very well. Lin Sanjiu glanced at him embarrassedly and turned back to look in the direction of Mather. They deliberately laid Mather flat between the 2 corpses at the door, and he looked like a dead person at first glance. As for whether she will be unhappy after waking up, that is Lu Zhe's business. "Let's go to the deli section," Lu Zhe whispered. He was just about to say that he would start eating from the deli section, but the faint stench made his face shrink into a ball. He picked up a box of vegetable potato salad unwillingly and threw it away as soon as he got his hands on it. Well, it's all rotten, leaving no way for people to survive. Even in normal times, fresh food only has a shelf life of 1 or 2 days. Lin Sanjiu said with a smile. "It has to be sealed." It took them a full 20 minutes to walk around the supermarket in the dark. Except for a few bodies lying in the back of the supermarket, everything else was normal. There was no need to remain on guard. The two put down the red wine bottle. It was tiring to hold it up all the time, and walked back side by side. Although there is no direct sunlight, the underground supermarket is too dark without light. "Do you know where to find a flashlight?" Lu Zhe was a little annoyed. "Since I came to this extreme temperature Hades, I have been staying in the dark. Let's look for it later. I don't know if they sell it. After all, this is a high-end imported supermarket." While Lin Sanjiu was talking, The two had already arrived at the food area, and each grabbed a few bags of food that they couldn't see clearly and held them in their arms. But I remember they sell scented candles. As long as there is light, it will be fine. While talking to Lin Sanjiu in a low voice, Lu Zhe fumbled to open the package. Hey, these are potato chips. He just shouted in surprise, and suddenly a voice echoed in the quiet supermarket. Lu Zhe, get out here. Someone woke up. Mather? Mather, you're awake. Lu Zhe was not afraid at all, and pulled Lin Sanjiu back. With the light from outside, he saw Mather standing between the two corpses with disgust, and the contrast between his red hair and black face was particularly obvious. Lu Zhe explained a few words with a laugh, and tried to please Mather with the potato chips in his hand for a long time before she snorted and let the matter go. Then, she turned her eyes to Lin Sanjiu, and seemed to hesitate for a moment, wanting to say something. Lin Sanjiu suddenly felt a little nervous for some reason. He put down the food in his hand, looked at Mather and asked, "Is there something wrong with my data?" "It's not a problem. Maybe I didn't have enough samples before." Mather smiled as if to comfort her, and said, "Your data is different from what I have measured before." "What do you mean?" Lin Sanjiu asked hurriedly. "It's hard to explain it in words. You should see for yourself." As soon as Mather finished speaking, the nail on her index finger immediately lengthened. The difference was that this time the tip of her nail glowed with a faint golden light. Mather looked around, found a dark place, and motioned for the two to follow. Then, she used her index finger to write in the air. Each word she wrote was a light golden color, floating in the air. Lin Sanjiu tried to suppress his surprised expression, but unfortunately he was not very successful. "My ability looks strange, nothing special. On the left are your values," Mather explained as he wrote. "I'll write down Lu's as well so you can compare." Lu Zhe said unhappily. Lin Sanjiu's basic capabilities: data analyst. Mather high temperature adaptability. Effectively resist high-temperature environments up to 125 degrees. Keen intuition. Sometimes it works, sometimes not, but it works more often. The third basic capability is being generated. Lin Sanjiu's physical value: height, 168 centimeters, weight, 56 kilograms, nerve reaction speed, fast vision, 5.0 fat content, 18.5% muscle content, 45.7% potential value. Mather finished writing quickly, and Luz was the first to let out a surprised "huh?" which made Lin Sanjiu nervous. Mather rolled his eyes at him and then said to her, "Your values are more than these. I picked out the important ones. After we compare them, I will write them down for you one by one." Lin Sanjiu nodded at her and quickly read through all his data. She had good physical fitness and was quite agile since she was young. She was always good at physical education, which was not very popular. She even got extra points in the college entrance examination. Of course, she was often ridiculed by boys for her well-developed limbs since she was a child. In short, except for the potential value, the other data seemed normal to her. While Lin Sanjiu was lost in thought, Lu Zhe's data also appeared in the air one by one. Lu's basic ability: data analyst. Mather extreme climate adaptation. Ability to survive extreme heat and cold. Physical fitness. Physical fitness is improved and enhanced. Speed optimization. Much more agile than before. Eagle eye. Greatly increases the visual range, and the vision in the dark will be relatively clearer. Climbing and jumping. As agile as a cat. The sixth basic capability is being generated. Lu Zhe's physical value: height, 174 centimeters, weight, 70 kilograms, speed, 120 strength, 89 maximum striking force, 101 potential value, 192. Lin Sanjiu had already understood after only a few items were written down. Seeing this, Mather stopped fingernails. "You can see it now, right? Lu's stats are derived from my highly conceptualized abilities, just like the stats of game characters. I can turn a person's abstract abilities into concrete and intuitive numbers." Lin Sanjiu nodded, his eyes lingering on the line of potential value several times. "But for some reason, your values cannot be concretized." "It's not that it can't be, but there's no need. Each of your data is a real measurement, and they are all conclusions that can be drawn from physical tests." "That's fine. The most important thing is your potential value," Mather explained calmly. "Everyone, at least, Everyone I've tested has a specific potential value. Unless they encounter a rare opportunity, this number will not change. And you are the first exception. Lu Zhe's 192 still emitted a faint light in the air. Lin Sanjiu frowned. At the same time, Mather continued, Among the evolvers, Lu's potential value is relatively high, which means that you should at least be on the same level as him. 204. Lin Sanjiu raised his head suddenly. Runnan's potential value is 204. I used my ability on his corpse, so a lot of his information was written down, and his potential value was probably digitized in the same way. So, my value is really different. Lu Zhe screamed as if he was punched in the stomach. How come that guy's potential value is higher than mine? Impossible. I am the potential superstar. You're more like a stupid little superstar. Mather sighed and turned to face Lin Sanjiu. That's right. Do you understand now? Your information is different from others. I can't give you any reasonable explanation now. That's okay. Lin Sanjiu smiled. She is very open-minded. What does it matter if they are different? As long as there is potential, it's fine. No matter what form it takes, isn't it all potential? She was about to ask Mather to sit down and eat, but she heard Lu Zhe ask, You said, you still have Renan's body? Yes, Lin Sanjiu said, while touching her pocket. Unexpectedly, she felt nothing, and then she realized that she had changed her clothes before leaving, and she thought that Renan's card was left in the pocket of the pants she had changed before. It's just upstairs in the apartment building. What's wrong? Lu Zhe slapped his thigh heavily. Great. Now that the sun is out, let's take a break and go up to search his body at night. Thinking of Renan's strange death, Lin Sanjiu couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. Why are you searching his body? Lu Zhe looked very proud. Of course I'm going to see what he left behind. People like him who have experienced several worlds usually have some valuable things on them, which may be of great use. You are the one who got rid of the people, so naturally the things are yours too. Mather added promptly, as if afraid that she would misunderstand. Lin Sanjiu didn't care about this. She smiled and said, Okay, let's go up and take a look at night. What about now? As she spoke, she handed a packet of digestive biscuits to Mather. Mather took out 2 pieces and ate them, saying, I think this place is pretty good, with food and drinks but no sunlight. We'll find some lighting later and clean up the supermarket first. As she spoke, she raised her chin towards the corpse not far away. That's true, although the air is very dry. No one can guarantee that the corpse will not rot when the temperature is so high. The 3 of them were thirsty and hungry, so they devoured the small pile of food and drank some water. Lu Zhe was the first to jump up. Let's go find those scented candles. Knowing that there was no danger in the supermarket, they acted much faster this time. Soon the supermarket was lit up by the soft light of candles along with the candlelight. A soft fragrance also filled the supermarket. We've experienced 2 worlds, and this is the first one with such a romantic atmosphere. Lu Zhe said to Lin Sanjiu with a smile as they walked, the dead man in his hands, shaking his shoulders. You can still feel romantic while carrying a corpse? Lin Sanjiu was holding up the corpse's feet, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Heavenly King, please hurry up. The 2 carried the body and moved to the elevator step by step. Mather looked at the elevator for a while, turned back and made a safe gesture. This was the military gesture she and Lu Zhe learned in the war world. The 2 hurriedly quickened their pace, walked to the first floor, and threw the dead man on another pile of corpses. These were once living people, but now they are piled up like garbage. Lin Sanjiu couldn't bear it, so he sighed and asked, How many more are there? Didn't they say there was no one in the supermarket? Mather lowered his voice, his whole body tense. There really wasn't any of that just now. Who knows where it came from? Lu Zhe cursed in a low voice. At this time, 3 people each held a kitchen knife in their hands, with Lu Zhe leading the way, while Lin Sanjiu and Mather were on guard on both sides, slowly approaching the direction where the collision sound had just been made. The kitchen knife was taken out from behind the counter in the cooked food area by Lin Sanjiu just now. It was probably used to cut braised food, so it was not too sharp. Even if it had been rubbed, it still had a faint smell of rancid braised food. But no matter what, with the knife, the 3 of them felt much more confident. Boom! There was another muffled sound, shaking the air. At this moment, The three of them immediately identified the exact direction and walked quickly to the right front at the same time here. Mather pointed with his hand. Not far away, in the dim candlelight, a door with a sign saying employees only hung on it stood quietly. The three of them looked at each other, and Lin Sanjiu understood. No matter who is inside, the voice of a young woman will always make the other party relax their guard. She asked tentatively, "Who is in there? Come out immediately." There was silence in the air for a few seconds. After waiting for a while, just when Lin Sanjiu was about to ask again, a loud sob came from behind the door. A clear voice asked timidly, "Who are you? A little girl?" She sounded like she was no more than 10 years old. The three of them looked at each other in surprise, breathed a sigh of relief, and lowered the kitchen knives in their hands. "Little sister? How old are you?" "We are not bad people," Lin Sanjiu asked cautiously. "Are you the only one behind the door?" The little girl cried and said, "Yeah, I'm 11 years old." At this moment, the three of them put down their kitchen knives completely. Mather even rolled up her knife with a towel from the shelf next to her, as if afraid of scaring the little girl, and asked softly, "Why are you here alone? Where are your parents?" The little girl's crying voice suddenly became heavier. My father works here, and he brought me here last night. Then a lot of people rushed in and snatched things. My father locked me here and told me not to go out." There was a look of pity on the faces of several people. Needless to say, the father of this little girl must have turned into a corpse, maybe one of the corpses they moved out. "Little sister, what's your name? Why don't you open the door first?" Mather knocked on the door gently. "My name is Wang Sisi. Dad said that I can't open the door until he comes back." The little girl sobbed again. "But he hasn't come back yet." Several people were moved. How did such a young child survive the whole night? Lu Zhe whispered to Lin Sanjiu, "Say something too, comfort her." "This is a bit embarrassing." Seeing that Mather was talking to the door and gave him an encouraging look, Lin Sanjiu had no choice but to cough and said, "Wang Sisi, be strong." As soon as she said this, the other two looked at her as if she were a monster. Lin Sanjiu also felt that her comfort was probably not up to standard. But at the moment, who knew what to say to the child so that he would not be afraid or sad and would take the initiative to open the door? She had not received any training from human traffickers, nor had she had much experience with children. "I think you should come," Luz muttered to Mather. Wang Sisi was hit hard by these harsh words and stammered in silence behind the door. Mather rolled his eyes at Lin Sanjiu and said to the two in a low voice, "This child has probably evolved the ability to adapt to high temperatures. It's not a good idea to keep him locked up in there all the time." She then raised her voice and said, "Sisi, your father didn't let you out because it was not safe outside. Now it's safe outside. Come out and let's wait for Dad together. Okay?" Lin Sanjiu slapped his thigh silently. "This is really well said." Wang Sisi behind the door seemed very hesitant. She snorted twice and couldn't make up her mind. Martha's eyes sparkled with tears, and her expression was both distressed and gentle. She walked to the door and said softly, "You have been here since last night. You must be hungry. Annie has a lot of food here. What do you like to eat?" "Well, I'm so hungry. I love the fish my mom cooks," Wang Sisi said timidly. "And chocolate bars." Mather wiped the corners of his eyes and said repeatedly, "Okay, let's open the door and Annie will take you to eat. Okay?" Seeing that she handled the situation well by herself, the two idle people behind her started whispering to each other. Lu Zhe said softly, "Mather has always said that she was married once before, but the two of them divorced because they couldn't have children. No wonder." Lin Sanjiu was a little dizzy after hearing this. It seems that the differentiated personality does have its own complete experience. While the two were chatting, Wang Sisi finally agreed to come out after being persuaded by Mather. "Auntie, I'll go out right away," Wang Sisi replied timidly. Then the lock behind the door made a click sound, and the door handle turned. But the door didn't move. "Huh." The little girl's voice immediately became panicked. "Well, it seems so. I don't remember." At this point, several people frowned. This supermarket mainly caters to high-end customers, so every inch of the material is very exquisite. Even the door of the employee room is very heavy. Looking at the keyhole, Mather shouted unwillingly, "Sisi, move away. Auntie is going to kick the door." Before the other two could stop her, She had already kicked it hard. Mather gasped and immediately sat on the ground with his feet hugged. The door didn't even shake. What should I do? For the first time, she looked at the two people helplessly. Lin Sanjiu opened his mouth, but closed it again. She might be able to close this door if closing the iron door before didn't count. But that meant she only had one chance to transform today, and it was only 7:30 in the morning. Besides, it was still uncertain whether she would have another chance today. There are other ways to open the door, and this opportunity, if there is one, may be best for everyone if it remains. When we were moving the dead body, we saw a few employees of this supermarket in uniforms. Lu Zhe thought for a moment and spoke first, which made Lin Sanjiu secretly breathe a sigh of relief and relieved a lot of the guilt in his heart. Lu Zhe glanced in the direction of the door and hinted to the two. Maybe the person with the key is lying there. Yes, Wang Cici's father locked the door, so he must have the key. His daughter was in the supermarket, so she certainly wouldn't have run far away. She must have died in the supermarket, but was carried upstairs by several people. Thinking of this, the three of them suddenly became energetic again and huddled together to discuss a few words. Because it was already bright outside, the temperature must be terrifying, so Lin Sanjiu, the only one among the three who was not physically strong, was left behind to guard the door of the staff room. Mather looked very worried, and before leaving, he said, "Don't say anything you shouldn't say. Don't scare the children." Lin Sanjiu felt ashamed and nodded. As soon as the two left, the supermarket immediately fell into silence. Wang Cici seemed to know that the only person left on the other side of the door was the hardened, strong one. So apart from the occasional sob, she said nothing. Lin Sanjiu sat on the ground board, playing with the kitchen knife in his hand over and over again. The only way to know if there is another chance today is to try it myself. But there is nothing worth putting away, so trying would be a waste of the opportunity. It's really a headache. She was just thinking about what to collect when she heard footsteps coming from the elevator at the door. Lin Sanjiu stood up and took a look, and sure enough, it was Lu Zhe and Mather. "So fast?" she asked puzzledly. Lu Zhe showed her his two canine teeth and said with a smile, "We are lucky. The first woman we found is the manager of this supermarket." I found a bunch of keys in her pocket. As he said that, he raised the jingling bunch of keys in his hand to show Lin Sanjiu. "Thanks to the manager who put a note on the key, it is very convenient for us." Lin Sanjiu was stunned for a moment and rolled her eyes towards the door. "Wang, where is her father? Didn't you find it on?" She lowered her voice. "Her father's body? Well, it's enough to have the key. If you can't find that person, it's not a bad thing." Lu Zhe slapped the key into Mather's hand. "Cici, Auntie is back. I'll open the door for you right away," Mather said as he squatted down. At the moment when the key in her hand was inserted into the keyhole, Lin Sanjia's heart suddenly skipped a beat before she realized what she was doing. A white light flashed in the palm of her hand, and the kitchen knife turned into a card and was held firmly in her hand. Lin Sanjiu looked at the card in his hand in surprise. Before he could regret his impulsiveness, he heard the metallic clang of a key unlocking the door of the staff room. Then, Mather gently opened the door. "Cici, Auntie, open the door." "What are you doing?" Mather roared in the quiet supermarket, half fell to the ground, and pushed Lin Sanjiu with her backhand. Before Lin Sanjiu could let go of her, she saw Lu Zhe suddenly pounce on her in the corner of her eye. She thought Lu Zhe misunderstood that she was attacking Mather, so she quickly raised her body, but saw a knife shadow passing in front of her, stirring up a ray of moonlight in the darkness. With a crisp metallic sound, a sharp and flexible black shadow brushed against Mather's face and was knocked away by Lu's. That was a corrupted creature's mouth part. Lin Sanjiu rolled over and quickly jumped up. Then Mather also stood up, and suddenly he felt his face getting hot. He reached out and touched it, and found that his skin was cut by the mouth parts and was bleeding. A few drops of bright red blood fell on the ground, splattering a small area red. "Ah, Auntie, can Cici drink this?" The little girl's soft and bright childish voice sounded timidly. The three people present did not move, and their faces all looked extremely ugly. The door of the staff room was wide open, and waves of disgusting strong stench rushed out. A degenerate in a light pink floral dress, no one in the world can call this thing a little girl, was standing at the door. Unlike the security guard he had seen before, Wang Cici's body was much smaller than his and seemed a little plumper. Although her skin was still wrinkled and dark brown, at least the floral dress still fit her well. I just don't know if it was the mucus oozing out of Wang Cici herself, or someone else's blood, that stained the large piece of cloth on her chest black. A few sparse, thick black hairs emerged from the sticky skin on top of her head, tied with a bow that should have been pink. That's probably Wang Cici's ponytail. She seemed very happy, grabbing the hem of her skirt and shaking it twice, and a giggle came out of her mouth. Thank you, brother, sister, and auntie. Cici can eat again. Just as Lin Sanjiu was about to speak, her flexible, spike-like mouthparts suddenly stabbed forward. Several people jumped back at the same time and dodged it. The mouthparts swept across the ground, and the bloodstains just now disappeared in an instant. As soon as the blood entered her mouth, Wang Cici let out a ugh sound, and an angry buzzing sound came out of her mouth. It doesn't taste good. I hate this. If you close your eyes, it sounds like a normal child having a tantrum. Then, her eyeballs without eyelids turned and fell on Lin Sanjiu. You are the sister who was not gentle at all just now. Lin Sanjiu only felt waves of acid rising in his stomach. You degenerates do have intelligence? She swallowed and said, You even know how to trick people into opening the door for you? She looked up and saw the staff room behind Wang Cici. There was a workbench behind Wang Cici. On the workbench was the body of a middle-aged man in a supermarket uniform, lying on his back with a big bloody hole in his throat. Although the body had almost rotted away due to the high temperature, the look of fear still froze and distorted his face, as if even his bones were screaming in confusion and pain. Lu Zhe took a breath. Xiaojia. Mather, there is a name tag on the chest of the dead body. His name is Wang Jiwei. Mather covered his arm and looked at Lin Sanjiu quickly, and they both understood. Do you know my dad? Wang Cici's big, snow-white eyeballs rolled in her eye sockets that had shrunk into dark black, and it looked like they were about to fall out. Lin Sanjiu suddenly realized why Wang Cici looked a little more plump than the security guard, because her body was indeed filled with a person's body fluids. I see. Who saw you attacking your father? The manager here? The quality of the door is too good. A little mummy like you can't get out at all. After we arrived, you heard our voices and came up with this idea to trick us into letting you out, right? Lin Sanjiu couldn't help but repeat it again. The fallen species also have intelligence? Wang Cici was immediately enraged. Do you think you're so great just because you're well hydrated? Lin Sanjiu had already anticipated the moment the mouthparts were swung out. She had already seen the attack methods of the fallen species. In addition, Wang Cici had a short mouthparts and a small body, so she rolled towards the direction of Lu Zhe beside her, and the first attack missed. Wang Cici caught up closely and swung the mouthparts again in midair. Lu Zhe quickly raised the kitchen knife to block, but with a clang, the mouthparts were blocked for a short moment, but the knife flew far away this time. Both of them had empty hands. Seeing that the situation was not good, Mather accelerated and pounced forward. His nails had already extended half a meter and were stabbing straight at Wang Cici's eyeballs. Wang Cici clicked her tongue twice, as if she felt sorry that the person who was knocked down in front of her was not tasty enough. Without any delay, she turned her mouthparts and stabbed at Lin Sanjiu from an unpredictable angle. Lin Sanjiu did not avoid or give way, but gritted her teeth and stared at the shadow. She had only a short chance at the moment when the mouthparts were about to touch her throat. It was like a seabird that had been accumulating strength for a long time, suddenly swooped down and grabbed the fish in the water. She grabbed the tip of the mouthparts and pulled it away from her throat. She actually did this? She didn't have time to be surprised and think about it, because Wang Cici's skin disease was piled up layer by layer on her face, and she seemed very happy. Lu Zhe and Mather were startled at the same time and were about to pounce on them, but Wang Cici suddenly screamed. She was like a fish that was caught out of water, struggling and flapping her arms and legs, shaking the ground. Between the spikes on the mouthparts that were originally covered with mucus, a kitchen knife that came from nowhere was now deeply inserted. The handle of the knife was still in Lin Sanjiu's hand. As long as Lin Sanjiu held the handle of the knife tightly with both hands, he could barely fix the most dangerous mouthpart. But this was naturally not a long-term solution, and Wang Sisi could not be allowed to continue struggling. She shouted at the other two, "Lose, kick her back into the room. Mather, close and lock the door." Everything happened in a flash. Even if Wang Sisi heard the plan, it was too late. Lin Sanjiu seized the opportunity and let go in time, and the mouth part with a knife stuck in it fell back into the room with its owner. Mather, who was standing by, was already prepared. He rushed over and grabbed the door handle almost instantly. At this moment, a clear little girl's voice in the room cried out in a hurry, "Auntie, I was wrong. Auntie, please don't lock me up. It hurts." "Auntie Mather, I won't dare to do it again." Mather paused. Then she cursed in a low voice, "I'm not your aunt." She slammed the door and reached for the keyhole. At the same time, the keychain was still inserted in the door, and after turning it twice, the door was locked tightly again. It was not until this time that Lin Sanjiu let out a long breath. He could no longer support his body and fell to the ground dejectedly. With a gulp, Lu Zhe also lay down beside her, looking tired. Wang Sisi's mournful cries continued. Sometimes she sobbed pitifully like a little girl, and sometimes she kept begging and reassuring Martha. Seeing that it was all in vain, she began to scream shrilly again, but no matter how she screamed or how she banged on the door, the three people outside seemed not to hear her. "What should we do?" Lu Zhe smiled bitterly, grabbed a few towels, and threw them to Lin Sanjiu and Mather. "Are we going to settle down in this place with a fallen species?" Lin Sanjiu's heart was still beating fast. She wiped the blood from her injured palm with a towel, then sighed and said, "Let's find a few shelves to block the door. Otherwise, where else can we go except this place?" Mather nodded and said, "When we went out to look for the key just now, we almost fainted from the sun." Thinking of this, she said somewhat sadly, "These fallen creatures still retain their sanity. How could they be so cruel to their own relatives?" Unfortunately, no one can answer this question. The three drank some water, took a short break, and then worked together to push several nearby shelves to the door, sealing it tightly. Each shelf was very heavy, and several people had left unnecessary goods on them. So Wang Sisi, who couldn't even break the door open, had no chance of getting out. After finishing the work, Lin Sanjiu was exhausted. It had only been 6 or 7 hours since she woke up from the heat in the middle of the night, but her world had already been turned upside down. She had never fought with anyone in her life, but now she seemed to be able to kill people without any problem. Because this supermarket didn't sell bedding, Mather brought out a pile of large bath towels and spread them on the floor, using them as sheets. Lin Sanjiu carefully wiped off the stinky sweat on his body with a little water, and then fell on the bath towel. Boiled into a pot of porridge with water, blurry and muddy. She only remembered that she was lying in bed sleeping, and gradually became hotter and hotter, and more thirsty. A male voice came from beside her, asking her if she was okay. She quickly grabbed his hand and whispered in response, "I'm so thirsty." The moment he opened his eyes, Lin Sanjiu thought he was going to see a snow-white face again. She turned over and sat up, breathing softly, and looked around. Where I would occasionally come to buy some imported snacks to try out the new things was now just a pile of corpses and an empty shell, dark, quiet, and in a mess. A thin white woman was sleeping soundly with her face buried in her thick red hair. On the other side of Mather, a fair and handsome boy was lying. Hearing Lin Sanjiu's movements, he opened his eyelids a little. "Are you awake?" Lu Zhe, who had just woken up, asked vaguely. He glanced at the clock on the wall of the supermarket. "Oh, it's already past 6 in the evening? We slept for so long." Mather, who was awakened by the sound of the two people talking, rubbed his eyes tiredly and sat up. "No wonder I'm hungry." Lin Sanjiu heard her stomach making a sizzling sound. She took a sip of water and murmured, "The little mummy has calmed down too." Indeed, the direction of the staff room was quiet, and the shelves were blocking the door, as if Wang Sisi had never appeared. Lu Zhe said, "I'll go get some food," then stood up, yawned, and brought back some vacuum-packed foods such as duck feet and chicken legs. Being able to have a good night's sleep is enough to dispel the uneasiness of encountering the fallen species and the lingering fear of fighting life and death. Not to mention that there is food and companions. "I say, you don't look like someone who has been to the battlefield at all." Lin Sanjiu found a pack of cookies that he used to love to eat and teased Lu Zhe in a good mood. Mather snorted upon hearing this. Don't mention it. We were both unlucky for a while and were drafted into a military unit. I was trained every day, but he was fine. He relied on his ability to transform and lived a very comfortable life. Hey, tell me about it? Lin Sanjiu asked with a smile. Hearing the two people chattering on the side, Lu Zhe had food in his mouth and was completely unable to defend himself. He was so anxious that he took a gulp of water and tried to swallow all the food, but almost choked. Amid the laughter, it seemed that this new world was not so scary after all. Hearing the laughter outside, Wang Sisi slammed the door unwillingly and let out a sharp scream. The three of them fell asleep listening to her screams in the morning, so they were not moved by her screams. After they finished eating, accompanied by Wang Sisi's harsh background music, Lu Zhe smacked his lips unwillingly. It would be nice if I could have fried vegetables and rice. This reminded Lin Sanjiu, and she clapped her hands suddenly. Aren't we going upstairs to look for Rinnan's body? There is a stove in the house. It should still be usable. Let's bring some rice up. I can't say we can cook, but at least we can have a bowl of meat porridge. As soon as this proposal came out, it immediately earned a lot of saliva from the two people. Lu Zhe jumped up first and very energetically dragged Mazer to run around the supermarket again and again. Soon, they prepared the ingredients: Thai rice, mineral water, vacuum-packed meat. But to their disappointment, they searched the entire supermarket but could not find any flashlights. So the three of them had to use a lighter each to illuminate the place. After resting for a few hours and figuring that it was completely dark outside, they packed their things and left the supermarket. They locked the rolling door before leaving just in case. When I got into the elevator, I saw that the sun had indeed disappeared. The lobby on the first floor was dark and lifeless. The sun disappeared, but the temperature was still terrible. No one expected that due to the special structure of the shopping mall, the heat from the sun was locked inside the building. Without the cool air from the air conditioner, the lobby on the first floor became a huge high-temperature steamer. This uncomfortable heat was extremely aggressive, and within a few seconds, the backs of the three people were soaked with sweat. The pile of corpses that had been moved out in the morning began to emit a faint stench under the high temperature, causing Lin Sanjiu to not want to stay on the first floor for a second longer, and he rushed out of the shopping center. Only then did he feel a little bit of wind on his skin. It seems that we need to find a way to dispose of the body as soon as possible. The traffic jam she and Lu Zhe had passed through early this morning was still in front of the shopping mall, but unlike in the morning, most of the vehicles had run out of fuel and electricity and fell into lifeless silence. Only a few cars were still struggling, their engines still humming. No one went out of their way to see if there was anyone else in the car. Lin Sanjiu lowered his eyes and let the dying queue of cars pass by in his peripheral vision. The residential complex where he and Rian Nan once lived together was not far from the shopping mall. After walking for about 10 minutes, the three of them arrived downstairs of the apartment on the 38th floor. According to Mather's speculation, since the high temperature came, 70 to 80% of the defenseless humans must have died within a day. Therefore, the power grid that was once paralyzed has never been able to light up again. Now a few people can only rely on their legs to climb to the 38th floor. As the only male, Lu Zhe naturally carried the heavy things such as rice and water, followed the two women, and climbed the stairs panting. Although the three of them were so-called evolvers, when they reached the stairwell on the 25th floor, they couldn't stand it anymore. Lin Sanjiu, who hadn't undergone physical strengthening, was the first to collapse on the stairs, shaking his hands constantly. It's no good. It's no good. Let's take a break. Take a breath, drink some water. Mather carefully shone his lighter around him, and seeing nothing unusual, he unscrewed the juice and handed it to the two people lying on the floor. As the three of them were gulping down water, the door of the stairwell above their heads creaked open. A woman's voice, trembling and fearful, climbed down the stairs step by step. Is anyone there? Honey, is that you? No one wasted time and immediately jumped up from the ground. The lesson Wang Sisi had taught them was still fresh in their minds, so there was no need to say more. Mather had already shouted in a deep voice, "Stand there and don't come over." "Who are you?" The woman on the 26th floor seemed to have not expected that there was someone downstairs. She screamed in shock and then said, I live here. I came out to look for my husband. Who are you? The three of them looked at each other. Lin Sanjiu thought for a moment and said, I am also a resident here. Now walk slowly to the side of the stairs and show us your face. Why is this? The woman said as she did as she was told and walked towards the stairs step by step. The three of them craned their necks and looked up in the light of the lighter in Mather's hand. In the orange-red light, a normal, clean human female face appeared beside the handrail. She looked to be in her 30s, wearing a scarlet pajamas. She had a charming look, but her eyes were red and swollen, and she couldn't hide her panic. When she saw Lin Sanjiu, she suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, it's you. I saw you downstairs. Lin Sanjiu had no impression of her at all, but since she was not a fallen species, they put away their guard. The woman seemed to feel very friendly to Lin Sanjiu and hurriedly said to her, You probably haven't noticed me, but I have seen you several times. You and your boyfriend are always walking downstairs. He is tall and handsome, isn't he? Speaking of this, she looked at the other two people, and although she was puzzled, she did not ask any more questions. My last name is Kong Yun. Have you met my husband? Lin Sanjiu could hardly remember the last time she saw a normal living person. She didn't want to say a word about Renan. Just as she was about to speak, Lu Zhe spoke up. Sister Kong, how is your husband? Isn't he at home with you? Last night, we went to bed together. But in the middle of the night, the power went out and I woke up from the heat. When I looked again, my husband was gone. Only his pajamas were left on the bed. He must have left, but I don't know where he is. I didn't dare to walk around during the day. Maybe it had been a long time since she had seen a living person. Kong Yun wanted to vent all her emotions. You tell me, how could this weather become so scary? I went downstairs to look for the security guards, but I didn't know if they were unconscious or dead, just lying on the ground. I was so scared. Lin Sanjiu listened and nodded comfortingly, and suddenly felt the corner of her clothes being gently pulled. She turned around and saw Mather winking at her. Mather had just approached Lin Sanjiu's ear when Lu Zhe seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. He took a step forward at the right time, just covering her so that Kong Yun didn't notice anything unusual. We are going upstairs for Renan's body. We can't let her follow us, so as to avoid unnecessary trouble, Mather said in a low voice. Indeed, judging from Kong Yun's appearance, if she saw the body, it would only cause unnecessary trouble. Lin Sanjiu nodded and said to Kong Yun, Sister Kong, I'm going upstairs to get some clothes now. How about this? You go home and rest first, and we'll come back to find you when we come down, and then we'll see what to do, okay? It seems that speaking with a familiar face is very effective. Kong Yun agreed immediately. By the way, do you want to replenish some water? Lin Sanjiu glanced at her dry lips and reached out to take the remaining half bottle of juice. I don't need it. Kong Yun suddenly hesitated and turned her eyes back and forth a few times. Well, I think you must not have much. But it's rare to have water. I'll drink some. Thank you. What do you think happened to Kong Yun just now? Lin Sanjiu asked doubtfully as he went upstairs with the sound of light footsteps. Why does she look like that when she mentioned drinking water? Who knows? Lu Zhe glanced at the things in his hand. Maybe her family bought a lot of boxes of water, and she's afraid that we'll steal them if we find out. This is not impossible. Anyway, let's be more careful when we go down there later, Mather concluded. As they were talking, they turned a corner along the stairs and saw a big 38. We're here. Lin Sanjiu stood at the stairs, took a deep breath, opened the half-closed door, and walked into the house. The emergency door leading to the staircase is located next to the nanny's room. Walking through the corridor in front of the nanny's room is the living room. A few people walked in and took a quick look. Lu Zhe was the first to exclaim, Da Xiaojiu, what did you do before? This apartment is too big, There is a private elevator in your living room? Lin Sanjiu glanced at the living room. The wooden floor was littered with broken glass, and the sofa was knocked askew and in disarray. Even the boning knife she had used to attack Ren the first time was still lying in the same place. It seemed that no one had come since she left, and that was right. Less than a day had passed. In less than a day, her world had been turned upside down. This is not my home, she said, kicking the broken glass aside. run and tricked me into coming here. This is not his house either. He ate the original owner of this house and moved in himself, taking over the magpie's nest. When she mentioned the matter again, she was surprised by the calmness with which she accepted it all. It was as if she had been preparing for this day since the first trace of doubt arose. Seeing Lin Sanjiu enter the bedroom, Lu Zhe threw himself onto the sofa. He sank into the large, soft sofa and sighed with satisfaction. Well, this is really comfortable. It's much better than the bath towels in the supermarket. How about we take a nap here? Mather let out a hiss. Listening to the two people's conversation and bickering, Lin Sanjiu picked up his pajamas from the bed, reached in, and indeed found Ren Nan's body. Looking at the stick figure drawing on the card, being in this familiar nightmare-like room, she couldn't help but think of the snow-white face that looked at her every night shuddering. Lin Sanjiu put the card away. The clothes she was wearing were so tight that salt particles would fall off when she shook them. It was time to change them. Lin Sanjiu simply couldn't imagine how much sweat she had shed in the past day. While secretly gasping in amazement, she quickly changed her clothes, took out 2 shoulder bags, and put some clothes and shoes that were convenient for moving around in. After finishing the cleaning, he came out and saw that the two were in the kitchen. The rice bag had been opened. Lu Zhe was trying to stop Mather from cooking. Mather, it's not easy for us to carry some water and rice. No, I don't think your cooking is bad. It's mainly because of the porridge. It's too simple. Why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? Even if they are just 2 companions who have known each other for a short time, it seems that they can make this house a living place again. Hearing her voice, Lu Zhe hurriedly said, Hey, Xiaoju is out. Let's take a look at the body first, and then talk about food, okay? Mather's face was dark. He put down the pot with a bang and walked into the living room. Her cooking is terrible. Lu Zhe took the opportunity to gesture behind her and mouthed to Lin Sanjiu. Don't let her cook, please. Lin Sanjiu suppressed his laughter, cleared his throat and said, I'll just put him here? The other two nodded. As a white light flashed, a human-shaped black shadow fell out of Lin Sanjiu's palm, and with a bang, it fell heavily to the ground. The solidified and distorted eyeballs, the huge mouth that was split to the cheeks, and the blood-red knife tip sticking out of the mouth. Lin Sanjiu turned his head away subconsciously, as if his eyes were stabbed. After a pause, she forced herself to turn around and look again at the first person she had killed in her life. Did she really do it? Even if it was in self-defense, she actually killed someone. Lu Zhe gasped and said, Oh, this is also called handsome. The standards in your world seem to be different. Am I ugly here? As soon as he said this, he was hit by Mather. It became like this when it died. Well, why should I explain this? Lin Sanjiu couldn't help laughing. She gathered her courage for a while, and finally wrapped her hands with a towel and pulled out the knife. Without the support of the blade, Ren Nan's jaw slowly closed, and for a moment, it seemed as if it was coming alive. After what happened with Wang Sisi, Lin Sanjiu realized that this ability allowed her to transform 4 items a day, not just 4 times. Seeing that it was not yet 12 o'clock, the chef's knife was also a weapon, so she might as well keep it. With a firm mind, a brief white light flashed, and the knife disappeared into her palm. Without the murder weapon, the body looked somewhat better. I just checked in the room. He doesn't have a backpack or a box. I've lived here for a few months, and I don't think I've seen him carry any bags with him. Lin Sanjiu plucked up his courage and simply sat down. In the corner of his eye, Ren Nan's face was still open with a black hole. You don't understand this. Lu Zhe licked his fangs and said with a smile, Come, I'll teach you a lesson. Watch carefully. Under Lin Sanjiu's gaze, he unbuttoned the collar of the corpse. In the new world, we may all get some special items with miraculous effects due to chance. No, you don't have to show it to me. That kitchen knife is not a treasure. Even if it kills someone, it doesn't count. Lu Zhe's hands swiftly and nimbly explored the neck and chest of the corpse, and with his eyes bright with excitement, he looked like a pervert. If you have a few valuables, remember not to just put them in your bag and walk around. Otherwise, if you run into someone with bad intentions, they might rob you of your things, but they might kill you for your money. Lu Zhe kept talking, and his hands kept moving. Soon, he reached out to Ren Nan's ear and touched an obsidian earring. This is just an ordinary earring. Lin Sanjiu had just started talking when Lu Zhe had already pulled out the obsidian earrings. A burst of silver light suddenly burst out, and with a ding sound, the earrings fell to the ground. The ball of silver light was still shining brightly in Lu Zhe's hand, illuminating half of the living room in white. What is this? Lin Sanjiu put his face closer in a daze, and then he found that what Lu Zhe was holding was a small transparent bottle, with a ball of constantly flowing silver light inside, as if the melted silver had come to life and breath again. Lu Zhe squinted his eyes due to the silver light and read out the words one by one. Ability Polishing Agent. Note: not applicable to primary evolution. Looking at the confused looks on Mather and Luz's faces, I knew that they probably had never heard of this polishing agent. Although there are still many puzzles, I can probably guess about 70% of it just by listening to the name. It must have the effect of enhancing or improving abilities, right? Lin Sanjiu thought as he looked at the beautiful silver bottle. The stuff sounded good, but the three people present were all novices on the road to evolution, of course. Lu Zhe was unwilling to admit it, and since they couldn't see anything more special about it, they just put it aside. It's really strange. I was the one who gave him this earring. How come there is such a thing hidden inside it? Lin Sanjiu asked. All special items have a strange property. They can completely integrate themselves into another object in the form of molecules, of course. Only one item can be hidden in one object. When you want to take them out, they will escape in the form of molecules, reorganize, and return to their original appearance. So for safety reasons, everyone will keep precious things close to their bodies. Mather tried to explain the process as simply as possible. She pointed at Lu Zhe and said, "Look." Lin Sanjiu was stunned and turned around stupidly to look over. Lu Zhe was holding the watch that Ryan Nin always carried with her. As an evolver, he only pressed a few times on the dial and found his target. A black shadow slid out of the watch, fell to the ground with a snap, and quickly condensed into the shape of a wallet. Lin Sanjiu opened his mouth, picked up the wallet, and opened it with a feeling almost of awe. The wallet was not big, only about the size of a palm, and it did not have a money clip like in ordinary wallets. Rather than calling it a wallet, it was more like a card holder. After flipping through it, she found that there was nothing else inside except a piece of paper. Taking the ability polishing agent as lighting, Lin Sanjiu pulled out all the pieces of paper. The three people's heads came together at the same time. In the 10 seconds after the gaze fell, several people had not reacted yet. After staring at it for a few more seconds, Lin Sanjiu suddenly gasped. She looked up at the other two people in disbelief and confusion, and then almost involuntarily lowered her head again and read the line of words again. Almost at the moment the sound was heard, three people jumped up from the ground. Without even half a second, Lin Sanjiu flipped his palm, firmly grasped the chef's knife, and shouted, "Who?" This word was like a hook, drawing out a faint voice from the darkness. Don't be nervous, it's me. I'm Kong Yun from downstairs." Kong Yun sounded tired, but also a little relieved. "That's great. You have flashlights here." "Flashlight? Where did it come from?" Immediately, the three of them realized what Kong Yun was referring to, and they secretly groaned in their hearts. The emergency door is not like an ordinary entrance door. The passage must be kept open when escaping. Therefore, when there is no key to lock it, it can be opened with a push. Kong Yun was standing at the door of the emergency door at this time and happened to see the light of the energy polishing agent. When the footsteps came towards the house, Mather was so anxious that he kicked the ability polisher towards the sofa. The small bottle turned into countless light spots just before hitting the sofa and quickly merged into the sofa, and the house suddenly became dark. "Hey, why did you turn off the flashlight? I can't see anything," Kong Yun protested. "That was my phone just now, and it's out of battery now." Lin Sanjiu thought quickly and changed the subject. "Sister Kong, didn't we ask you to wait at home? Why are you here?" After a pause, her doubts surfaced. "By the way, how do you know I live here?" While talking, she placed her hands on the legs of the corpse. The white light moved slightly, and the ground became empty. Just as Kong Yun put the card into her hand, she walked into the living room in the dark. The moment she stepped into the living room, Lu Zhe lit up the lighter and shone it on her. Kong Yun was also feeling very hot. Her face and body were covered in sweat, which made her clothes and hair stick to her skin. Feeling the gazes of several people, she smiled at Lin Sanjiu embarrassedly. The security guard told me before that you two are the owners of the top floor. Your house is too high up. I was exhausted climbing up from the 26th floor. Although they have evolved, before their physical strength is strengthened, not everyone has the good physical strength of Lin Sanjiu. In the dim firelight, she seemed to be normal. Lin Sanjiu quietly put the knife away, still thinking about the piece of paper that fell on the ground, and asked, Sister Kong, what are you doing here? Nothing. Kong Yun looked a little embarrassed. I was just staying at home alone, and my husband disappeared again. So I was scared. This is not incomprehensible. The three of them looked at each other, and Lu Zhe suddenly showed her a row of small white teeth, and said with a smile, Sister Kong, it's just right that you came up, so we don't have to go downstairs to call you later. Look, we are just planning to cook some porridge. Do you want to eat some too? Lin Sanjiu clapped his hands in his heart. This was a good excuse. Otherwise, it would have felt unnatural for the three of them to gather in the living room doing nothing. Kong Yun was stunned, took a look at the rice and mineral water, and said with a smile, Thank you very much. You guys take a rest. Let me do it. Okay, I'll help you. Mather picked up the bag of rice and walked towards the kitchen. Kong Yun seemed to be full of curiosity about Mather and hurriedly followed him, asking as they walked, You speak our language so fluently. Where are you from? Seeing the two of them talking, they went into the kitchen and started to prepare porridge. At this time, Lu Zhe calmly handed a hard object to Lin Sanjiu. It turned out to be the piece of paper on the ground. By the way, this. Lin Sanjiu just opened her mouth, and the boy interrupted her. Let's talk about it when we get back. Go back and talk? Do you mean you don't plan to take her back to the supermarket? Lin Sanjiu reacted. It seemed as if he had replied subconsciously, without thinking, and was startled when he heard it. Indeed, if they didn't take Kong Yun with them, it would seem unfair to leave a person who had just evolved and had no ability outside. But the few people didn't know who she was, and they didn't have the trust in her that had been tempered by life and death experiences, so it wasn't appropriate to take her back to the supermarket. Let's wait and see. Maybe she has her own ideas, and we don't need to decide for her. Lin Sanjiu could also hear his own hesitation. It seemed that Kong Yun was the one who usually cooked at home, and her movements were swift even in the dim light. She chopped 2 packs of vacuum-cooked salted chicken into small pieces, added a little seasoning, and boiled it with the porridge for half an hour, and a fragrance filled the air. Lu Zhe, who hadn't eaten a meal for more than a year, drooled when he spoke. Come on, it's time to eat. Putting the porridge pot on the dining table, Mather found some tableware and served 4 bowls of porridge. The snow-white rice grains shone wetly under the lighter, and even the heat seemed to become bearable. Several people blew the porridge and stirred it with a spoon, and finally everyone got the porridge into their mouths. Lin Sanjiu swallowed the porridge bit by bit, feeling a little dazed for a moment. After the destruction of the world, still having a bowl of chicken porridge might be the greatest luck. Mather took a sip of porridge and asked Kong Yun, You were alone the whole time yesterday. How did you get through it? The lighter had long been put aside. Therefore, in the darkness, Kong Yun's expression could not be seen clearly. She put down the spoon. There was a clatter, and a sigh rose in the darkness. I have been looking for my husband since I got up in the middle of the night. I couldn't get through to him on the phone, and the security guard downstairs had fainted. I drove out for a few laps and saw a lot of people walking around the street like crazy. I was so scared that I came back immediately. It was too hot in the morning, so I hid in the bathroom and fell asleep. I don't know how my husband is doing now. So, did you find anything different about yourself than usual? Lin Sanjiu couldn't help but ask. What's different from usual? I didn't notice. What do you mean? Her advanced abilities haven't been developed yet? Lin Sanjiu thought about it. If he wanted to explain the new world and the evolution of humans, it would probably be more convincing after the advanced abilities were developed. Nothing. It's a long story. We'll tell you later. By the way, what are your plans later? Kong Yun did not hesitate at all and answered immediately. I will go home and wait for my husband until he comes back. He might come back at any time, and he will be anxious if he doesn't see me. By the way, let's eat quickly. I want to ask you to look at my husband's photos later. If you meet him outside, remember to ask him to come home to see me. From her words, it seemed as if she had not realized that if she continued to wait, she would eventually die due to lack of food and water. It's probably not that she is unaware, but that she is willing to take the risk even if there is only a slim glimmer of hope. So their feelings are so deep? There was silence at the table for a while. After a while, Lin Sanju said, "Okay, if you're short of food, we will bring you some." She didn't want to break Kong Yun's pillar so quickly. Despair was also fatal to humans. Kong Yun thanked him gratefully. The small pot of porridge was quickly eaten up. With Kong Yun's words just now, the three of them did not delay, packed up their things and followed her downstairs. There were 2 households on each floor below the top floor, and the other household on the 26th floor seemed to have been vacant all the time. So the door was not locked when Kong Yun left, and it opened with a push. When the 3 of them entered the room, they were stunned. The elegantly decorated house was bright at the moment. The dining table, coffee table, and flower stand were filled with beautifully shaped candlesticks of all sizes. Each candlestick was lit with several exquisitely carved cream-colored candles. The fiery red candlelight and the faint fragrance filled the entire living room, which was as beautiful as a dream and as hot as a nightmare. Surrounded by candlelight, Kong Yun smiled shyly, with tears in her eyes. "These candles were bought by my husband on our wedding anniversary. When I came home that day, I saw candles all over the house. He even cooked for me personally." Her voice choked. She gathered her hair and pretended to be calm as she found a few photo frames. "After the anniversary, he wanted to throw away the candles, but I refused to agree. Look, now it's being used." Kong Yun sniffed and handed the photo to Lin Sanjiu with red eyes. The photo showed a man with ordinary looks, a very gentle smile and a mouthful of white teeth. Lin Sanjiu exclaimed, "Ah," and said, "I have an impression of your husband. I think I saw him downstairs once." At that time, there was a very angry woman on his phone, who kept shouting something in a voice so loud that it could be heard outside the phone. This made Lin Sanjiu remember it. As soon as she said this, Kong Yun couldn't stop her tears from rolling down. "We had a fight that day. I really regret it. If I had known that we would break up, I would definitely not yell at him. He is a very gentle person." Martha patted her shoulder gently and sighed. Lu Zhe sat in the chair silently, unable to utter a word. After comforting Kong Yun with a few words, Lin Sanjiu stood up and looked around the house aimlessly. Looking closely, this house is really strange. The water dispenser in the living room was empty, and there was a full bucket next to it. It seemed that the owner was not in a hurry to put the bucket on it to drink water. Although the owner had plenty of water to drink, the fish tank was empty, with only a layer of ornamental stones and a small treasure chest sitting dry in the tank. When I got closer and smelled it, a strong fishy smell hit me. The strangest thing is the potted plants in this house. Rather than potted plants, it is better to say that they are several pots of soil that were supposed to be planted with plants. Now the plants are gone, leaving only pits in the soil, and some roots can still be vaguely seen. The things that disappeared seem to have something in common. "Shall I get you some water? Is there any water in your refrigerator?" Lin Sanjiu asked as she hurried to the refrigerator. Without waiting for Kong Yun to answer, she had already opened the refrigerator door. The refrigerator compartments were almost empty, with only some plastic films used by supermarkets to wrap vegetables piled up in a mess. One of the plastic films still had a price tag on it, which read premium organic carrots, $14.98. On the left-hand side was a row of neatly arranged drinks. With just one glance, Lin Sanjiu could be sure that no one had ever touched these drinks. It was not until this time that Kong Yun's somewhat panicked voice came from behind. No, I'm not thirsty, thank you." Lin Sanjiu closed the refrigerator door, looked back at the hand that Martha had placed on Kong Yun, and felt as if a heavy stone was placed in his stomach. If it is hot, can't he turn it off and open it later? He also wrote down every detail. If he doesn't tell people to eat and pick up chopsticks, can they just starve to death in front of the bowl? "I want to ask you, have you seen my little silver bottle?" Speaking of the small silver bottle, the first thing that comes to mind is naturally the ability polisher. Mather was indeed confused, but did not move. "Didn't I put it on the sofa?" she said, patting Kong Yun's back with her hands. "Because I left with Kong Yun at that time. I had no choice but to leave the ability polishing agent upstairs." Lin Sanjiu knew this, of course. Lin Sanjiu suddenly frowned. "Hey, I forgot to take it." She turned to Kong Yun and said with a smile, "It's all my fault for having such a bad memory. I'll ask them to go upstairs with me." "Sister Kong, can you wait here by yourself for a while? I'm a little scared." Kong Yun was stunned. If they were afraid, there was no need for them to go together. The reason they asked them to go together was naturally because they wanted to avoid Kong Yun. The other party could also think of this. But it was enough not to give the other party a chance to speak. Lin Sanjiu had already pulled Lu Zhe up and pushed him to the door, and then called to Mather. "Come on, let's take a look at if there are any supplies that can be used." Mather's expression was confused and suspicious, but he still stood up. "Sister Kong, don't be afraid. We will be down soon," Lin Sanjiu said with a smile as he reached out to close the door. In the narrow gap when the door was about to close, Kong Yun was sitting in the living room, looking at her expressionlessly. As soon as the door was closed, Lin Sanjiu turned and ran upstairs. The other two followed in confusion. Lu Zhe was the first to react and said in a low voice, "What's wrong? Did you find something wrong? I hope I'm just overthinking it." Lin Sanjiu panted and said, "Let me go up and confirm one thing first." As soon as he returned to the 38th floor, Lin Sanjiu didn't even have time to catch his breath. He pushed the door open and rushed into the apartment again. The house was completely dark. Lin Sanjiu lit his lighter, and the orange-red flame illuminated half of the restaurant. There are 4 bowls on the dining table. Lu Zhe and Mather also looked towards where Lin Sanjiu's gaze fell. Martha noticed something was wrong before Luz did. Why didn't she? Just now, several people finished drinking porridge in the dark, got up and left, and no one looked at the table carefully. Now, when they looked carefully, they found something wrong. Among the 4 bowls on the table, 3 had a small pile of chicken bones and chicken skin next to them, and only the bowl that Kong Yun had used was empty. That's nothing. Maybe people just like eating chicken bones? Lu Zhe's thoughts were written on his face, and he looked like he was about to blurt out this sentence. Lin Sanjiu picked up Kong Yun's bowl, and the 3 of them fell silent. In the extremely hot and harsh extreme temperature Hades, even the evolved people were always in a state of slight dehydration, which was why the 3 of them had to replenish water from time to time. Even if they owned a supermarket, every drop of water was extremely precious to them. Naturally, they drank all the porridge soup. But there was half a bowl of crystal-clear white soup left in Kong Yun's bowl. Using a spoon to stir the porridge, Lin Sanjiu found that the porridge had been emptied of all its contents. Not even a grain of rice was left. The chicken chunks that had been put in for cooking were also eaten up. The only thing that was most precious in the new world was the water, which Kong Yun had left without a drop missing. Why doesn't she drink water? Lu Zhe frowned, and his red lips were bitten tightly, leaving a white mark. Lin Sanjiu's face didn't look very good. Thanks to her sharp intuition, she was able to piece together these seemingly disorganized fragments. But if her intuition was right, Kong Yun would be much more difficult to deal with than any fallen species. She must have advanced abilities, Lin Sanjiu whispered. Not drinking water should be related to her abilities. The ability to survive without drinking water. The chicken, rice, plants, goldfish, and vegetables in the refrigerator all have one thing in common. The 3 of them looked at each other and seemed to understand a little. What disappears are living things, even if it is only part of them. What remains is just ordinary water and liquid. It can't be that. Any form of life can be absorbed as nutrients to sustain life? Lin Sanjiu herself couldn't imagine that such unreal words actually rang out from her mouth. And maybe it was silent. We didn't feel anything unusual when we were eating. It was too bizarre. But she could think of no other conclusion than this. Mather gasped. All living things? Absorbing them as soon as they touch them? This is not just a survival ability. If this ability is used in combat, if you get touched, you will die. But that doesn't explain why she didn't drink water. Lu Zhe recalled the scene of several people bumping into each other and walking down the stairs together, and his face turned pale. Could it be that her ability has transformed her body, making it impossible for her to absorb water like us? For her, perhaps all water and nutrients must be absorbed from other life forms. Mather suggested. We have been with her for quite some time now. If she had been hostile, the 3 of us would not have survived until now, right? Lin Sanjiu nodded. This was what she wanted to say, and it was also a glimmer of hope in her heart. I am afraid. The thought had just come to mind, and before it could be expressed in words, Kong Yun's voice could be heard again in the darkness. Why does it take you so long to get something? The three of them were all frozen. Has it been a long time? Lin Sanjiu couldn't help but check the time on his electronic watch. It had only taken them 10 minutes from the time they went upstairs to now. Why on earth was Kong Yun following them so closely? Seeing that the other two were dumbfounded and silent, Mather quickly raised his voice in her direction and said, "Wait at the door. We will be out soon." Kong Yun said, "Oh," but seemed not to hear anything. She walked into the house slowly, dragging her feet step by step. The atmosphere suddenly became a little strange. After 2 seconds of silence, Mather forced a smile. "Hey, we'll go out now. You don't need to come in." Kong Yun said softly, "I'm afraid of being alone, so I just want to stay with others." "You don't mind, do you?" As she spoke, she walked closer to the three people, smiled at them, and reached out to hold Mather's arm. Lin Sanjia's heart skipped a beat. Just when she was about to stop him, she saw Lu Zhe in front of her dodged and pulled Martha away from Kong Yun. Mather had just stood firm when Lu shouted, "What on earth do you want to do?" His voice trembled slightly with anger. It was the first time that Lin Sanjiu saw this fair and handsome boy get angry. "You've actually developed your abilities a long time ago, right? We all know that. Tell me, why do you keep pestering us?" Kong Yun seemed a little dazed and didn't react for a while. After a while, she said embarrassedly, "There is indeed something wrong with me. I didn't dare to tell you at first because I was afraid that you would be afraid of me. It turns out that you already know." Mather looked at her cautiously and asked carefully, "You don't mean to hurt us, do you?" "Hurt you?" Kong Yun was stunned for a moment and then said something that Lin Sanjiu had not expected. No, just one is enough. I don't want to absorb 3 people. That's too cruel." These words were like a still key, freezing the air. Kong Yun seemed to have hardened her heart. She sighed and said, "Actually, I don't want to absorb living people at all, but my body is weak. I have absorbed everything that can be absorbed at home, even the security guard downstairs, but I still feel weak. So weak that I feel uncomfortable. I need more." Lin Sanjiu wasn't sure whether he should be angry or laugh. Perhaps seeing her expression, Kong Yun wiped away her tears and said, "When I first saw you, I didn't think about absorbing this matter at all. It's just that the longer it goes on, the more I feel I can't stand it. Tell me, if you can save your life by killing one person, what would you do?" "Really, just one?" "Mather, Luz, didn't you two just meet her yesterday? We are just casual acquaintances." Kong Yun's face showed an almost crazy smile. "Without this girl, you can still live as usual. You have not lost anything. You've made a very good arrangement for us," Lin Sanjiu said in a low voice. Kong Yun turned around and looked at her. "Girl, I see that your boyfriend is not around, so you probably understand. You don't understand the relationship between me and my husband. I can't die. Even if everyone in the world dies, I can't die. I have to wait for my husband to come home." Lu Zhe couldn't bear to listen any longer and couldn't help but curse. "Stop talking nonsense. If you want to eat people, go back home and eat yourself." Lin Sanjiu felt relieved and turned to smile at the 2 people beside him. Just as she was about to turn around, her eyes swept across her bedroom door. The door looked dark in the dark night, as if it had merged into a part of the universe. Behind the door was a double bed. A flash of thought popped into Lin Sanjiu's mind, and before he realized it, a question had already come out of his mouth. "Kong Yun, you said that when you woke up last night, only his pajamas were left on the bed?" "Yeah, how come?" Kong Yun stopped talking halfway through the sentence. "Yes, for a couple with such a deep affection, when disaster struck, the husband left silently." "Bingo, you found your husband. Have been boiled into a pot of porridge with water, blurry and muddy." She only remembered that she was lying in bed sleeping, and gradually she felt hotter and thirstier. She heard the man's gentle questioning beside her, and she quickly grabbed his hand and whispered, "I'm so thirsty." "That's what you said when you described it to us before, right?" It was probably at this time that your ability was activated unconsciously, and you absorbed your husband in a daze. When you woke up, you saw that only his pajamas were left on the bed. Lin Sanjia's throat felt dry. Once you understand Kong Yun's ability, it's not hard to guess what happened next. But how powerful is this ability to absorb an adult completely in such a short moment when her consciousness was confused? Now that it's exposed and irritated her, what will happen next? Kong Yun was stunned, with a strange expression, as if she wanted to cry and laugh at the same time. She let out a ha with an almost ferocious expression, but tears fell. What nonsense are you talking about? What do you know? You just don't want to be absorbed by me, so you're talking nonsense here. Really? Then let me ask you, after you woke up, were you still thirsty? This sentence was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, and it crushed Kong Yun's spirit all of a sudden. She suddenly let out a sharp howl, and several people jumped back in fright. She seemed to have the building blocks at the bottom pulled out, and she fell to the ground, curled up, and burst into tears. I don't know. I didn't. I definitely didn't. Her cry was broken and unclear, containing great anger and pain, which made people feel frightened when they heard it. I just want him to come back. His return is better than anything else. This was the first time Lin Sanjiu had seen an adult with a broken heart. Was she in such pain because of the deep affection between husband and wife? Or was she feeling overwhelmed by the guilt? Why are you still standing there? Her arm was suddenly pulled by someone, and when she turned around, she saw that it was Mather. She said in a low voice, "Why don't you leave now? Do you still want to wait for her to wake up and absorb you?" Lin Sanjiu finally reacted. Taking another look, he saw Lu Zhe with a nervous look on his face, already sticking to the sofa, almost moving out of the living room step by step. He looked up and saw the two of them still there. He was so angry that he quickly mouthed, "You guys are stupid." The two of them quickly quickened their pace and slipped past Kong Yun, who seemed to have forgotten where she was. She howled unconsciously, her 10 fingers tightly grasping the sofa, digging several deep holes in the soft leather, and she didn't pay any attention to the movements of the people around her. Amidst the heart-wrenching cries, several people ran down the stairs silently. After such a nervous moment, the journey back to the supermarket seemed very relaxing. They trotted back to the road in front of the shopping center and quickly got into the traffic jam and hurriedly passed through the cars. The hurried footsteps awakened the dying people in the car. Many of them sat up with difficulty when several people passed by and slapped the glass in despair and weakness. Although they were still alive, their eyes were already dead. Wait. Lu Zhe, the leader, suddenly stopped and turned to Mather and said, "Watch the way we come. Don't let Kong Yun catch up with us. Xiaojiu, give me your knife." A flash of white light appeared. Lin Sanjiu handed over the chef's knife and asked, "What's wrong?" Lu Zhe raised his chin towards a white bora with a serious expression. "That one over there is about to become a fallen species." Looking in the direction he pointed, Lin Sanjiu suddenly got goosebumps all over his body. Behind the windshield of the bora, a dark brown face that could not be distinguished as male or female was tightly pressed. The moisture had almost evaporated, leaving only wrinkled skin on the cheeks, with the mouth arched high, as if a mouthpart would soon break out of the skin. The eyelid of one eye had fallen off, and the eyelid on the other eye was dangling in front of the eyeball, shaky. 2 snow-white eyeballs were staring at the 3 people motionlessly. Holding his breath, Lu Zhe approached the car cautiously, and the eyes in the car also turned over. With a clang, he smashed the glass, and before the people in the car could react, Lu Zhe exerted his strength and stabbed the knife into the brain of this half-human, half-degenerate creature. After a muffled cry that seemed to be squeezed out of the throat, the body in the car had already collapsed. He wiped the knife clean on the corpse's clothes, walked back and handed it back to Lin Sanjiu, sighing. "The process is disgusting, but we can't just leave it alone." Lin Sanjiu nodded and put away the knife. Although the man still vaguely retained a human form, it was obvious that he could not be saved. I still had to try my best to adapt to this situation. Lin Sanjiu took another step while holding back the nausea in his stomach. What was the reason for being disgusting? Killing people? Or did people become like that and have to be killed? She didn't know. They kept looking back and running, and finally the 3 of them ran back to the supermarket safely. They immediately closed the iron door and locked it. Lin Sanjiu then slid down the door to the ground and breathed a sigh of relief. Mather brought over a few bottles of water and shared them among the group. She also took out the ability polishing agent that she had just picked up and placed it on the shelf next to her for lighting. It was much better than candles, and a corner of the supermarket was immediately lit up like a fluorescent lamp. After resting for a few minutes, Lin Sanjiu couldn't help but return his thoughts to the piece of paper just now. "Oh, that thing we just found." As she spoke, she took out a piece of paper. The other two immediately focused their attention, and their eyes fell on the paper. The handwriting on the piece of paper was clearly visible in the silver light due to the shock he had received at first sight. Lin Sanjiu had wrinkled all four corners. Visa place of issue, Black Death City valid destination, extreme temperature Hades valid from effective date. 6 months before the arrival of extreme temperature Hades, this visa is issued by the Black Death City visa officer. Even though I've seen it once, I still don't know what to think. Looking up at Luz and Mather, it's clear that they are equally confused. I don't understand. When we came here, we didn't have any visas, but we were still able to get in, right? Luz muttered to himself several times, looking at the visa in his hand over and over again. Think carefully, you are not the same as him. Lin Sanjiu paused, thinking. In fact, I have felt strange for a long time. You will enter another Doomsday world after staying there for 14 months, right? But when Run Nan came to my world, this place was still fine and there was no mutation. It seems that the visa can not only specify the destination, but also allow people to enter in advance. It's really unimaginable to be able to live a normal life for a while. Mather pointed to the words journey performed on the back of the visa and said softly, I'm afraid Run Nan really relied on it. You guys have never heard of things like visas before? Lin Sanjiu asked persistently. As expected, both of them shook their heads. We are not particularly experienced. Mather was a little embarrassed. Although we are in two different worlds, we are mainly lucky. Luz spread the visa on the ground, stared at it and said with a wry smile, if we had known there was such a thing, we wouldn't have been woken up by the bomb last time. That's true. Lin Sanjiu lowered his head, feeling full of disbelief. No matter how that Rin got the visa, entering 6 months in advance is an advantage. Luz smacked his lips and said to Lin Sanjiu, you can start preparing while everything is still calm, whether it's stockpiling supplies or physical training. Your chances of survival are much greater than others. But I think this kind of visa is more useful to Renan. Even if we are fully prepared, we can't guarantee that it will be foolproof. And with his ability, 6 more months means a lot more potential. Thinking back now, the 6 months during which I was deceived and confused was probably just the dish preparation process in Renan's eyes. Luz sighed and patted Lin Sanjiu's shoulder in a mature manner. We don't know how he got the visa. We don't have anyone to ask. Mather fiddled with the piece of paper in his hand unwillingly. He doesn't have much wealth, so he shouldn't be much better than me. Luz's eyes lit up and he said with a smile, if we can find the visa officer of the extreme temperature Hades, maybe we can survive together and don't have to be separated by teleportation. Struggling to survive in the endless Doomsday world. Everyone around you is like duckweed. Coming and going, this is indeed a very tiring thing. It is rare to meet someone who understands you, and it would be great if we could become partners. The question was how to find this visa officer. This thought came to the minds of several people at the same time. Lin Sanjiu was about to speak when he suddenly heard a knock on the iron door at the entrance of the supermarket. The 3 men stood up silently, with a look of vigilance on their faces. Before Kong Yun's last words had faded away, there was another round of knocking, and this time she raised her voice. Come over and open the door. I know you're here. Didn't you get the rice from here? Open the door. Yes, she lives nearby and must shop here often, so she recognized the source of the bag of genuine imported rice at a glance. The 3 of them hadn't figured out what to say yet, but unexpectedly her screams successfully woke up Wang Sisi in the staff room. After a shrill scream, the door of the staff room was slammed. Lin Sanjiu couldn't help it and suddenly stood up and walked to the iron gate. It seemed that Wang Sisi's voice shocked Kong Yun, and there was silence outside the iron gate for a few seconds. After waiting for a while, Lin Sanjiu held back his anger and asked, what on earth do you want to do? Is it the girl upstairs? Kong Yun asked back, what on earth do you want to do by following me? Lin Sanjiu shouted heavily, do you think I will be like your husband and let you absorb it obediently? Kong Yun on the other side suddenly stopped talking. After a pause, her voice came faintly through the iron gate. I just wanted to come over to talk. To be honest, I need to say thank you. Lin Sanjiu bit her lip and said nothing. If you hadn't woken me up, I would have kept waiting, with no one around to absorb my energy, and I would have died in the end. But I really hate you. Kong Yun's voice was extremely unstable, with high and low tones, which made people feel uncomfortable. My hope was taken away by a little girl like you who knows nothing. I am in so much pain. Really, what qualifications do you have to tell me that I killed him? I can't accept it. I want to kill you, so that I can feel better. Lin Sanjiu was stunned and couldn't help but take a half step back. Even though there was an iron door blocking her way, she seemed to be able to smell the abnormal madness in the air. Kong Yun on the other side spoke again. Forget it. You won't understand even if I tell you. It doesn't matter whether you open the door or not now. Lin Sanjiu's face turned pale because of her, and he was about to speak. But Kong Yun seemed to know that the person in the room wanted to speak, and continued to speak regardless. Listen carefully, I will only say this once. I can only activate my ability once in an hour. For me, living life is much more powerful than dead bodies, and people are much stronger than other things. And when absorbing my prey and I cannot move within 10 minutes. No matter whether it is voluntary or forced, as long as I move, all my previous efforts will be wasted, and I can only wait until the next hour to absorb. But the amount I need to absorb in the early stage is too large, and I can't afford to be unable to absorb for several hours in a row. It seems that Kong Yun has been procrastinating after eating the chicken porridge. Suddenly, Mather exclaimed, "Ah," and suddenly realized, "No wonder you didn't attack us just now. It's not that you didn't want to, but you simply didn't have the chance. As soon as the others found out something was wrong, you would have exposed yourself and wasted an hour." As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Zhe cursed in a low but clear voice. That's right. Although he couldn't see it, Lin Sanjiu somehow felt that Kong Yun should have a smile on her face at this moment. I was waiting for someone among you to be left alone, but I didn't expect it to turn out like this. You are really willing to expose your past so thoroughly. Lin Sanjiu was skeptical about her words. What's the use of telling me? The worst result is that I die. Kong Yun's tone became higher. Am I afraid of death? If you kill me, I can see my husband, and then I will thank you. Lin Sanjiu was startled and was about to speak when Wang Cici's scream suddenly sounded again in the staff room behind her. What is that? The inhuman howling sounded very intimidating. There was silence outside the iron gate for a while before Kong Yun's voice was heard again. Nothing. Lin Sanjiu didn't want to tell her a word about the fallen species. Maybe someone is about to die. Even though she knew she was talking nonsense, Kong Yun still laughed. Well, I hope we never see each other again. She was straightforward. As soon as she finished speaking, the footsteps outside the iron gate changed direction, got on the elevator, and gradually disappeared. Although Lin Sanjiu had been trying hard to be strong just now, he was still relieved when he heard that she had left, but in the short term, he didn't dare to go out again. No one knew whether Kong Yun would be waiting outside and how long she would wait. The three of them walked back to the area in the supermarket where bath towels were spread out, and Lin Sanjiu was the first to fall down. Wang Cici's screams became more and more shrill, and it seemed that the three of them were used to it. After talking about Kong Yun for a while, Mather and Luz somehow started talking about supplies. After discussing it, the two decided to move out the remaining water and count them at the same time. You two go ahead. Lin Sanjiu felt exhausted both physically and mentally, and didn't want to move at all. He waved his hand and said, "Let me hide for a while. Don't worry about it. That woman can't do anything to you. You're a new evolver, and you're doing a good job." Mather thought she was still thinking about Kong Yun, so he patted her head with a smile, then stood up and left with Lu Zhe. The ability polishing agent was shining brightly in the small bottle, illuminating the surroundings with flowing silver light. If it weren't for Wang Cici's collision and scream that ruined the atmosphere, it would have been truly peaceful at this moment. After lying down for a while, Lin Sanjiu found that his mind was extremely crowded. Renan, the new world, her own abilities, her dead parents, Zhu Mei, Kong Yun. All kinds of people were bustling in her mind, one after another, almost making her breathless. If I had known this would happen, I might as well find something to do. Lin Sanjiu turned over several times and finally jumped up in annoyance, intending to find the other two to count the food and water together. Unexpectedly, just as her body left the ground, a sudden heat flow ran from her head to her feet. In an instant, Lin Sanjiu felt that every muscle in her body was trembling rapidly, and the blood was surging in her veins like crazy, and even her teeth were chattering. She had never experienced such a strange feeling, as if her body was out of control, and a low cry slipped out of her throat uncontrollably. Coincidentally, Wang Sisi also stopped talking at this time, and the sound immediately spread throughout the supermarket. Then, Mather asked anxiously, "What's wrong?" Lin Sanjiu really wanted to open her mouth to speak, but her muscles and tongue were completely out of control. The only sound in her ears was the sound of her teeth colliding violently under the high-speed vibration. "Let's go and take a look," Lu Zhe shouted. The footsteps of the two people running towards this side were so vague to Lin Sanjiu. It was not until the two people squatted beside her that she felt the breath of Mather. What happened?" Lu Zhe's voice also sounded extremely panicked. Her face, no, her whole body, how could this happen? At this time, Lin Sanjiu looked like a huge human figure made of jelly, swaying and trembling constantly under some external force. Her skin, hair, and muscles were all violently fluctuating like water waves. After nearly a minute, this strange tremor gradually disappeared, and her body slowly calmed down. When Lin Sanjiu opened her eyes, she saw two big faces in front of her, looking at her closely and uneasily. "I doubt what happened to me just now." She pinched her skin in confusion. The skin was tight and normal, and the muscles, bones, and blood under the skin seemed to have returned to their previous state. Luz and Mather looked at each other, both a little confused. "Let me draw some blood for you and check it out," Mather said as he stretched out his fingernails and scratched Lin Sanjiu's body. Lin Sanjiu had the same idea and watched anxiously as the second drop of his blood fell into Mather's palm and disappeared. Perhaps because of the data from the last time, she waited anxiously for less than 20 minutes this time before Mather opened her eyes. She glanced at Lin Sanjiu, her mouth corners raised high, and a few smile lines squeezed out of the corners of her eyes. "Xiaojiu, congratulations, you are pregnant." With a puff, Lu Zhe, who was drinking water nearby, sprayed Lin Sanjiu all over his head and face. Lin Sanjiu didn't even bother to wipe the water off her eyelashes and eyebrows. "Impossible. Why not? This is an inevitable law." Because of doubt, Mather's smile faded a little. She looked back and forth between Lu Zhe and Lin Sanjiu. "Isn't it a joy to generate a third basic ability?" The last two steps of the elevator were already filled with orange sunlight. The light was like an eraser, erasing the darkness that obscured the space and revealing the true colors of the objects. The sunlight shone into his pupils, and Lin Sanjiu squinted slightly. After living in the dark for 48 hours. He suddenly saw the light and was really not used to it. Not only the light, but also the temperature around her rose sharply. The heat wave that seemed to want to eat her alive suddenly enveloped Lin Sanjiu, and even her blood began to boil. It didn't seem strange. If she hadn't suddenly generated the basic ability of overall physical amplification last night, she might not have survived in this sunlight. It is said that this ability can greatly transform the human body, and now Lin Sanjiu has begun to believe it little by little. She blinked, trying to adapt to the high-definition vision her third ability brought her. On the ground not far away, there were splatters of brown blood, stains, pus, and minced meat. Every detail was clearly visible. Before she could feel sick, Lin Sanjiu suddenly realized that something was wrong. She took a breath and looked at Lu Zhe beside her. They both saw a layer of white on each other's face. They came up today to clean up the bodies. Since yesterday, the pile of corpses at the elevator entrance has begun to emit a foul smell. The rotting corpses are like a pile at the doorstep, like a source of plague that broke out at an unknown time, you know. There is not even a box of medicine on the three people. So, taking advantage of the strong sunlight during the day, Lin Sanjiu planned to move the pile of corpses out and then burn it. But now both of them were dumbfounded. It was true that she had seen dirty blood and broken meat just now. But where there had once been a mountain of corpses, There was now only dirty blood and broken meat. Where is the dot body? Lu Zhe muttered as he took a few steps, not even noticing that his soles had stepped into the dirty, smelly liquid. Could it be that Kong Yun absorbed all of the body last night? Even though Kong Yun had said that living things were stronger than dead ones, there was a mountain of corpses and no one could say for sure whether she would absorb them all at once. Lin Sanjia's eyes swept back and forth several times, his face becoming paler and paler. It shouldn't be her. Lu Zhe was startled, and he also thought of it. Yes, there are too many corpses. Yes, she can only absorb once an hour, right? There are at least 20 or 30 corpses piled here, but only a dozen hours have passed since Kong Yun showed up last night. She doesn't have that much time. Also, she can absorb the corpses cleanly, but what about the clothes? Where did the clothes on the corpses go? Lin Sanjiu tried to calm himself down and stop looking at the street outside. Through the tall glass doors of the shopping center, he could easily see the traffic jam on the road. She pointed silently toward the door, and Lu Zhe turned his head and narrowed his eyes. When he passed by the traffic last night, there were clearly many people knocking on the car windows for help. But now, these cars are empty, no one is in them. Some car windows are broken, some car doors are open, and Lu Zhe saw at a glance that a gray men's shirt and jeans fell on the road, one sleeve up and one sleeve down, as if the owner's movements when he was still wearing this set of clothes were frozen. Last night they were worn by a young man with a fashionable hairstyle. They really overlooked this point. The entire street was clogged with cars, and most of them had a dying person sitting in them. For Kong Yun, this was probably no different from a buffet party. Lu Zhe shuddered and looked very unhappy. She can really kill a living person every hour? Let's go out and see if there are any survivors. Then we'll see what to do. Otherwise, if we leave them outside like this, I'm worried that Kong Yun will be attracted here again tonight. Lin Sanjiu sighed and said. After answering, Lu Zhe frowned and looked away. How Kong Yun tricked everyone into opening the car doors was really something that made people's backs cold. But in the end, it should have nothing to do with the strange thing in front of them. This is strange. If it wasn't Kong Yun, then where did all these bodies go? I don't know either. Lin Sanjiu looked unhappy. He walked around a few times, not knowing what he was looking for. Who would have nothing better to do than go to such great lengths to move the body? We didn't hear any noise. Lu Zhe followed and took a few steps. Just as he was thinking of asking Mather to come up and take a look, he suddenly heard a gurgling sound under his feet and lost his balance. He tried frantically to keep his balance in a panic, but his feet were too slippery. With a pop, he fell heavily into the dirty blood and cried out in disgust. The culprit under his feet slid far away. Lin Sanjiu glanced at him and felt a sour feeling in his stomach. It was a person's eyeball that was half crushed by Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe also saw it and hurriedly stood up from the foul-smelling blood. He coughed, slapped, and kept shaking his hands and stamping his feet. It seemed that he was extremely sick. Stop struggling. Let's go down and see if there are any wet wipes to wipe you off, Lin Sanjiu said as he avoided Lu Zhe. When she reached the elevator, she turned around and saw Lu Zhe still shaking his head like a wet dog. She couldn't help but scold him with a bit of amusement. What's the point of shaking your head like this? Let's go back. Lu Zhe, who was almost soaked in corpse fluid, couldn't help but be attracted by her strangeness. What's wrong? What are you doing? Lin Sanjiu said nothing, but raised his hand and pointed towards the sky in the distance. Lu Zhe turned his head blankly. The sunlight was like melted gold, flowing down from the high-top glass, reflecting bright white light on the floor tiles, dark green plant leaves, and metal door handles of the shopping mall. Some of the low melting point decorations had melted slightly during the day and solidified again at night, forming the current strange shape, which at first glance looked like a modern art exhibition. If it weren't for the murderous temperatures, this would be an interesting sight, but what went wrong? After taking another look, Lu Zhe suddenly exclaimed, "Ah!" And then he realized what was happening. He was immediately surprised and asked, "Why is it the only one that is still fine?" It refers to the 5-story-high tropical plant forest in the center of the shopping mall. No matter how tropical it is, no plant in the world can withstand the high temperature that can melt even plastic. But this small patch of tropical plant forest before our eyes is still lush and green, full of vitality, as if the extreme temperature Hades is just an illusion. In sharp contrast to it are the trees planted on the sidewalk, separated by a glass wall. The trees were charred and stiff, and the leaves curled up on the branches and fell to the ground were all black and dry. The thinner branches had become dry and brittle, and were broken in half on the roadside. Comparing the two, Lin Sanjiu even felt that the tropical plants in the shopping mall seemed to be growing better than before. Something is really wrong. Lin Sanjiu thought for a moment and whispered to Lu Zhe, "Let's go down and call Mather up to take a look. 3 cobblers are better than 1 zhuge-liang." Okay, but they are just plants. How can they be so strange? Lu Zhe didn't take plants seriously at all. Maybe the glass is special and blocks UVA or something. What a messed up explanation. Plants can't run away. Let me change my clothes first? I feel so uncomfortable. That's right. After all, he was still covered in stinky water. Changing clothes is really easy, as the shopping mall is full of brand name stores. Lu Zhe looked around for a while, then smiled and said to Lin Sanjiu, "Should I go to Armani or DG?" Lin Sanjiu couldn't help it. "I hope you can still run as fast in a small-sized suit." "I see." "Really?" Lu Zhe sighed and walked upstairs. Lin Sanjiu didn't want to stay alone in the place where the body mysteriously disappeared, so he hurriedly followed. "Wait for me." Lu Zhe stopped on the stairs, turned around and smiled. "Why? Do you want to search for some clothes too? I've been wanting to say this for a long time. Why is a pretty girl dressed like she's going to do Tai Chi?" No one had anticipated this attack. Seeing a strong wind reaching Lu Zhe's head, he was caught off guard and had to roll on the ground. He barely avoided the attack, but fell down the stairs. Fortunately, Lin Sanjiu was quick-witted and quick-handed. He bent down and reached out, and managed to catch Lu Zhe. Lin Sanjiu and Lu Zhe were choked and coughed immediately, and they were both scared if this hit a person. At least half of his life would be taken away, right? The black shadow missed the attack and stopped in midair, swaying gently up and down, as if it was unsure which prey to attack below. In this brief moment, the two men saw clearly what was attacking them. The mystery of the whereabouts of the mountain of corpses was finally solved. It was a green vine extending from the tropical forest. No, it was more brown than green. The green vine that spanned half of the shopping mall had been stained with blood, so much that its original color could no longer be seen. There were even a few pieces of orange-yellow scraps of fabric hanging on the thorns of the vine. Lin Sanjiu only took a glance and was sure. That was the cloth used for the uniforms of the supermarket employees downstairs. How can this thing stretch so long? Lu Zhe wiped the scratches on his face and cursed angrily. "It's alive already?" Lin Sanjiu stared at the green vine. If it didn't move, he wouldn't dare to move at all. "How should I know? What should we do now? What else is there to say? Let's just run back. I don't believe this thing can follow us all the way to the supermarket." The green vine seemed to understand, and waved in the air with a whoosh, bringing up a fierce gust of wind. The broken bricks and dust were blown up by the wind, hitting the skin so hard that it hurt and the eyes could not be opened. Lin Sanjiu squinted his eyes and took a few steps back, shouting, "No, you go back. I'll stay and go up." "Are you crazy?" "No, think about it. The bodies are piled up at the elevator entrance, and this green vine can reach them. This means we will be attacked by it all the way back. If 2 people go, neither of us will be healed." As Lin Sanjiu spoke, she picked up a broken brick that had fallen beside her, aimed at the green vine, and threw it hard. The green vine in midair seemed to have grown eyes, and it suddenly raised its head upwards, dodged the brick, and turned its head towards her. "I'll stay here to attract its attention. Go back and call Mather, and bring some wine to help me. Bring the purest wine." In the time it took to say a word, the green vine had already attacked her several times. Lin Sanjiu barely dodged the first few attacks, but when she climbed up the last step, she was brushed by the green vine. Her pants were immediately torn, and blood oozed from her legs. She didn't have time to pay attention, and before the green vine turned around, she almost ran up to the second floor using both her hands and feet, and temporarily hid behind the door of a store. She didn't have time to see where Lu Zhe ran off to. She only heard his voice shouting from afar, "Be careful. We'll be there soon. Hurry up. It's coming towards you." Lin Sanjiu shouted and kicked the store door hard. Green Ivy hesitated for a moment in the air. We can't let it chase Lu Zhe. Lin Sanjiu looked around, grabbed the store's promotional stand, rushed out of the store, and threw it towards the green vine in midair. She glanced downstairs like a fleeting moment and saw Lu Zhe's back as he ran towards the elevator. Mather, come out and save people, Mather. Lu Zhe's shouts echoed far away in the empty supermarket, startling Mather so much that he rushed out in a few steps. What's wrong? What's that noise outside? Where's Xiaojiu? There's no time to explain. Let's go get some wine. Get some high-purity foreign and white wine. Lu Zhe didn't care that Mather was still confused. He rushed into the supermarket, grabbed a few shopping bags, and ran into the wine area. Mather didn't understand what was going on, but he moved quickly. In less than 10 minutes, both of them had carried several full bags of wine. Do you have a lighter with you? I brought it. What are we going to burn? Seeing the wine and the lighter, Mather also reacted. Lu Zhe smiled bitterly and said, We have to destroy the greenery. He nodded to Mather and ran towards the elevator. The two of them got on the elevator, and just as they were about to show their heads, Lu Zhe suddenly stopped, thought for a moment, and cautiously poked half of his head out to look outside. It was quiet outside, nothing unusual. The incredibly cunning green vine had long since disappeared from midair, and the tropical plant forest in the center was still as obedient and motionless. Lin Sanjiu was nowhere to be seen either, and when he looked around, there was no movement on the second floor. If the stairs that had been smashed a few minutes ago were not still there, Lu Zhe would have almost suspected that what he had just experienced was a dream. Mather came closer and whispered, What's going on? Where's the wine man? Lu Zhe felt bitter in his mouth and murmured, I don't know either. After explaining the whole story to Mather, Lu Zhe's heart was getting more and more nervous. What if Lin Sanjiu accidentally missed and was hit by the green vine and ended up like a pile of corpses? Unexpectedly, Mather beside him probably thought of this possibility after hearing it and immediately became anxious and shouted at the top of her voice, Xiaojiu, where are you? Answer me. Her voice echoed in the empty mall, causing layers of echoes. Lu Zhe was startled and looked towards the tropical plant forest. He saw that the tallest coconut trees in the center suddenly moved their leaves. It was as if a person heard a sound and turned to look. Perhaps because the two people were still hiding in the elevator leading to the underground floor, they happened to be hiding in the blind spot of the plant forest, so Mather's shouting did not attract any attacks. Now he felt relieved and simply joined Mather and shouted together. The shouting echoed in circles, amplifying continuously, as if making the floor buzz. But Lin Sanjiu never showed up. Lu stopped first and wiped his face vigorously. Mather looked at him, and the two stood in the hall after the shouting suddenly stopped. Neither of them dared to speak first and say that thought. From somewhere, there was a sound of a door hinge being pulled open. The two were startled and heard that familiar voice again. Did you get the wine? I'm fine. Don't worry. Where are you? Mather looked around for the source of the sound. You can't see me. I'm on the 4th floor. Lin Sanjiu was far away and didn't dare to speak loudly, so his voice almost floated down. Why did you go there? We called you for a long time. Lu Zhe said angrily. Hey, how did you get up there? I see the stairs are still intact. I can't do anything about it. Whichever store I hide in, that devil vine will smash it to pieces. If I hadn't suddenly thought of hiding in the staff-only staircase, I would have been dead by now. The facades of those luxurious and exquisite brand-name stores on the 2nd floor were indeed all smashed to pieces. The two men then breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that this is indeed a blind spot in thinking. On weekdays, people in shopping malls use the stairs and escalators outside. But if you are transporting garbage or pushing a cleaning car, you can't squeeze in with the guests, and there must be a backup dedicated channel. I was lucky to see the employee passage in time. Then how do you get back to the supermarket? Mather was still a little worried. After a while, Lin Sanji's voice rang out again. I think this employee passage should also lead to the basement floor. Don't burn the trees yet. I just checked and found that the plant forest is connected to the flower bed on the 5th floor. It would be too dangerous if the 5th floor was also burned. How about this? You two go back first, and we'll meet on the basement floor. Lu Zhe and Mather looked at each other, gave her a few worried instructions, and then returned to the supermarket. After putting down several full bags of wine, the two men walked around the supermarket again a little uneasily except for a locked back door. There were no other entrances and exits. It seems that the employee passage is behind this door. Mather shook the brass lock on the door. We have to open the door, otherwise how will she get in later? Lu Zhe looked at the very solid back door and felt a headache. The key that was taken from the dead manager happened to be in Lin Sanjia's possession, but the keyhole was clearly facing the inside of the supermarket, and the bottom of the door was so tight that there was no gap at all. He walked around again unwillingly, and this time he found a weapon that suited his hand in an inconspicuous corner. There was a red fire hydrant box. He smashed the outer glass with an elbow, and Lu Zhe took out a small hammer from inside. Come on, let's use this to break the door open. He hurried back to the back door and showed the small hammer to Mather like a treasure. When Mather saw the hammer, her frown relaxed a little. Luz was stronger than her, so she nodded and signaled Luz to start smashing. The hammer struck the door lock several times, creating a series of sparks. The lock was deflated, but the door showed no sign of opening. The sound of the collision was amplified several times in the empty supermarket. Wang Sisi seemed to be awakened by the sound and suddenly screamed a few times. Just as the two were about to continue smashing things, a voice that they were very familiar with came from Wang Sisi's screams. I went into the staff room. The third basic ability that suddenly emerged last night really came at the right time. In the darkness, Lin Sanjiu dodged a shadow that attacked from the staff room. When the shadow fell to the ground with a clang, she realized that it was the kitchen knife that stabbed Wang Sisi's mouth. It turned out that the fallen species also knew how to borrow and return. Fortunately, she had an overall physical strength boost. Otherwise, not to mention Green Ivy's swift attack, she might not even be able to dodge the stinky kitchen knife that Wang Sisi suddenly threw at her. While Wang Sisi's attack missed, Lin Sanjiu quickly stepped back and slammed the door shut, blocking its next attack. Only then did she hear a dragging sound from the other end, followed by the vague voices of Lu Zhe and Mather. Even though they were separated by two doors, the anxiety in Mather's voice could not be concealed. Xiaojiu, are you okay? Leave quickly. We can't get in without the key. I'm fine. I'm out now, Lin Sanjiu responded. Don't worry, I'm not hurt. Wang Sisi screamed angrily, and Lin Sanjiu suddenly felt the door she was leaning against shaking, as if it was being hit hard by something, which should be Wang Sisi's mouthparts. While pressing on the door, she took out the key and fumbled to lock the door again. When she felt that the seed of depravity could not come out, she took out the lighter. Since her physical strength was enhanced, her ability to see in the dark has also improved a lot. Even if there is no light, she can see about 60% clearly, and she doesn't have to look around for a light source like a blind moth. But it was precisely because of this that she was so focused on getting back to the supermarket that she didn't have time to look around. She vaguely saw a door and walked in, and that's when she came face to face with Wang Sisi's shriveled and deformed face. Since she couldn't go back anytime soon, she simply used the light of the lighter to explore the terrain. As soon as she glanced at it, Lin Sanjiu couldn't help but hold her breath. 10 steps away from her, there were rows of shelves that were 2 people high. These shelves were different from those in supermarkets, almost touching the ceiling. Each shelf was filled with well-packaged boxes of goods, and it could be seen that beverages and food accounted for the majority. She suppressed her excitement, trotted over to the shelf, and couldn't help but gently touch the boxes of mineral water with her hands. Last night, after she evolved her abilities, the 3 of them went back and ordered all the food and water in the supermarket. After all, the supermarket was in chaos after the looting, and although there was still a lot of stock, after the 3 of them had eaten and drunk for a few days, the remaining stock would only last for 2 weeks. I was wondering why I couldn't find the warehouse anywhere. Lin Sanjiu couldn't help laughing and cursed softly to himself. So it's hidden here. There's a mummy guarding the door for you. It seems that after I go back, I have to find a way to put away all the things in the warehouse. The pink plastic hard shells wrapped around the bottles of Source of Life were silent under the light of the lighter. Looking at the shelf full of mineral water, Lin Sanjiu, who was thirsty, simply opened a box and took out a bottle to drink. At this time, the voices of Mather and Luz came again from the other side of the staff room. Xiaojiu, how are you now? Can you find a way to come back? Good news, I found the warehouse of this supermarket. We don't have to worry about the shortage of supplies. Lin Sanjiu responded, sitting down at the door of the staff room, planning to take a rest. It's not dangerous. Let me think about how to get back. A few vague words came from the other end of the staff room. It seemed that two people instructed her something, and then there was no sound. Lin Sanjiu turned off the lighter, and the warehouse fell into silence and darkness again. At this time, Wang Sisi behind the door is probably also thinking of a solution, right? Lin Sanjiu took a sip of water, feeling the cool liquid sliding down his throat into his body, thinking secretly. The intelligence of this little mummy should not be underestimated. Just now, she hurriedly took out the key to open the door, but it made a lot of noise. But Wang Sisi held her breath and didn't make any sound. So Lin Sanjiu didn't expect that she opened the back door of the staff room. If the door hadn't been opened and the stench of a dead body hadn't rushed out, she would have been unable to avoid Wang Sisi's attack. Now, both routes back to the supermarket are firmly blocked by a roadblock. In the lobby, there is a strange plant forest. In the employee passage, you have to pass Wang Sisi, the so-called lesser of two evils. After waiting for an unknown amount of time, Lin Sanjiu finally made up her mind. She stood up silently in the dark, putting aside her lighter, water bottle, and other miscellaneous items. Then she rubbed her hands and exhaled lightly. It's time to see how powerful this overall physical enhancement is. The key was gently inserted into the keyhole and turned to the right, and the metal lock made a slight sound. This sound was surprisingly loud in the absolute silence, and there was no way Wang Sisi could not have failed to hear it. As if to confirm her thoughts, a series of low gurgling sounds suddenly sounded in the room, and Lin Sanjiu could feel something approaching behind the door. She didn't say anything, but turned the doorknob quietly, and the door slid open slowly. The thick darkness remained silent, and even the air seemed to have stopped flowing. The speed was too fast. Even with the physical enhancement, Lin Sanjiu would definitely not be able to dodge it. But this surefire attack still missed. Huh. Wang Sisi in the room made a human voice again after a long time. She used her mouthpiece to sweep back and forth outside the door for a while, but found nothing. As if hesitating for a moment, Wang Sisi cautiously took 2 steps towards the door, and her voice became endearing again. Sister, where are you? Sisi doesn't want to fight with you. Can you let Sisi go? No one answered her, and outside the half-open door, there was still dead silence and darkness. There was no trace of Lin Sanjiu, nor was there any sound, as if no one had ever been there. After a while, a terrifying creature quietly walked out of the door. It was Wang Sisi. After not seeing it for a few days, it became even more shriveled, with its skin piled up like the security guard. Because of the kick from Lu Zhe, a deep hole had sunk into its chest, and even the last bit of its human form had disappeared. Sister, I'm out. Please don't hurt me, okay? Sisi just wants to go home and find her mother. The 2 snow-white eyeballs scanned the warehouse back and forth, but there was no trace of Lin Sanjiu. The mouthparts waved in the air anxiously. It could smell the blood of living people in the air, but it didn't know where it came from. This obviously made Wang Sisi, who hadn't eaten for several days, impulsive and irritable. It cried loudly, Sister, if you don't come out, I will take it as your consent. Sisi is leaving now and going home. The little girl's voice was still echoing in the darkness, and her mouthparts had already stabbed behind the door. This was the only place where someone could hide. The mouthparts exuded a metallic luster, but they pierced nothing. Wang Sisi was startled and was about to look up following the sound. But before it could retract its mouthparts from behind the door, a dark shadow pounced down from the door, and using the momentum to kick backwards, the door clamped its mouthparts tightly with a clang. Lin Sanjiu didn't even give it a chance to scream. She had already aimed at the place to attack, and the kitchen knife in her hand, which had just been returned, pierced through the head of the fallen species under her strength. Wang Sisi stood there for 2 seconds before finally staggering and falling to the ground. Seeing the mummy on the ground motionless, Lin Sanjiu finally breathed a sigh of relief. She had just been squatting by the narrow door, maintaining absolute silence, and had to pounce from the door waiting for an opportunity to attack. This was indeed too difficult before the advent of the new world. She had never thought that she could actually do something like a ninja. Pinching his nose, Lin Sanjiu walked carefully past the dead body and opened another door to the staff room. As the door opened, the silver light of the energy polishing agent poured out like moonlight, illuminating Lin Sanjiu's vision. The shelf blocking the door had just been pushed open by the other two people. Lu Zhe and Mather were standing and sitting, waiting for her quietly. The dazzling sunlight pours down from the blue sky all the way to the earth, revealing its shocking viciousness. Buildings were cracked by the high temperatures, and some houses, which were of poor quality to begin with, had long since collapsed into piles of debris. The ground was cracked, and occasionally a fairly robust fallen species could be seen roaming among the ruins. In the past 2 months, the temperature has continued to rise every day. Today, all traces of human beings have melted away in the high temperature, making it hard to believe that this was once a highly developed human civilization. The air was dry and hot, and I didn't know where the evaporated rivers, lakes, and seas had gone. Looking around, there was no greenery anywhere I could see. Wherever a truck rumbled by, it would immediately roll up a thick yellow dust half a person's height, making it almost difficult to see. Lin Sanjiu, who was sitting in the driver's seat of the truck, couldn't help but glance in the rearview mirror. Behind her, there was another freight truck of the same model, followed closely by a long bus. These were not the focus of Lin Sanjiu's attention. She narrowed her eyes and looked carefully at the black smoke rising in the sky in the distance. The place where the black smoke rose was the shopping mall that had housed them for a month. After living here for so long, I finally had to leave. Lin Sanjiu couldn't help but think back to a month ago. After Lin Sanjiu accidentally discovered the fully stocked supermarket warehouse, the three of them were so happy. They didn't even need to count. They could tell with their eyes that the water in the warehouse was enough for them to survive for 14 months. Living in an underground supermarket without having to worry about direct sunlight was really ideal. The only problem was the small tropical plant forest in the lobby outside. After all, people still want to be comfortable. A few people discussed and felt that in the current situation, as long as they stayed in the underground supermarket, the plant forest outside would not be able to do anything to them. It just so happened that the last few days were thrilling, which consumed a lot of their physical strength. Under the pretext of recuperation, the three of them simply settled down in the supermarket. This rest lasted for 2 or 3 weeks. With no worries about food and drink, and no external enemies after the iron gates were closed, the three of them lived a relatively comfortable life in the new world for the first time. So much so that a month later, when Lin Sanjiu accidentally pinched his waist, he actually found that he had gained weight. To be honest, this amount of fat was not much, but it reminded her of livestock. During this period, not only did she not develop any abilities, but her movements also slowed down a lot. Because she had lost her sense of crisis, she even fell asleep in the dark underground for several days. If they continued like this, it would definitely be harmful to them. The three of them discussed it and decided to go out on patrol. One was to check the situation nearby, and the other was to exercise themselves. The idea was good, but unexpectedly, when the iron gate was opened, all three of them were stunned. It was a little after 4 in the afternoon when the door opened, but the elevator leading to the lobby on the first floor was still shrouded in thick darkness. Lin Sanjiu looked ahead stupidly and asked in a low voice, "Is the sun setting so early now?" Mather suddenly shouted, "Look!" The darkness covering the elevator seemed to sense something and moved slightly. It didn't matter that it moved. A little sunlight immediately poured in, revealing the green of the branches and leaves. The three people realized that the reason why it was dark outside the iron door was because it was blocked by the plants. Then, more and more shadows began to move. Dozens of densely packed green vines, large and small, seemed to have smelled human scent. They came alive one by one and slowly poked their heads towards the iron gate. I don't know who shouted first, but none of the three dared to delay. They turned around and rushed back to the supermarket and pulled the iron gate down with a clang. The green vines hit the iron gate with a crackling sound, and the heavy iron gate actually bulged inward. It seems that if I go out a few more times, this iron door will not hold up. Back in the supermarket, the three of them looked extremely unhappy. No one had expected that they would go from avoiding the world to being unable to leave even if they wanted to. "We can't stay in this place anymore." Lin Sanjiu smiled bitterly. What do you think we should do now? Even if we have to leave, we must take the things in the warehouse with us, Mather said, gritting his teeth. It's not difficult to take the things with us. We can find a few large trucks outside and move as much as we can. The problem is, how do we get out now? The only passage is blocked tightly by those ghost vines. Lin Sanjiu asked with a frown. The three of them were silent for a while, and Lu Zhe suddenly cried out ah, and then jumped up like a carp, turned around and ran to the back of the supermarket, shouting as he ran. The elevator entrance is not the only passage. Xiaoju, take the key, there is another door at the back. This sentence reminded Mather. She clapped her hands and her face suddenly brightened. Yes, how could I forget that? After pulling Lin Sanjiu, they hurriedly followed. After a few seconds, the three of them stood at the back door of the supermarket. Ever since Lin Sanjiu showed up from the staff room, Lu Zhe and Mather had completely forgotten about this back door. It was the first time that Lin Sanjiu knew that there was a back door that led to an unknown place. She prayed silently as she opened the door with her key. This seemed to be where supermarket employees cleaned tools and handled garbage, and after walking out from here, they soon saw a small road. Looking through the glass at the shopping mall covered with green branches, some people felt for the first time that the cracked and blackened road could be so cute. It is clear what to do next. First, they had to find 3 cars. It wasn't hard to find cars. Almost 80% of the people were dead, and the whole city was full of cars that had been abandoned because their fuel and electricity had run out, but their keys were still in the car. It didn't take the 3 of them much effort to find 2 large freight trucks and a bus. After replacing the battery from the auto repair shop and filling up several full boxes of gas at the gas station, the car was finally able to move. I drove all 3 large trucks onto the small road in one go, and finally parked them side by side after squeezing them together with great difficulty. The water in the supermarket filled 3 cars to the brim, and there was still a lot left in the warehouse. However, the few people were not greedy, and the water in the car was enough, so the rest was piled on both sides of the street, leaving it for other survivors. Before leaving, Lin Sanjiu brought a few barrels of gasoline, and Lu Zhe and Mather prepared a whole box of wine. Are you ready? Lin Sanjiu held a heavy brick and smiled at her companions. Seeing the 2 nod, she shouted, Okay, start throwing. As Lu Zhe shouted excitedly, bricks, stones, chairs, and all kinds of things fell like a meteor shower towards the glass doors and windows of the shopping center covered with green plants. A series of crisp sounds echoed across half the street. Glass fragments fell from the sky like rain, flashing countless sparkling lights in the dark night sky. The branches covering the glass were startled and swayed in the air, not knowing who to attack. But before they could find the culprit by following the human scent, bottles of liquor and barrels of gasoline flew in from the broken glass, landing on the plants and splashing everywhere. The last step of arson required some skills. Mather, the fastest and lightest of the 3, held 4 or 5 lit matches in his hand and rushed to the entrance of the shopping center like a rabbit. With a flick of his hand, a few flames fell into the green in the distance. The flames hissed and spread, slowly but surely. Soon, the first floor was illuminated by a red flame. Before it had burned for 5 minutes, a sharp hissing sound came from the lobby of the shopping mall, as if something was in pain, and all the leaves began to wave wildly. For some reason, Lin Sanjiu actually felt a long-lost sense of relief. She laughed a few times, waved to the 2 people beside her, and said with a loud laugh, Let's retreat. After that, she took the lead and ran out first. A few people had just run out of a street when they heard a loud bang. The top glass of the shopping mall collapsed and pressed down with an unstoppable force. Half of the building disappeared in flames. The trucks and buses were parked far away early in the morning. 3 people drove a car each and set off on an unknown journey under the last bit of starlight before sunrise. Shaking his head, Lin Sanjiu threw away the scenes of last night from his mind. She glanced at the rearview mirror again with a serious expression, then turned on the taillights. The truck slowly slowed down and pulled over to the side of the road. Behind them, the truck driven by Luz and the bus driven by Mather also slowed down and stopped one by one. What's the matter? Why don't you leave? Luz rolled down the car window and shouted in the direction of Lin Sanjiu. The sun was blazing in the sky, scorching everything in the world. As soon as I got out of the car, the scorching heat made it difficult to breathe. There was still wind in the extreme temperature Hades, but it was worse than no wind. Every gust of wind was like a pot of red-hot coals pouring over people's heads and faces. After getting off the car, Lu Zhe and Mather immediately frowned and covered their mouths and noses. Since all the green plants and trees died, the soil has become desertified under the high temperature. The thick yellow sand, driven by the wind, kept raging between the sky and the earth. The eyebrows and eyelashes were covered with sand, making it impossible to open the eyes, and they could only squint to see things. As soon as Mather opened his mouth, he was choked by the yellow sand and coughed several times. He then reluctantly said, "Dad, are you sure? I was at the inn just now, but I didn't notice there was a car behind me." When Lin Sanjiu got off the car, she grabbed a t-shirt and tied it on her face as a mask, which made her feel better than the other two. The hot sand kept hitting her exposed skin. Lin Sanjiu endured the pain and whispered, "I'm sure that car followed us all the way." But because the dust was too heavy and it was far away, it appeared and disappeared from time to time. "Wait, it's coming." As soon as he finished speaking, a cloud of dust rose up not far away, and a Citroën that was so dirty that its color could not be seen rushed out from the rolling yellow sand. Unexpectedly, when they saw that the three large trucks in front had stopped and Lin Sanjiu and others were standing in the middle of the road, the Citroën suddenly braked, then turned the front of the car and seemed to be running away. However, it was not possible to run over such a short distance as it wanted. Lin Sanjiu took a few running steps, then accelerated, and before the Citroën turned around, he jumped onto the front of the car like a leopard with a bang. As the front of the car sank, the Citroën seemed to panic. The tires made a sharp squeaking sound, and the person inside was vaguely shouted something. Lin Sanjiu was shaken by the car and quickly steadied himself, leaned on the front of the car, and shouted loudly to the inside of the car, "Get out!" In the blink of an eye, Luz and Mather had both rushed up and surrounded the Citroën. The car stopped and the engine turned off. Through the dirty windshield, Lin Sanjiu could only vaguely see a figure sitting inside, and she didn't know whether it was a man or a woman, old or young. She really couldn't figure out how this person could drive under such a view. She waited for a while, then impatiently knocked on the windshield with her baton and signaled the driver to get out again. If she was not mistaken, the car seemed to have followed shortly from the shopping mall. The driver's door opened, and a man in a wrinkled suit shirt walked out, wiping the sweat from his head. The man looked to be in his 20s, not very tall, with rough and dark skin, a round fleshy face, and a white shirt that had turned a dirty yellow-black color. For some reason, Lin Sanjiu always felt that if he had a beard, he would definitely look like a field mouse. Although the suit he was wearing looked good, it didn't seem to fit him well. The trouser legs were a lot longer and rolled up high, revealing the gray high-waisted socks underneath. "Who are you? Why are you following us?" Mather asked with a frown. The man who looked like a field mouse rolled his small dark eyes in panic, glanced at the three people, and then stammered, I didn't mean it." Lu Zhe sneered. "So you followed us all the way by accident?" Lin Sanjiu jumped out of the car, holding the baton and standing in front of the car without saying a word. The man seemed to be very afraid of Lin Sanjiu. As soon as she got out of the car, he immediately moved a few steps in the opposite direction, far away from her, and hurriedly explained, No, listen to me, it's like this. I actually knew you a long time ago, and I have no ill intentions. I sell medical equipment. That night after socializing with clients, he was sending me back, but suddenly there was a power outage, and we were stuck in the shopping mall. Get to the point," Mather shouted in a stern tone, probably because he had lost his temper due to the wind and sand outside. Yes. Anyway, we were stuck at the shopping mall. We didn't dare to get out of the car, so we relied on a box of drinks in the car for 2 days. I saw you guys, several times, going in and out. You seem to adapt quickly. It's amazing." The man said this, and he did not forget to flatter them. Seeing that they did not respond, he spat out the sand in his mouth and continued, "Alas, one night, a pretty woman came and said she had water at home and asked my client to get off the car and get some water from her. But I was not paying attention for a while, and my client was gone. The woman walked to the next car. The three people's expressions froze. It seemed that Kong Yun really did not let go of a single living person on the street outside. The man looked at their faces and continued tentatively, "How could I dare to stay in the car any longer? I ran to the convenience store across the street. At least I am still alive today. When I saw you guys leave this morning, I was scared too. So I followed you. What's your name?" Lu Zhe was a little impatient because the man kept talking. "My name is Tian Minbo, and my friends call me Field Mouse," the man said with a smile. "It seems that I am not the only one who feels this way." Lin Sanjiu laughed in his heart, but his expression did not change at all. He asked with a serious face, "What do you want from following us?" The Field Mouse was stunned for a moment, and then quickly said, "I have no ill intentions, really. I have food and drinks in my car. I just want to find a companion to go with me. Besides, I also have something to remind you." "Remind you of what? You've been driving for a while, haven't you?" the Field Mouse said, his eyes lingering on several cars. "I advise you not to drive for now and wait until the evening." "Why?" Lu Zhe frowned and looked around. The place where they stopped was not very comfortable. Originally, this was a central park, a vast forest and green land, which could be said to be the most pleasant place in the city. But after a month, the shadow of the park had completely disappeared, and only the dust and dry black tree shells were blown into the air by the wind. On the horizon, there were still a few shadows that seemed to be fallen species wandering around. The sky was a hopeless deep yellow, with scorching sunlight. "It's so hot out here. If you keep driving, the engine will burn out. Believe me, I've written off a car before, a Mercedes, and it still broke down. It almost caught fire. Not to mention your trucks and buses." The Field Mouse wiped the sand off his face, revealing a sincere expression underneath. "Really? If you don't believe me, go touch the engine." Hearing this, Lin Sanjiu suddenly sighed and stopped Mather, who was about to leave. "No need to go, it's true." His Citroën was so hot to the touch just now. When the Field Mouse heard this, he immediately cried out and turned around to open the hood of the car. As soon as the hood was opened, a stream of white smoke with a burning smell slowly floated up and was instantly blown away by the wind and sand. The Field Mouse fiddled with the engine nervously for a while, then looked up with a lingering fear and said, "It was a close call. It almost didn't work." The three of them looked at each other, feeling rather helpless. If even the French Citroën was about to fail, then their bus must be even more dangerous. It seemed that they could only stay here with this foal and wait for the engine to cool down before leaving. However, Lin Sanjiu was very resistant to the surrounding environment. Because the surroundings were too empty after the central park, covering several thousand square meters, was abandoned. The view was unobstructed. If there was any danger, they, a few living rakes, would have no place to hide. Mather sighed. "It seems we have to wait." Yes. Well, it's too hot outside to talk. Why don't you get in the car and have a good chat? Let's make friends." Seeing that they were persuaded by him, Vole hurriedly opened the car door and took out a bottle of water and handed it to Mather. "I don't have a destination either. I just want to find a companion. Where are you going? If you don't mind, let me go with you." The three of them looked at each other, and no one spoke for a while. After what happened with Kong Yun, they had to be more careful. However, they couldn't just stop eating. Because of this incident, they would always have to deal with other people. Thinking of this, Lin Sanjiu said, "You can come with us, but you must first tell me what your ability is." The vole's mouth suddenly opened into an O shape. "Don't tell me it's been a month, and you still don't know about evolutionary abilities?" Lin Sanjiu deliberately pulled a long face and pretended to be a bad guy. "If I don't know you, how dare I partner with you casually?" Although that's what he said. But Lu Zhe and Mather looked at each other. Both of them were a little embarrassed. If he really didn't want to expose his ability, it couldn't be considered wrong. But unexpectedly, the Field Mouse nodded without hesitation. "So you already know it. Okay, I'll show you." As he spoke, he pulled out a cell phone from his trouser pocket. The surface of the phone was a cheap plastic shell, and it looked very fake. Vole pressed a few buttons on the phone, and then turned the screen to face the three people. The screen showed a call interface, and the caller was actually 110. "This cell phone is my ability. 110 is the only number I can dial at the moment. If I'm attacked, I just need to dial 110, and within 5 to 10 seconds, all attacks will be ineffective against me. Of course, when the ability is activated, it will be much faster than it is now. The field mouse looked a little timid and asked again, "Is this okay?" Lin Sanjia's head had been aching slightly from being hit by something for quite some time. She was very sleepy and didn't want to move, so she just turned over in a daze. At this moment, a burst of "You are my little apple" suddenly came from somewhere, breaking the quiet night and sounding particularly harsh. Whose cell phone ringtone is so loud? I can hear it even though I live on the 38th floor. Isn't it too disturbing? Lin Sanjiu opened his eyes despite his sleepiness, and what came into view was a row of orange-yellow ring handles. By the way, I was not in the apartment on the 38th floor. It's a new world. It's the apocalyptic world. She sat up and looked at the rows of bus seats piled with various cargo cartons. On the wall next to Lin Sanjiu, there was a green slogan: "Special seats for the elderly, the weak, the sick, the disabled and pregnant women." The rare starlight outside the window illuminated the outline of the slogan. Above the drop-off door, there was something that looked like a route map, but only the number 3 could be seen. There was a sudden knock on the bus door, and the song "Little Apple" became louder, accompanied by the voice of a field mouse. "Hey, it's already 10 o'clock. You guys should get up. We should leave." Lin Sanjiu rubbed his eyes, and the memories of reality flooded into his brain like a tide. Yes, I have agreed to take the field mouse with me this afternoon. Afterwards, everyone got in the car, ate and drank, and chatted for a long time. Although the field mouse looked timid and unreliable, after getting to know him, he turned out to be a very careful person. In order to save energy for the evening, everyone went to rest quickly. The only field mouse with a mobile phone volunteered to set an alarm and planned to set off on time at 10 o'clock in the evening. Lin Sanjiu jumped up, went to the driver's seat, and pressed a button. The bus door opened, revealing Vol, who was still wearing an ill-fitting suit. "Turn off the alarm quickly," she whispered. "It's too loud. What if it attracts the fallen species?" The field mouse uttered "oh" twice and quickly turned off his phone. When Little Apple disappeared, Lin Sanjiu felt that the world suddenly became much quieter. The field mouse smiled and asked, "Where is Miss Mather? And Xiao Lu, are they up?" Behind. As he was talking, Mather came over yawning, rinsed his mouth with mineral water, and sat in the driver's seat with sleepy eyes. Lu Zhe nodded to the field mouse, rubbed his eyes and walked towards the truck, his back looking listless. "Everyone looks very tired," Lin Sanjiu thought as he couldn't help but yawn again. The field mouse looked very energetic. He checked the engine back and forth. When he found that there were no problems, he waved his hand enthusiastically. "Great, we can set off." After a quick wash and sitting in the truck for a while, Lin Sanjia's drowsiness gradually subsided, and he finally woke up completely. She looked at the map at hand, found the road leading to the western suburbs factory area, and started the car first. The western suburbs is a well-known industrial area in the city, with factories and processing plants of various industries gathered here. These factories usually have dormitories and canteens, which is a small ecosystem in itself. Once you get there, backup power, supplies, and shelter will not be a problem. The 3 cars following the truck also started slowly along with her. I have to say, it was a good decision to let Vol join in. Not only was he very good at maintaining cars, the most surprising thing was that he actually took out several walkie-talkies from the car, although the distance between them could not be too far. Now cars could finally communicate with each other while driving. Lu Zhe's cheerful voice came from the intercom on the seat next to him. "Xiaojiu, how far are we from the factory area?" "It depends on the road conditions. If there is no traffic jam, it will only take an hour for us to take the nearest road." Lin Sanjia was speaking when her stomach suddenly made a strange rumbling sound. She immediately cried out inwardly that something was wrong. Lu Zhe really caught the sound. "Haha, what's that sound? Do you want us to stop and give you some time to solve it?" A chuckle came from the intercom, and it was clearly Mather. "I'm just hungry," Lin Sanjiu scolded with a smile. "You little brat must not have a girlfriend." As she spoke, she angrily reached out for a bag of cookies, opened one and ate it, letting the others laugh happily on the intercom. Fortunately, most of the cars on the road were parked obediently. Sometimes when we encountered a road blocked by abandoned vehicles, we could squeeze through from the side. Now, because the road surface is seriously sanded, The boundary between the road and the sidewalk is no longer clear. So after driving for 10 minutes, the convoy of 4 cars was still driving on the shortcut to the factory area. I seemed to hear a bang just now. Did you hear it? Mather suddenly asked while driving. The field mouse immediately responded with concern. Ms. Mather, is there something wrong with your engine? Where is the sound coming from? It's too blurry. I can't really tell, but there's no sound now. If you hear it again, I'll check the engine for you again. After hearing this, Lin Sanjiu couldn't help but glance back through the rearview mirror. The bus following the second truck was driving smoothly at this time. She could vaguely see Mather in the driver's seat. Everything seemed normal. She opened the window, and the hot night wind rushed in. Everything that happened next was like a movie replay, so clear and yet so unreal. Almost suddenly, a high-pitched scream was heard from the intercom. The voice belonged to Lu Zhe, but no one could understand what he said. Lin Sanjiu's heart trembled suddenly, and the words "what's wrong with you" were still in his throat, when he heard a sharp squeaking sound of brakes behind him, followed by a loud bang like a collision. What's going on? She stuck her head out against the strong wind. In her vision that was cut into pieces by her black hair, Lu Zhe's truck almost stopped in the middle of the road with a sharp brake sound. The bus behind him rushed into the front of the truck, and a thick smoke rose immediately. Lu Zhe was knocked out of the driver's seat, and countless glass fragments flew everywhere, but his body seemed to be frozen, suspended in midair. There was a long, spike-like mouthpart piercing his chest, and the other end of the mouthpart was hidden in the truck. And all this happened in a flash, not even enough time to blink an eye. Lu Zhe, Lin Sanjiu yelled, stopped the car with one foot, opened the door and rushed in. Lu Zhe. It was as if she had forgotten everything and knew nothing. She could only call his name again and again, as if that would allow his heart to close again. However, before she could get closer, the front of the bus suddenly exploded with a bang. Along with thick smoke and flames, a large amount of glass fragments flew out from the scene of the accident, cutting Lin Sanjiu into a bloody man with sharp blades. She was knocked to the ground by the shock wave of the explosion, her body covered with wounds. But Lin Sanjiu seemed unaware and continued to sit on the ground in a daze because she could see clearly. Along with the broken glass, there fell pieces of flesh and blood, and some very familiar red hair. Are you kidding? How is that possible? The Citroën at the end almost crashed into the bus. The field mouse who opened the door was so scared that his face turned pale, and he asked loudly, "What happened? How could this happen?" Lin Sanjiu was stunned for a long time before she got up from the ground. Then, without saying a word, she ran towards the truck again with red eyes. The panting vole quickly grabbed her and shouted, "Calm down." Before he could finish his sentence, the field mouse suddenly felt a shadow covering his head. He looked up and was stunned. In the darkness, Lin Sanjiu felt a dull pain from something hitting the back of her head. It had been a while since she had felt this way. She was so sleepy that she didn't want to move. She just turned over in a daze. The next second, she suddenly sat up from her dream, gasping for breath. Lin Sanjiu looked down at her shaking hands. Dead? I'm dead? Everyone is dead? She turned around blankly and found that Mather and Lu Zhe were sleeping side by side on the ground not far away. They were frowning and seemed to be having a nightmare. Although they haven't woken up yet, the rising and falling of their chests proves that they are still alive and well. So, was that a dream just now? Lin Sanjiu got up from the ground, still feeling her hands and feet cold and her whole body weak. The moment she died, the moment her bones and internal organs were crushed, the moment she slid into endless darkness, the pain that was almost unreal. She shuddered violently. Were these all dreams? She got up, opened the car door, and stepped out of the car. She urgently needed to breathe some fresh air to clear her mind. Just as I stepped onto the ground outside the car, a shrill voice of "You are my little apple" suddenly rang out, tearing through the night. Lin Sanjiu was stunned. He heard it again, just like last time. No, it should be said that it was like a dream. The annoying ringing sound did not last as long as in the dream. Instead, it was quickly turned off after only a few sentences of singing. The night returned to its previous dead silence. Lin Sanjiu didn't move, staring quietly in the direction of the Citroën. After a long time, the field mouse still didn't come out to wake them up. Just as she was about to go over to take a look, she heard a low exclamation from the bus, and then Mather shouted, "Lose!" Xiaojio. Lin Sanjiu rushed back into the carriage, and at that moment Lu Zhe also took a deep breath, woke up, and sat up. The three of them met each other's eyes in the air, and they realized that the faces of the others were all pale. I dreamed that I died. I dreamed that we were all dead. Almost at the moment their eyes met, the three of them spoke in unison. What's going on? Lu Zhe was the first to react. You also dreamed of your own death? Not just me. Lin Sanjiu looked at them. I dreamed that the four of us were dead. What happened to your dreams? Just like the order of death, Lu Zhe was the first to speak. The dream just now was too real, wasn't it? I dreamed that we were driving on the way to the factory area, and suddenly a fallen species fell from the roof of the car, shattering the glass on the other side, and then, all at once, hit my chest. He looked pale and could hardly speak. How could this happen? In my dream, you were attacked by the fallen, and your truck turned a corner and I crashed into it. Mather was terrified, staring at Luz with his widened light brown eyes. I was seriously injured, and when I was climbing out of the driver's seat, then the explosion happened and you died. Lin Sanjiu's palms were covered with cold sweat when he interrupted. How do you know that? Because I was there when all this happened. Lin Sanjiu closed his eyes, as if he had returned to that moment again. After you died, my truck rushed over from behind and crushed me and the field mouse to death. It was as if God was playing tricks on us, killing us all just like that. What's going on? Our dreams are connected. Lu Zhe murmured to himself. Mather and Lin Sanjiu frowned, and were speechless for a moment. Just when the atmosphere between them was stagnant, Vol's voice rang out from the car door. Is everyone up? Not sure if it was an illusion, but Lin Sanjiu felt that there seemed to be a hint of tremor in his voice. Did he have the same dream? As if to confirm the three people's thoughts, the field mouse poked his head in nervously and said, I have something to tell you. Please don't scold me. I just dreamed that we all died. Don't say I'm unlucky, but we really have to be careful today. The dream was too real. Hey, what's wrong with you? Why are you looking at me like that? Lin Sanjiu felt a splitting headache. She waved to Tian Shu and said, We too. Come in. It seems we need to sort this out. The field mouse said hurriedly got into the car, and the four of them sat in a circle. It seemed clear that the four people, for some unknown reason, had experienced the same dream together, and what was amazing was that although they died at different times, the details in each person's dream matched perfectly. For example, the bang that Mather heard was probably made by the fallen species that killed Luz. That fallen species should have run all the way from the roof of the bus to the roof of the truck, and then attacked Luz. Even the scene where Lin Sanjiu got hungry and ate a cookie, or the joke that the field mouse told Lu Zhe, every detail was confirmed by the other. Listening to the heated discussion among the three people, the puzzled Lin Sanjiu raised his head in frustration, let out a breath, and then froze. Etc. What's wrong? The three looked at her in confusion. Do you have any ideas? Unexpectedly, Lin Sanjiu asked a completely unrelated question. Mather, which bus is this? Mather thought for a moment and said, It seems to be either 89 or 90. I can't remember, but it should be about the same. Look. Lin Sanjiu pointed to the wiring map hanging above the check-in door. The bus stop route on the route map has disappeared, and the only thing left is a big, bright red 2. Did I remember it wrong? Is this bus number 2? Mather glanced at Lin Sanjiu in confusion. But is this important, Xiaojio? Lin Sanjiu stared at the number 2 for a long time, then suddenly jumped up. What's wrong? The other three asked. I thought this thing looked familiar. I remembered it, Lin Sanjiu said, and felt a patch of hairs stand up on the back of his neck. I also saw this thing in my dream just now. The only difference is that in the dream it showed 3, not 2. She glanced at the three people and emphasized, I've been in this city for several years. All the buses here should have route maps. In other words, this number was added later. Mather suddenly seemed to have thought of something, and he covered his mouth with a cry. Are you counting down? Either we are in a dream right now, or death is not a dream at all. Lin Sanjiu smiled bitterly. Lu Zhe pinched his arm subconsciously and reacted. I am 100% sure that I am not dreaming now. It's strange. If we really died once, How come we are still fine now? Lin Sanjiu was about to speak when the field mouse spoke first. The first time it was 3, we died. Then it became 2. Does that mean we still have 2 chances? Since the 4 of them started to form a group, this was the first time that Lin Sanjiu saw Vol with his head downcast, looking thoughtful. It seemed that he had thought about a lot, but only told them the few things that were least likely to go wrong. She took a deep breath and said, "Actually, I think so too." The air froze again. Does this thing have a time limit? Lu Zhe crossed his arms and broke the silence first. If it does, wouldn't it be nice if we just sit here and wait for the time limit to pass before we can go on the road? Mather sighed. I'm afraid it can't be that simple. Anyway, what on earth is this? Why did this happen? Before Mather could finish his sigh, Vol suddenly interrupted with a surprisingly firm tone. I think it's definitely not okay to sit here. Who knows if there is a time limit? If we keep waiting, will something else happen? These are all unknown. However, the road we took last time and what dangers may arise are all clear to us. So I think it's better for us to be careful this time. Lin Sanjiu couldn't help but look at the vole again. No matter how many fallen species you have killed or what kind of dangerous situations you have escaped from, there is one thing that is self-evident. No one who is alive has ever died. However, just now, Lin Sanjiu experienced death, a real death in which his body and mind disappeared completely. The shock brought by death is incomparable to anything else in the world. It is the dark cloud that hangs over human beings since birth, and it is the ultimate terror that all wise men cannot avoid. Even now, when he recalled the moment of his death, Lin Sanjiu couldn't help but tremble. But Vol was able to analyze the situation so calmly. She couldn't help but praise him. Vol, I can't believe you can stay so calm after going through something like that. The field mouse, who was praised by her, instantly returned to his normal appearance and said with a sly smile, Hey, a small person like me has only one life, and it is a blessing to be alive until now, so how dare I be fragile? First of all, we need to understand the whereabouts of the fallen species last time. Looking at the 3 companions beside him, Lin Sanjiu said seriously, At the beginning, it was Martha who heard the dong sound, right? Where did it come from? At this time, the 4 vehicles were parked on the roadside in the same order as last time. For people stood on the roof of the bus, their brows were tightly furrowed. Mather thought for a while and said, I was driving at the time, and the engine noises of the cars in front and behind were very loud. I couldn't tell exactly where it was, but what I can be sure of is that the noise was very vague, and it should have been some distance away from the driver's seat. Maybe it's the middle and back of the bus? Lin Sanjiu walked to the middle and back of the bus, exerted force on her feet, and jumped up high on the spot. Now that she has increased her physical strength, her jumping ability is not to be underestimated. This time she jumped more than 1 person high. As she fell heavily, the iron sheet on the roof also made a bang. Considering the noise, what I heard should be louder than this, Mather assessed. The weight of a fallen species should be lighter than mine, Lin Sanjiu said. Could it be that he jumped from a very high place, so the sound was louder? From a very high place, several people frowned. Recalling the tall buildings they passed by on the last trip, Mather suddenly asked, This fallen creature has already landed on my bus. Why doesn't he come to kill me, but goes to kill Luz instead? You know, the front of the bus is high, and I can easily see him. Maybe they want us to have a chain reaction? The field mouse looked around. Once the second car has an accident, the other 2 cars behind it will be destroyed. My car hit the rear of your car, but no one was hurt. If you want to cause a chain reaction, wouldn't it be faster to kill Xiaoju? Lu Zhe asked back. The field mouse took a breath, thought for a while, and simply gave up. Who knows? Maybe this degenerate species is just sick and picked you casually. Will it choose me this time? Or will it choose someone else at random? Lu Zhe became more and more annoyed as he spoke. This countdown? The information given is too little. We can't deduce anything at all. Don't let your imagination run wild. Lin Sanjiu walked over, patted his shoulder, and said comfortingly, I think it won't be difficult to avoid this disaster. Because at least one thing is certain, that is the location of the accident. I don't believe we can't get through. The method was a little stupid, but it was safe. He was just a fallen species, and he killed someone last time by taking them by surprise. Thinking this way, I naturally felt more confident. That's right. This time, we take the initiative. The field mouse agreed with a smile. After a preliminary plan was made, the convoy soon set off again in the scorching evening breeze. In order to avoid unnecessary complications, the order of the vehicles this time was exactly the same as last time. The only difference was that, having learned from the previous lesson, all the windows were rolled down, and everyone had a handy weapon at hand. Along the way, the car was driving very slowly and no one was talking. Everyone was listening attentively, not wanting to miss the slightest movement. Lin Sanjiu felt his mouth dry and just swallowed a mouthful of saliva to moisten his throat, when suddenly Mather said softly on the intercom, "Here they come. Everyone brake." Lin Sanjiu shouted into the intercom, stepped on the brake pedal to the bottom, quickly turned off the engine, picked up the baton at hand, and jumped out of the car. Almost at the same time, Lu Zhe, Mather, and Vol all jumped out of the car, surrounded the bus with weapons in hand, and looked at the roof of the bus at the same time. In the darkness, several people could see clearly. In the middle of the bus, there was a dark shadow crouching, looking at that long, swaying mouth part. What else could it be but a degenerate? When it saw that it was surrounded, the degenerate suddenly stood up, turned around and ran back. The moment Lin Sanjiu saw it clearly, he took a breath. The body of this fallen species has not shrunk at all, and is completely the same as that of an ordinary person. Even its running speed is the same as that of an ordinary person. If it weren't for the mouthparts reminding her, I'm afraid Lin Sanjiu would really think it was a normal person. You want to run away after killing me? Lu Zhe was the first to react. He rushed forward like an arrow in the blink of an eye. Lin Sanjiu and Mather followed closely behind. The only field mouse with no fighting power stopped panting after running a few steps and shouted, "I'll keep watch here, come on." Although the speed of the fallen species was about the same as that of a normal person, which of the three people who were tracking it was a normal person? In less than half a minute, the three people had blocked the way ahead and formed a siege on the fallen species. The fallen species stared at the few people motionlessly, and the three of them were also on guard. For a moment, no one took the first move. Seeing it up close and face-to-face is truly disgusting. This fallen creature was obviously a male, with plump and moist skin. Judging from its body, it looked like an ordinary human. It was not just its body. Its slender eyes were covered with eyelids, and its broad forehead was very smooth. It looked very normal, without any disgusting features. However, only the mouthparts on the head remained unchanged on such a normal, smooth male face. The place where the mouth and nose should have been turned into a black hole, and a huge mosquito mouthpart stretched out from the deep hole. As if it was deliberately designed, this strange contrast made Lin Sanjiu prefer to see Wang Cici. You guys reacted pretty quickly. The fallen one's eyes rolled over them one by one, his cheek muscles pulling his mouthparts, as if forming a smile. Did anyone tell you I was coming? How about from what I hear, are there other fallen species? They have lost their mouths, but they still talk a lot. Before Lin Sanjiu finished her words, a knife appeared in her hand. She knew the power of the opponent's mouthpiece and was afraid that she could not get close to him, so she raised her hand and swung the kitchen knife, which drew a parabola in the air. The fallen species raised its mouthparts high, and as expected, it knocked the kitchen knife away. However, Lin Sanjiu's next knife was thrown out again when it raised its mouthparts. The fallen species' mouthparts were diverted, and it was caught off guard, allowing the second knife to chop onto its shoulder, splashing a stream of smelly blood. Hurry now! Lu Zhe immediately rushed forward, swinging his baton and hitting it hard. The fallen species' jaw broke with a heart-wrenching sound. Okay, Lin Sanjiu's eyes lit up, and just as he was about to make another attack, a flash of white light suddenly appeared in the corner of his eye. With a gunshot, a cloud of blood mist burst out from the field mouse's chest. The body and the phone that had just been summoned fell heavily to the ground. As the field mouse took his last breath with his eyes wide open, the phone quickly turned into a white light and disappeared. It all happened so fast that none of the three people who were fighting with the fallen species had time to react. They involuntarily turned their heads towards the field mouse. While their attention was drawn away, the fallen species did not dare to fight and jumped out of the encirclement and ran away. Lin Sanjiu was about to chase after him when suddenly alarm bells rang in her mind. Before she could react, her body rolled on the ground, another gunshot rang out, and a hole emitting white smoke appeared where she had just stood. Now she understood everything. We've been sniped. Find a place to hide. Mather and Luz threw themselves behind the bus. Lin Sanjiu squatted behind the Citroën, and they were all gasping for breath. Because they had lost their target, the gunfire stopped, and the night returned to a quiet undercurrent. Mr. Tion is dead, Mather said in a low voice with some difficulty accepting it. It was done by the accomplice of the fallen species just now, right? Lin Sanjiu breathed rapidly, cursed, and said, "We are so unlucky that we actually ran into a fallen species who can snipe." Lu Zhe gave her a complicated look and shook his head. "It wasn't done by the fallen species. I just saw a lot of metal spots floating in front of the building on the right. The bullet that sniped the field mouse was one of them." Such a description. The other two widened their eyes. Isn't that an evolutionary ability? The ability to evolve is undoubtedly something that only humans possess. Lin Sanjiu was still a little confused. Partner? What good would it be for him to partner with a fallen species? Before he could finish his words, he heard a bang above his head. "Oh my, isn't this the lady who just stabbed me? Why, aren't you going to run away? My attack range is so large, I think you can only avoid my thorns by running over there." The fallen species' mouthparts swung a few times in the air. Its tone was frivolous and sweet, and its eyes narrowed into two curved black slits. Somehow, it made people feel that when it was a human being, it must have been an inferior and disgusting man. Staring at the fallen species, Lin Sanjia's palm flashed with white light, and she pinched another card. Although her body was shaking slightly due to the high tension, she held on without moving. Could she run to an open space and ask someone to snipe her? Just kidding. She's not stupid. However, if she didn't run, she would just have to sit there within the attack range of the mouthparts. The short period of time when the fallen species did not attack in order to tease its prey was probably one of her few chances. Taking advantage of her position, if she first cut off the fallen species' leg muscles and made it unable to move, it would be equivalent to fixing its mouthparts within a certain range. It should work. Lin Sanjiu made up her mind and called out another knife from the card library. She collected everything that could be used as a weapon in the supermarket, but every knife she had was a little less, and this one had to be used to definitely take down the fallen species. The mouthparts that were deeply embedded in the flesh suddenly pushed forward, and the force pressed on her muscles and bones, pushing her away from the car. The knife in Lin Sanjia's hand brushed past the legs of the fallen species, and he could no longer bear the severe pain brought by the push and fell to the ground with a tumble. When she raised her eyes, she saw a speck of metallic light floating in the air in the distance. She was within the sniper range. Lin Sanjiu was in a hurry and immediately removed the card-like form of a bed sheet from her body. As the bed sheet was thrown up and covered the air, she quickly rolled out. Just as she rolled out, the sand where she was just now was pierced by a gunshot. However, another spot of light still splashed a string of blood when it brushed past her body. Lu Zhe cursed and threw the baton in his hand with all his strength, circling it towards the fallen species. At the same time, Mather rushed towards Lin Sanjiu, intending to pull her up. The latter was lying on the ground defenseless, and if there was another flash of light, Lin Sanjiu would be completely dead. However, just as Mather grabbed her hand and was about to pull her to the back of the car, the sniper rifle sounded again. Lin Sanjiu watched helplessly as a cloud of blood mist burst out from Mather's chest, splattering her face with tiny blood spots. "And Mather?" she called out softly in a daze. In Martha's lifeless light brown eyes, Lin Sanjiu's pale and panicked face was reflected. Then, her body lost its strength and fell heavily on Lin Sanjiu, pressing her so hard that tears burst out. Even after having seen it once, the pain of a companion's death was still unbearable. "Mather!" Luz's angry cry like a wounded little beast came from not far away. Lin Sanjia's heart skipped a beat, and then he used all his strength to shout, "Don't come over here! Hide quickly!" However, Lu Zhe turned a deaf ear to them, waved his baton to force the fallen species away, turned around and rushed over with a plop. He knelt down beside the two of them. Lu Zhe stared at the corpse, unable to speak for a long time. He was already in the open space, but the gunshots did not sound as Lin Sanjiu expected, and Lu Zhe seemed to have forgotten about it. He gently stroked Mazer's hair with his trembling hands, choked up, and looked at Lin Sanjiu with red eyes as if begging. Let's do it again. We still have one chance. Mazer. Mazer is my family. Lin Sanjiu's eyes flashed with the bright red number, and suddenly a chill rose in his heart. Do they really have another chance? So far, everything is just speculation. If this is not a countdown, but a premonition dream. Lu Zhe's tears fell and hit the sand. Okay, she said hoarsely. Okay. If she didn't start over and save Mather, even if she could leave here alive, she wouldn't be able to face her future self. Lu Zhe didn't say anything. Lin Sanjiu raised his eyes and found that Lu Zhe's face was gray and stiff. Lu Zhe? She called out tentatively, already understanding vaguely in her heart. Lu Zhe's eyes were dim, and blood oozed from the corners of his mouth. Then, his body fell softly on Mather, revealing his white neck with a bloody mouthpiece stuck in it. Oh, this kind of friendship of dying together really touches me. But are you guys scared? What do you mean by starting over again? You don't think the dead can be resurrected, do you? The fallen's narrow eyes flashed with a satisfied and evil light. Miss, don't cry. Every drop of water in your body is precious to me. Lin Sanjiu realized that she had been crying silently. Compared to seeing her friends die one after another in front of her eyes, the so-called opportunity was too illusory, but it was her only hope. I can no longer feel the injury on my shoulder. When the fallen leisurely pulled out his mouthpiece and walked towards him, Lin Sanjiu tried to open his eyes wide and looked at the building across the street. In front of the window on an unknown floor, there were 4 or 5 metallic lights floating. The window was mostly covered by curtains, and only a dark figure was vaguely revealed. It was impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman. Before I die, I want to at least count the floors clearly, Lin Sanjiu said silently in his heart. You didn't expect there was another one over there, did you? How about it? My woman's ability is not bad, right? Following her gaze, the fallen one turned around and said as if showing off. There was a kind of sticky pride in his tone. Lin Sanjiu couldn't hear anything clearly. When she counted to 12, through the layers of tears that kept pouring out, she vaguely saw the mouthpart stained with Lu Zhe's blood being raised in front of her. The world became dim and blurry, and consciousness dissipated like smoke. He's gone? A strange male voice came from somewhere. Yeah, I finally couldn't help but use that. Another male voice that I had never heard of before continued. No wonder. I think these 3 people have great potential, but they just happened to meet opponents with twice the combat power at the beginning. It's bad luck. If you don't use it now, you may not be able to use it next time. That's mine. We have to catch him as soon as possible, the man said, gritting his teeth. Hey, look, this one is a rare growth type. Oh, it really is. How about Dot, would you like to help? What the Hades is this? Along with the woman's angry shouts, a boot slammed heavily on the bus door, causing it to shake. However, the sign with a bright red one above the head was still hanging as steady as a rock. Behind Lin Sanjiu was Mather, who lowered his head and sighed, and Lu Zhe, who had just calmed down from his excitement. Does that mean we only have one chance now? Lin Sanjiu couldn't get rid of the image of Lu Zhe and Mather's tragic death in his mind. The more he thought about it, the more scared he became. Fear gave rise to countless anger. Who was behind this? Mather comforted him softly. Xiaojiu, don't be angry. From another perspective, the countdown actually saved our lives. Otherwise, we might have died a long time ago. Lin Sanjiu clutched her pants tightly. After a long while, she stood up suddenly. I'm going out for a walk. She got out of the car and walked a few steps. The night wind blew gravel and hit her body. She was still alive, so she could feel the slight pain on her skin. The surroundings were extremely quiet, without any noise, and she could even hear the sound of blood flowing through her ears. Perhaps because of this, her emotions gradually calmed down. It's so quiet, but isn't it a little too quiet? I always feel like something is missing. Lin Sanjiu frowned slightly, and his eyes fell on the dirty Citroën not far away. Oh, Right. Didn't Vol come over to wake them up at this time the last 2 times? Why didn't he hear his cell phone ringing even now? Could it be that he hasn't woken up yet? Thinking of this, Lin Sanjiu quickly came to the Citroën and called out, Vol, are you awake? After waiting for a while, there was still no movement in the car. She wiped the dust off the car window with her sleeve and bent down to look inside. The passenger seat in the car was folded down and used as a bed, with a few half-eaten food packaging bags thrown around, empty beverage bottles, and a few dirty clothes, but there was no sign of a Vol. Lin Sanjia's heart immediately rose, and she walked around the convoy several times while looking around. There was nothing around. It was very empty, and she could see far away at a glance. But after walking around twice, she didn't even see a single footprint of a Vol. It happened that at this moment, Lu Zhe and Mather opened the door and got out of the car while talking. Lin Sanjiu heard the noise, hurried back and said, the field mouse is not in the car. He disappeared. Should we go look for him? They were stunned. They had never thought that the field mouse had disappeared. Mather opened his mouth and was about to speak when a slow voice suddenly came from the roof of the car. I say, you better stop looking for it. You won't find it even if you try. The 3 people were startled and took a few steps back reflexively, looking up at the roof of the car. Under the huge silver moon at night, 2 dark shadows stood and sat, and it was unknown when they came. The hot night wind flowed over them, and their shadows were immersed in the moonlight, so their faces could not be seen clearly. The person who spoke just now seemed to be the one sitting there. He was in a very relaxed posture, with 1 foot hanging from the roof of the car, and his voice was full of mockery. Why are you looking at me like that? Do you think I'm good looking? This guy really feels good about himself. The 3 of them paused, and no one could say anything for a moment. At this moment, the man who had been standing by without saying anything uttered a soft snort. He took a step forward and suddenly jumped up in the bright moonlight, turning into a shadow and falling heavily to the ground, immediately stirring up a cloud of dust. The man was tall, with a body as strong and smooth as a beast, full of dangerous explosive power. On his back was a long, slightly curved sword, somewhat similar to a samurai sword, but there was no scabbard, and no one knew how he tied it to his body. Only the blade made of steel, glowing faintly in the dark night. For an evolver, jumping off a bus is not difficult to do, but somehow, something about this man instantly sounded the alarm for Lin Sanjiu and others. As soon as he landed, they all hurriedly retreated. The man raised his head and slowly raised 1 corner of his mouth towards the few people, revealing a smile that could almost be described as ferocious. It was not an illusion, nor was it a psychological effect, but a real, palpable pressure that was like a mountain pressing down on my head. Under this pressure, even standing became a difficult task. Lin Sanjiu felt as if her heart was being pinched by the man opposite her. Every muscle was trembling to support her to stand firm. She trembled and tried hard to suppress her urge to turn around and run. This feeling is just like a hare meeting a mountain lion on the grassland. It was a feeling of helplessness and despair. The other person and himself were not creatures on the same level of the food chain. At this time, Lin Sanjia's keen intuition had already been fully activated, and every cell in her body was warning her. Run away quickly, run away quickly, run away quickly. Just when she could no longer hold on and was about to turn around and run, the man who had been sitting and talking jumped down lightly. It was like a thawing spring breeze blowing across the ground, blowing open thousands of pear blossoms, and the murderous power that had just been there was immediately reduced a lot. As soon as he jumped down, he accused them. Why are you scaring them? Then he turned around and comforted the 3 people. It's okay. It's just his bad habit. Don't be afraid. The man with the samurai sword snorted, his voice deep. They are just too bad. Who are you? His heartbeat slowly calmed down. The more he listened to the 2 people's voices, the more familiar they sounded to him. What do you want to do with us? And what did you mean by not letting us go find the voles just now? Lu Zhe heard Lin Sanjiu's question and quickly interrupted. Although he was young, he was very sensitive to things. Ever since the man who spoke so softly jumped down, he realized that the 2 men didn't seem to plan to attack them. Judging from the fierce look in the man opposite, if he really wanted to kill them, it might take less than 30 seconds. The man who was sitting there just now was indeed as handsome as he said. His smile was like a peach blossom, and his white teeth sparkled. He looked at the three people who looked a little embarrassed, and suddenly smiled and said, "You still don't know your situation, right? What's going on?" Lin Sanjiu asked. "You guys just started not long ago," the peach blossom man said with a smile. "I am kind-hearted and decided to tell you everything from the beginning. It seems that you haven't experienced much in the new world." Lu Zhe and Mather looked at each other and said hesitantly, "We have experienced the new world twice, but this is the first time for Xiaoju." The peach blossom man was shocked when he heard this. Twice? It's already twice. How come the fighting power is still, he thought for a moment, as if he wanted to be more tactful. So bad? Lu's and Mather's faces both grew 1 centimeter longer. "Did you experience E-level worlds twice in a row?" He nodded. "It must be. What is the E-level world?" Lu Zhe asked. The peach blossom man suddenly had a very difficult expression. "Really, I don't know whether to say that you are too lucky. You have come through both worlds without any worries. Listen carefully. The Doomsday world is divided into 5 levels from E to A according to the difficulty of survival. You have played games, right? Yes, it is just like a game. You ask who divided it? It was the Evolvers who divided it. How could it be the fallen species? In short, in order to enable people to better adapt to the new world, these 5 levels are divided, and level E is the easiest." Hearing the word most relaxed, Mather's expression suddenly changed, but he still didn't say anything. But Lu Zhe beside her jumped up, his fair skin flushed, and he said with a breath held back, "The easiest? In the war world, do you know how many people died? In the end, all the soldiers of military age died, and the ones fighting on the battlefield were all skinny children. How can this be considered easy? As an ordinary person, you have managed to hold on for so long after the apocalypse. Isn't that a relief?" The peach blossom man smiled coldly as if to deliberately irritate people. "You have to know that once you pass the E level, even evolved humans will become like grass. You can survive today, but not tomorrow. Just like you are now. Extreme temperature Hades. What level is it?" Lin Sanjiu couldn't help but ask. The peach blossom man glanced at her, smiled and said, "D level." Lin Sanjiu's face turned pale. This place where they died twice in a row was only D level? What would C level and above be like? Thinking of this, her voice trembled a little. "How is this level determined?" "Speaking of this, it is related to your current situation." The peach blossom man returned to his warm smile. "All new worlds above level E will randomly appear. Well, how should I put it? Regional traps of corresponding difficulty. We call it copy." "Copy?" The 3 people repeated in unison. "It's just a name. It doesn't really matter what it's called. It's just that this name is the most common. Anyway, there are usually all kinds of life and death crises in the dungeon. Just like in a game, you can only leave the dungeon if you survive and successfully pass the level. The dungeon you encountered is not bad. Every time you die, the countdown will be reduced by 1. When the 3 chances are used up, you will really die. You call this not bad?" Mather stared at him. Then, "We really only have 1 chance now?" Lin Sanjiu asked in a daze. "That's right." Unexpectedly, it was the man with the samurai sword who spoke. "Your performance the first 2 times was so bad that it made me want to cry. The names of these 2 people are really weird." Lin Sanjiu secretly complained in his heart. "Are you Japanese?" Lu Zhe seemed to have forgotten that he had just been suppressed and asked Kurosawa-ji. "What?" The latter frowned impatiently, showing an expression that said, "What are you talking about?" How should I put it? It's just maybe in their world, the naming tradition is different from ours, right? We can't understand it based on our previous experience." Seeing that Kurosawa-ji's face was getting darker and darker, Lin Sanjiu was afraid that if Lu Zhe asked a few more questions, he would be cut in half with a knife. So he quickly changed the subject. Let me ask, how is our companion named Vol?" The word "la" was only half uttered from his mouth when suddenly a heavy and sharp murderous aura burst out from Kurosawa-ji's body, almost crushing the 3 people who were caught off guard. Li Jijun supported the 2 women present and turned back to complain to his companions. "Can you control yourself?" Kurosawa-ki looked very unhappy, but the overwhelming and oppressive power finally dissipated slowly. With no one to help him, Lu Zhe stood up and silently brushed off the dirt on his body. Li Jijun motioned for everyone to get on the bus and talk slowly, and he found a seat and sat down lazily. He looked around and opened a bag of chocolate cookies, and then he ate while saying, "Your friend called Vol escaped from us." To be honest, it was a complete surprise for us to enter AD level world this time. We had originally planned to use this new world of difficulty as a vacation. Li Jijun pointed at his companion with a smile, but a while ago, this guy suddenly had some kindness and rescued a man from another dungeon. Yes, it was your field mouse. After seeing that several people had expressions of disbelief on their faces, Kurosawa Ki's face became even gloomier. Tian Minbo said he admired us and wanted to worship us as his boss. These were his exact words. He would follow us no matter what, and we couldn't chase him away. I thought he was quite attentive, so I let him follow us for a while. Li Jijun sighed, his eyes full of worry. I didn't expect that after he got familiar with us, he took advantage of our negligence and stole something from Aji and ran away overnight. At this moment, all three of them were stunned. Judging from the strength shown by Li Jijun and the other two, there was no need for them to lie, which meant Lin Sanjiu thought for a moment, then held his breath and looked at Lu Zhe and Mather. He said he wanted to find a companion to go with him. Could it be that he has decided to use us as a shield? Without waiting for the two to respond, Li Jijun's leisurely voice continued. I think this is probably what he is thinking. He has seen a little bit of my tracking techniques and knows that he can't get far alone. But he thinks that I can't catch him just because he is in a small group. He is underestimating him. I can still find him even if he enters the dungeon. Mather smoothed his red hair and asked in confusion, "Where is he now? Why isn't he in the dungeon with us?" Li Jijun said nothing and glanced at his companion. "It's because of the thing he stole." Kurosawa-ji suddenly spoke up. His tone was very bad. "That was a special item that I spent a lot of effort to find. It can force people to leave the copy." After hearing this, the three of them opened their eyes wide. For Lin Sanjiu and others who only had one chance left to survive, it was clear how precious this thing was. Forcibly escaping from a hopeless dungeon is like having an extra life, isn't it? A smile that makes people feel that it would be better not to smile appeared on Kurosawa-ji's face. "After I get the things back, I will put him into the A-level dungeon with my own hands. If I can save him, I can kill him. Is this what an evolver really looks like?" Lin Sanjiu endured the involuntary chill and glanced at Lu Zhe and Mather. Secretly, the difference is a bit big. It seems that they should have been E-level in the past two worlds. This thing is counted by the number of times, and you can only escape 15 times in total. Otherwise, he would have abandoned you the second time. There are shields everywhere. Li Jijun narrowed his eyes and sighed. His words aroused the anger of the young Lu Zhe. "When I find that grandson, I will beat him up first. Brother Jun, if you need us, just tell me. Our top priority now is to survive in the dungeon." Mather glanced at Luz. "By the way, speaking of this, since this instance can only be entered once, Aji and I are now considered illegal intruders and cannot help you fight." Li Jijun said with a smile, "We will provide intelligence and help you. You can formulate a battle plan. When we get out of this instance, we will ask you for a favor." Lin Sanjiu glanced at him, feeling a little unsure. There is no such thing as a free lunch in the world. Although this Li Jijun was smiling, he looked very difficult to deal with. No one knew what he would ask them to do later to repay this great favor. But on second thought, from the standpoint of the three of them, is there still room for bargaining? Thinking of this, she gritted her teeth and nodded to Lu Zhe and Mather. "Let's do it this way." After the idea was decided, the next few people began to discuss the plan in a low voice. The information provided by Li Jijun and the other man was so complete and detailed that it seemed as if he knew the other party. It was said that they only walked around the scene of the accident a few times and had already figured out the other party's information clearly. As expected in the second episode, they were ambushed by a duo, one of whom was a fallen species, always patrolling around several buildings. The other was a human female, hiding on the 15th floor. The fallen species was not to be feared except that he was well-fed and fat, and the real danger was the woman. The woman has developed two abilities so far: sniping and trapping. Lin Sanjiu and the other two had already experienced the power of sniping once. Unlike sniping in the military, the metal light spot of that woman was like a bullet, and there was no accuracy problem caused by the gun mechanism. Nor did she need to aim for a long time. All she needed to do was lock onto the target and pull the trigger. No matter how good Lin Sanjia's physical fitness is, he has not yet evolved to the point where he is faster than a bullet. The sniper's biggest weakness, close combat, is perfectly solved by her other ability, the trap. I wanted to go upstairs to take a look, but I was shocked as soon as I entered the corridor. Starting from the first floor, every step was filled with traps she set, all the way to the 15th floor. Although it is not difficult to destroy them, we will definitely be discovered if we do so. Li Jijun said, "You know, we can't start a war, and we can only be chased and beaten. What kind of trap is it?" Lin Sanjiu asked a little nervously. "I don't know." Li Jijun spread his hands. "Didn't I tell you that I didn't dare to step on it?" Lin Sanjiu looked at him helplessly. "In short, just don't go upstairs, right?" Li Jijun nodded leisurely. "How can we fight without going upstairs?" Lin Sanjiu couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. "However, there is one more piece of information you should know." Li Jijun came over with a smile and handed a bottle of water to Lin Sanjiu and Mather respectively. "In this instance, only you have the memory of the last time." The three of them raised their heads. Although you and they have entered the same dungeon, the attackers have no concept of a dungeon. They are just doing what they had planned to do on the day they entered the dungeon hunting. Li Jijun became more and more excited as he spoke. "So this means that your attack today is still a surprise to them. As long as the plan is good, you can counterattack successfully." Perhaps influenced by his calm tone, the vague sense of fear that had been lingering in the hearts of the three people gradually subsided. Li Jijun gave a briefing on all aspects, and seeing that it was almost time, he asked the drowsy He Zeiji to get out of the car. "It's up to us now." Seeing them walk away, Lin Sanjiu turned to look at Lu Zhe and Mather with bright eyes and said firmly, "We will definitely survive." The first 2 times the driving took nearly 20 minutes, but it took Lu Zhe almost an hour. According to Li Jijun's information, the fallen species often roamed around the building where he lived, looking for lonely pedestrians. However, Lu Zhe walked several times within 500 meters of the building and did not see the shadow of the fallen species. It seems that Guy is quite cautious and doesn't want to go far. Lin Sanjia's thoughtful voice came from the intercom. "Then you better get closer. Remember, you must hide well when you find it, then you know what to do, right?" Lu Zhe hummed and said, "Don't worry, I have experience in this area." "Okay, keep in touch." After hanging up the call, Lu Zhe put away the intercom and slowly walked towards the building where his fallen partner was. He used his eagle vision ability to the maximum. Within this range, he could immediately detect anything wrong. He exhaled slowly, his heart pounding. The key to today's battle actually lies on him, so you can imagine the pressure he is under. As he approached the building cautiously, Lu Zhe did not forget to find cover to hide his whereabouts. It would be too unfair if he was shot by the woman upstairs before discovering the fallen species. However, during the year in the war world, Lu Zhe learned a lot of hiding skills, so he was able to do it with ease. The building where the sniper was hiding stood out from the crowd. The area probably had not yet been demolished, and there were still many 6- or 7-story residential buildings left. The street, which originally had many small shops, now looked dead, and even the corpses had turned to ashes. A man with a long black shadow suddenly appeared from the corner without any warning. Dragging his feet slowly, Lu Zhe was startled and immediately shrank to the side, hiding behind a sign covered with yellow sand. Judging from the distance, the fallen species should not be able to hear his voice. Lu Zhe turned on the walkie-talkie. "I saw it." His voice was as low as possible. "Xiaojiu, are you sure he said the sniper was his woman last time?" "Yes, I am 100% sure." "Okay, then I'll start." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Zhe stared at the degenerate creature in the distance who looked very leisurely and silently said girlfriend in his heart. In almost an instant, Lu Zhe saw a waterfall of long black hair falling down on his shoulders. No matter how many times he changed, each new image still felt fresh to him. He reached out and touched his smooth hair, then touched his small, smooth face, and found that his hands had also become white and tender, with a bracelet that looked very expensive on his slender wrist. "Okay, It worked. I mean, this guy's girlfriend seems to be a long-haired beauty. Hey, he's really lucky. There was silence on the other end of the intercom. Mather was not without embarrassment, and almost as if apologizing, he said, Xiaojiu, he is in adolescence, so he is a little. Lin Sanjiu sighed clearly. You should get out quickly, hey. Li Ji, her surprised voice was followed by a burst of noise, and it sounded as if the intercom in her hand had been taken away. Then Li Jijun said, Don't go out. Lu Zhe's foot, which was wearing red mid-heel shoes, had just taken a step forward, but suddenly froze. Li Jijun said hurriedly, I have seen what the sniper looks like. She is just an ordinary woman with short hair. Did you change your shape? Hello? Do you hear me? Lu Zhe silently turned off the intercom. Li Jijun's reminder was still a step too late. Just now, Lu Zhe took a step forward, and by chance, he ran into the site of the fallen species. While Li Jijun was talking, the fallen species had already rushed over at high speed with an excited look on his face. Judging from the speed, it would take less than 10 seconds for the two to be face to face. Lu Zhe suppressed his nervousness and didn't move and quickly put away the intercom. Then he hugged his shoulders and screamed "Ah" in the voice of this woman in fear. As expected, when it was about to rush in front of us, the fallen species suddenly stopped in its tracks. Even its long mouthparts could not hide the surprise on its face. Mei Yi? Lu Zhe raised his head with horror, revealing his current female face. Unfortunately, he couldn't cry now. The next sentence from the fallen one immediately confirmed for Lu Zhe. Lin Sanjiu's information was correct. This was all a complete coincidence. Mei Yi? Why are you here? Where's your boyfriend? Lu Zhe almost wanted to curse. There is a limitation to his transformation ability, which is that he must tell the other person his relationship with before he can transform. However, in reality, he can only transform into a person who the other person thinks fits this relationship. That is to say, this fallen species obviously does not think that the sniper upstairs is his girlfriend, but rather this woman named Mei Yi, who already has a boyfriend, can be called his girlfriend. So, I hate people who mess around with men and women the most. Lu Zhe roared in his heart, but his face was still terrified and pitiful. I lost him a long time ago. But you, how did you become like this? The fallen one rolled his eyes, looked up and down at the woman in front of him, and then said with a smile, I have evolved an ability called body transformation. Don't look at me, although I don't look good. I am very powerful. In order to better display his ability to transform, Lu Zhe had put a lot of effort into his acting. Even after hearing this nonsense, he still nodded slightly as if a little scared, turned his eyes away from the mouthparts, and said, The world is too scary now. I say, where's your father? A man so rich, he wouldn't have no way out, right? The fallen asked casually, and suddenly asked eagerly, Also, have you evolved? What abilities have you evolved into? So that's how it is. Lu Zhe sneered in his heart. We have an underground shelter at home, and we have plenty of water. I have been hiding in the shelter to survive. By the way, if you need anything, you can go there too. Lu Zhe said, quietly observing its expression. Seeing that the fallen species was indifferent to the word water, he continued. As for my abilities, except for the ability to adapt to high temperatures, I don't seem to have evolved. At this moment, the fallen race's expression slowly changed. If the look that flashed across his face at the beginning was disappointment, it must have turned into a smile now, right? The muscles under the eyes of the fallen species gradually squeezed together, and his eyes narrowed. You haven't evolved. Then why did you come out alone? Before Lu Zhe could think of a response, it continued, How about this? You come back with me and I'll protect you. How about that? As he spoke, the uncomfortable smile became more intense. Or do you want to keep me in captivity and eat me slowly? Lu Zhe sneered in his heart, but on the surface he looked like he was saved and said with tears of gratitude, That's great. Then, I'll go with you. The fallen creature straightened his clothes and actually made a pleased gesture, indicating that the lady should go first. Lu Zhe smiled at him shyly like a girl, then walked ahead. The fallen species followed immediately. In the dead of night, only the footsteps of two people echoed slowly in the empty street. Do you remember, Maya, when we first met? Suddenly the fallen species behind him spoke. Lu Zhe's heart skipped a beat. The ability to transform wouldn't provide him with any information, so he just hummed. That's when I saw you for the first time. I felt that you were the only woman worthy of me. This degenerate species probably had enough food and water in his body every day, so he was still thinking about the past. We were so happy when we were together. Do you remember it? Yes. Because you like beaches, we went to Boracay, Maldives, Tahiti. All of them. Now that I think about it, it really seemed like a dream. As he spoke, the fallen's tone suddenly infiltrated something else. If your father hadn't forced us to break up later. I admit that you spent a lot of money when we were together, but I really liked you, too. Lu Zhe had no idea what to say. He thought for a moment, and then pretended to sob and said, I understand. Do you understand? Do you understand why you ended up with that rich second-generation guy? You and your father both think I'm not a good match, right? The degenerate suddenly raised his voice, startling Lu Zhe, but it suddenly laughed again. Mei Yi, you don't know that I'm so happy that the world has become like this. The skin on Lu Zhe's back suddenly felt the air vibrate, and then there was a faint sound of wind coming towards him. He had already focused all his attention on the back and was on guard. At this moment, when he heard the sound of wind in his ears, he lowered his body when he jumped to the side. He saw a long black shadow just passing over his head. Unexpectedly, the attack missed, and the fallen species stared at him in surprise. Lu Zhe smiled coldly, kicked off his mid-heeled shoes, and got ready for battle. Mei Yi's tender feet stepped directly on the asphalt road that had been baked by high temperature for a day, which made him feel slightly painful, but this little bit of pain made his mind clearer. You were able to dodge it? On the street that was devoured beyond recognition by the high temperature, a long shadow was wrapped between two figures who were constantly fighting. The shorter shadow dodged very quickly, so his long whip-like mouthparts swung nearly 20 times in a row, but he didn't even touch the corner of the opponent's clothes. If it still had a mouth, the fallen creature would be gasping for breath from exhaustion now. You. Who are you? You are not Mei Yi. The angry buzzing of the fallen species came louder and louder. While asking questions, he seized the opportunity and hit Lu Zhe in the face with his mouthparts. Seeing that the mouthparts were about to get closer, Lu Zhe blinked and his height suddenly shrank. The mouthparts once again made space above the head of this country girl. Before the fallen one could retract its mouthparts, the little girl kicked her feet and quickly slid to the fallen one's feet. While kicking out a sweeping kick, she had already transformed into a tall and dangerous man, clearly Kurosawa-ki. It hissed miserably and fell to the ground with a clang. Although no matter what form he turns into, Lu Zhe cannot obtain the ability value of the object he changes into, but he will be affected by the ability upper limit of the object he changes into. If Lu Zhe's own strength is 89 and the security girl's strength is 14, then Lu Zhe can only exert a strength of 14. After becoming Kurosawa-ji, Kurosawa-ji's strength is many times higher than Lu Zhe's, so he undoubtedly exerted the maximum strength of his own. All of 89's strength was kicked onto the fallen creature's leg. The white bone stump immediately pierced its calf and stretched into the air. This time, the fallen species could no longer stand up. It hissed and gasped on the ground, its mouthparts hanging limply on the ground, and it trembled constantly due to the heat of the scalding road. Lu Zhe, maintaining the appearance of Kurosawa-ki, walked to the fallen species with a cold face and looked down at it. It's okay if you don't fight me. Lu Zhe smiled. On his face, the smile should be pretty and charming, but on Kurosawa-ji's face, it looked like he was going to eat someone. Let me cut off your mouthparts. The pitiful and flattering expression just now immediately melted away from the fallen creature's face like ice and snow. It rolled over violently, barely supported itself and climbed up, then raised its mouthparts. Again? No matter how many times you try, you won't be able to touch me. Before Lu Zhe could finish his sentence, he saw the mouthparts swung down suddenly, but it was not in the direction of Lu Zhe, but instead stabbed towards the fallen species' calf. With a sharp scream, the broken calf fell off. It was actually removed by itself at the knee. As long as I absorb you, I can grow back as many legs as I want. The fallen one stared at Lu Zhe, looking much gloomier than before. Originally, I was a little unsure whether I should use this. But now, Lu Zhe was startled and took 2 steps back, looking at it warily. The Fallen sneered, flipped his hand, and took out something. Lu Zhe almost suspected that he had seen it wrong. Because it was a lunchbox. Thank goodness I brought this. The Fallen species laughed and opened the lid of the lunchbox. Under Lu Zhe's surprised gaze, pink bubbles floated up from the lunchbox, filling the air where the two were on the verge of a showdown, and dyed the night sky a light pink. Lu Zhe was stunned, and his eyes followed the pink bubble away. Suddenly, he came to his senses when he looked towards the place where the fallen species was standing. He found that it had disappeared. Upon closer inspection, not only the fallen species, but also the remaining ruins of shops, shabby and dusty signs, and several abandoned cars on the surrounding streets were all gone. All you can see is pink bubbles all over the sky. Looking through the bubbles, you can see more trembling bubbles shining beautifully in the sky, forming a beautiful world like a dream. Is this the woman's trap? Lu Zhe spat. He had understood what was going on and couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. You even have to bring a lunchbox to eat it. Shut up right there. If I were you, I wouldn't move. The bubbles here are not all harmless. There are explosive and corrosive ones, and even I can't tell the difference. If you want to test it, I welcome it. Lu Zhe looked around solemnly. Every bubble looked exactly the same. If he remained transformed all the time, his physical energy consumption would be too great. In this environment, Lu Zhe immediately ended his transformation and returned to his original appearance. TSK, he's still a child. It's a pity that he won't live long. The voice of the fallen species passed through thousands of bubbles, buzzing and echoing in the entire space. Lu Zhe ignored it and continued to scan the space around him again and again, trying to find the pattern of the bubbles. Suddenly, there was a soft pop sound, like the sound of a bubble bursting. Behind him, almost at the same time, a sharp mouthpart shot out from behind him with the wind. The sound just now had already reminded Lu Zhe. He twisted his body, jumped back, and easily avoided the mouthparts, but because there were bubbles everywhere around him, when he dodged, his elbow suddenly sank into a pink bubble, and the bubble burst with a pop. Then, with a slight hiss sound, a puff of white smoke came out of Lu Zhe's elbow. The severe pain made him unable to speak for a while. He looked down and found that his elbow seemed to be burned by something. A large piece of skin had fallen off, revealing bloody muscles. Ha ha ha. Didn't I tell you? Don't move. This time it's just sulfuric acid. Who knows what it will be next time? The degenerate species' rampant laughter rang out. Enduring the pain, cold sweat broke out on Lu Zhe's forehead. In his eyes, the bubble that just burst was no different from the thousands of others. The fallen species would never give him time to study it slowly. This time, its mouthparts changed direction and attacked again. This guy's intention was obvious. For Lu Zhe, the attack of the mouthparts was nothing. He could easily avoid it. So, he would use these dangerous bubbles to fill every place where he might dodge. Either he would be stabbed by the mouthparts, or he would be injured by the bubbles. Lu Zhe now had no other choice. Lu Zhe dodged the mouthparts once again and had a bubble burst on his back. This time, 3 or 4 bubbles exploded behind him at the same time. With a bang, the airflow from the small explosion swept away the torn cloth on his back, leaving a bloody mess underneath. Just as Lu Zhe was about to bend down, he felt a sharp pain in his back that made his eyes go black. He was gasping for breath, and his lips were bleeding from being bitten. Bad luck. It's the bursting bubbles. The fallen laughed excitedly. Have I ever told you? Except for the harmless bubbles here, the other 18 kinds will hurt if touched. Lu Zhe's fair face was covered with ash from the explosion and his own blood. He suddenly lowered his eyelids and smiled shyly, his fangs looking particularly white against his red lips. He got angry and whispered, "Do all gigolos talk so much nonsense? It seems you won't cry until you see the coffin." With a sharp scream from the fallen species, the mouthparts shot out from Lu Zhe's right side again. He turned his head to look at the mouthpart that was already in front of him, and suddenly his body shook, and he turned into the appearance of the 10-year-old girl just now. Not only did he not run away, but he stepped on the ground and went straight towards the mouthpart. With a puff sound, the mouthparts pierced into the little girl's shoulder, splashing a spray of blood. Before the fallen species could laugh, Lu Zhe actually endured the pain and accelerated again. His mouthparts immediately pierced the little girl's thin body, but he continued to rush forward as if he had no consciousness. Half a second later, Lu Zhe tore a huge bloody hole on his shoulder, and at the same time broke through the surrounding bubbles and pounced in front of the fallen species. The bubbles burst one after another, but nothing happened. After undoing the transformation, Lu Zhe stretched out his hand like a claw and grabbed the throat of the shocked fallen species before it could react. In terms of physical strength, the fallen species was still slightly inferior. If I can't tell which bubble is dangerous, can't I just stand next to you? It's not difficult to rush towards your mouthparts. Lu Zhe spat a mouthful of blood and laughed while panting. I know that the building you live in is full of traps. I just want to ask you a question. The face of the fallen creature turned purple, and a large amount of liquid oozed out from the base of its mouth. It had no time to think about how the boy knew the information and just wanted to swing its mouth, but it was desperately found that it was fixed by Lu Zhe's shoulders. The flesh and blood churned under its movements, and the boy's body trembled, but still motionless. How did you get upstairs? I am not stupid. If I tell you, you will kill me. Wrong. I just want to kill that woman. But if you don't tell me, I will really kill you. Lu Zhe's dark eyes looked very sincere. Your life and that woman's life? Choose one? To the fallen race, this multiple-choice question doesn't even require any thought. When it finished speaking, Lu Zhe slowly put the fallen seed down, but gradually increased the strength in his hands and asked with a little doubt, You didn't lie to me, did you? No. If you don't believe it, you can tie me up and take me with you. Then you will believe it, right? The fallen species' eyeballs were squeezed so hard that they popped out. In desperation, he quickly thought of an idea that could save his life. That's a good idea. Lu Zhe nodded thoughtfully and suddenly looked at it. The fallen species was stunned. I'm sorry, I just lied. Since coming to this world, I haven't taken a good look at the night sky. Lu Zhe blinked slowly and felt that his body and thoughts were about to turn into a wisp of smoke and melt into the vast starry sky above his head. The silver stars, like broken diamonds, emitted a dazzling color in the deep blue sky. That was the light that existed in the universe billions of years ago. It's so beautiful. He let out a breath and felt a little sleepy. Suddenly, the starry sky in front of him was blocked by an enlarged face, and Li Jijun's fox eyes were filled with a playful smile. What are you doing? The night sky is so beautiful. Hey, is it Brother June? Lu Zhe, who was gasping for breath in a pool of blood, suddenly woke up. It took him a while to react and rolled his eyes weakly. Are Mather and the others here too? Here it comes. Mather's anxious and angry voice immediately rang out beside him. Are you a fool? You're almost fainting from losing too much blood. And the night sky is so beautiful. Lu Zhe felt cold all over. His mind was confused, and he had no strength left. He smiled weakly in the direction of Mather, still thinking about the most important thing. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Why did you just come? The fallen species said. Only it can go upstairs. The trap only recognizes it. What should I do now? This question made several people look at each other in bewilderment, and they all realized that this matter was difficult to handle. Okay, we got it. Lin Sanjiu thought for a moment, patted his hand gently, and said comfortingly, You did a good job. Now just focus on recovering from your injuries, and leave the rest to us. As he spoke, Mather sat down beside him carrying a box with a small red cross painted on it and opened it. Luz took a glance and immediately wanted to say something. The things were probably from a small pharmacy, with a few pitiful things in it, and each of them exuded a shoddy and money-making temperament. Li Jijun suddenly smiled and said, I remember Aji has a kind of first aid medicine, which works very quickly. If you don't mind, why don't you use his? Really? That's great. Lin Sanjiu's smile was only half revealed when He Zeiji gave her a cold look, with no intention of moving at all. The air immediately became quiet as if it was frozen. He didn't respond, so no one dared to ask him to take it out. Lu Zhe blinked drowsily, probably because he heard Kurosawa-ji's name. He was half asleep and half awake, and didn't know what the others were talking about. He just remembered the battle just now. He smiled weakly and whispered vaguely, Just now, I turned into Brother G and kicked its legs off. Brother G's upper limit is very powerful. He was seriously injured and his speech was unclear, but the people present still understood. 3 pairs of eyes looked at Kurosawa G. After a few seconds, the latter threw out a small bottle with a dark face. With a cheer still stuck in Lin Sanji's throat, Heizei G suddenly spoke. Eat it and wait for him to wake up. It's fine for me, right? No one dared to criticize his attitude, and they all said that they were fine and thanked him. Heizei G glanced at the smiling Li Jijun, turned around and left without saying hello. It seemed that in just a blink of an eye, his figure with a knife on his back had disappeared from the street. Mather fed the medicine into Luz's mouth, and sure enough, after a while, he fell into a deep sleep. What are you going to do next? Li Jijun moved to Lin Sanji's side without knowing when, and asked softly. So, without his transformation ability, you can't go upstairs at all. Lin Sanjiu looked at Mather. Although Luze had taken the medicine, Mather still had a lot to do. Cleaning the wound, bandaging, changing Luze's clothes. She looked at him thoughtfully for a while, then turned to Li Jijun and said with a smile, Mather should stay and take care of Luze. As for the remaining woman, I have a way. Li Jijun smiled as if he was not surprised at all. What's the solution? I need you to act out a play with me. Lin Sanjiu said softly. To put it bluntly, her idea is actually very simple. Since she couldn't go up, she would let her come down with this idea in mind. She prepared a script for Li Jijun. After patrolling back and forth between the self-built residential buildings several times and surveying the terrain, the two of them came to the building where the sniper was located and hid in a bunker one after the other. The world without humans is extremely quiet. Because it is so quiet, there is always a rustling sound in my ears. I don't know if it is the sound of blood passing through the eardrum or the wind rubbing my ears. In this environment, Lin Sanjiu was very sure that the sniper on the 15th floor could definitely hear them talking. Brother, where are you? The girl's deliberately raised voice immediately resounded through the night sky. Behind a window on the 15th floor, the curtains seemed to move. Don't come looking for me. Hide and don't make any noise. Do you hear me? Li Jijun sounded a little anxious. I just cut off one of the fallen creature's arms, but I don't know where it ran to. Anyway, you better hide quickly. They spoke very quickly, and the echo between the buildings made it difficult to tell where the sound came from. As soon as she said this, Lin Sanjiu saw a person sticking out from behind the curtains upstairs. Although the person had short hair, her female figure could not be concealed. She nodded secretly and fell silent without saying a word. For the next 10 minutes, neither of them spoke. The woman upstairs seemed to be getting more and more uneasy, and she would stick her head out every once in a while to take a look. After doing this several times, Lin Sanjiu saw that the situation was about right, so he suddenly screamed, freezing the woman's figure at the window. Brother, come quickly. The fallen one is here. I cut off its mouth parts, but it seems to be still alive unlike his panic-stricken tone. Lin Sanjiu's calm gaze never left the window on the 15th floor. Where are you? I'll be right there. Lin Sanjiu raised his voice again, fearing that the people upstairs couldn't hear him. I'm in a place called Red Heart West Point, brother. Come quickly, it's still moving. The woman's figure immediately disappeared from the window. The wind when she left blew up the curtains, causing Lin Sanjiu's heart to beat violently. Is it really coming? Who knows what kind of woman is this who can be so like-minded as that degenerate? She quietly hid her body deeper. In order to make the trap more realistic, she and Li Jijun also carried the body of the degenerate and threw it behind the cake stand, leaving only half of the body exposed. When you come in from the outside, you can see its 2 legs at first glance. The sniper ability may not work at close range, but if that woman randomly sets traps, it will be too dangerous. So we must try to make her relax her vigilance the moment she enters the house. Sure enough, after a while, the heavy sound of dong 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 footsteps came from the distance. Isn't this sound too loud? This thought flashed through Lin Sanjiu's mind. She quietly peeked out and saw a woman in the distance running towards her in big strides. Before she got close, her heavy breathing was loud enough for Lin Sanjiu to hear. It only takes 7 or 8 minutes to get from the building to this cake shop, but she is panting like this. Isn't this evolution? Ah, June. The woman finally ran closer, and before she even entered the door, she saw the body of the fallen species at a glance. She immediately screamed in grief, quickened her pace, and rushed into the cake shop, wanting to pounce on him immediately. "Ajuin, are you okay?" Lin Sanjia's method was clever and stupid at the same time. She raised her hand, and the card unstuck in mid-air and turned into a bedsheet, covering the woman's head and face. It was easy to dodge the weapon, but the large sheet that suddenly appeared above her head caught her off guard and she screamed, "What's going on?" Lin Sanjiu jumped down from the shelf and threw her to the ground, pressing her back with his knees. The woman, who had lost her ability to move, went crazy and continued to flutter like a fish under the bed sheet, shouting, "Let me go! Let me go, Ajuin, Ajuin!" She struggled so hard that Lin Sanjiu almost failed to hold her down. In desperation, a white light flashed in her palm and a police baton hit the woman's head hard, and the latter fell silent immediately. She wouldn't be beaten to death, would she? Lin Sanjia's first thought was to quickly lift the bedsheet and feel her breath. She felt a warm air flow on her fingers, and she breathed a sigh of relief. The feeling of killing Ryan Nan is still heavy and sticky in my heart. Thinking about it makes my stomach twist. The feeling of taking someone's life is too much at one time. Li Jijun walked in from the door at this time, smiled and said, "Xiaoju took care of her by himself? That's amazing." Lin Sanjiu wiped the sweat off his head and exhaled. "Her physical fitness is far worse than I thought." "Strange." Li Jijun approached the woman and turned her over, revealing a haggard and bony face. She should have evolved the ability to adapt to high temperatures, but her eye sockets were sunken, her skin was sallow, her lips were chapped, and she looked dehydrated and malnourished. Even the skin of the fallen species looked much more plump and beautiful than hers. Lin Sanjiu looked at the face and then looked at the fallen species. "What are you going to do?" Li Jijun suddenly came closer and whispered in her ear. What should we do?" Lin Sanjiu was stunned. "We should have calculated our copy, right?" The wind blew in through the broken glass window, rolling up the pink and blue gauze curtains by the window. I really like the powder blue. On my birthday, my father suddenly came home. From the discussions of relatives, I knew that he and my mother had divorced when I was very young, so that was the first time I saw him. My father, who looked like a stranger, brought me a dress made of smooth material from the south. It was a powder blue dress that was rare in my hometown. I could only wear my cousin's old clothes before, but I was completely fascinated by its dreamy color at the first glance. I wore it every day for the next week until I had to change it out. The sky was particularly blue during that time, which matched my skirt very well. The dinner was also very rich during that time, and my mother looked very beautiful when she smiled when she was with my father. But soon, my father disappeared again. My mother cut up the skirt and threw it away. She pulled my hair and told me not to cry, saying that my father bought me a gift to cheat her out of money. So, I started wearing my cousin's old sportswear again. But those things have nothing to do with me anymore. I still love the pale blue color just the same. So, when I walked into this room and saw the pink and blue gauze curtains everywhere, my mood immediately became very good. He looked at me, took my hand, and his eyes were so beautiful. "I knew you liked this, so I specially picked this room. No matter what he becomes, he is always so gentle." What I never dared to think about before is now really happening, just the two of us, together day and night. It's like a dream. Sometimes, if we were unlucky, no one would pass by for several days. Every time he had to insert his mouthpiece into my arm, he would say to me tenderly and lovingly, "Xiao Yuan, you are such a good woman. I will definitely cherish you." Every time he pulled the mouthpiece out of my flesh, blood would splatter, leaving blood all over my powder blue curtains. I secretly washed it with mineral water without telling him, but I didn't expect it to be discovered. I have never seen him get so angry after a rage. He hugged me and choked up and said, "Only with that water can you stay with me." His body was shaking and even his mouth parts were buzzing. I haven't washed the curtains since then. Call me childish, but I still secretly carved a small umbrella in the corner of the wall, with Chen Xiaoyuan and Pei Jun written under the umbrella. When I was lying on the windowsill, waiting to snipe at passers-by, I could feel those words with my hand. Every time someone was knocked down, he would happily praise me, then go downstairs to drag the body back. Later, Ajun said that the body fluids of the dead were not fresh, so in the future, we should try to hit the target's legs. If those dead people turn into wronged spirits, please come find me. It's my fault. There was a wall clock in the room. Half of its shell had melted, but the hour hands were still moving firmly. It's unbelievable. So many images flowed through my mind in such a short time. I moved my almost numb legs, leaned on the windowsill, and fired another bullet into the air. It seemed that Ajuan had been out for more than an hour. He had never been away for so long in the past. Could it be that Ajuan was injured by him, as the man just said? At such a critical moment, the two men didn't say anything. If Ajuan really had a broken arm, he should have rushed back here in time, right? What should I do? Brother, that fallen one is here with me. I cut off its mouth parts. Come quickly. It's still moving. Suddenly, the voice of the young girl just now rang again in an instant. What filled my mind was not the relief of knowing where Ajuan was, nor the worry about Ajuan who had lost his mouth parts, but anger. Who does she think she is, to dare to speak of the gentle and kind-hearted Ajuan in such a bug-like tone? However, this anger only lasted for a short moment, and the next second, the practical problem came to my mind. I had to save him quickly without the mouthpiece. I could hang the girl's body upside down, so that her blood would flow into June's mouth. Although it was not fresh, I thought June would not mind. I immediately stood up, put away the traps in the corridor, and ran towards the West Point of Hearts. Apart from vision and high-temperature adaptation, I have not evolved any basic abilities. As early as the early stages of evolution, I noticed that something was wrong with Ajuan. At that time, I quietly said to myself that as long as I could help him, even if I had to sacrifice some basic abilities, it would be fine. I thought that God must have heard my prayers and made us happy. So, will God continue to help us now? Ajun, who was lying on the cake stand, will surely stand up again soon and say to me with a smile, "Xiao Yuan, you are such a good woman, right?" I forgot how many times I screamed, but soon I felt a pain in the back of my neck and the world in front of me went dark. I couldn't see anything and couldn't speak. Only my ears could clearly catch the sounds from the outside world. The one who was speaking very fast at this time was the girl who had just called her brother downstairs. Her tone was completely different from before, as if she had become a different person. It sounds like she is exactly the type of woman I have never known how to deal with. She can survive on her own, doesn't need to rely on anyone, and her determination and will are no less than that of a man. To be honest, I am a little afraid of this kind of woman. But this woman who scared me a little didn't want to kill me. There are many ways to prevent her from harming anyone again. But if you ask me to kill an unarmed, living person, I can't do it, she whispered. Can we think of other ways together? I thought blankly for a while. I killed many people who were armed, but they were also alive. At the beginning, I cried, vomited, and felt uncomfortable. How did I gradually get used to it? I must have been far away from people. It's all for Ajuan, it's worth it. So are you planning to stay in this copy for the rest of your life? The voice of the brother just now rang out. They didn't seem to realize that I had woken up from my coma. The woman was silent for a few seconds and said, "Is this the only way? Where is Kurosawa-ki? I want to ask for his opinion. Since you want to help, let's discuss a way to leave first and try other methods. She can no longer pose a threat to us. This is not a life and death situation. When it comes to human lives, the minimum bottom line is to confirm first. All other avenues are blocked before considering killing, right? I'm not antisocial if I kill people right away. Although I don't know what a copy is, I always feel that they don't sound like siblings." The brother whispered something. The voice was very unclear. The girl didn't hear it clearly and immediately asked what? He responded with nothing, but I was closer to him, so I heard his words clearly. He said, "You are really sharp." To be honest, I was not a smart kid since I was young, and now I am completely confused by them. I don't care whether they kill me or not. I am only worried about one thing. How is Ajuan? Where is he? Brother seemed to be very irritated and walked back and forth a few steps. I dared not move and maintained my original posture, for fear that they would find out that I woke up. He suddenly sighed and said, "Okay, what you said makes sense. I really can't help but respect your feelings. Then let's leave her here and wait for Aji to come back." The girl seemed to be relieved all of a sudden, and there was even a hint of gratitude in her voice. Thank you. Let's do it. Then let's go. Mather and the others must be getting impatient. Brothers seem to have finally given up. The girl said and the footsteps of the two gradually moved farther and farther away from me. The door was opened and closed again, and the room was silent. How is my life saved? I was startled and quickly held my breath. Okay, then hurry up, said the girl standing outside the door. The man walked in, and a few strange sounds like cutting something quickly passed through the air, and then footsteps quickly came to me. Suddenly, the cloth in front of me was torn open by someone. Fortunately, I was prepared and my eyes were still closed. A hand tightly gripped my chin and twisted my face to the side, squeezing it so hard that it hurt. Then the man's voice rang out in a low voice. I know you are awake. Open your eyes and look. I opened my eyes tremblingly. Ajun's body was cut into several pieces, mixed with his body fluids and blood, scattered in front of me. His head was cut off and placed on the ground in front of me. My favorite pair of slender eyes, like those of an artist, were looking at me blankly. The mouth parts were still there, and the arms were still there, but they were separated and thrown far away. I heard a meaningless sound coming out of my mouth, as if I was crying. The smiling man with fox eyes stuffed something into my ear and walked out. I realized that June and I had been moved into our house, and next to me was the pink and blue curtains that I loved so much. Is she still unconscious? A girl's voice was faintly heard from outside the door. Yes, he is still unconscious, said the man. I had no time to think about the man's intentions. I didn't dare to look at Ajun, but I also didn't dare not look at him. He was gone. What should I do? Unexpectedly, at this moment, I heard the man's voice in my ears. This man's name is Pei-jun, right? He has abandoned you and died first. But he didn't die in pain. It was a relief to be able to leave such a terrible world and a woman he didn't love. He doesn't love you. It's too painful to be tied to you. Just so you can hunt for him, death would be a relief. No, that's not right. That you were so pitiful. You were abandoned by your father when you were young. No one likes you. Even your mother often says that you are a burden. After all, if it weren't for you, your mother would have been married a long time ago. You are really a superfluous person. How did he know? All the suspicion and fear that had been hovering in my heart day and night, the past that I would think of from time to time, seemed to be caught by a hook and turned into the voice of that man. The voice seemed to have some kind of magic, entangled with the body of Ajun in front of me to form a Hades. I cried so hard that I couldn't even hear what he said later. Only one sentence, as if it had life, drilled into my ears. I just untied the rope for you a little. Go to the drawer by the window and take a look. After struggling to free myself from the ropes, I opened the drawer. The words, you have no lover and no one to love you. What should you do all alone in this world? Still keep echoing in my mind. Floating in the drawer was a metal bullet that I was very familiar with. I'm sorry. I don't know who I'm talking to, maybe myself. I'm such a weak person that I can only survive in such a terrible world by clinging to someone. But when I think about it carefully, it seems that my existence is also one of the reasons why this world has become terrible. Because of Ajun. However, Lien Ajun also died. There was a bang of a gunshot, and the last thing I saw was the pale blue curtains that had lost their original color due to my own blood. Oops. Li Ji-jun, who had just walked down the stairs, paused and turned his gaze to Lin Sanjiu. The sound just now seemed to come from the 15th floor. The copy was over, and Lin Sanjiu sighed with mixed feelings. Because they had been in the dungeon 3 times, it felt like a long time had passed. However, after the convoy had been moving slowly for an hour, the white light rising in the east had just gradually brightened everyone's vision. They got up at 10 o'clock in the evening, and the sun rose around 5 or 6 in the morning. So in fact, Lin Sanjiu and his group only spent about 6 hours in the dungeon. In the end, I still don't understand why that woman committed suicide. Lin Sanjiu thought, a little confused. Later, she and Li Ji-jun went back to Chun Xiaoyuan's house and were shocked by the bloody scene in the house. Although she felt that Li Ji-jun was involved in this matter, it was true that the gunshot of Chun Xiaoyuan's suicide was heard when they walked downstairs, and she did die under her own power. Li Ji-jun acted very naturally. In front of her, he took out a small light bulb and hung it over the corpse. The corpse seemed to have sensed something and emitted bursts of yellow light, which eventually merged into the small light bulb. Lin Sanjiu was full of doubts and wanted to ask several times, but he cleverly avoided the question. However, the past is the past, and it is best not to ask about dangerous people. The current matter is the most important. Her thoughts turned back. The trucks slowly slowed down, and Lin Sanjiu led the convoy into a factory area. This recently developed industrial park was well planned, with gray-white 5-story buildings neatly divided into rows of squares. Although they had been eroded by high temperatures for a month, these factory buildings still looked very strong compared to the city. Lin Sanjiu looked at the sign at the factory gate casually while recalling what Li Jijun said before he left last night. That we have to leave. After all, Tian Minbo is still outside. Li Jijun showed his white teeth and smiled like a spring breeze. You have to be careful too. Didn't you say that there was something we needed to do? Lin Sanjiu had been thinking about this matter. Well, I haven't thought about it yet. Just think of it as a favor you owe me. Li Jijun said softly, just don't forget this favor. No, how could that be? Brother Jun, Brother Ji, I'm so grateful to you this time. If you have any problems in the future, just tell me. Lu Zhe jumped up when he heard it and thanked them sincerely. Mather nodded repeatedly in gratitude. Only Lin Sanjiu sighed secretly in her heart. It's okay to owe a favor to someone, but the one she owed was Li Jijun. But she also had a doubt. After 14 months, they would be randomly thrown into thousands of parallel spaces. What if they never met again in this life? Wouldn't Li Jijun's plan be in vain? Unexpectedly, Li Jijun seemed to see through her thoughts and narrowed his eyes. By the way, there is one more thing. You know about the visa, right? You go to the visa officer and get the visa to the next world together, so that you won't be separated in the future. Lu Zhe immediately asked, That's what we planned. Brother Jun, do you have any clues? I don't know the details now. I can only say that it is more likely to happen in places with a lot of people. Li Jijun said, his eyes moving around Lin Sanjiu like water waves, and said with a smile, They are very strange, like computers. As long as you get a visa once, your name will be recorded in the database of all visa officers. If you have enough materials to exchange, you can also find people through the visa officers. Well, there is no way to escape this debt. Suddenly, Lin Sanjiu had an idea and asked quickly, Who arranged the visa officer? Could it be that these Doomsday worlds have organizations? No, visa officer is an evolutionary ability. Generally speaking, after this ability appears, they will not have other evolutionary abilities. However, visa officers cannot issue visas to themselves. They can only ask other visa officers to issue visas. It can be said that this is something that only benefits others and not oneself, so generally speaking, people with this ability will use visas to exchange for necessary supplies and safety. The three newcomers were almost dazzled by what they heard. Okay, then you guys go for it. Look for it where there are a lot of people, Li Jijun said, turning around and walking away. His back raised a hand and waved it in the air. Just as Kurosawa-ji was about to move, he suddenly stopped and glanced at the three people. His hard lines, as if carved by a knife, softened a little. If you are so weak, no one will save you next time. Does this mean be careful on your journey? After saying this, he caught up with his companions, and the two of them leaped a few times and disappeared into the complex of buildings. We are so lucky, Lu Zhe murmured. At the critical moment, a noble person came to help. Was it just to help? Lin Sanjiu couldn't help but think of the light that was taken away from the sniper. With mixed feelings, the few of them were ready to hit the road again. So, the most urgent thing now is to find a visa officer. After passing another factory, Lin Sanjiu thought to himself, Where are the crowded places? In the extreme temperature Hades, most people are dead. Where are their crowded places? This thought had just come to his mind when, the next second, Lin Sanjiu was startled by the sudden sound of music. The lively and cheerful dance music suddenly filled the dilapidated street in front of him. It was as if God heard her thoughts. Amid the loud music, someone shouted excitedly, Newcomers are coming. A burst of noise suddenly emerged from a factory building in front of them. The door of a factory called Tuanyuan Food Processing Factory was opened, and a group of people rushed onto the road. Lin Sanjiu was startled and stepped on the brakes. At the same time, Lu Zhe's confused voice came from the intercom. "What's going on? I don't know. See what they're going to do?" she replied. Unlike Lin Sanjiu and his companions whose clothes were stained with sweat, dust, mud, and blood, this group of neatly dressed men and women were standing on the road ahead, waving at them constantly as if they saw their children returning home. They all seemed to be genuinely happy. There was a girl at the back of the crowd who was clearly wearing a pair of high heels, but she kept jumping up and waving. Lin Sanjiu hesitated and didn't dare to get off the car. You could say she was a coward, but when she saw so many people for the first time, the first thought in her mind was they were all evolvers. It was impossible to know how high the temperature in the extreme temperature Hades was. Anyone who could survive until now and still be calm must have evolved. She took a quick look and saw that there were at least 20 people in front of her. "You know, I have 3 trucks full of supplies. If these people have any ideas." Lin Sanjiu cautiously opened half of the window and shouted outside, "Who are you? Why are you blocking the road?" The people in front of him were whispering something, and then, as if by popular demand, a middle-aged woman was nominated. She seemed a little embarrassed and said to the crowd behind her, "You are embarrassing me," and then walked to Lin Sanjiu's truck with a smile. Lin Sanjiu quickly looked at her. She was about 40 years old, of medium build, with black hair neatly combed into a bun at the back of her head. She looked very gentle and down to earth. What she cared about was that the clothes on this middle-aged woman were clean, the colors were elegant, and she was wearing a pair of medium-heeled shoes. Even before the arrival of the high-temperature world, there was nothing wrong with this outfit. Didn't she have to struggle to survive? Not only this woman, but everyone in the crowd behind her had a look of relaxation on their face, created by the comfortable life. In contrast, Lin Sanjiu's face was still stained with a little blood from Chen Xiaoyuan, which she wiped with her hand, leaving a bloody streak. Her long hair was tied into a messy ponytail. Looking in the rear-view mirror, she saw that her brows were furrowed, her expression was alert, and her face was covered with dust. "Girl, welcome to the oasis. My last name is Li, you can just call me Sister Li." The middle-aged woman's tone was very enthusiastic, a bit like being chosen by the leader to speak at a staff meeting. "You don't have to worry anymore. As long as you get to the oasis, all the bumps and hardships will end." The tone of her voice rose passionately at the end of her words, and the crowd behind her immediately cheered. Lin Sanjiu didn't say anything, to be honest. She didn't know what to say in this situation. She looked at Sister Li, waiting for her to continue. "What's your name, young lady? Come down, have a good meal, take a bath. Look at this poor child. Has she not had a good rest for several days?" Sister Li looked at Lin Sanjiu with pity. Lin Sanjiu didn't move. He just asked, "What is the oasis?" The intercom beside him occasionally emitted a crackling sound of electricity, indicating that Mather and Luz were listening silently at the moment. "Oh, you didn't come here because you heard about it?" Sister Li smiled. "Girl, you come from outside, so you know what the outside world is like now. How many people died? Not to mention people, even trees and water are gone. But under the protection of the oasis, we still live the same as before and never have to worry. Because our camp can feed tens of thousands of people, everyone here has food to eat, water to drink, and doctors if they are sick." After watching Sister Li and Lu Zhe walk into the factory gate, Lin Sanjiu was left alone in the driver's seat of the truck. The doors were locked and the windows were tightly closed. Men and women chatting. They looked relaxed, as if they didn't have to struggle to get through each day, and even reminded people vaguely of the world before the end of the world. When they met her gaze, many of them even nodded and smiled at her. A young mother pushing a baby stroller passed by her truck. The chubby, 1-year-old child inside was pointing at her and babbling something. Even though Lu Zhe had gone out to investigate the situation and had not returned yet, she couldn't help but slowly relax her shoulders when she saw this scene. Mather asked worriedly over the intercom. He went alone with Sister Li. Is that okay? Among the 3 people, only Lu Zhe was the most suitable to go out. If something really happened, with his ability to transform, he could come back smoothly as long as there was a gap, but before Lin Sanjiu could respond, Lu Zhe laughed on the intercom. "Don't worry, the people here look good. Sister Lee said something faintly from the side. Lin Sanjiu sighed. She was still worried about the supplies in the car. Although she believed that humans did have many noble emotions, how could they shelter all the exiled humans without asking for anything in return? Not to mention the intention. Did the Oasis have the ability to do so? No matter how she thought about it, she felt that they would ask everyone to hand in all their supplies and then distribute them uniformly. This was reasonable. If she were the manager of the Oasis, she would do the same. Xiaojiu, Mather, their place is very big. It seems like they have opened up half of the factory area backed by the mountain. Ah, what is this? Why are they queuing up for? Lu Zhe's voice suddenly became very surprised. This is the cafeteria. Sister Lee leaned closer to the intercom, as if she wanted the other two to listen as well. We serve a meal in the cafeteria at 6 a.m. and 9 p.m. every day. Now is the perfect time. And these are the people who haven't had breakfast yet. Before Lin Sanjiu could come back to his senses, there was a burst of noise coming from Lu Zhe's side, followed by his surprised tone. Xiaojiu, their breakfast is millet porridge, roasted corn, and a plate of pickled mustard. It looks like a lot. You should have seen our dinner. Everyone has one dish, one meat, and one rice. How is it possible? The temperature is so high. How could there be some vegetables and meat left? Besides, how much water would be consumed to cook so much food? Lu Zhe asked in disbelief. What he said was exactly what Lin Sanjiu and Mather were thinking. You've seen our grilled corn, haven't you? Don't worry, we have as many vegetables and meat as we want, and you don't have to worry about water. You haven't joined yet, so I can't say too much according to the rules. Once you become members of the Oasis, you'll know. After being surprised, Lin Sanjiu's curiosity was piqued more and more, but she believed that what Sister Lee said was true. Just look at the people outside the car. They are all energetic, with moist skin, and their lips and nails are a healthy pink. Although Lin Sanjiu and his companions have no worries about food and drink, they only have packaged food, which is not nutritious. Eating is just to fill their stomachs and get calories. Compared with the people in the Oasis, they really look pale. Just as she was staring at the Oasis members in a daze, Lu Zhe spoke on the intercom, his voice a little intermittent. Sister Lee, my intercom range has reached the end. Let me discuss. From the sound of it, he might be back soon. Lin Sanjiu cast his gaze towards the factory gate, and sure enough, after a while, Lu Zhe ran out excitedly, followed by Sister Lee and an unfamiliar man. A group of people came to the front of the convoy. Lu Zhe knocked on the car door, and Lin Sanjiu opened the window. I can't believe it. Lu Zhe's fangs glittered. It's amazing. There are photovoltaic generators here, and there is power supply. The upstairs are covered with reflective cloth, and there is a large heat-insulating and light-shading greenhouse in the back for growing vegetables. It's much cooler when you walk in. Lin Sanjiu nodded and looked at Sister Lee and the strange man behind him. Let me introduce him to you. Sister Lee pointed at the sturdy, short man and said, This is my leader. He heard that a new person had come and was very concerned, so he came to learn more about the situation. Leader? Hello, my name is Chen Jinfeng, and I'm a first-level cadre of Oasis Group 8. The man who was called the leader smiled proudly and said, It's great to see another surviving compatriot. Nice to meet you. Lin Sanjiu once again didn't know what to say. The atmosphere in the Oasis was so different from the environment she had been in for the past month that she felt a sense of dislocation. Wait a minute, I'll call Mather over, and we can get off the car and talk together. After receiving the news, Mather locked the bus door and trotted over. Her fluffy red hair was dazzling in the sun. Chen Jinfeng glanced at her and was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, Oh, I didn't expect there are foreign friends. In this world today, we are all compatriots. As he said this, he stretched out his hand and shook hands with Mather. Lin Sanjiu also got out of the car and stood side by side with Mather. Well, let me briefly explain it to you. Chen Jinfeng waved his hand with great courage and said, The reason why the Oasis was able to save more than 1,800 lives was thanks to Professor Bai's realization that something was wrong. Do you still remember the more than 100 days of high temperature? Professor Bai started an experimental project on crop research a long time ago, and it has now been a great success. Now, under the promotion of growth, the growth cycle of crops in our oasis has been shortened to 30 days. and they can also withstand high temperatures. Perhaps seeing the incredulous and shocked expressions on the three people's faces, Sister Lee smiled and added, "The roasted corn that Xiao Lu saw today is one of the crops we have here. But how is that possible? And the temperature during the day would melt even plastic," Mather exclaimed. "No matter how you put it, it sounded incredible. We built a low-temperature greenhouse specifically for growing crops." Chen Jinfeng smiled. He looked at the three people and said tactfully, "You have been wandering outside and have never seen the collective ability. It is normal that you don't understand it for a while. What Xiao Lu just saw is just a drop in the bucket of the oasis. There is still a lot we can do." As he spoke, he became a little excited. "I know that the current situation of mankind is too difficult. But look at the history of mankind from the Great Flood, the Black Death, the Spanish flu. Which one was not a disaster for mankind? Didn't we survive it? This time is the same. We look for hope and a way out in difficult situations and rescue our compatriots. Everything we do is for future generations. Thousands of years later, when our descendants mention us, they will say that the oasis is the fire of mankind." His eyes sparkled, his tone was full of passion, his skin flushed with excitement, and even his official tone was sincere. It seemed that Qin Jinfeng truly believed in oasis and the future of mankind. Compared with such a righteous cause, Lin Sanjiu almost felt ashamed of his own words. I want to ask, if we join, what are you going to do with our own supplies?" Sister Lee glanced at her immediately. Qin Jinfeng chuckled. "It's a good thing that young people have concerns, which means they have thought it through. Don't worry, there are enough supplies in the oasis for everyone to live on, and we won't force anyone to take anything. You can keep the supplies if you want, hand them over, or trade them with others. In short, what's yours is still yours." This really surprised Lin Sanjiu. There are already more than 1,800 people in the oasis, and before them, there must have been people who brought their own supplies, but looking at how peaceful it is, it seems that no one has caused any trouble because of this. Mather asked Chen Jinfeng a few more questions, and Chen Jinfeng patiently answered them one by one. What made people feel good was that, apart from some necessary daily work, Oasis members could use all their time as they pleased, with a high degree of freedom. Speaking of this, Sister Lee smiled sheepishly. "These young people usually like to wait here for passers-by when they have nothing to do. They play such loud music. One is to welcome you, and the other is that they like to have fun. Because there are no disgusting things around here, we ask them to clean them up." Lu Zhe and Mather looked at each other, and then turned their gazes to Lin Sanjiu. "Xiaojiu, what do you think? Should we join Oasis?" Mather asked softly. "It doesn't matter to us." Lin Sanjiu bit her lip and said nothing, secretly complaining that her keen intuition could not be activated at this time. While thinking, Li Jijun's words last night rang in her ears again. Go to a crowded place to find a visa officer. 1,800 people, is that a lot? Excuse me, if I want to quit Oasis, is that okay? She was determined to get out of this situation. She might as well be the bad guy and ask all the questions that would offend others. As expected, Sister Lee pursed her lips again. Chen Jinfeng looked much more graceful. He smiled and said, "Although it's stupid to do this, Oasis is free. You can leave anytime you want." Lin Sanjiu, for the time being, could not shake Chen Jinfeng's enthusiasm at all. He clapped his hands fiercely and said excitedly, "That's right. Believe me, everyone in Oasis will become a part of history in the future and leave an indelible reputation." The few people who had been standing at the factory gate and watching saw them from afar and knew that they had joined. They cheered and rushed to Lin Sanjiu and the others, clapping one after another. No one was perfunctory, and everyone put in their full strength. Soon, the thunderous applause attracted more people, and more hands clapped together. Welcome new members. Faced with such an enthusiastic crowd, Lin Sanjiu was even a little at a loss. She turned her head to look at Lu Zhe and Mather, and found that these two white-skinned guys were so embarrassed that even their ears were red. Lu Zhe noticed her gaze and said in a low voice embarrassedly, "They are so enthusiastic. I have never been welcomed like this in my life." Lin Sanjiu chuckled and felt the same way. Chen Jinfeng made several downward gestures in succession before he managed to stop the noise from the crowd. "My fellow countrymen, The most important thing for the new members right now is to get familiar with the environment. The sun is out, everyone go back to bed first, and we will welcome the new members in the evening. This statement immediately sparked another round of applause. Xiaoyu, go to the cafeteria and tell them that we have 3 new members. Remember to give them extra meals tonight. Sister Lee said with a smile on her face, and immediately a girl with a short ponytail responded and ran back to the factory. The rest of the people were persuaded by Qian Jinfeng, and they all nodded and smiled at Lin Sanjiu and the others, and then dispersed. It seems that the people in the oasis have also figured out the rule. Under the sun during the day, no matter what you do, you will risk your life, and the best way is to hide and sleep. Sister Lee then said to the others, the factory dormitory is too hot during the day, so we made the 2 underground floors into compartments and moved the beds from the dormitory into them. Now follow me and allocate the beds. Where is the best place to park the car? Needless to say, the person who asked this question was Lin Sanjiu, who had already decided not to offend anyone. Drive in. There's an open space inside, perfect for parking. This time Sister Lee didn't seem unhappy and smiled gently. The 3 men responded, returned to the car, started the car, drove into the factory area, and parked the car in a corner. Walking inside, Lin Sanjiu realized how large the oasis covered. The walls of 4 or 5 neighboring factories were demolished, and a wide area was created. There were a total of 10 buildings in the oasis, each with 2 underground floors, which were now converted into residences for oasis members. Each building was covered with a large area of reflective insulation cloth, which glowed white under the dangerous sun. Several people walked on the road for a while, and even felt that they could not open their eyes. Sister Lee also narrowed her eyes, glanced at everyone, and then smiled sheepishly. We're almost there. See the building numbered 42? The other buildings are full, only that building has vacancies. Since no one lives in the building, why put up reflective cloth? Lin Sanjiu asked in confusion. Professor Bai is doing a heat insulation experiment, hoping to lower the indoor temperature to below 50 degrees. When the temperature drops, we can all live in the building, and we can also do soilless cultivation in the room. Sister Lee said, if it were in the past, we would be scared to death when we heard 50 degrees. Thanks to the medicine developed by Professor Bai, everyone can tolerate the heat better. What? After hearing this, the 3 people turned around at the same time and looked at Sister Lee. Medicine? What is she talking about? Lin Sanjiu hesitated for a moment, and just when he was about to ask, Sister Lee had already led them all to building 42. The girl named Xiaoyu, who had just had a short ponytail, was standing at the door, waving at them enthusiastically and smiling. Sister Lee, I have arranged the beds, and I also got some pillows and sheets from the warehouse to replace them. Sister Lee, come over and take a look? No need. I trust you to do the job. Sister Lee responded, then turned to the 3 people and said with a smile, you will follow Xiaoyu from now on. She is in charge of the daily affairs of this building. You go in first. I will talk to Xiaoyu. The 3 of them nodded and smiled and went in. So far, Lin Sanjiu felt like he had entered a boarding school. As soon as I entered the building, I immediately felt that the temperature had dropped a lot. The pores of my skin, which had been paralyzed by the high temperature, began to breathe. Although it should be more than 50 degrees from the physical sensation, it was not far off. Compared with the murderous temperature outside, it seemed that the progress of Professor Bai's heat insulation experiment had been quite amazing so far. Lin Sanjiu was the last one to come in. As soon as she pulled back her feet, Xiaoyu behind her pushed the door shut. Facing her somewhat surprised look, Xiaoyu smiled and motioned them to wait inside. Lin Sanjiu nodded, turned around and was about to leave. But suddenly she thought of something and stopped again. Her hands hidden behind her back flashed white light, and there was an intercom. This is what the vole left behind. For some reason, Lin Sanjiu wanted to listen to what the people of Oasis would say in private when no one was around. When Xiaoyu turned around, she quickly and silently put the intercom behind the door, and then walked quickly into the lobby on the first floor. Probably because everyone went asleep, there was no one in the lobby. Only Lu Zhe and Mather saw everything she did just now. After all, they had experienced several life and death situations together. Although they were a little surprised, they said nothing and quickly adjusted their expressions to be natural. Lin Sanjiu took the intercom from Mather's waist, turned his back, and pressed the button. Sister Lee's voice was heard from the crackling sound of the electric current. Although Cadre Chun also showed up this time, but I was the one who discovered it first and took them on a tour. After all, the intercom was not a bug, and there was a door between them, so the sound quality sounded very poor. The three of them were almost sticking their ears together, and finally a clear sentence came out. No matter what, these three people this time should be considered mine, right? The three of them were stunned, looked at each other, and leaned closer to the intercom again. Xiaoyu sounded like she was practicing Tai Chi. Logically, it should be yours. But this matter still needs to be handled by Officer Chen. Why don't you go and ask? Looking for him. He's a cadre. Sister Lee seemed to complain, then smiled at Xiaoyu with a bit of caution. You'd better not mention it to others. You know me. Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. Hurry, put it away, Lu Zhe, who had been watching the wind outside the door, suddenly urged. It seems that they are about to finish talking. Lin Sanjiu quickly turned off the intercom, and Mather took it and put it on his waist. The three of them quickly distanced themselves from each other. At this time, Xiaoyu had already said goodbye to Sister Lee and pushed the door open. Lin Sanjiu's heart skipped a beat, and he glanced at the direction where she hid the intercom. However, it was too late to go over and get it, because Xiaoyu had already greeted them with a smile. Everyone, follow me and take a look at your future dormitory. We have put a lot of effort into making it as comfortable as possible. There is no choice but to find another opportunity to get it as soon as possible. Fortunately, Xiaoyu didn't notice anything. She was a round-faced, short girl who seemed warm and straightforward at first. But after a few words, you could sense a kind of slickness from being out in the world too early. But this slickness was hidden in her smile, so it wasn't annoying. Xiaoyu led the group down to the basement level and said with a somewhat embarrassed smile, "The downstairs is already full because it's cooler. You guys should just stay on the basement level." As he spoke, he pushed open the iron door on the underground floor. The original purpose of the two underground floors can no longer be seen. The vast underground floor was divided into small rooms by countless white building boards. In front of each room, a rectangular gap was opened on the building board to serve as a door, and colorful curtains of various colors were hung on it. Although there were lights in the basement, there was no electricity, and the narrow corridor seemed even darker. Snoring could be heard from some rooms, mixed with the smell of the crowd, and the space was filled with a strange, drowsy atmosphere. "Come on, Miss Lin, stay here." After walking for 7 or 8 minutes, Xiaoyu pulled up the curtain at the door of a single room. Lin Sanjiu looked up and saw the number of her single room was written on it. 1629. Lin Sanjiu took a look inside. The iron bed was not big, and it was covered with a thin mattress. The pillow was flat, and there was a folded sheet, probably used as a quilt. If this condition was placed before the advent of the New World, it would definitely be a slum. But for Lin Sanjiu, who had slept on the hard floor for a month, it was already very good. Lu Zhe and Mather's rooms were arranged far away, one in 1734 and the other in 1736. They had to walk more than 100 rooms to get there. Xiaoyu said that it was because the number of people in Oasis was increasing and the rooms were tight. If Professor Bai's insulation test was completed sooner, we could all move into the building and live there. Then I would definitely put you three together. Then you guys go ahead. I'll settle down first. Lin Sanjiu quickly said to Xiaoyu. This was a great opportunity to get the intercom back. Xiaoyu agreed, gave a few instructions, and left with Lu Zhe and Mather. As soon as they left, Lin Sanjiu immediately turned around and returned to the lobby on the first floor. Pushing the door open, she looked around nervously just like before. There was no one there. She rushed towards the door, but she found it empty and there was no sign of the intercom. How could he disappear so soon after coming back? She was startled and looked around. At this moment, a hand suddenly rested on her shoulder from behind. "What are you looking for?" This was a huge shock. Lin Sanjiu was startled and turned around quickly. A strange man wearing glasses stood behind me. He looked quite gentle, but his eyebrows were knitted habitually, showing a serious look. "Did you lose something? Can I just brush it off casually?" Lin Sanjiu calmed down and smiled embarrassedly. "Yes, I accidentally dropped something, but now I can't find it." There was nothing wrong with what he said, but the man with glasses frowned even more tightly, and suddenly moved his face close to her with a sullen expression. Lin Sanjiu was not sure what was wrong with this man, so she quickly took 2 steps back. Unexpectedly, the man snorted and said, "You're not always telling the truth. I've never met a girl who doesn't lie." Lin Sanjiu raised his eyelids. What's wrong with this person? But never mind. The thing is indeed yours. You didn't lie about that. The man kept a sullen face no matter what he said. Well, since you are the owner, I will tell you. About a few minutes ago, a short man picked it up. A short man. She had just come to Oasis and didn't know anyone like him. However, as long as Sister Lee and the others didn't find out, it wouldn't matter. If someone irrelevant took it away, just treat it as lost. Anyway, more than one set of walkie-talkies were taken out of the Volcar. Lin Sanji's mind was no longer on the intercom. She carefully looked at the man in glasses from head to toe until he felt a little uncomfortable. Then she smiled and stretched out her hand. "Hello, my name is Lin Sanjiu. Thank you for telling me. What's your name?" The eyes behind the glasses swirled around the white hand she stretched out, but the man didn't even bother to move. "My name is Hu Changzai. You girls, if you suddenly show your attention to me, there must be something going on." Even though Lin Sanjiu thought he was reasonable, the smile froze on his face. Shaking hands is considered courtesy? This person should really be grateful to the new world. If the human civilization system had not collapsed, wouldn't he have run into obstacles everywhere in society? Lin Sanjiu complained in his heart, holding back his anger and retracting his hand. Hu Chang didn't think he had said anything wrong at all, and said, "I'm leaving," with a sullen face, and turned to leave. "It's your evolutionary ability, right?" This one sentence stopped Hu Changzai in his tracks. Can you tell if someone is lying? Lin Sanjiu walked slowly to his side, feeling like he had to get the words out. Very impressive, very useful. But if I tell them to their faces, isn't it meaningless? Unexpectedly, Hu Changzai was shocked after hearing this. Even his glasses slipped down. He quickly adjusted them and stared at Lin Sanjiu and asked, "How do you know about this evolutionary ability?" Lin Sanjiu was also a little stunned. The end of the world has been here for so long. This is common sense, right? I see. You must have just come from outside. Hu Changzai suddenly realized, took off his glasses and wiped them with the corner of his clothes, then put them on again and took a good look at Lin Sanjiu. "How long have you been here? How long have you been outside? It seems that you also have the ability to evolve. Why do I have to be questioned by you?" Lin Sanjiu didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so he asked instead, "Aren't all the people in the oasis from outside? Could it be that the people here haven't evolved their abilities yet?" Hu Chang looked at her seriously and said, "I asked you first. One question and one answer. Don't you know how to do it? Do I agree to answer you?" Talking to this person was really suffocating. Lin Sanjiu was too lazy to argue with him any further. He just said, "If you don't want to say it, forget it," and turned away. Since she knew that there were some problems with the evolutionary ability of the people in Oasis, there was no need for her to ask this guy. There were 1,800 people, so why not ask anyone? Unexpectedly, after walking a few steps, there was a sound of footsteps behind him, and Hu Changzai caught up with him. He chased him and shouted, "Why are you so bad-tempered? Hey, walk slower. I have something to ask you." Okay. I'll tell you everything you asked. Just stop." Lin Sanjiu stopped at this point. Although she had outstanding physical fitness, she hadn't yet exerted her true speed, and Hu Changzai almost couldn't catch up. She frowned and asked, "You haven't strengthened your physical fitness?" Hu Chang answered the question for him with a confused expression behind his gold-rimmed glasses. What is going on? Physical enhancement should be a standard feature of evolving humans. Lin Sanjiu was puzzled. What? Hu Chang was panting, his face full of confusion. "Let me ask you something first, and you must answer me. When did you come to the oasis?" "Just now, about 30 minutes ago." Lin Sanjiu thought for a moment and answered. She was afraid that this person would ask endless questions, so she quickly asked first, "Don't the people here have the ability to evolve?" Hu Changzai shook his head, his face solemn. "Most of the people in the oasis are ordinary people. According to common sense, they may not even survive the initial temperature rise period and will die like the people outside. However, Professor Bai has developed a medicine that ordinary people can use to force themselves to adapt to high temperatures, a necessary survival ability. But that's all. After all, without potential, taking medicine won't develop new abilities. This is not a secret. You'll hear about it if you stay longer. This Professor Bai is truly a peerless genius. Lin Sanjiu was secretly shocked and asked hurriedly, "What's your situation?" On the 7th day after the New World, I entered the oasis. Hu Changzai sighed, which was rare despite his serious expression. At that time, I had already evolved the ability to eliminate the false and retain the true, but I hadn't yet had any physical enhancement. Over the years, I have rarely met people who evolved naturally like me, so I was really excited to hear you call out my ability just now. Lin Sanjiu nodded as she listened. Suddenly, she realized something and asked, "Wait a minute, you already had this ability then? So, what did they say? Did they know about your ability? You probably didn't know it at that time." Hu Changzai was a little unsure of what she meant by this question. Oasis gives the same speech to every new member. This place protects the fire of mankind. It's great. What do you mean? Lin Sanjiu didn't know what he meant and said nothing. You have too many complicated thoughts. I used the separation of falsehood and retention of truth method at that time, and what they said was indeed the truth. I have lived here for so long, and I have also discovered that the people of the oasis have no selfish motives, and they all want to save humanity. No selfishness? Lin Sanjiu thought of Sister Li's words again. These 3 people should be considered mine, right? How could such a selfless place be like a pyramid scheme to recruit people to join? However, Hu Changzai suddenly became a little hesitant. "There is something I want to remind you. Why don't you go to bed?" An angry female voice suddenly rang out in the hall, asking rudely. Lin Sanjiu turned around and found that it was Xiao Yu standing at the stairs, staring at the two of them with a look of anger on her face. "Miss Lin, why did you come here? The temperature is so high during the day, it's very dangerous, don't you know?" Before Lin Sanjiu could react, Hu Chang beside him shouted "Oh no" in a low voice and ran out. He moved quite quickly this time and rushed out of the gate and into the scorching sun outside. "Hu Changzai, I know it's you. You've been waiting for this. I will tell Officer Chun." Xiao Yu shouted at his back relentlessly. When he disappeared, she turned around and said to Lin Sanjiu sternly, "Ms. Lin, go to bed." I don't understand why Xiao Yu's attitude suddenly became so bad. Lin Sanjiu followed her into the stairwell, thought for a moment, and tried to explain in a calm tone. "I just happened to meet him, chatted for a few minutes, and got familiar with the environment." Xiao Yu, who was walking in front, walked very fast, pretending not to hear anything, and didn't respond. Lin Sanjiu was also a little angry, so she simply shut up. Her mind quickly turned to the half-sentence that Hu Changzai hadn't finished saying. What did he want to remind her of? When they reached the door of the underground first floor, Xiao Yu looked at her. The anger on her face had not completely disappeared, and she tried to force a stiff smile. "Miss Lin, my tone was harsh just now. Don't take it to heart. Because Oasis also has disciplines, for everyone's safety, you can't leave the basement at a certain time. I am the life officer on the 42nd floor. If you don't follow the rules, I will be punished. Please understand." Lin Sanjiu didn't want to have an unpleasant experience with others on the first day, so he nodded to show that he understood. Xiao Yu immediately smiled as happily as before and went into the basement with her. It was called a mattress, but it was actually just a thin black blanket. Lying on it, apart from the faint sour smell, one could even faintly feel the frame of the bedboard. Lin Sanjiu turned over, and suddenly the bed frame made a tooth-grinding creaking sound. Even in the dim light, Lin Sanjiu could still see everything in her small room clearly. The air circulation in the basement was poor, and there was a faint smell of dust. There were a few nails on the wall of the room, probably for hanging clothes. The conditions were really simple. She could even hear the sound of the person next door scratching in his sleep. Maybe it was because she had just arrived in an unfamiliar environment, but she couldn't fall asleep even after lying on the bed for a long time. If it was true, as Hu Changzai said, that the people in this place had their abilities induced by drugs, then she wouldn't have to stay here any longer. After all, she didn't join Oasis just for food, drink, and sleep. She joined to find a visa officer. However, among more than 1,000 people who were almost ordinary people, how could there be a visa officer? But after all, it would not be good to leave just after arriving. Lin Sanjiu somehow remembered the seemingly ambiguous figure he had just seen. Forget it. I'd better stay for a few more days and see how things get better. There were a lot of mixed thoughts in her mind, and she didn't know how much time had passed before she gradually felt her eyelids getting heavier and her consciousness becoming blurred. At the moment she was about to fall into the dream, a strong electric current ran through her body. Lin Sanjia's eyes widened, and her whole body began to shake uncontrollably. Her body was shaking so violently that the iron bed also made a dee-da-da sound, which was particularly loud in the silent space. She wanted to move her fingers, but found that she had lost control of her body again. Although it was different from the last time, she was not unfamiliar with it. Why did the ability evolve at this time? Gritting her teeth, she wanted to roll over to the ground after all. The bed frame made too much noise and could easily attract people. When she evolved, she had no ability to protect herself. If another stranger came in, although the oasis seemed peaceful, she didn't want to take any risks. But it was impossible to turn over without being able to move. She used her body to tremble and barely pushed herself away from the wall. Her long hair fell off the bed. This was not enough, Lin Sanjiu thought anxiously. But she didn't have time. The neighbor next door, who was sleeping soundly just now, suddenly paused in his long breathing, and then there was a creaking sound of the bedboard, as if the person sat up. Then, footsteps came to the door of 1629 and stopped outside the curtain. "Hey, are you new here?" A woman scolded in a low voice with great dissatisfaction. "Why do you choose to do this when everyone is about to go to bed? You have no shame. Stop it now." Although her body had lost its autonomy, Lin Sanjiu, who was still conscious, was stunned when she heard this. After 2 seconds, she suddenly understood what her neighbor meant, and she almost spit out a mouthful of blood. What did she think she was doing? The bedboard was indeed loud, though. The woman outside the door waited for a while, and found that the noise was still going on rhythmically. She finally became a little confused. She opened the curtain and exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, what happened to you?" Lin Sanjiu, who was unable to say a word, finally breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time, he was worried. The neighbor who rushed in was a long-haired woman in her 30s, wearing a light yellow Winnie the Pooh pajamas. She was very decisive and immediately helped the trembling Lin Sanjiu off the bed and let her lie on her lap. "Hey, can you talk?" The woman slapped her face again and again, making a slapping sound. "Are you having an epilepsy?" Lin Sanjiu could no longer tell whether his trembling was due to his evolution or because he was angry at her. Trembling was fine, but his face hurt. Fortunately, the evolution took a short time, and she gradually calmed down after a while and regained control of her body. As soon as she found that she could move, Lin Sanjiu jumped up from the neighbor woman's legs and stared at her for a while. She wanted to say something, but found that she seemed to have done nothing wrong. After a lot of effort, she squeezed out a sentence. "I'm fine, thank you." The woman had a wooden face and didn't leave. Instead, she asked, "What's wrong with you? Do you get sick often? Do you get sick more often when you sleep? Do I need to ask Xiaoyu to change rooms?" Lin Sanjiu was almost amused by her and said through gritted teeth, "It's not a disease. You don't understand. This is a normal reaction when the ability evolves." "Huh." The neighbor woman was surprised and looked her up and down. "You also evolved naturally." "So did I." A feeling of revenge being in vain filled his heart. Lin Sanjiu sighed. "Then why can't you see it?" "I don't know. I came early, and my abilities have never evolved in such a long time. Maybe it's because life in the oasis is too comfortable." "Okay. Anyway, thank you for your help just now. My name is Lin Sanjiu. Who are you?" Lin Sanjiu extended a hand to the neighbor woman. The woman touched her outstretched hand casually, as if shaking it. "My name is Fontaine. Let's not get too close. After all, you don't know how long you can live." After saying such strange words, Fontaine stood up and was about to leave. So, are all the natural evolvers in the oasis weirdos who lack social common sense? Lin Sanjiu almost wanted to cover his face and sigh. "Hey, what do you mean?" Fontaine looked at her innocently. "People like you who are new here and very capable are usually sent out to do difficult tasks. So, your survival rate is not high." She seemed to have no idea what etiquette should be followed after saying this, and just turned and left. Lin Sanjiu looked at her from behind, not knowing what to say. The building material board was not very soundproof, and she heard Fong Dan walk back and lie down on the bed. Less than 10 minutes later, she could hear a faint snoring sound. This person is really so frustrating. Lin Sanjiu complained several times in his heart, but he didn't take the difficult task that Fong Dan just mentioned seriously. She had also experienced the strange and dangerous things in the extreme temperature Hades. Could the missions in the oasis be more deadly than the dungeons? From the sound of her voice, Fontaine seemed to be fast asleep. Lin Sanjiu, who had been sitting in the dark for half a day, then cautiously spread out his palms. She should check the ability she just evolved as soon as this evolution was over. She had a strong urge to summon cards. It seems that the evolution this time should be cards. This was a card that Lin Sanjiu had never seen before. It was no longer a crude crayon drawing, but was completely black and very beautiful. Turning it over, there is a row of small words. Congratulations on your Upgrade 1 introduction. This card only appears when the advanced ability is upgraded for the first time. This card will introduce Lin Sanjiu's advanced ability in detail, so please be sure to save it to avoid losing it and causing information leakage. Advanced ability, flat world number of upgrades, 1 next upgrade prediction, no time to go upgrade benefits. After upgrading, you can transform 8 items every day, and the card patterns are also improved. Most importantly, you now have the ability to summon diary cards. What a mess. How did the name Flat World come from? Lin Sanjiu couldn't help but mutter when he learned the name of his ability for the first time. And what are diary cards? The black cards seemed to have some kind of sensitivity. The words gradually faded and disappeared, and another piece of text emerged. Diary card. Although it is a diary card, it is not available every day. You can try it out to see when you can summon it. Experience is the real life. If you don't say something serious, I will tear you up. The handwriting immediately changed again. Diary card. After summoning, you can record everything that happens around the card. The level of detail depends on the owner's ability. Duration, 3 hours. Recording stops after 3 hours. The card is retained and must be cleared before the next recording. Recording range, 5 meters in radius, or a solid wall smaller than this number. Note: this card is visible to everyone, cannot be remotely controlled, and is easily damaged. Please hide it properly. Hey, although it can't be used in actual combat, this seems interesting. Lin Sanjiu immediately became interested, put the explanation card aside, spread out his left hand, and whispered, "Diary card." No response. Diary card. Still no response. Okay, I didn't lie at all. It's really hard to call out. Lin Sanjiu thought, and took another look at the card. The words on the black card had changed at some point, and now it clearly read, "Please say piously when summoned, I am going to write a diary. Those who come out when I call are dogs." The card that I transformed had a pretty bad attitude. I'm going to write a diary. Just when she was mentally prepared to shout like a fool 7 or 8 times, she felt a slight bump in her palm and a pure white card appeared. The size seemed to be no different from previous cards, except that it was divided into grids with lines like a notebook. She thought about it and coughed twice. Sure enough, a line of words quickly appeared on the card. Lin Sanjiu coughed twice. Interesting. She laughed in surprise. Then an idea came to her mind and she put the card away again. Lin Sanjiu was lying on the bed contentedly, and he began to feel sleepy. If only he had evolved a day earlier, he wouldn't have to risk using the intercom in the morning. Wouldn't it be a surveillance camera if he stuck this diary card anywhere? After all, she had been tossing and turning for the whole morning. She slowly closed her eyes and finally fell asleep in the strange bed. She didn't know how long she slept. In a daze, she was awakened by the sound of talking, walking, and bumping around her. She opened her eyes and saw that the light in the basement had been turned on without her noticing. Although only a dozen light tubes were lit in such a large underground floor, Lin Sanjiu, who had not seen the light of electric lights for more than a month, was so moved that he was stunned the moment he woke up, as if human civilization would slowly revive from this weak electric light. It seemed like it was time to get up. Most of the oasis people on the basement level had already woken up, and the enclosed space was filled with buzzing voices and noises. She sat up from the bed in a daze, wondering whether she should go look for Luz and Mather first. Hey, you're awake? The curtain was pulled aside, revealing Fontaine's expressionless face. Please clean up, it's time for dinner. After saying that, she was actually a little hungry. Lin Sanjiu thanked her and asked, what do you usually do after dinner? Work. Each of us has our own job to do. For example, I am in the well maintenance team. Is there a well here? Lin Sanjiu suddenly realized no wonder you can cook. It seems that only the surface water evaporates due to the high temperature, and the underground water still remains. But do we need to maintain the well? Of course. After all, things are not like the past. If left alone, even the wells will dry up soon. Besides, the water needs to be disinfected, the temperature controlled, and transported to the canteen, all of which is our job. Fong Dan thought for a moment and said to her, after dinner tonight, you may be assigned a job. Alas, we finally got someone next door, and now he's gone. The tone of his voice was as if he had treated her as a dead person. Lin Sanjiu had no choice but to pretend she didn't hear anything. She was about to say a few more words about Professor Bai, when suddenly she heard a few sharp whistles from the floor, causing the crowd to commotion. Soon, countless hurried footsteps passed under the curtain. Before Lin Sanjiu could ask, Fong Dan had already called out to her, the canteen is open for dinner. Let's go. Wait, I have two more friends. Lin Sanjiu had just stepped out of her room and said half a sentence when the hungry crowd from behind suddenly enveloped her and swept her forward. She was pushed away involuntarily for a long distance. Fong Dan, who was also surrounded by the crowd in front of her, turned around and shouted something at her from a distance, but she couldn't hear it clearly. Although he was stronger than everyone else, he couldn't push away everyone around him. Lin Sanjiu had a bitter face and was pushed out of the building by the crowd. She was squeezed to the open space in front of the building before she was finally able to take a breath. She stopped and looked around for a while. The oasis at night has a completely different temperament compared to that during the day. On the roof of each building, a large searchlight was lit, illuminating the entire factory area. Somewhere, a backup power supply was rumbling, and in the distance, the three-story building used as a cafeteria was brightly lit, and the noise of the crowd rose and fell like a wave. Under the electric light, surrounded by a crowded crowd, and smelling the aroma of food from time to time, Lin Sanjiu was stunned, and for a moment, he even forgot that he was in an extremely hot Hades. The place where Lu Zhe fell couldn't have been worse. Right at the front door. When Lin Sanjiu and Mather arrived, the gate was already surrounded by 3 layers of people, blocking the exit. In the crowd, some wanted to go out, some wanted to watch the excitement, some shouted for help, some cursed, and some shouted to make way. People were thrown to the ground, and there was chaos. Lin Sanjiu couldn't care less about so many things now. She grabbed the collar of anyone who dared to block her way and threw them aside. Amidst the complaints, she led Mather into the center of the crowd. Lu Zhe's face was pale, his eyes were closed, and his body was trembling slightly. His clothes were dusty, and there were several footprints on his legs. He must have suddenly fallen down and was stepped on by the people behind him. Chen Jinfeng came at some point and was squatting beside him. He kept shouting to the crowd behind him, "Make way, someone has fainted in front. Don't go this way anymore." He was a cadre, so his words naturally carried weight. Some people in the crowd who knew him also helped shout a few times and dispersed the crowd. When did Officer Chen arrive? Thank you so much, Mather said with a sigh of relief. Lin Sanjiu also nodded at him and put one of Lu Zhe's arms on his shoulders. Seeing that they helped Lu Zhe up, Chen Jinfeng dusted himself off, stood up and said to the two of them, "Glad that you're here. There's a medical room in Building 38. You can take him there. Don't worry about dinner. I'll have someone call it and send it to you." "Thank you, but it's okay. This is an old illness." Lin Sanjiu didn't want to go to the medical room and explain it, so he said, "Let's just take him back to the room to rest." Chen Jinfeng nodded modestly and left without saying anything more. I didn't expect that although Cadre Chen speaks in a pretentious tone, he is actually a nice person. Mather supported Lu Zhe's other side and sighed as he walked back with difficulty. Lin Sanjiu nodded. It was indeed not an easy task to squeeze through the hungry crowd and go against the flow. Lin Sanjiu was bumped and pushed back several times by the crowd, and he was also a lot more rough when he squeezed back. He didn't know how many people he pushed aside along the way, and he finally returned to Lu Zhe's residence with great difficulty. After laying him flat on the bed, the two disheveled women finally had a chance to breathe a sigh of relief. Next, they just had to wait for Lu Zhe to regain consciousness. This morning, my evolution ability was also upgraded, Lin Sanjiu said with a smile. It seems that going through a dungeon has a great impact on our abilities. Mather nodded silently and suddenly sighed. I don't know if mine will be upgraded. Mather's ability has always been a shortcoming among the three people. Her nails can only be used for blood analysis, and the texture is like glass, which will break at the touch. Therefore, if she encounters danger, she can only use weapons to defend herself. Although her physical fitness is stronger than that of ordinary people, she is not a martial arts master, which is not ideal. Over the past month, Lin Sanjiu has also roughly figured out a rule. The ability to evolve is like a knife. It will not become sharp without polishing. Some of the few natural evolvers in the Oasis, because of their comfortable life and lack of training, have not even developed physical enhancement. It seems that we need to find more opportunities to practice, and so do you. Lin Sanjiu said thoughtfully. I do know two evolvers. Maybe they are willing to let you draw blood for analysis. Then, she told Mather everything about her experience that morning, from the time the walkie-talkie was picked up, to Xiaoyu's unusually stern attitude, and including the fact that the Oasis people used pills to induce childbirth. She told him everything. That I don't know if I'm thinking too much, but I always feel that I should be more careful here. Lin Sanjiu concluded. Nonsense. Such a cold voice suddenly rang out in the room. That it was clearly Lu Zhe's voice, but my hair stood on end. Lin Sanjiu and Mather looked at each other and slowly turned their heads. Lu Zhe had woken up at some point. He leaned on the bed with one arm, raised one eyebrow, and looked at them. Lin Sanjiu had never seen this expression on his face. He looked like a different person. The youthful and vigorous temperament he had before was gone, and it seemed as if even his body temperature had dropped to ice, like a snake coiled on the bed. The tone was so different from before that it sounded different. Why are you looking at me? As he spoke, he examined his palms and nails with interest. The atmosphere in the room was strange after Lu Zhe asked this question. No one responded for a long time. Mather suddenly took a breath. His face fell, and he said almost in pain. So the next one is you. What? What's going on? Lu Zhe sat up in bed, one hand on his chin. A faint and sarcastic smile gradually spread across his face like winter fog. The crop cycle is shortened to 30 days? High temperature resistance? Drug-catalyzed evolution? Are you really like those pigs in the Oasis, believing everything? His tone became soft, but the content was cold and hard. Are you all scared silly by the fallen species? Don't you realize what this means? Lin Sanjiu stared blankly at this person whose face she recognized. Without even using her keen intuition, she blurted out, Who are you? This time, before Lu Zhe could speak, Mather on the side said in a voice that was almost like a moan, Xiaojiu, let me introduce you. This is one of Lu Zhe's personalities, Feng Qiqi. Lin Sanjiu felt like his scalp was exploding and stared at Lu Zhe blankly. Lu Zhe no, Feng Qiqi seemed to be giving alms and curved the corners of her mouth towards her, which could be considered a smile. Lu Zhe will not come out for a while. You'd better get used to me as soon as possible. Lin Sanjiu took a deep breath. The room had probably been unoccupied for a long time, and the smell of dust in the air immediately filled her lungs. Mather, how many personalities does Luz have? She asked as calmly as possible. Well, besides Luz himself, there are 12 that have been observed and confirmed. Of course, this was before the advent of the New World. Mather's voice became lower and lower, and his hands were scratching his red hair back and forth. It is not ruled out that there will be more in the future, right? Looking at Feng Qiqi, who looked relaxed, Lin Sanjiu couldn't calm down for a long time. Then why haven't I seen these personalities before? After the Doomsday comes and Lu Zhe evolves, except for the personality that is about to be differentiated, all others will be in a dormant state. The only awake personality will be differentiated into an independent person after occupying Lu Zhe's body for a period of time. I am like this. It's not that we intentionally want to hide it from you, because no one knows how long it will take to differentiate into the next personality. Look at me, it's been nearly 28 months since I came out, and Feng Qiqi just woke up. Taking a deep breath, Mather glanced at Feng Chi-Chi, as if he saw something dirty. This guy is the one I have the worst relationship with. Oh, if it doesn't count as a personality. Feng Chi-Chi, who was sitting on the bed, nodded in agreement and added, we both hate each other. Why? Lin Sanjiu asked. He's a guy who doesn't even have a gender, but his personality is so bad. He's arrogant, proud, and rude. Mather complained angrily, not caring that the person was sitting next to him. I don't know what he's proud of. Anyway, I don't see his outstanding qualities. Lin Sanjiu glanced at Feng Chi-Chi and quickly turned away. This was still Lu Zhe's face, and he couldn't tell anything. After hearing this, Feng Chi-Chi's expression did not change at all. She said while picking her nails, the only biological meaning of gender is reproduction. Mather, you are still obsessed with this function that you don't have. These words stirred up a hornet's nest. Mather jumped up and ran to the bed with her fist raised. Lin Sanjiu hurriedly hugged her and shouted repeatedly, this is Lu Zhe's body, Lu Zhe's body. With great difficulty, he finally stopped Mather. Before she could breathe a sigh of relief, Feng Chi-Chi interrupted again, as if hoping for chaos. Oh, your abilities haven't evolved, but your temper is quite bad. Lin Sanjiu finally understood why the relationship between the two was so bad. She held down Mather, whose face had turned red with anger, and glared at Feng Chi-Chi. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't deliberately anger her. Okay, I do have something to say. Feng Chi-Chi folded up the pillows, found a comfortable position and leaned against the wall, then said leisurely, let's ignore those lies of Oasis that I don't believe at all. What are you going to do next? What is your purpose? This question stumped Lin Sanjiu and Mather. They looked at each other and said with some lack of confidence, stay here and see. Since we're here anyway. Feng Chi-Chi immediately tisked twice, and a meaningful smile appeared on her face. He leaned down and whispered to the two people sitting on the ground, aren't we here to find the visa officer? Have you forgotten? I haven't forgotten, but... Lin Sanjiu hesitated. But most of the people here are ordinary people. Will there be a visa officer? Mather couldn't help but pick on him. With such a large base of 1,800 people, it's worth a try. Feng Chi-Chi retorted without even raising his eyes. Unless you know of another base full of evolvers. Mather was silent, sullen. If we find that there is nothing here, we must leave quickly. Seeing that the two had no objections, Feng Chi-Chi's tone became very firm. We still have 12 months and 23 days to do this. We can't waste all of it in the Oasis. That's right, Lin Sanjiu nodded secretly. She didn't expect that Feng Chi-Chi had a strange personality but a clear mind. She was about to speak when she suddenly heard someone outside shouting, Ms. Lin, which room are you in? The voice belonged to Xiaoyu. Lin Sanjiu lifted the curtain and looked out. What she saw was still the densely packed single rooms on the first floor below ground and the narrow corridor that twisted like a snake. She didn't know where Xiaoyu was calling from. She also raised her voice and responded, is that Xiaoyu? We are in 1734. What's going on? Cadre Chun said that one of you is not feeling well, so he asked me to bring you dinner. Xiaoyu was fast, and when she showed up, she was holding a few old-fashioned iron lunchboxes. She seemed to have forgotten all the unpleasantness in the morning and smiled as she stuffed the lunchbox into Lin Sanjiu's hand. Who is feeling unwell? We have a medical room here. Why don't you go and see? Although iron products will not deform in the extreme temperature Hades like plastic, they are still hot to the touch. Lin Sanjiu put the lunchbox on the bed, thanked Xiaoyu and said, this is Lu Zhe's old problem. He will be fine after a rest. Have you eaten? Do you want to eat with us? No, thank you, Miss Lin. I've already eaten. Xiaoyu also said a few polite words. She glanced from Lu Zhe to him and couldn't help but look at him a few more times. Fortunately, she didn't think much about it and just smiled and said to the three people, after dinner, please send the lunchboxes back to the cafeteria and then go to the office of Cadre Chun in Building 37, which is on the third floor, 306. I will arrange some work for you today. Lin Sanjiu suddenly thought of what Fangdan had said to her. She paused, then asked with a smile, have you heard what kind of job it is? The building where Qian Jinfeng's office was located was right next to the factory entrance. When the three of them came out of the cafeteria, Oasis had already started its day's work in the night under the light of the searchlight. Busy and orderly figures came and went everywhere, making Lin Sanjiu and his companions, who were strolling leisurely, particularly eye-catching. Of course, the leisurely gait was mainly because of Feng Qiqi. He was very interested in everything in the oasis and walked slowly as if he was sightseeing. He didn't care how much the other two people disagreed, and he wanted to see everything carefully. When he walked near the gate, he suddenly said softly, "Oh, what's wrong with you?" Mather rolled his eyes at him rudely. Feng Qiqi smiled and raised his chin towards the door. Lin Sanjiu followed his gaze. Even on an ordinary day like today, there were still 3 or 5 burly men sitting at the gate of the oasis. They were guarding the gate, crossing their legs, chatting casually, and 2 of them were leaning on axes. One of them pulled a cigarette from behind his ear, touched his pocket, and then cursed. "I don't have a lighter." The other man sitting next to him smiled and said something, then put his index finger closer. In the night, the finger became redder and brighter, and then the cigarette ace lit up and a puff of smoke floated up. The others didn't even raise their eyelids. Apparently they were used to such things. This should obviously be a good phenomenon. It means that there are many people who have evolved naturally in the oasis, but Lin Sanjiu immediately understood what Feng Qiqi meant. Apart from anything else, what were they trying to prevent by placing so many people at the door? While wondering this in her mind, she went upstairs, found room 306, and knocked on the door. "Ah, someone else is coming." A laugh was heard from behind the door, and the door was suddenly opened by a strange boy. The 3 of them were stunned. The boy was very tall, about 1.9 meters tall, and looked about the same age as Liu Zhe. Under a blue hoodie, he had an athlete-like physique. He welcomed everyone into the house in a very familiar manner. "Are you new members? Welcome, welcome. We will have to take care of each other later." Lin Sanjiu and the others walked into the room in confusion and were immediately shocked. They really didn't expect that there would be so many people crowded in Chen Jinfeng's small office. A dark and strong man like an iron tower, wearing a sleeveless shirt, was resting in a corner with his arms folded and his eyes closed. Next to him sat a graceful woman, whose age was hard to tell. With big wavy hair that made her look very charming, she was holding a little girl in her arms, who seemed to have just started elementary school not long ago, about 8 or 9 years old, with a pair of pigtails. There was a familiar face among these people. It was Hu Changzai. Together with Lin Sanjiu and a few others, 8 people filled the 10-square-meter room, so tightly that it was a little difficult to turn around. Are you all here waiting to be assigned work?" Lin Sanjiu asked in a low voice, seeing that the tall boy seemed easy to talk to. "Hey, Xiaolu, you guys are here too? Great, now the team is complete." The boy had just nodded when Chen Jinfeng's enthusiastic voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Lin Sanjiu looked around but didn't see him. It wasn't until the tower-like man moved that she saw Chen Jinfeng squeeze out from behind him with difficulty. He walked to the center of the room, shook the paper in his hand, and said loudly, "Everyone, pay attention. Listen to my explanation of this work first." The noise in the room quickly died down, and 8 pairs of eyes turned to Chen Jinfeng. According to the report of the investigation team last night, the small group of fallen species in the west has wandered to the area of the former Longhua Road. It only takes 20 minutes to walk from Longhua Road to our factory area, which is a very dangerous distance for Oasis, so the task of your action team today is to attack westward, and after finding this small group of fallen species, immediately eliminate this hidden danger. I will hand over the specific investigation report to the captain later, and the captain will lead today's operation. Now, does anyone have any questions? Chen Jinfeng looked at everyone. The task was not difficult and the process was clear, so no one raised any objections. The room was silent for a few seconds. Huchang looked around and found that no one around him was ready to speak. After a while of hesitation, he finally raised his hand and asked, Then, who was the captain? Chen Jinfeng coughed and lowered his eyes to look at the paper in his hand. Then let me introduce your team leader, Su Xiaoyang, to everyone. She will lead today's operation. Su Xiaoyang. Classmate? Lin Sanjiu was just beginning to feel a little confused about this title, when the little girl with pigtails stood up, nodded to everyone, and said crisply, Hello, everyone. I'm the team leader Su Xiaoyang. I'll need your help in the operation later. The room fell silent again. If everyone was quiet just now because no one wanted to stand out, now everyone was completely dumbfounded. The only two people who didn't change their expressions were probably Chen Jinfeng and the enchanting long-haired woman. The first person who couldn't hold back was the dark-skinned burly man. He stood up suddenly, stared at Chen Jinfeng with a gloomy face, and asked, "This yellow-haired girl is the team leader? Officer Chen, are you kidding me?" Chen Jinfeng lowered his eyes and didn't even look at him. "How could I joke about such a thing? This is also what we decided after research. Taidao, you have to cooperate with Captain Su's work." The sturdy man named Taidao immediately let out a ha with a voice full of hostility. "I respect you as a cadre, but don't take yourself too seriously. If you want me to follow a yellow-haired girl and obey your orders, I will never do it." When Chen Jinfeng heard the word Dampenerkai, his face turned ugly, and then he quickly glanced at Su Xiaoyang, who was standing with his head down. This glance fell into Lin Sanjiu's eyes. Before she could figure out why she was looking at Su Xiaoyang, she heard a loud bang in the room. The thick and strong iron knife was swung heavily against the wall like a rag. The wall shook violently, shaking off a large piece of reflective cloth. In the silence, the charming woman turned around and looked at everyone, her pair of slender phoenix eyes without the slightest fluctuation. Who else has an objection to Su Xiaoyang being the captain? Su Xiaoyang still kept her head down, playing with her braid with one hand, not saying a word, as if what had happened had nothing to do with her. Everyone was silent, with different expressions on their faces, but no one spoke for a while. Struggled to get up. He probably felt a little itchy on his face, so he wiped his forehead blankly. Then he looked down and found that his hands were covered with sticky blood. The bright red seemed to stimulate him immediately. Taidao cursed angrily and rushed towards the woman like a thunderbolt. "Quick, stop him!" Chen Jinfeng shouted angrily and pushed the tall boy. The boy was stunned for a moment, as if he was a little reluctant, but seeing that Taidao was about to rush to the woman, he had no choice but to rush over, hugged Taidao around the waist, and used his arms to pull him back. Even though Taidao looked incredibly strong, after being hugged by the big boy, he could only struggle, kick his legs, and yell. The room was suddenly filled with roars that made people's ears hurt. "TSK, TSK, there are really hidden dragons and crouching tigers here." Feng Qiqi leaned close to Lin Sanjiu's ear and whispered. Lin Sanjiu felt the same way. She had seen it clearly just now. Taidao stepped on the floor tile with a kick, and a shallow pit was left behind instantly with such strength. He didn't even have the strength to fight back in front of the woman and the tall boy. If she were to face them, she felt a little nervous and quietly put all her strength on her heels, trying to roll back and forth a few times. But the floor remained intact. "We are all in the same team, but we are quarreling before we even set out." Seeing that the situation was under control, Chen Jinfeng came out from the back and shouted angrily. "Su Xiaoyang's strength is obvious to all. We chose her as the team leader for a reason. Taidao, you won't be accepted in Oasis with such an attitude." Taidao also knew that a wise man would not suffer a loss in front of him, and as he was tightly restrained by the boy's arms, he gasped and did not move, and just stared at Chen Jinfeng fiercely. Chen Jinfeng nonchalantly instructed the tall boy, "Gao Fei, help take Taidao to the infirmary." He looked around and suddenly pointed at Mather. "Miss Mather, since Taidao is injured, please stay and take care of him. Both of you don't have to participate in today's operation." Lin Sanjiu was stunned for a moment, then quickly exchanged a glance with Mather. "It's not a bad idea not to go. It's safer here after all." She lowered her voice and whispered in Mather's ear, "But can you stay here alone?" When they first met, she remembered Lu Zhe saying that Mather was, after all, a product of his abilities, so she couldn't stay too far away from him. Mather nodded silently. "It's only a 20-minute walk, so it shouldn't be a problem." As she spoke, she quickly glanced at Lin Sanjiu and Feng Qiqi, said be careful, then turned around and followed Gao Fei out the door. As soon as the three people left, the room suddenly seemed much larger. Hu Changzai's face was pale, and he took a few steps away from the woman with long curly hair, probably shocked by her fierceness. Looking around, Lin Sanjiu, who had said a few words to her, was the most friendly person. He forced a smile at her with cold sweat on his face, and stood behind her obediently. "You are afraid of her, and so am I?" Lin Sanjiu sighed in his heart almost helplessly. She turned her eyes and found that Su Xiaoyang had sat on a chair in the corner of the room without knowing when, her legs dangling, and she was looking out the window board. Under the white light outside the window, her smooth skin seemed to be covered with a layer of powder, her mouth was pouting like a petal, and her expression was young and innocent. Her demeanor looked natural and genuine, definitely not like Wang Sisi, who pretended to be innocent and waited for an opportunity. But how could an ordinary elementary school student? Thinking of this, Lin Sanjiu couldn't help but glance at the woman with long curly hair. The woman still kept her head down, her face sullen, and she didn't look at anyone. The atmosphere in the room was so stagnant that it was almost piercing, but Chun Jinfeng didn't care at all. He sat back at his desk humming a little tune and actually looked at the documents with a sense of contentment. Lin Sanjiu and the others who were left aside waited for a long time on pins and needles. Gao Fei finally came back. As soon as he pushed the door open and called out Cadre Chun, Su Xiaoyang jumped off the chair, clapped his hands and said with a smile, "You are finally back, let's go." Then he pushed Gao Fei to the door and said to Chun Jinfeng without looking back, "Let's go." "Hey, are you setting off now?" Okay. I wish you safe journey and success." Chun Jinfeng quickly slapped the document and said with a smile. No one paid any attention to him. The woman with long curly hair had already started to follow behind Su Xiaoyang. She then glanced at the others with a warning in her eyes. This glance was more effective than anything else, and Hu Changzai immediately followed. A group of 6 people left bus 306 and went downstairs. Arriving at the factory gate, before the gatekeeper could ask, Su Xiaoyang handed a piece of paper to one of the men. The man glanced at the paper, looked up at the team, and suddenly pouted, then turned around and opened the iron gate. Lin Sanjiu was the last one in the team. When she was about to cross the iron gate, she immediately felt the man's eyes wandering over her, and then he smacked his lips as if he had some regrets. She suddenly thought of Fontaine and her heart moved. Unexpectedly, Feng Qiqi had very sharp ears. He turned around and asked, "What did you say?" "Nothing, not important." Lin Sanjiu smiled at him, holding the iron gate with one hand, and walked out of the factory area. Some things are so strange. Less than 10 steps away from the oasis, I can already feel the desolation that hits me like a substance. Behind me is a busy human camp under the light of searchlights. Looking ahead, there are ruins of buildings with deep cracks. The long-lost yellow sand hit everyone's face again. Su Xiaoyang stopped, looked around for a while, squinted his eyes and asked without turning his head, "Xiao Hui, look at the map, which direction are those fallen species in?" "Little Gray?" Everyone was startled, and saw that woman reached into her trouser pocket and took out a hand-drawn map. Before everyone's surprised expression faded, a young girl suddenly screamed, "Oh no, I think I dropped something." The 5 people's eyes fell on Lin Sanjiu at the same time. "Captain, I'll go look over there and I promise to be back soon, okay? Give me a minute, just 1 minute." Lin Sanjiu asked Su Xiaoyang with a smile to defeat the fallen species. "You can't do it without that." Su Xiaoyang was very satisfied with her attitude and raised his lips. "Okay, go quickly and come back soon." Then she glanced at Xiao Hui, who nodded imperceptibly. "Okay." Lin Sanjiu thanked him as if she hadn't noticed anything, and turned around and ran back to the gate of the oasis. She didn't dare to go too far, for fear that Xiao Hui would think she was going to escape. She glanced around and saw that there was still a little white edge between the broken bricks next to the iron gate, and she immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing a man sitting by the door stand up vigilantly, Lin Sanjiu quickly said, "Brother, our captain just dropped something here. Hey, are you good at fighting?" When Hu Changzai came up and asked this question quietly, Lin Sanjiu was about to take a look at the contents of the diary card. She was a little unsure of how to answer. It should be considered average, right? As they were talking, a group of 6 people were walking towards Longhua Road. 6 pairs of shoes stepped on the thick sandy ground one after another, making a rustling sound. Apart from that, no one else spoke. The air was filled with hot sand and a sharp wind that kept making strange whistling sounds. Hu Changzai fell behind and remained silent for a long time. Just when Lin Sanjiu thought he had given up the conversation, he suddenly sighed and said in a low voice, You know, I shouldn't have been in this action team. Lin Sanjiu said oh and didn't care. She didn't understand why Hu Changzai suddenly talked to her about this. She glanced at him from the corner of her eye and saw that he was still a little distance away from her, so she spread her palms against her body. The diary card with a few lines of small words was lying quietly in her palm. I'm serious. I've been in Oasis for a long time, and I've been working in the backup power management team, mainly responsible for cooling the generators. I don't know how, but I was suddenly transferred to the action team. Although it's true that I have evolved, how can my abilities be used for combat? That's right, his ability is really useless when facing the fallen species. After thinking about it, Lin Sanjiu was a little dumbfounded. She stared blankly at the cards in her hand, turned her head suddenly, and asked, You just said that they suddenly transferred you here today? Hu Changzai was a little confused, pushed his glasses and said, Yes. I'm still wondering. Lin Sanjiu's hand holding the diary card tightened involuntarily. Diary card time. 10:48 p.m. Location. Tuanyuan Food Processing Factory Gate Range. 5 meters Man A. This one again? Man B. Of course. There's a new girl in there who's pretty good looking. What a pity. Man C. How many spots are there in this team? Man B. The note in the captain's hand says that only 3 people can come back alive this time. Man A. The captain will definitely come back. Don't underestimate her because she is small. She is very capable. Manding. Yeah? Luckily we don't have to go on missions, and we haven't been intercepted much. Mancy, by the way, didn't you offend a cadre last time? I heard you were almost assigned a mission? Manding. Don't mention it. It cost me a lot of money. Manding spat. The rest, apart from some gossip from the gatekeeper, was nothing more than a record of Lin Sanjiu running back to the gate and collecting the card. The record stopped at the line 10:52 p.m. Diary card collected. Lin Sanjiu stared at the line, feeling a little dazed for a moment. As the Mane said, if this team really has a survival quota, there is no doubt that the captain Su Xiaoyang will have one. The loyal woman Xiao Hui beside her should also be on the list of survivors if nothing unexpected happens. Among the remaining 4 people himself, Feng Qiqi, Hu Changzai, and Gao Fei Hu Changzai, who was suddenly transferred into the team, will almost certainly be abandoned. Next, no matter what she thought, Lin Sanjiu felt that she and Feng Qiqi were the 2 remaining dead people. For a moment, Fontaine's words flashed through her mind again. No wonder. The casualty rate during the mission is so high, she murmured, quickened her pace, and patted Feng Qiqi's shoulder. Mather did not come out with them. The person who was closest to her in this action team was Feng Qiqi. What's wrong? He looked at Lu Zhe and a cold look appeared on his face. Lin Sanjiu hesitated for a moment, but finally handed over the diary card. Take a look at this. Her very low voice immediately alerted Feng Qiqi. He took the diary card, carefully covered it with his palm, and took a quick glance at it when no one else was paying attention. The meaning of the diary card was very clear, but just in case, she still had to verify it again. Lin Sanjiu thought for a while and pulled Hu Changzai to his side. Hey, you're a girl, what are you doing? Are you done yet? I have something important to tell you. Lin Sanjiu interrupted him impatiently. Go ask the captain a question and see if she is lying. What are you doing? What are you talking about? Lin Sanjiu's method was to get straight to the point. You go and ask her, Captain, I have an appointment with someone at 6 in the morning. Do you think I can make it? Why are you asking this? Before he could finish his sentence, Hu Changzai suddenly thought of something. The confused look on his face disappeared completely, and his expression suddenly became a little ugly. It seems that he is much smarter than he thought. Without saying anything more, Hu Changzai took a deep breath, adjusted his expression, and strode towards Su Xiaoyang, who was walking at the head of the team. The conversation between the two was vaguely heard by Lin Sanjiu, who was walking at the end, through the scorching air. Hu Changzai asked the question word for word, and Su Xiaoyang was silent for a while, then answered in a crisp girl's voice. Who knows? It's hard to say how long it will take to defeat the fallen species. There was no response from Hu Changzai. Less than a minute later, he came back with a livid face. At this time, Feng Qiqi had also finished reading the diary cards and returned the cards to Lin Sanjiu. His expression also became extremely solemn. He looked at Hu Changzai, who had just walked back, and asked before Lin Sanjiu, "How is it?" Hu Changzai shook his head heavily. "Lie." He mouthed this word silently. Lin Sanjiu's heart suddenly sank to the bottom. Su Xiaoyang's answer was already very vague. But no matter what she said, she knew clearly in her heart that Hu Changzai would never go back. Only in this case would her answer be judged as a lie by him. Hu Changzai, who suddenly realized her own situation, looked so heavy that water could almost be squeezed out of her. Feng Qiqi asked in a low voice, "That the remaining two are us?" Lin Sanjiu said softly. The girl that the gatekeeper said, "What a pity is me. Are they planning to use the fallen species to deal with us, or are they going to do it themselves? But why? I don't know. I'll just have to stay as far away from them as possible. But you can then transform into their appearance to confuse them." This is the first time that Lin Sanjiu has seen so many fallen species since the advent of the New World. As soon as Xiao Hui's warning was uttered, it was drowned out by waves of excited, buzzing sounds from the windows of the buildings on both sides of the road. Densely packed figures of fallen species crawled out one after another. Their mouthparts kept waving in the air, splashing saliva everywhere, like sticky raindrops that sprinkled everyone. This scene reminded Lin Sanjiu of a hive with a large number of bees coming in and out. It was impossible to count how many fallen species there were, and there was no time to do so, but what was certain was that even if all 6 people present died, it would probably not be enough for each of them to get a bowl of blood. FCK, is this what they call a small group? Gao Fei was dumbfounded and cursed softly. Not only him, but all 6 people in the group were stunned and didn't know what to do for a moment. Amid the sharp buzzing sounds, the fallen species closest to the crowd nimbly flipped down from the windowsill and climbed down 2 floors along the outer wall. Feng Qiqi was the first to react. He shouted, "Why don't you run?" But unexpectedly, he had just taken a step when he almost bumped into Xiao Hui, who was rushing towards him. "Don't run back." Su Xiaoyang's raised voice immediately sounded behind him. Xiao Hui blocked the way with a stern face and confronted Feng Qiqi, motionless. "With so many fallen species chasing us back, no one in the oasis will survive." Su Xiaoyang's face turned pale, and he didn't know whether he was anxious or angry. "Follow me and lead the fallen species away." Except for Xiao Hui, the other 4 people couldn't believe their ears. Gao Fei looked at the road ahead and said with a stammer, "Captain, you are kidding. The building ahead is full of fallen species." Lin Sanji's heart was pounding, and he quickly glanced around about 50 meters in front of him on the right. There were already several fallen species almost climbing to the first floor. Su Xiaoyang snorted, and Xiao Hui spoke up immediately. "Whoever wants to turn back, go past me first." As soon as she finished speaking, her right arm had swelled up visibly like a balloon. The swollen muscles tore through her sleeves, and the thick veins protruded from her skin, forming a startling contrast with her slender figure. Even when she was teaching Taidao a lesson, Xiao Hui's body had never undergone such strange changes. It seemed that she was serious. Gao Fei swallowed his saliva with an ugly expression, and no one spoke for a while. At this moment, there was a bang and the fallen species not far away jumped to the ground. "It doesn't matter where he runs, let's just go." Lin Sanjiu finally couldn't help himself and grabbed Feng Qiqi and shouted, "I'll make sure he doesn't run back, okay? The fallen ones are coming over there." The situation really couldn't be delayed any longer. Su Xiaoyang shouted to Xiao Hui, "Let's go." The latter kicked his feet, rushed to Su Xiaoyang, picked her up, and ran forward. The remaining 4 people didn't dare to delay, and they all used all their strength to follow. Xiao Hui's right arm was still swollen, and with a few swings while running, she knocked all the fallen species that had just landed far away. With her leading the way, the people behind only had to concentrate on running. They didn't know which direction they were running in, and they ran out of the street in one breath behind Xiao Hui. However, as more and more fallen species blocked the road ahead, Xiao Hui could no longer hold on by himself. The fallen species behind them also caught up, and the group of 6 seemed to be stuck in a quagmire, and their speed was getting slower and slower. A fallen species seized the opportunity, jumped down from the awning of a small shop, and plunged into the team. Hu Changzai screamed immediately, threw himself forward, and rolled to the feet of Lin Sanjiu. He had not undergone any physical enhancement, and could be said to be the weakest one. Lin Sanjiu took a quick glance and found that a piece of flesh had been scraped off his calf by the mouthparts of the fallen species, leaving a bloody deep pit. Without thinking, she immediately let go of Feng Chi-Chi and used all her strength to throw out a baton. The baton whistled and hit the fallen species, immediately knocking it back a few steps and causing it to fall to the ground. Lin Sanjiu quickly grabbed Hu Changzai by the collar and lifted him up. "Put your arm up, bear the pain and try to keep up." Hu Changzai's face was pale, and he forced himself to lean on his uninjured leg, stumbling and running for a distance with Lin Sanjiu. However, he was heavier than Lin Sanjiu, and after running for a while, she found out with a heavy breath that they had fallen far behind the team. As for Xiao Hui, who was running in the first place, he was completely invisible. As if they had noticed the current situation, the fallen species slowed down their pace, made a series of weird and heart-wrenching cries, and turned around to surround the two lone sheep. "No, I can't do it anymore. You can run by yourself. Thank you, thank you," Hu Changzai said in a hoarse voice. "I will protect you even if I become a ghost. I've been wanting to tell you since the first time I saw you. You can't talk, so what do you keep saying?" The sweat stung her eyes so much that they were painful and blurry, but Lin Sanjiu didn't even dare to wipe them away. She was afraid that if she couldn't see for just a moment, she and Hu Changzai would be doomed. Under the night sky, the dark shadows representing the fallen species in the distance blurred into a vast ocean. The encirclement around them slowly and steadily became thicker, and a strong fishy smell filled the hot and dry air. The encirclement had not closed yet, but judging from the number of fallen species, they didn't have much time left. "There's no other way. Let's go into that building." Lin Sanjiu gritted her teeth and dragged Hu Changzai to a gray-white building not far ahead that didn't seem to have many fallen species. She made up her mind and decided to take a gamble. Since the fallen species had all come out of the building, it should be safe inside, right? In a desperate situation, even a little hope can make people burst out with the greatest strength to survive. Looking up at the small building, Hu Changzai, despite the blood loss and severe pain, actually followed her footsteps by rolling and crawling. Lin Sanjiu transformed 2 iron rods and gave one to Hu Changzai, who kept swinging them all the way. The two people, who were trapped in the middle of the ocean of fallen species, had lost their consciousness and only had the most primitive survival instinct. What led them forward was not the numb brain, but the habitual movement of the muscles. Just when Lin Sanjiu thought he would never reach the small building, the two of them crashed into the door of the small building with blood all over their bodies. One side of the police station's glass door had long been broken, and only half of the right door was left with sharp glass shards, which flickered faintly in the night. It was the first time in Lin Sanjiu's life that she saw the Public Security Bureau so ecstatic. She quickly pushed the door open with her body and yelled to Hu Changzai, "Go in." At the same time, she kicked away a degenerate who pounced on her without looking back, but at the same time she received a cut on her leg. Hu Changzai half fell and half rolled into the lobby on the first floor, followed closely by a sharp, buzzing sound behind him. "Go find something to block the door. I'll hold it for a while," Lin Sanjiu said as he held the iron rod in his backhand and blocked the door. Hu Changzai knew that this was not the time to be polite, so he dragged his injured leg into the room on the first floor and pulled out a conference table in a short while. Honestly speaking, facing the fallen species that were surging like a tidal wave, Lin Sanjiu's calves were shaking seeing Hu Changzai coming back. She quickly knocked away a mouthpart that was attacking her face, quickly jumped over the half-glass door, and blocked the entrance with the conference table. The table under the palm was immediately shaken back and forth by the bang-bang sound of the mouthparts. "No, this table won't last much longer. Let's go upstairs," Lin Sanjiu shouted. Although he couldn't escape by running upstairs, it was the only way to go at the moment. Hu Changzai did not dare to delay and limped after her up the stairs. Just as he reached the second floor, he heard a loud bang downstairs, and the table had been overturned. The two looked at each other, and both felt their chests tighten. "Let's hide in the room?" Hu Changzai lost blood while running. His face was frighteningly pale, and he couldn't run anymore. "Maybe we can escape from the outer wall." This was the only way. Lin Sanjiu nodded and rushed into the corridor first. The first room in the corridor was a bathroom without a door. The second room was the household registration department, but the door had been damaged by something and was useless. She shouted in great joy, "Here!" Then he took a few steps forward and pushed the door open. The two tall fallen species in the room turned their heads at the same time and cast their gazes at her. For a moment, both of them were frozen and motionless. Compared with the vast sea of their kind outside, they looked much more dangerous, not to mention that at this distance, if their mouthparts were pulled out at random, the lives of both of them would be in danger. However, the next second, the two fallen species turned their heads away at the same time and never looked at them again. Instead, they stared at each other closely. In just a blink of an eye, Lin Sanjiu's back was soaked with cold sweat. She calmed down and realized that the two fallen species in the room were facing each other fiercely, and their eyes refused to move in their direction. Between them was an overturned desk, a floor of blood-stained documents, and a golden-orange collar. The collar emitted a warm glow on the dirty floor, which was so out of place against the dilapidated and dying surroundings. Wait, that thing, she seemed to know what it was. In this light, it is no wonder that these two fallen species would confront each other without even looking at them. Things on the ground are much more precious than living people. Lin Sanjiu shuddered all over and came up with an idea. It was an idea of saving her life against death, which was scary to think about. But if she didn't gamble her life, neither she nor Hu Changzai would survive the day. "Come in and close the door," she whispered to Hu Changzai without turning her head. "Are you crazy?" Hu Chang said in a low voice. But the two fallen species remained motionless, as if they could not see them at all. The room was not big. Lin Sanjiu plucked up his courage, took 2 steps, and approached the fallen species at the door. However, apart from tensing his muscles, the fallen species did not even move his eyes and continued to stare at each other. "That thing on the ground, is it a special item unique to the Doomsday world?" She observed the fallen and said, "You two both want it, but you are evenly matched and the situation is at a standstill." Although Lin Sanjiu is not very smart at ordinary times, he is more quick-witted when facing a life and death crisis. "You two, we will hide here. We won't fight. We don't interfere with each other. You continue." She spoke beautifully, but her body was on high alert, tightly gripping the iron rod. Lin Sanjiu had a serious face and walked slowly along the wall to a metal filing cabinet. The fallen creature opposite, who had a tattoo of a descending tiger on his arm, snorted coldly but remained motionless. At this moment, Hu Changzai also realized that Lin Sanjiu's bet was right. He immediately closed the door and stood beside her carefully. "Get out." The one closer to them couldn't stand it anymore. Lin Sanjiu looked at its motionless back and said softly, "You two, you can guess that we had to come in. If we don't come in, we will die outside." You continue to confront each other. I understand that if you lose focus for a moment, the things may be taken away by the other party. If we can each get what we need, I promise not to affect you. Although the occasion is inappropriate, you are truly a heroine, Hu Changzai said admiringly. How come even praising someone makes people uncomfortable? Lin Sanjiu ignored him and continued to talk. He listened carefully. There were already chaotic footsteps in the corridor, and the unique gurgling sound of the fallen species' sticky skin when they walked. The two fallen species that were confronting each other had their eyebrows tightly knitted together. "The pursuers behind us are coming soon. If they rush in like a swarm, it will be difficult for you to deal with them, right? What should we do now? They are all fallen species. How about you tell them that there is no one inside?" She did not forget to instruct Hu Changzai, "Hey, bandage your leg." No matter how you think about it, it's impossible for 2 big fallen species to be allowed to rush in such a large group. Sure enough, as soon as she finished speaking, the door was hit hard by the mouthparts from outside. Then, the 2 fallen species in the room almost simultaneously issued a high-pitched and sharp beeping sound, and suddenly a few calls were faintly heard outside the door. The beeping sound continued for several minutes regardless of anything. When the room returned to silence again, no sound could be heard outside. It seems that just like the different combat powers among the evolvers, the fallen species are also divided into different levels. "Get out now." Although he still didn't look back, The fallen's tone became much more violent. Okay, okay. Wait until my companion's leg is bandaged, and then we'll leave right away. Lin Sanjiu said as he squatted down to check on Hu Changzai's leg injury. Hu Changzai looked up gratefully. I'm fine. Let's go first. This is not a place to stay for long. His tone suddenly slowed down because he found that Lin Sanjiu was lip-syncing to him silently. You run first. Go downstairs. She repeated the mouth shape several times, and finally made him nod doubtfully. Okay, your leg is wrapped. She helped Hu Changzai up and said, Thank you both for your help. We'll be leaving now. Naturally, neither of the two fallen species responded, and they didn't even take their eyes off each other. Lin Sanjiu pursed her lips and suppressed the nervousness in her heart, as if she was about to walk on a tightrope. Only Hu Changzai beside her saw the expression on her face, and his heart immediately began to beat. I opened the door and saw that there was not a single fallen species in the corridor outside. Lin Sanjiu gently pushed Hu Changzai, who immediately understood and ran towards the stairs without wasting a second. I'm just curious. She turned around and felt her palms were sweaty. What did you do just now? Why did the other fallen species disappear in a moment? A fallen creature hissed impatiently. Although it still did not move, Lin Sanjiu did not want an answer, but a small gap in their minds. The bed sheets were really nice. Going downstairs was indeed a wise choice. Nervous, excited, scared. All kinds of mixed emotions burned her internal organs like fire. The air seemed to have never been so thin, and her heartbeat had never been so strong. As soon as her feet touched the ground in the lobby, Lin Sanjiu didn't even have time to look at where to run. Her arm was pulled heavily, and then her body fell into a room. This is the conference room where a table had just been moved out. Just as he hid, almost in the next second, two angry figures swept through the hall like a storm, and rushed out of the door because the door of the conference room was wide open. None of the two fallen species thought of coming over to take a look. Lin Sanjiu didn't dare to breathe and hid behind the door for a long time. When she saw that the two degenerates never came back, she felt relieved. Hu Changzai behind her lowered his voice and scolded, You really don't want to live. What kind of precious thing is that worth taking such a big risk? Huh. No, I don't know. Lin Sanjiu smiled embarrassedly. There was one thing she didn't say. From the moment she saw the collar, her keen intuition sounded like a siren, and the only thought left in her mind was she wanted it. She took out the bed sheet, and with a thought, a metal collar with extremely exquisite workmanship fell out of the card. Lin Sanjiu caught it, and the bright golden-orange light immediately illuminated half of her face. So beautiful. I don't know what metal the collar is made of, but it shines like water waves. The geometric hollow pattern is boldly colored, with golden-orange as the main color. Against a soft pink and a bit of watery blue, the colors are so imaginative and beautiful. Lin Sanjiu looked at it for a while with reluctance, and with a thought, the necklace turned into a card in her hand. Pygmalion Collar Introduction. The name of this collar comes from the famous psychological phenomenon Pygmalion effect, also known as expectation effect. Just as people are influenced by others' expectations of themselves and behave accordingly, people wearing this collar will also be influenced by others' thoughts. How to use. After putting it on, fasten the buckle. Note, people with thick necks should not force themselves, and then ask the person next to you to imagine an ability or characteristic. The ability or characteristic described verbally by the other person will actually appear on the owner of the collar. Note 1. Only fantasies that have a positive effect can be realized. For example, he can fly as possible, but he sinks when he encounters water is not. 2. Each fantasy can only be realized once, and it will be permanently invalidated after it takes effect. Each effect lasts for 5 minutes, and the collar can be used again after a 24-hour cooling period. 3. How much of the fantasy can be realized, and the strength of the ability after the fantasy is realized, will be restricted by the owner's potential value, physical fitness, and other aspects. For example, a person with a potential value of only 5, even if he can fly, may only be 30 centimeters off the ground. So no matter who it is impossible to rule the universe. The number is for reference only 4. Once the collar is put on, it cannot be removed. The only way to destroy the collar violently is to cut off the owner's head. So please be careful with your head. 5. There is no limit to how to obtain describers and how to make them express their fantasies. The content of this card was very long, and Lin Sanjiu dialed twice before she finished reading it. Hu Changzai, who was standing by, tried not to read it at first to avoid suspicion, but later he could no longer bear the torment of curiosity and secretly glanced at her cards several times. After reading a card, Lin Sanjiu just transformed the collar. Hu Changzai urged, "Put it on and let me try it. I used to love watching superhero movies the most." Although what he said was unpleasant, he did not seem to have any greed when facing such a magical object. This person is not a bad person. Lin Sanjiu looked at him and smiled, not being polite to him after all. It was something she had obtained at the risk of her life. She couldn't help but feel excited, and put on the collar with slightly trembling fingers. As for not being able to pick them, it doesn't seem to be a big deal. With a click, the metal lock was perfectly fastened behind her neck. She touched the cool collar around her neck and smiled at Hu Changzai. "Okay, now what ability are you going to imagine for me?" Before he finished the second half of his sentence, there was a sudden bang, and a gust of wind blew up the wood chips and hit the two of them like raindrops. They took several steps back, and when they looked back, they found that the door of the conference room was broken behind the flying wood chips. The tall figure of one of the fallen species was revealed. The mouth parts were longer than those of the other fallen species and were as hard as a rock. With a wave of its hand, the wooden door and a section of the wall disappeared, leaving behind a large, jagged hole. The buzzing sound of the fallen species gave people goosebumps. "Great! I was the first one to find you." Lin Sanjiu stared at it and got ready for fighting. "Take that thing off your neck, and I'll give you a quick death." Unexpectedly, the fallen creature clearly saw the Pygmalion collar, but did not run away. Instead, he laughed. Lin Sanjiu suddenly had an idea and thought of a possibility. She had heard Mather mention before that when faced with special items, most people would first study the hints on the item itself, such as the label on the ability polisher. If there is no hint, then you can find a way to activate and use the item once, and you will know its general function. But if you encounter something that you dare not use because it is dangerous, or you can't figure out how to use it, you really can't even guess the name. I'm afraid no one would have thought that the use of this Pygmalion collar would actually fall on a companion, which means that the fallen species in front of him still knows nothing about its function. "Hey, Mrs. Hu, what was the last superhero movie you watched before the New World came?" Lin Sanjiu asked leisurely. Hu Chang smiled. He wiped the blood-stained and dust-stained lenses and said, "Iron Man. Then it should be this one?" Lin Sanjiu also laughed. "Okay." The fallen species vaguely sensed that something was wrong. It swung its mouth parts violently and was about to pounce, but saw that Lin Sanjiu's raised fist suddenly flashed with a white light, followed by a fierce airflow like a tornado, and a loud bang that was enough to shock people. The fallen species did not even have a chance to attack, and even the half building it was in was blown into flying powder. The remaining half of the building swayed violently a few times as if it was drunk, dropping broken bricks, dust, and wood chips. In the distance, a faint roar came from somewhere, and the ground seemed to shake twice with the loud noise. Feng Qiqi wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked back. The dilapidated city under the night sky was very ugly due to the high temperature. Except for this, there was nothing unusual. After running for 10 minutes at full speed, the four of them were already far away from the place where they lost contact with Lin Sanjiu. More than half of the fallen species behind them had already been killed, and the rest were killed by Xiao Hui and Gao Fei. Blood and pus splattered everywhere, forming a bloody path behind several people. Fortunately, no matter what, they were finally out of danger. While panting, Gao Fei sat down on the ground, wiping his sweat and said, "It's not nice to say this, but if Lu Zhe's friends hadn't died, I'm afraid we wouldn't have escaped so easily." Feng Qiqi's expression became noticeably gloomy as he said this. He wiped his face heavily, looking gloomy and silent. Su Xiaoyang stood quietly not far away, and Xiao Hui stood beside her like a guard. "I'm the one who doesn't know how to talk. Don't take it personally." Gao Fei saw Feng Qiqi's expression and felt that it was a bit inappropriate. Although she is gone, she was a kind person. Don't forget, She sacrificed herself to save others. Feng Qiqi put his hands up to cover his eyes. After a while, he put his hands down, but the corners of his eyes were red. Seeing him like this, Gao Fei also felt uncomfortable. He sighed and said, "Alas, you two are both good people. If you hadn't shouted at the critical moment just now, I'm afraid I would be in danger now." Hearing him say this, Feng Qiqi smiled wanly. "It's just a word. It's no big deal. If you hadn't taken the initiative to stay with me, who would have said a word for me?" Gao Fei got a little excited and slapped him on the shoulder. "I think you are about the same age as me, right? How about we become sworn brothers after we go back?" The older boy laughed heartily. Before Feng Qiqi could say anything, he had already started talking. "I am 17 this year and was born in July. How old are you? 2 months younger than me? Ha, then you have to call me Big Brother. Don't worry, you have seen along the way that my abilities are quite practical. If you need anything later, I will definitely help you stop whining. Have you rested well?" Su Xiaoyang suddenly interrupted him. "Let's go." Before they sat down to rest, Su Xiaoyang had already said that they would go back to the oasis in a circle and inform the cadres of the oasis to quickly send more combat teams to wipe out the fallen species. Although the little girl had tried to make her tone as stern as possible, her sweet childish voice softened every word. So Gao Fei didn't care, and he dusted himself off and stood up. "Well, that you guys go first. Don't worry about me." Feng Qiqi suddenly smiled weakly, avoiding Gao Fei's surprised eyes. "What are you talking about? You want to be eaten by the fallen species if you stay here alone. Not even if I managed to catch up, I could only hold you back." Feng Qiqi sighed very lightly and said with difficulty, "Actually, just now, I sprained my foot, and now I can't even stand up." When Su Xiaoyang heard this, he quickly exchanged glances with Xiao Hui. Gao Fei cursed and then grabbed Feng Qiqi's arm. "I thought it was something serious. It's just a broken foot. Do you have to act like you're ready to sacrifice yourself? I'll carry you." "How can that be? If you run into a fallen species again, you won't even be able to run." Amid Feng Qiqi's ineffective protests, Gao Fei put his arms on his shoulders and carried him on his back. Lu Zhe was only about 1.7 meters tall, and at this moment he was lying on Gao Fei, who was 1.9 meters tall, which was just right for him. Gao Fei was incredibly strong, and Lu Zhe's weight was nothing to him. He smiled at Su Xiaoyang, raised his chin and said, "Let's go. Stop minding other people's business." Xiao Hui muttered to herself, squatted down and let Su Xiaoyang jump on her back, and then the group of 4 set off. Although Xiao Hui brought a map, the map did not show the area after Longhua Road. In order to find the direction, the few people had to walk and stop, and sometimes they took the wrong road and had to turn back. After breaking up 1 or 2 raids by the fallen species, the factory area where the oasis was located finally came into sight. At this moment, Gao Fei suddenly felt that the arm holding his neck was trembling slightly. "Lu Zhe, what's wrong with you?" he asked a little uneasily. Feng Qiqi's weak voice rang out from behind. I seem to have a fever, so cold." No way. Let me see." Gao Fei was startled and stopped quickly. Su Xiaoyang, who was in front of them, heard it, turned his head and looked back. It happened in a flash, so fast that no one had time to react. Gao Fei's neck suddenly cracked open, spurting out a large amount of blood. The blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the air red. His throat was cut open, blood kept pouring into his trachea. Gao Fei couldn't say a word and struggled to make a gurgling sound. His eyes were wide open, and before his body was about to fall, he desperately tried to reach his hands behind his back. Feng Qiqi slid down from his back lightly, holding a blood-stained knife in his hand. He looked at Gao Fei, who was in pain and grimacing, expressionlessly, raised his foot and kicked him in the knee. With a bang, his tall body fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Blood gushed out from Gao Fei's neck, and soon he stopped struggling in the silent night. Only khaki dust filled the air, covering up the shocking blood underneath. Slowly, the dust settled, revealing Feng Qiqi's calm face, Lu Zhe's face. Su Xiaoyang was completely stunned. She tightly grasped the clothes on Xiao Hui's back, her face pale. After a long while, she finally reacted. "Why did you want to kill him?" After she asked the question, she realized that her voice was hoarse. "You ask why. Feng Qiqi scratched his face as if he was a little helpless. I thought you would guess it as soon as you saw it. After a pause, a smile appeared in his eyes. I don't know why, but only 3 people in this team can return alive, right? Captain, there are only 3 of us now. Su Xiaoyang frowned and didn't ask how he knew. What if your friend is not dead? Then, killing them both will be much easier than killing Miss Xiaowei. Feng Qiqi took 2 steps to the side, carefully avoiding Gao Fei's blood. Going back 30 minutes, when Lin Sanjiu was still trying to fight his way out of the vast ocean of fallen species, and when Feng Qiqi was still fleeing for his life following Xiao Hui, Gao Fei and the others, Mather was sitting in the infirmary, having put away a set of first aid equipment and put it in the refrigerator. The infirmary is probably the only place in the whole oasis, no, the whole Shanghai city, where there is a refrigerator, right? Mather thought secretly with a little admiration. Under high temperatures, syringes will melt, medicines will deteriorate, and alcohol will explode. If you want to preserve medical supplies properly, you can only put them in the refrigerator. She remembered the first aid kit she found in a roadside pharmacy when Lu Zhe was injured. Even the gauze inside was moldy. She was too anxious at the time. Fortunately, there was Kurosawa Ji's medicine. Hey, you haven't left yet? When I was lost in thought, the door of the infirmary was suddenly pushed open and a face poked its head in. It's Officer Chun. I was just about to leave. Mather smiled and closed the refrigerator. Chun Jinfeng opened the door and walked in, sitting down next to the consultation table and said, I just met Tai Dao in the corridor. You bandaged very professionally. What did you do before? Just someone who works in a laboratory. She said it lightly. Unexpectedly, Chun Jinfeng became interested. Oh? What are you researching specifically? Life sciences. Mather answered briefly. Officer Chun, please sit down. I'm going to go back first. Before she finished speaking, she was suddenly grabbed by Chun Jinfeng's wrist as she walked past him. The latter smiled at her and said, Don't worry. I still have something to tell you. Mather quickly withdrew his hand and raised his eyes. After a pause, Chun Jinfeng spoke nonchalantly. Come on, sit down. Well, let me tell you, there are many talented people in Oasis, but there is no doctor. There is only one nurse in the infirmary now. She can treat minor injuries and illnesses, but not major problems. Since you used to be a life scientist, you must know something about medicine, right? You mean you want me to come here and treat patients? Asked Mather, a little embarrassed, sitting down opposite him. Chun Jinfeng clapped his hands and smiled. Yes. Are you willing? This is a matter of curing diseases and saving lives. It's not impossible. When there are no missions, I can come over. Mather said as he thought about it. Halfway through her words, she suddenly felt her hand was covered by something. She looked down and found that Chun Jinfeng's stubby fingers were stroking the back of her hand again and again. Mather stood up suddenly, staring at him in shock and anger, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. Chun Jinfeng was not surprised at her reaction and stood up as well. Although he was strong, he was half a head shorter than Mather. He looked at Mather unscrupulously and smiled. I've devoted myself to the affairs of Oasis. Although I've helped many people, I've also been lonely. When I first saw you, I felt that you were different from others. As he spoke, he stood up, closed the door, and locked it with a click. What are you doing? Mather was a little panicked for a moment, and then he glanced around, trying to find something to defend himself. Don't be afraid. I just want to talk to you. Chun Jinfeng said as he sat on a small bed in the infirmary. He looked at Mather and smiled stickily. Oasis? No, there are not many humans left in the world. If humans want to revive, it is not enough to rely on the survivors alone. There must be a new generation. So the next step, I plan to call on everyone not to have any taboos between men and women. He patted the bed and motioned for Mather to sit next to him. Without even looking at him, Martha rushed to the door and reached out to turn the lock. The lock opened immediately, but no matter how hard she tried, the door still did not budge. Could this be some kind of ability of his? Just as Mather was in shock and confusion, she suddenly heard Chun Jinfeng's damp and cold voice behind her. Don't you want to contribute to the revival of mankind? I heard that the more distant the races are, the smarter the children born will be. Get out of my way. Mather couldn't stand it anymore and kicked Chun Jinfeng. Chun Jinfeng was short and stout, but he was unexpectedly agile and dodged with a quick move. I advise you not to waste your energy. Once my ability is activated, this entire infirmary will become my lair. Without my permission, you can't leave, and people outside can't come in. He laughed as he pounced on her. Martha fell down immediately after being hit hard by him. Then Chun Jinfeng pressed on her. He seemed to enjoy the constant struggle and resistance of the woman under him. He held Martha's arms with both hands and did not move. He sat on her and squinted at her. He chuckled and suddenly punched Mather in the stomach. She immediately shrank like a shrimp, unable to speak in pain. Both sides had enhanced their physical strength, so Mather should have the strength to resist. But now she was in Chun Jinfeng's lair. Chun Jinfeng grabbed her, but before he could laugh, he was stunned. It didn't feel like he was holding a person. Sometimes his hands were full, and sometimes they were empty. It was as if this woman's body could hide. He looked down. Mather under him flickered like an image on an old-fashioned TV with a bad signal, then suddenly disappeared and reappeared in the next second. When she disappeared, Chun Jinfeng's hand fell straight to the ground. She stopped struggling at some point, raised her face which looked like a blurry TV screen, and asked sternly, "Didn't you say that it only takes 20 minutes to walk to Longhua Road?" Chun Jinfeng jumped up in shock, staring blankly at the flickering Mather, and stammered, What's wrong with you?" The person whose color had faded and who looked like a shadow stood up and said, "Answer me." The situation suddenly changed, and now it was Chun Jinfeng who was avoiding Mather. Who knows what they are up to? He cursed in a panic and suddenly felt an itch on his neck. He reached out and found that he had cut a small wound. Somehow, this wound made him suddenly angry, and he said fiercely, "You are lucky today. Let me tell you, your two friends will not come back. I will have many opportunities to deal with you in the future." "What's going on?" A man in a vest with a sweaty face asked in confusion, "From just now. It has been shaking like an earthquake, and there are rumbling noises." "Yeah, the vibrations are still coming one after another. How strange." The man sitting opposite him muttered and changed the subject. "Sitting here guarding the door every day is really boring. I don't know when I can go out on patrol." One of the people who was sitting with him at the gate of the oasis immediately laughed. "You just want to go out to find cigarettes. I don't know you yet." Before he could finish his words, a man who looked like a leader shouted, "Someone is coming. Be on guard." Several gatekeepers stood up and looked into the distance. The lights of the oasis cast a fan-shaped halo at the gate. The night sky showed a color from dark to light from far to near. In this color that looked like mixed ink, several figures were running closer. The first one was a long-haired woman, covered in pus and blood, looking miserable. It was Xiaohui. Su Xiaoyang stood up on her back and waved towards the door from a distance. "It's the team that went out before. Let's first confirm how many people there are." The leader shouted. "Confirmed, just 3. This team has 3 spots." Seeing Xiaohui and Feng Qiqi behind her getting closer and closer, the leader waved his hand and said, "Okay, open the door." The iron gate was slowly opened just as Xiaohui arrived. Su Xiaoyang had not moved during the journey and his body was still clean. He shouted anxiously at the people at the door, "Go and notify the cadres to come over. A large number of fallen species may be coming from the direction of Longhua Road." The gatekeepers were stunned when they heard this, and they all turned to look at the leader. The leader hesitated for a few seconds, and before he could speak, he suddenly felt a gust of sand blowing on his face and immediately looked up. At some point, a thick cloud of yellow dust rolled up in the distance, like a small tornado, blowing all the way towards the entrance of the oasis. The strong wind wrapped in sand hit everyone's body and face, making everyone's skin painful and difficult to open their eyes. Almost in the blink of an eye, the yellow sandstorm had rolled in front of them. Su Xiaoyang and his companions had already noticed something was wrong, and they all rushed into the gate like they were escaping. But their speed was not as fast as the storm after all. As soon as they stepped into the door, the violent wind suddenly blew everyone at the door down. Just as they were lying on the ground, watching the sandstorm about to destroy the door, the sandstorm seemed to have thoughts and slowly stopped before reaching the iron gate. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, gradually, the yellow sand seemed to lose its support and slowly fell from mid-air. revealing two figures in the center of the yellow sand. When they saw who was coming, Su Xiaoyang and the other two gasped and exclaimed, "Are they still alive?" The ones who walked out from the dust were Lin Sanjiu and Hu Changzai. Among the three people, he knew Lin Sanjiu's ability best, that is, she had no ability. He thought that she was still alive today thanks to her well-developed limbs and keen intuition. So when the two of them were surrounded by the fallen species, Feng Qiqi was sure that she would not come back. But what about this ability to control sandstorms? Did she develop a new ability? Pfta, pft, pft, pft. Just as everyone was looking at them in doubt, Lin Sanjiu suddenly jumped up like a wet cat, spitting out saliva desperately and wiping his face constantly. Hu Changzai, what a bad idea you came up with. There is sand in my eyes, mouth and ears. When I saw it in the movies, the energy waves couldn't roll up so much sand. Hu Changzai himself was not much better. His head was full of yellow sand, and sand rained down whenever he spoke. Although Iron Man can fly, the Pygmalion collar can only realize one fantasy at a time. So in order to kill a large number of fallen species while traveling, the two had to use energy waves to quickly stir the air along the way and forcibly create an airflow to propel them forward. They killed a lot of fallen species and ate a lot of sand. Can a movie make Iron Man eat a mouthful of sand? Lin Sanjiu sighed, finally rubbing his eyes from the yellow sand, and was stunned. We're back to the oasis? You're all here? The people at the gate stared at them speechlessly. After a while, Su Xiaoyang finally spoke up. What happened? How did you survive? 5 minutes must have passed, because suddenly a feeling of exhaustion made Lin Sanjia's legs go limp, as if she had lost her bones, and she fell to the ground along with her. The facade of a 2-story building behind her collapsed to the ground. An entire wall slowly broke away from the building and fell into the sand with a loud bang, stirring up yellow smoke for half a day. Good news. The fallen species should have been almost cleared out. We don't have to worry about the oasis anymore. She knew that this was not what the other party wanted to hear, but she was so tired and weak that she seemed to have used up all her strength for the next life. She insisted on saying it. This journey was really. The sand blocked my view, and I bumped into the building several times. Among the crowd, Feng Qiqi was the first to react. He breathed a sigh of relief, walked over to help Lin Sanjiu up, and said, "Anyway, you're okay, that's great." Xiao Hui opened his mouth and closed it again. Supported by two people, Lin Sanjiu slowly dragged his body towards the factory area. "Boss, this team has exceeded the quota of living people. What should we do?" A man guarding the gate immediately became nervous and whispered to the leader, "They are about to come in. Should we stop them?" Lin Sanjia's hearing was no longer what it used to be. She glanced at the two people at the door. She pulled her arm back and said to Feng Qiqi and Hu Changzai beside her, "No need to help me. I just need to rest for a few minutes." "Well, they are just a bunch of degenerates." The leader met her eyes and moved away. He lowered his voice and said to the gatekeeper beside him, "What are you stopping? Are you better than a bunch of degenerates? Go find an officer. We are just gatekeepers. There is no need to rush and take the initiative." The man suddenly realized, "Oh, I'll go right away." The conversation between the two fell into the ears of Su Xiaoyang and his group. Su Xiaoyang turned around and rolled his eyes at them, then shouted unhappily, "Uncle Chun." Led by Lin Sanjiu, Su Xiaoyang's team was dubbed combat heroes and were welcomed into the building where Chun Jinfeng's office was located amid the cheers of the Oasis people. In front of many people, Chun Jinfeng praised them with a smile. But when he turned around to lead the way, his face suddenly became so gloomy that it seemed like water could be squeezed out of it. This was the first time he felt so unsure since he became a cadre. It is not difficult to make those people die in the mission. If it fails this time, there will be next time. The problem is Mather. It would have been fine in the past, as he was confident that he could cover up any trouble. But now, that woman surnamed Lin suddenly revealed such a powerful ability, and that was what frightened him. In the final analysis, it was all because of inaccurate intelligence. That guy had clearly said that this woman's card abilities and her companion's transformations, data analysis, etc., did not have much practical value. "Comrade Chen, do you know where Mather went?" At this moment, Lin Sanjia's voice happened to sound behind him. Chen Jinfeng was startled, thought for a moment, and said in a calm tone, I'm looking for her too. When you see her, ask her to come find me. I just want her to be on duty in the infirmary." Lin Sanjiu hummed with some doubt and said nothing more. In the dim light of the corridor, Feng Qiqi suddenly smiled silently. We soon arrived at Chen Jinfeng's office. After mourning Gao Fei with regret, Chen Jinfeng called someone to bring in several boxes of supplies as a reward. Lin Sanjiu took a look and found that the items inside were quite complete. In addition to a large number of sealed packaged foods that had not been damaged by the high temperature, there were also a lot of daily necessities, pins, flashlights, batteries, and other sundries. She had no shortage of food and daily necessities, so she rummaged around and unexpectedly found a cockroach glue bait at the bottom of the box. In the terrible temperature of the extreme temperature Hades, the only creatures that have survived closely with humans to the present day are the disgusting cockroaches. They have not evolved, and they rely entirely on their original body structure to withstand the high temperature, so their numbers have decreased significantly. Lin Sanjiu picked up the bait and said with a smile, "It just so happens that I need this in my room. You can share the rest. I only need this one." She thought she was capable enough in her own way, but Su Xiaoyang just sat aside without even looking at the box, and Xiao Hui naturally did not move either. Feng Qiqi only took 2 flashlights. The rest were all given to Hu Changzai, leaving him a little at a loss as to what to do. Seeing that everyone had distributed their things, Chen Jinfeng said a few words with a smile on his face. Even the government melted under the high temperature, but his official tone was not affected at all while he was talking. Lin Sanjiu covered his mouth and pretended to sneeze, and whispered out the diary card. Maybe she was lucky, and this time the diary card showed up obediently. As soon as the card slipped into her hand, she gripped it tightly, then twisted open the cockroach glue bait, squeezed out a little glue, and smeared it on the back of the diary card. A line of words suddenly appeared on the card: 12:58 a.m. Location: Chen Jinfeng's office. Lin Sanjiu squeezed the disgusting cockroach glue bait on this card. She ignored this implicit protest. Her ability of flat world sometimes manifests itself in a person's personality. Although she had never seen it in anyone else, Lin Sanjiu was already used to it. While Chen Jinfeng was stopping to drink water, she walked to the desk as if nothing had happened and smiled calmly. "By the way, Officer Chen, thank you for your care recently." As she spoke, she quietly stuck the card under the edge of the table. Chen Jinfeng glanced at her unconsciously and laughed a few times. "It's my duty." Lin Sanjiu nodded and turned around, just in time to meet Feng Qiqi's gaze. "Did you see it?" She walked over and whispered to Feng Qiqi, "Luckily it's you, and not someone else. I want to see how much this Chen guy is hidden." Feng Qiqi nodded at her. At this time, everyone was about to leave. He said, "Let's go," and the two walked towards the door. After taking a last look at Chen Jinfeng's desk, Lin Sanjiu closed the door. The narrow office of 10 square meters finally returned to silence. Chen Jinfeng sat silently behind the table for a while, still feeling restless. He didn't know if it was because the fire hadn't been vented, or because he was worried about Mather's disappearance from his lair, or because the team's battle was unsuccessful. In short, it was the first time that Chen Jinfeng felt so restless. At this moment, the door suddenly made a bang sound, as if it was hit by something. Using his enhanced ears, Chen Jinfeng was certain that no one had just walked past his door. After a few seconds, he stood up and opened the door. As expected, there was no one at the door, only a stone on the ground. He looked around and found a familiar figure standing in the depths of the corridor. "Why are you here?" Chen Jinfeng said as he walked towards the man. "What do you want from me?" 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. The man raised one hand and said, "Okay, that's enough." "What?" The man smiled and said, "I was just wondering, what did you do to Mather?" The width and length of the room should be 4 meters and 2.5 meters respectively, a total of 10 square meters. The diary card can be used in a radius of 5 meters, 5 meters long and 5 meters wide, which is 25 square meters, so the conversation at this position will not be recorded. The reason why he knew it so clearly was because Lin Sanjiu told him personally. "What are you talking about? Don't waste your energy." Feng Qiqi interrupted him immediately. "We never told you that Mather studied medicine. After we left, you actually met her, right? Then, I don't know what you did, and now she's gone. The man standing in front of him pursed his lips and his eyes darkened. Seeing this expression, Feng Qiqi immediately smiled. He guessed it right. Don't worry, I'm not here to blame you. I know the reason why Martha disappeared. In this team operation, you wanted to kill me and Lin Sanjiu? His smile remained unchanged. Killing me? This can't satisfy you for the time being. But that woman Lin Sanjiu is too much of a hindrance. I also hope she disappears sooner. How about it? Do you want to cooperate with me? Using the water she got from Fong Dan, Lin Sanjiu washed off the yellow sand until it was thick enough to cover her feet. When her skin became clean and moisturized again, Fong Dan, who was helping her get water, exclaimed, "When did you put this on? It's so beautiful." The Pygmalion collar, which was washed clean of the yellow sand, was strikingly beautiful. No wonder no one mentioned the collar all along the way. It was because she was sweating and covered in dust. Not to mention the collar, even the color of her hair was almost invisible. After washing and changing clothes, Lin Sanjiu let her hair down and awkwardly tried to cover the collar as much as possible. Long hair sticking to her neck was really uncomfortable. Just now, Fong Dan said that Hu Changzai went to the infirmary to treat his wounds. From what Qin Jinfeng said, maybe Mather would be there too. With this thought in mind, Lin Sanjiu pushed open the door of the infirmary. On the small bed in the room, there lay a young man with one leg tightly bandaged. "You're the only one here? Isn't the disappointment in your tone too obvious?" Hu Changzai sat up and put on his glasses. "Are you looking for the nurse? She just went out." "No, I'm looking for Martha. It's strange that I can't see her anywhere," Lin Sanjiu said as she searched around. After a while, she took out a roll of bandages from the cabinet. "How is the wound? It doesn't hurt that much anymore. The oasis is so big. It's normal that we haven't found it for a while." Hu Changzai said casually, "By the way, I have something else to tell you." Her long hair fell on her shoulders, her eyes seemed to be filled with clear amber, and her neck was wrapped in a snow-white bandage. Somehow, Lin Sanjiu never looked feminine in the traditional sense. Even with her long hair, she looked like some kind of hard, clean crystal, not a first-rate beauty, but very intimidating. "This way, you won't be able to see my collar, right?" Lin Sanjiu patted the bandage. "Why are you looking at me? What do you want to say?" That," Hu Changzai said a little embarrassedly. "Actually, my discarding the false and retaining the true skill has been upgraded just now." Lin Sanjiu's eyes lit up, and he was about to say congratulations, when suddenly a voice came from the door, "So Xiaojiu is here." Then the door was pushed open, revealing Feng Qiqi's face. He was about to continue talking, but suddenly found that Hu Changzai was also in the room, and immediately swallowed the second half of his words back. Lin Sanjiu smiled and asked without noticing anything, "What do you want from me?" Feng Qiqi's face paused, and the pressure of having to tell the truth suddenly pressed on his shoulders like a stone. He thought for a moment, then smiled and said, "It's almost dawn. Let's go have breakfast together later." Hu Changzai picked up the cup with a calm expression and took a pill. Of course, there is no problem with this kind of meaningless nonsense. "Okay, by the way, do you know where Mather is?" Feng Qiqi's heart skipped a beat. Of course he knew where Mather was. When he ran away before, he was too far away from her. If Mather and Lu Zhe were too far apart and disappeared, then Lu Zhe would have to use the splitting ability again for Mather to appear again. Feng Qiqi knew this very well, but now, he really wished he could forget it. Because in this case, "I don't know" becomes a lie. Maybe she was called away for something is also a lie. And even maybe she will come out after a while as a lie, that is to say, he either doesn't say anything at all, or he must tell the truth. With a gulp, Hu Changzai drank all the water in the cup and looked over. Before figuring out Lin Sanjiu's new ability, he must not let her become suspicious of him. Feng Qiqi turned his eyes to her and shouted quickly, "Is your neck injured?" Well, actually." Lin Sanjiu's attention was diverted. She had barely started to explain when Feng Qiqi sighed and interrupted her. "Why are you so careless? Come on, just rest here first and don't worry about other things. I'll call you for breakfast." He doesn't have time to care about this woman now. He must leave here as soon as possible. To Lin Sanjiu, other things naturally referred to Mather, but to Hu Changzai, it was not a lie. Feng Qiqi secretly exclaimed that it was a close call, and while congratulating herself on her quick wit, she quickly left the infirmary. However, as soon as the door of the infirmary was closed, Hu Changzai said something to Lin Sanjiu. He lied to you. Ah, Lin Sanjiu was stunned. What do you mean? I'm not talking about just now. Hu Changzai scratched his head and said, after the upgrade of eliminating the false and retaining the true, 2 more features have been added. One of them is that I can now tell who a person has lied to in the past 24 hours. So, Lin Sanjiu understood, but she found it hard to accept. She crossed her arms and thought for a long time before she murmured, just now? He did avoid the topic of Mather. It was a bit unnatural. Did he lie to me about this? But that's not right. Since we came back, I have hardly said a few words to him. So it was before departure? Or when they were on a mission? At that time, Mather was still there, so there was no need for the 2 of them to mention her. What lies did he tell himself? Lin Sanjiu was getting more and more confused the more he thought about it. After Hu Changzai said this, he didn't care that she was full of mysteries at the moment. He felt much more relaxed and fell on the bed. You take your time to think about it. I, a patient, need to sleep for a while. After dragging his injured leg for so long, he was extremely tired. Lin Sanjiu said absent-mindedly, okay, you go to sleep first. I'll go to Chen Jinfeng's office to get something. Feng Qiqi knew that she had left a diary card there, and she felt a little uneasy if she didn't go to get it back. Besides, it had been almost 2 hours. Be careful. No one will be able to tell the lies for you when I'm not around. Hu Changzai warned and closed his eyes comfortably. Unexpectedly, Lin Sanjiu was suddenly stunned. She grabbed his arm tightly and said, hey, let me ask you, can I tell the difference between the real and the fake without using your ability? The question was a mess and incomprehensible. Hu Chang looked closely at the pair of light-colored eyes and stammered, of course not. Distinguishing the true from the false is the result of my ability. What are you talking about? Suddenly, Lin Sanjiu understood what Feng Qiqi's lie was. She thought for a while, until Hu Changzai's skin was so hot that it almost spurted out steam. That? You were too close to me. Girls shouldn't. She patted the patient on the bed, shouted thank you, and then rushed out the door. When the team was on a mission, Feng Qiqi once said to himself that he could not use any of Lu Zei's abilities. Lin Sanjiu's speed was so fast that it was almost like a flash, but her footsteps made no sound. Chen Jinfeng's office was just in front of her. She stopped and walked slowly to the door. While thinking about it, Lin Sanjiu held her breath and listened to the movement inside the door. And Lu's has 2 abilities, splitting and transforming. If it can't transform, then it can't split. Then, as a product of the splitting ability, Mather should have disappeared long ago, right? There was no sound coming from inside the door for a long time, as if no one was there. But in fact, Mather was fine before they left, and they didn't find her until they returned from the mission. In other words, Feng Qiqi had been maintaining Lu Zei's ability all along, and Mather not only knew this, but also took it for granted, so she never mentioned it to herself. That's right, Feng Qiqi's lie must be this. Lin Sanjiu quietly turned the doorknob and found it unlocked. She congratulated herself on her luck, glanced left and right, and then slipped into the office and closed the door. After entering the room, she walked gently to the table, reached out and touched it, and found the diary card was still there. When I took it out and looked at it, I saw the last line on the diary card was, 3:05 a.m., the contaminated and damaged diary card is collected. I don't have time to listen to your complaints now. Lin Sanjiu rolled her eyes at it, and without even having time to read the long paragraph recorded on the front, she wiped off the glue bait, and the card disappeared in her palm. The door was not locked, which meant that Chen Jinfeng had not gone far and might come back at any time. She did not dare to delay and left the office quickly. After thinking about it, she returned to her room. There were already a few people talking in the basement, those who had finished their work early and came back to rest. There were not many people like this, so the voices echoed in the basement, making it seem very empty. Lin Sanjiu went straight back to the room and sat down, calling out the diary card. In the past 2 hours, the diary card recorded a full 10 pages of content, all because Chen Jinfeng loved to talk nonsense. Anyone Lin Sanjiu knew would have their name on the diary card. For those she didn't know, she would use A, B, C, ABC, etc. to replace them. She read for a long time, and found that except for Chan Jinfeng, who left the room for 15 minutes at the beginning, the rest were just trivial things like male A came to talk about miscellaneous matters, female A came to ask what to eat for breakfast, etc. When he reached the 6th page, Lin Sanjia's eyelids twitched and he became speechless. Because the next page recorded a conversation between Chan Jinfeng and female C. It was called a conversation, but there was not much content after Lin Sanjiu forced herself to read countless lines of him and she suddenly froze. Chun Jinfeng, you are the best. Today I found a foreign woman and wanted to have a taste of her, but when I was about to succeed, she ran away. She is so rude. I don't know where she went. Woman C. I hate it. Why would I look for someone else when I already have one? Lin Sanjiu stared at the card without moving. If the diary card was just a piece of ordinary paper, it would have been crushed by now. She had always been unwilling to kill, didn't like killing, and had never had the thought of actively killing someone until now. However, at this moment, she longed to stab the knife into Chan Jinfeng's stomach and let his internal organs fall out and splatter on the ground. Mothered it must be very difficult to encounter such a thing. She suppressed her emotions and finished reading the diary card, but Chun Jinfeng never mentioned Mather again. She read the diary card to the last page, and there was nothing worth mentioning. Although Lin Sanjiu didn't know what she was looking for, she couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Suddenly she said, "Huh?" and her eyes stopped. At 2:48 a.m., Tian Minbo arrived at the door of room 306, knocked and entered. The field mouse is in the oasis. The figure I saw last time on the -1st floor was indeed him. She suppressed her surprise and looked down at the card. Chen Jinfeng, I'm still looking for you. What's up with your intelligence? Tian Minbo, my information is correct. There must be some misunderstanding. Chun Jinfeng, misunderstanding? Then how do you explain Lin Sanjiu Lu's move? Tian Minbo, I think she must have found something good. Officer Chun, this is a good thing for you. As long as they die, the copy of the escape mirror will be yours, and the sandstorm will also be yours. Chun Jinfeng, humph. Vol, I have done my best for you. Because you were afraid of being discovered by them, I even sent Hu Changzai, who had witnessed you and knew them, to carry out the mission. It's time for you to play a role now, right? Tian Minbo, you say. Chun Jinfeng, I'm just about to go out, let's talk while I'm walking. 2:50 a.m. The two people left the room and walked out of the recording range of this card. It happened that Chen Jinfeng left the office at this time. Lin Sanjiu gritted her teeth and cursed, then put away the diary card. She frowned and thought carefully for a while, but couldn't figure out a clue from this mess. She didn't know whether it was out of anger or depression, but she got out of bed and made up her mind. If you can't think of it, forget it. People's brain power will always be exhausted. Why not just ask Vol and Feng Qiqi themselves? All the dirty and dark things are dragged into the light to see what else they can do. Unexpectedly, as soon as she lifted the door curtain, Lin Sanjiu almost bumped into someone. She looked up and was stunned. And Mather? Are you okay? Xiaojiu, are you hurt? Mather was still the same. His expression and tone did not change. I'm fine. You don't know. Feng Qiqi ran too far, and as a result, I couldn't maintain my ability, so I disappeared. Now that you are back, I can come out again. Did I worry you? The keen intuition suddenly jumped like a nerve. Lin Sanjiu looked at Mather and was about to say something when she suddenly found another person walking over not far away. She looked so familiar with him. It was Feng Qiqi. Apparently, he came with Mather. Lin Sanjiu was really confused. If Feng Qiqi had disguised herself as Martha to deceive her, then who had disguised themselves as Feng Qiqi? Could it be that Martha had really come back? She looked at Mather and tentatively asked hesitantly, Is everything okay while we're gone? This was the news she had just read on the diary card. Apart from the person involved, no one else should know about it. Mather's expression suddenly changed, and he snorted, It's not like I'm fine, but that guy Chen Jinfeng will pay the price sooner or later. Just like a secret code. Lin Sanjia's heart fell back into her stomach. She let out a long breath, hugged Mather gently and said, I thought you would never come back. Mather smiled and hugged her back. Lin Sanjia's eyes turned to Feng Qiqi not far away, and suddenly asked in a low voice, By the way, can Feng Qiqi use Lu Zhe's ability? After seeing Mather again, Lin Sanjiu was relieved. Although there were still many doubts, he could slowly solve them. The next thing was to find the field mouse. Since he had seen him on the underground floor last time, it meant that the field mouse also lived in this building. If he searched every room, would he still be afraid of not finding him? But what surprised Lin Sanjiu was that for 3 consecutive days, she didn't even see the shadow of a mouse, let alone a field mouse. In the past 3 days, she quietly got up in the morning after everyone fell asleep to search. She looked in every single room on the first floor below ground, but found nothing. To be safe, Lin Sanjiu also turned the second floor below ground upside down, but still couldn't find Tianshu. Isn't it in this building? If so, it's a bit tricky, because Xiaoyu, the life manager of this building, has been irritated by something recently. She is always very nervous. Every time she goes to bed, she moves a chair to sit at the stairs, as if she is afraid that someone will go out during the day. The peaceful and fruitless 4th day passed again. Lin Sanjiu lay in bed, feeling secretly anxious. In the past few days, her keen intuition has been buzzing in the depths of her brain like an alarm, disturbing her mind and making her feel uneasy. She always feels that something is wrong. At night, she can temporarily forget this anxiety by helping the people in Oasis, but she can't hide from it when she lies in bed. Lin Sanjiu closed her eyes, took a deep, slow breath, and exhaled slowly. After repeating this several times, her mind was completely focused on her breathing, and her distracting thoughts gradually melted away like ice and snow in summer, fading out of the corner of her consciousness. She used to try meditation occasionally when she felt irritable and stressed at work. Now, even in her restless last days, she can find some comfort in meditation. There was a thick, dark blue in her mind, and she could not see anything, just like the deep sea where everything was silent. Lin Sanjiu's current state was very strange. She herself was like an outsider, quietly observing the depths of Lin Sanjiu's consciousness, swaying in the waves, gradually sinking into the deep sea like a dream. The waves penetrated the mind, submerged the body, and suddenly poured out of the body from the pores of the limbs and rushed into the world. What's going on? Lin Sanjiu suddenly opened her eyes and took a deep breath. What happened? It seemed like something was coming out of her body. It seemed to have something to do with her keen intuition. She closed her eyes, adjusted her breathing again, and entered the meditation mode just now. Consciousness mechanics class. The name came to her mind naturally, just as a violinist knows he can serenade or a soccer player knows he can dribble. It only took her a few seconds to sit up, but when she entered the depths of consciousness again, Lin Sanjiu found that the scenery was completely different. When she opened her eyes, she found herself sitting on a small wooden stool with a thick mat under her feet. There were many teddy bears, cars, and other things scattered around the room. She looked down and saw that she was holding a picture book in her hand and wearing a small red flower on her chest. It looked very strange on an adult woman's body. Where.is this place? Hello, everyone. A passionate female voice suddenly rang out, startling her and looking up. There was no one around, only a screen hanging on the wall, and 2 speakers on both sides of the screen were speaking. I am your kindergarten teacher, Auntie E. Congratulations to everyone for successfully entering the kindergarten department of the consciousness school through the ability of acute intuition. Lin Sanjiu opened her mouth and looked around. In addition to her, there were indeed a few stools in the room, but sitting on them were bears, Barbies, and Transformers. Basically, I am the only audience. Sharp intuition is also hers. The loudspeakers didn't care who their audience was and began to explain in a brisk tone. There are many ways to cultivate consciousness. For example, Lin Sanjiu was admitted through sharp intuition. Everyone must be wondering about the connection between intuition and consciousness, right? Intuition is actually a judgment made by people based on past experiences, feelings, and other factors. So even if it is a keen intuition, it cannot be guaranteed to be correct every time. The basis of intuition is our unknown subconscious mind, and consciousness is the power developed from the subconscious mind, which is very powerful. The speaker's tone really sounded like he was talking to a child. Then, everyone will learn how to master consciousness. The first step in learning it is to have a full understanding of it. Little bear, please don't touch Barbie's legs. Lin Sanjiu turned his head away quickly. The little bear sat quietly, and Barbie still had the same smile on her face. Okay, as expected, Lin Sanjiu was distracted by the teacher's words that livened up the atmosphere. You see, people are so strange. Even though they are in a very unusual environment, they will still be distracted by such gossip. Laba said proudly. Is this teacher not serious? Because deep within the human consciousness, there is the influence of your genetic genes. When it comes to human reproduction, the subconscious mind will pay attention to this matter. Every action that you think is unconscious is actually influenced by the subconscious mind. Okay, that's enough introductions for now. It's time to start learning today. Please pick up the picture cards in your hands. Lin Sanjiu picked it up and saw a computer motherboard drawn on the paper. For a kindergarten kid, the picture was quite complicated. This is what we are going to talk about today, the database in the subconscious mind. Many people have tried their best to improve their observation skills. However, they don't know that when people are not paying attention, a huge amount of information is recorded by their eyes, nose, ears, and even body and skin. However, this information is something that ordinary people will never be able to access in their lifetime because it is all stored in the subconscious mind. After you have consciousness, your subconscious mind will automatically filter and analyze the large amount of information it stores when you need it. This is a bit difficult to understand, so let's look at an example. As soon as the speaker finished speaking, there was a pop sound, and a close-up of a bowl of instant noodles appeared on the screen. Hey, I really don't like this head of red hair. Mather's voice suddenly rang out through the speaker, sounding as if it was far away. Two hands that Lin Sanjiu was very familiar with tore open the seasoning packet. She looked at her hand stupidly. Yes, it was hers. She also remembered this bowl of noodles. She often ate this kind of instant noodles during the month in the underground supermarket, but Lin Sanjiu couldn't remember the words that Martha said. What can I do? You've been split apart. This is Lu Zhe's voice. This is your own hair. Then you can also transform me into Natalie Portman. Don't be ridiculous. Not to mention that using my ability all the time will tire me out, but watching Natalie Portman kill fallen creatures is just too weird. Although she could not remember the conversation, Lin Sanjiu was reminded of the supermarket and could not help but smile the next second. Her cheek muscles froze. Wait, why didn't she think of this before? Is this what is called the darkest part of the lamp? When she first met Lu Zhe and Mather at Jumei's house, didn't she see it with her own eyes? Both of them turned into the appearance of their parents. That is to say, Lu Zhe, or rather, Lu Zhe's ability can transform another person besides himself. So that means Feng Qiqi doesn't have to turn himself into Mather. He can just find someone else to turn him into Mather. Feng Qiqi and Mather appearing at the same time. There is no meaning at all. She murmured to herself. She also had a vague guess as to who the second person was. She could only think of one person who should have appeared in the oasis but didn't. The screen suddenly went black, and Teacher Yi's voice came from the loudspeaker again. Student Lin Sanjiu doesn't remember it. Not because her muscles are more developed than her brain, although she is indeed such a person, but because ordinary people store this information in their subconscious and usually don't notice it at all. A glance that takes less than 0.1 seconds can record something in the subconscious mind. If described in detail, it could be several pages long. Then, using the conscious mind, you can retrieve useful information, analyze it, and make judgments, eventually developing an observation ability comparable to that of a famous detective. Of course, every time you retrieve information from the subconscious mind, it will consume a lot of conscious power. I hope that students will use it with caution. Don't retrieve information casually unless it is necessary. Okay, the kindergarten course ends here. I hope everyone can make good use of their new knowledge and strive to be promoted to the elementary school as soon as possible. Get out of class dismissed. Is this the end? Lin Sanjiu was full of questions, but before she could ask a single question, the sound from the speaker disappeared. Then, the scenery gradually blurred, and she opened her eyes again. The current Feng Qiqi is not the real person. After coming out of the consciousness class, Lin Sanjiu, who had already been exhausted, fell asleep almost immediately. She didn't know how long she slept, but when she woke up, it was time to get up again. As soon as she opened her eyes, this idea floated out of her mind without a trace of hesitation. Xiaojiu, you got up too? She lifted the curtain and took a step forward, just in time to meet Fangdan, who was coming out from the next door. Lin Sanjia's eyes quickly swept over her, and as soon as he tried to call up the information in his subconscious, he immediately understood what the teacher meant. Her excellent five senses brought her extraordinary observation ability. It was not until this moment that she realized that her eyes, ears, skin were actually receiving a large amount of information from the outside world all the time. In fact, many evolvers can do this. But the most important thing is that with consciousness, she now has a way to get information. As long as you have enough information, you don't need a very brilliant mind. You just need to make some basic logical inferences, and the laws and answers hidden in many things will surface one by one. If you don't like her, just say it directly. When several pieces of unconsciously collected information flowed through Lin Sanjia's mind, these words somehow came out of his mouth. What did you say? Fangdan's face suddenly turned red. Lin Sanjiu glanced at her and said, even if you go with me, your suitor might still come after you. Eh? Why do you know? Fontaine was stunned and asked stutteringly. The answer is actually very simple. When Lin Sanjiu was still asleep, there was no movement next door. As soon as she got down, the bed next door creaked, and then Fangdan's footsteps had already rushed to the door, indicating that she had been waiting for Lin Sanjiu to come out. Not to mention that the moment the door curtain was lifted, Lin Sanjiu saw a pink card thrown on the ground. From the faint handwriting on the card, it could be seen that it was from a persistent pursuer, and she insisted on going with him. Women all understand that it was naturally to avoid people. But after a series of scenes and magnified details flashed through his mind, Lin Sanjiu had to stop and relax. Consciousness school had just taken shape, and the so-called consciousness power was still pitifully small. If he did anything, there seemed to be a danger of running out of fuel. Fontaine was almost dumbfounded. How do you know I don't like him? I got up late, and almost everyone in the building has finished their meal, but you are still waiting for me with an empty stomach. Isn't it obvious? This doesn't even require the use of brains, logic, or consciousness. Lin Sanjiu has also experienced what it feels like to be entangled by someone you hate. Lin Sanjiu added, by the way, tonight we're going to have the mushrooms boiled in water, which is your least favorite dish. Didn't you just get up? How did you know? Because the cooking skills of Oasis are not very good. The earthy smell of mushrooms steaming in water can be smelled by people who have eaten. However, Lin Sanjiu stopped talking because she just used this little information again and felt dizzy. Obviously, she was exhausted. Just like when a person puts on clothes, the brain will forget the feeling of the skin touching the fabric. What she just heard, saw, and felt would have been filtered out by the brain long ago. Otherwise, after a few days, the amount of information would easily overwhelm any supercomputer. But now, she felt that all the information and data were running easily in the depths of her mind under a powerful coordination. Her consciousness was so strong that she seemed to have only seen a corner of it, and she already felt dizzy. It seemed that Feng Qiqi and the other two had gone to eat first. As they walked towards the door, Lin Sanjiu glanced at Fangdan, who was looking like he was facing a great enemy, and smiled. Hey, I'll help you get rid of that man. Can you do me a favor too? Fontaine was extremely grateful and didn't know why he hated the suitor so much. You said, I will go through fire and water without hesitation. During dinner, go find Mather and tell her you have a headache. Ask her to take you to the infirmary to get some medicine. Simple, right? Lin Sanjiu said, narrowing his eyes. If they ask me, just say I want to help out at the well crew. Fontaine didn't notice anything. Although he was a little confused, he nodded. No problem. As they were talking, the two of them had already walked out the door. A man with middle-parted hair sitting on the steps saw Fangdan and ran over immediately with shining eyes, but before he could get to her, he was stopped by Lin Sanjiu. Stay away from her in the future. You are the girl with the middle-parted hair. Was about to start cursing, but after saying 2 words, she seemed to suddenly remember who she was. The one who went on the mission? I told you to stay away from her, but you didn't move. Lin Sanjiu looked at his feet. Do you want my help? Veins popped up on his middle-parted forehead. He looked her up and down, not knowing whether he was concerned about her performance yesterday or was intimidated by Lin Sanjiu's aura. In the end, He said nothing and walked away. Fong Dan was surprised and expressed amazement and gratitude for a long time before she pushed him to the cafeteria. Lin Sanjiu did not follow her in, but found a secluded place and waited quietly. 20 minutes later, Mather came out of the cafeteria, supporting Fontaine, who looked in pain. She didn't move and continued to patiently watch the cafeteria entrance. After a short while, Feng Qiqi was seen walking out while picking her teeth. Thinking about it carefully, this might be the first time in a few days that Feng Qiqi was alone. He looked very leisurely, walking around, yawning and dragging his feet, and walked towards his building. For some reason, there has been no team mission in the past few days, and the few of them have almost become idlers who eat for free. Lin Sanjiu followed quietly. The distance between the buildings and the factory area was very narrow. She lost her balance and fell into the alley between the two buildings. Before he could even utter a word, a cold hand grabbed his throat and lifted him up against the wall. Ahem. Who is it? The path was dark, and he still couldn't see the attacker clearly. Lin Sanjiu smiled without any intention, and her white teeth became the only thing that stood out in the night. She said softly, "If you can't see clearly, take out your phone and take a picture Tian Minbo." The man under the finger was silent for a second. Then he fluttered his legs and spoke. Xiaoju? What are you talking about? Shut up. Do you think I can't do anything to you since Feng Qiqi turned you into this? Lin Sanjiu approached, her words hissing between her teeth like air currents. Why not? I'll just stab you with a knife and see if your body will return to its original form. The man stopped talking. As soon as he struggled, he felt something cold against his neck. He immediately stopped moving. In the hot air, the slight coolness of the blade penetrated his skin clearly. I'm not threatening you. Her tone was very calm. It's too late for you to call 110. I have no reason to keep you alive. These words seemed to suddenly lift a veil, revealing the limp man underneath. Wait. It wasn't my idea to deceive you like this. He couldn't undo his transformation and still looked like Feng Qiqi. Lin Sanjiu looked at him and said with a smile, "It's okay if you don't kill me. I'll break your legs and hand you over to Kurosawa-ji." Tianshu's face turned deathly pale in an instant. He had never thought that Lin Sanjiu actually knew Heizei-ji. It would be better to die in Heizei-ji's hands than to hand him over to her. He was shaking all over. You can't do this. See, I told you, didn't I? The field mouse went limp under the knife, and even the visa in his hand was shaking. This is for someone else, and it hasn't been given out yet. Luckily, I have it with me. Lin Sanjiu took a closer look at the visa. Yes, it was exactly the same as the one he found on Renan. Who did you issue it to? There's no name on it, she said as she put the visa into her pocket. Tianshu looked like he was about to cry, which looked very inconsistent with Lu Zhe's face. I gave it to Feng Qiqi. Visas don't have names on them, but they belong to whoever they are issued to. Even if you take it, you can't use it. Let's not talk about this for now. I have a lot of things I want to ask you. Lin Sanjiu pushed him to the ground and grabbed his collar. I'll take you to a place where we can talk. I advise you not to move, otherwise the knife will suddenly slip out of my hand. You know my ability. At worst, I'll just give up the visa and see who is faster between us. The cool fingers pressed down through the clothes, as if they were heavy with a force of 1,000 pounds. The field mouse did not dare to move at all, and could only agree repeatedly. This guy is a slippery person. Even an old fox like Li Jijun has been fooled by him. If you want to pry the truth out of him, you have to ask Hu Changzai for help. Calculating the time, more than 20 minutes have passed. Fongdan and the others should have left by now. After listening to the sound, Lin Sanjiu opened the door of the infirmary, threw the vole to the ground with a bang, and then closed the door with one foot on his leg. As expected, Hu Changzai was the only one in the room. He was so frightened that he almost fell off the cot. What are you doing? If you have something to say, talk to him nicely. Aren't you and him friends? The field mouse is still looking like Lu Zhe, and he really misunderstood. Lin Sanjiu didn't answer him. He stepped hard and said coldly, "This man is not Lu Zhe Voles. If you tell a lie here, you will be found out. Now I ask you, when did you and Feng Qiqi get together? What is your purpose?" Hu Changzai slowly sat back down and stared blankly at the development of the situation. In a 2-on-1 situation, Tian Shu thought about it and finally knew the situation and told everything he knew. Although Hu Changzai was stunned, after Tian Shu finished speaking, he nodded to Lin Sanjiu and said, "It's all true," which made her feel relieved. According to the Vole, the situation was like this. After escaping from the copy, the Vole lost his car. While looking for a car, he accidentally learned the news about the oasis. Following the news, he arrived at Oasis a few days earlier than Lin Sanjiu and his companions, and soon became familiar with Chen Jinfeng. However, one morning, he suddenly found an intercom at the entrance of the building and was really shocked he was too familiar with this thing. It was the one he gave to Lin Sanjiu. Needless to say, Lin Sanjiu and his party must have come to the oasis. Although Tian Shu didn't want to see her at all, he still hid in the dark and waited for a while after picking up the walkie-talkie. Sure enough, he saw Lin Sanjiu coming. Not only that, but the conversation between Hu Changzai and her also fell into Tian Shu's ears. Because of the copy incident, Tian Shu dared not recognize him, nor show up, for fear of being held accountable later. But leaving the time bomb like this was not a solution. So he found Chen Jinfeng and lied to him that Lin Sanjiu had something good. After all, it was a simple matter to arouse Chen Jinfeng's greed. It's strange to say, for some reason, it has become a routine for Oasis to send its evolvers out to die. So Chen Jinfeng didn't take it as a big deal at all, and immediately decided to put Lin Sanjiu and a few others, plus Hu Changzai, into Su Xiaoyang's team. Of course, Chen Jinfeng temporarily left Mather alone. What neither of them expected was that Lin Sanjiu and the others actually returned safely. Things started to get tricky here. Just a few days ago, the field mouse was called away by Chen Jinfeng, and through his introduction, he met a new helper. After seeing that person, the field mouse almost turned around and ran away, thinking that he had fallen into a trap, because that helper was actually Lu Zhe. Chen Jinfeng quickly explained it, and Tian Shu realized that the current Lu Zhe was no longer Lu Zhe, but Feng Qiqi. And this guy, for some reason, also wanted to get rid of these people. Since both parties had the same goal, they naturally hit it off. After Mather disappeared, Feng Qiqi said nothing but made the field mouse turn into her appearance, and she turned into Mather. The two of them joined forces and deceived Lin Sanjiu for several days. Looking at the familiar face in front of him, the one who had been through life and death with him, Lin Sanjiu could not help but feel furious. No wonder Mather has been praising the sandstorm that day these days. He must be trying to find out my abilities. She wanted to tell Mather the truth several times, but she was so disturbed by the alarm sounds from her keen intuition in recent days that she never said it. Unexpectedly, when Hu Changzai, who was standing by, heard this, his face suddenly turned pale. "Wait, Mather is not actually me?" he stuttered, causing Lin Sanjiu's heart to skip a beat. Just now, she and Fontaine came to get the medicine, and when we were chatting, I told her. Lin Sanjia's heart sank. She calmed herself down, glanced at Tian Shu, stopped Hu Changzai's flustered explanation and apology, and asked, "Have you explained the principle of that?" No, I just said, you have that thing." Hu Changzai glanced at the field mouse and said hurriedly. The vole's eyes rolled. Lin Sanjiu fell silent. "Field mouse, let me ask you, does Chen Jinfeng know about the transformation of you and Feng Qiqi?" After a while, she suddenly asked. "No, I don't know." The field mouse replied hurriedly. "It was only after he left that Feng Qiqi asked me to do this. This guy, Vole, that will never behave himself unless you threaten him a little." Lin Sanjiu knew that she couldn't keep him by her side forever. For a moment, she couldn't think of any means to pose a lasting threat to the Vole. These were the only means she had, and after thinking about it, it seemed that only the collar could be useful. But the collar is only effective for 5 minutes. I guess I have to trick him. She walked to Hu Changzai's side and spoke a few words in a very low voice. The field mouse's eyes moved between the two men's faces and suddenly stopped moving. Then, his eyes slowly turned to his right shoulder. A giant green mantis met his gaze. The pair of blood-red compound eyes surrounded by thick black patterns were almost as big as his face, and the triangular mantis head swayed left and right in front of the vole's eyes. 2 cool sickles were tightly pressed against the base of his neck, as if they could cut his skin at any time. Feng Qiqi, I just saw Officer Chun. The curtain in the room was opened, and the field mouse poked its head in with a strange expression. Didn't I tell you to call me Mather? Mather Feng Qiqi himself, who was sitting on the bed, thinking about something, looked up impatiently and scolded him, then asked, What's the matter with him? Yes, yes. The field mouse walked into the house and said with a cautious smile, Well, he seems to have drunk a lot of wine. His face is red. I don't know if he saw you somewhere. Just now he suddenly grabbed me and kept asking me if I had seen Matherwell. I think he seems to be interested in something. This was the hidden meaning that all men could understand, and it made Feng Qiqi raise his head in surprise. So that's what he had in mind that day. He said to himself. When he went to find Chen Jinfeng that day, he only tested the other party with words and vaguely knew what he had done. But it was naturally impossible for Chen Jinfeng to reveal all his shameful deeds. Feng Qiqi had not told anyone the reason for Mather's disappearance and how to get her back. So after the two of them transformed, he had been very careful to avoid Chen Jinfeng, for fear of complications that would be difficult to explain, and now that this had suddenly happened, he really felt it was difficult to deal with. Forget it. Ignore him. Feng Qiqi thought for a long time before saying. The field mouse suddenly looked miserable. Just when he left the infirmary, Lin Sanjiu snapped his fingers, making the mantis on his shoulder invisible. But even though he could no longer see the mantis, he seemed to still be able to feel the pair of cold sickles moving up and down with his Adam's apple. And the woman surnamed Lin made it very clear. Since the field mouse had so many tricks, he had to find a way, and he had to let Feng Qiqi call out the real Mather. Otherwise, he would have to hand him over to Kurosawa-ji, even if he had to give up his visa. No. Officer Chin drank a lot and kept talking about Mazer. He also said that he would come to us in a while. I had a hard time getting rid of him. You'd better think of a way, the field mouse said in a panic. Feng Qiqi suddenly felt a headache and cursed in a low voice. It would not be good to offend Chen Jinfeng now. He did think about going alone, but he knew nothing about how men and women get along, and was worried that Chen Jinfeng would find out something was wrong. After thinking for a while, he suddenly gritted his teeth and said, Forget it. Just go and coax Mather. He can't get it anyway. Before the field mouse could understand what this meant, Feng Qiqi had already stood up, and with a wave of his hand, he removed the deformation on the two of them. The field mouse, having recovered its original state, looked at its short and fat hands and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Feng Qiqi stared at him coldly for a moment, and her tone returned to its usual calmness. I'll call Mather out now. During this time, you must keep a close eye on her. You must not let Lin Sanjiu get close to where she is, understand? The field mouse nodded like pounding garlic. She knows you, and it's bad to see you. Get out. After hearing this, the field mouse felt as if he had been granted amnesty. He responded and turned around and walked out of the room. His behavior made Feng Qiqi look at him a little more, but she didn't say anything in the end. Feng Qiqi closed his eyes as he watched the curtain at the door fall and the footsteps of the field mouse fade away. After a while, as veins slowly appeared on his forehead, his body suddenly moved like in an old movie, and then a figure fell out of him and stood firmly on the ground. It was Mather. Mather still looks like she did when she disappeared that day. Her fluffy red hair is standing up in a mess, her clothes are hanging on her body, and her face is even flushed with excitement after the fight. When she saw that the person in front of her was Feng Qiqi, her eyes suddenly lit up and she shouted in surprise. You're back? Why did you run so far that I couldn't even keep it alive? We were in danger at that time. Feng Qiqi smiled at her. No, I called you out just after I came back. Why are you like this? What happened to you? She slapped her face and body in disgust, as if to wipe herself clean, and then sat on the ground a little tired. Feng Qiqi nodded and was about to speak when he suddenly saw Mather in front of him open his mouth with a look of surprise, and his eyes moved to his head. Just as he was about to look up, he heard a gust of wind behind his head, followed by a severe pain, and immediately lost consciousness. Mather, this time it was finally the real Mather, stared in amazement at Lin Sanjiu, who fell from the sky and knocked Feng Qiqi unconscious with a baton. What are you doing? She wiped her face, as if she still didn't believe it. She looked at the narrow top of the partition, and then looked at Lin Sanjiu. Why hit him? That's Lu Zhe's body. Lin Sanjiu glanced at her and breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at Mather for a few times, reached out and hugged him, and whispered, "I finally let you out." Mather had no idea what was going on. It took Lin Sanjiu almost half an hour to tell Mather the whole story of the past few days. After she finished speaking, Mather was stunned for a long time, and her eyes never left Feng Chi-Chi on the ground. After a while, she sighed. "So that's how it is. It's been 5 days. I know. You 12 people have always been together. You must feel very uncomfortable with what Feng Chi-Chi did this time." Lin Sanjiu was afraid that she would be hurt, so he quickly comforted her. "No, I'm fine. You don't have to comfort me." Unexpectedly, Mather smiled at her. Although he had some intention of comforting her, he didn't look depressed. "Xiaoju, I thought of something and I have to confirm it now. You hand Feng Chi-Chi over to me, and I will definitely come to you in a while, okay?" Lin Sanjiu raised his head hesitantly. "When I was taken back, my abilities were upgraded, so you don't have to worry about me. Also, thank you." Mather's tone was sincere. Lin Sanjiu thought about it and nodded. "Then I'll leave him to you. Be careful." After saying that, she signaled to Changzai, and the two of them left the room silently, leaving Mather and Feng Chi-Chi there alone. Almost all the people in the underground basement had left, and the sound of footsteps echoed in the empty basement and could be heard from far away. As soon as I came up the stairs, an anxious face popped out. "Sister Lin, how is the matter going? Can we take it back now?" It was the vole. He tilted his neck unnaturally to the other side, as if this could help him avoid the giant praying mantis on his right shoulder. Lin Sanjiu glanced at him. The mantis was the result of the Pygmalion collar, which had worn off after 5 minutes, and it was for this reason that she had made the mantis invisible early on. This time, the fantasy that Hu Changzai described to her was summoning a terrifying insect that could turn invisible, but it did not involve combat capabilities. If the field mouse had been a little braver and put up a fight, it would have discovered that the mantis was a paper tiger. "You are just too careful about your life." She sighed and said, "You are too careful about your life, so you don't care about anything else." As she spoke, she stretched out her hand towards the field mouse's shoulder. The field mouse leaned forward with tears of gratitude, and just as he said half a word of thanks, Lin Sanjiu suddenly struck out with a knife, knocking out the second person of the day. "What are you going to do with him?" Hu Changzai was startled and asked, pushing his glasses. "Hey, wake up." As she said this, she slapped Feng Chi-Chi a few times without any mercy. The latter soon opened his eyes in a daze. As soon as he woke up, he felt a sharp pain on the back of his head. Feng Chi-Chi took a breath and asked, "What's going on? Why are you tying me up?" Mather's green eyes stared at him. "Nothing, I just suddenly wanted to chat with you." "What do you have to say that you have to tie me up?" Is it Lin San's bar? She's here?" When Feng Chi-Chi thought of this, she immediately raised her head alertly and looked around, but found nothing. Mather smiled at him and sat down opposite him, their eyes meeting. "Feng Chi-Chi, even though our relationship is the worst and we quarrel whenever we get the chance, I have to admit that after meeting you this time, we get along pretty well. Did Lin Sanjiu say anything to you?" Feng Chi-Chi asked back and coughed a few times. "I advise you to listen to my side." Mather didn't say anything at all, but smiled to himself. "Among the 11 personalities besides me, you are the second to last person I least want to see." This sentence seemed to have magic power. Feng Chi-Chi suddenly fell silent and did not ask who was the last one. "It's a good thing that the sociopath didn't show up, right? How do you say this term?" She glanced at him and continued, "You remember it, right?" At that time, Lu Zhe was sent to a mental hospital. Several international experts diagnosed him and confirmed the existence of our 11 personalities. The gentle female voice echoed in the room, but the tied man remained silent. "There is only one last personality. No doctor has ever seen it, and we are not familiar with it." Just when everyone thought that the 12th personality did not exist, a female doctor came. Remember? She looked very good and had a good personality. In order to understand this rare case of split personality, she talked with Lu Zhe for a whole night, and was found dead in the office the next day. Like a pregnant woman, her belly was bulging high, and it was filled with pillows and documents from her office. I heard that everything was soaked in blood. There was a 12th person written on the stitches on her belly, and a heart was drawn next to it. The 12th person. All the doctors only know this code name. No one has ever seen him. Is he a man or a woman? How old is he? What's his name? No one knows anything. We can only analyze from his performance when he appeared that he is a. Oh, what's his Chinese name? Feng Qiqi opened her mouth and spoke softly. Antisocial personality disorder. His tone changed at some point. It sounded a bit strange. The pronunciation was ambiguous and soft, but it had a kind of magic that distorted the words, making people know that they should not listen to it, but still want to listen to him a few more words. Whether it was Lu Zhe or Feng Qiqi in the past, they had never spoken in this tone. Mather clenched his fists tightly, took a deep breath, and asked, "Now, how can you prove that you are the real Feng Qiqi?" He raised his head, looked at Mather for a moment, and smiled. "Forget it then. It's tiring to always pretend to speak like Feng Qiqi." Mather stared at him blankly, unable to speak for a long time. "Strange. In order to avoid you finding out, I pretended to be your mortal enemy Feng Qiqi. If it was him, wouldn't it be normal for him to go against you? Why did you suspect me?" "Feng Qiqi, no. There has never been a Feng Qiqi." Always 12 asked with his head tilted in confusion. "The one who knows you best is your enemy." Mather smiled with a pale face. "Although Feng Qiqi is annoying, she would never do what you did." 12 nodded, looking very agreeable. "No wonder. But now I am the one who controls Luz's body. I can split you apart and take you back. Although it's a little troublesome to take you back. You won't forget it, right?" Mather gritted his teeth, stretched his nails with a brushing sound, and stared into his eyes. "Then you come and try it." 12 glanced at her nails and frowned slightly. "They are obviously useless, but you stick them out." "Oh, I remember you seem to have upgraded." At this point, he suddenly revealed a stiff smile. "Let me see what the upgrade looks like. If a plastic mannequin could smile, it would look like this." "I'm warning you." Mather jumped up and swung his nails at 12 fiercely. The wind blew up the curtains at the door. "Don't make that expression with Luz's face." Mather would not give him a chance, and clawed at him again with his 5 fingers. 12's eyelids jumped, revealing a look of surprise. Mather's nails had changed. They no longer had the metallic luster they used to have. Now they seemed to have become a matte material, so hard that it was frightening. The walls scratched by the nails had deep cracks, and through the holes, one could even see the bed next door. When another attack came, 12 did not dodge but met it with a sharp cut from his nails, and blood immediately dripped down. He was now using Luz's body. Before Mather could feel the pain, he saw several broken ropes falling to the ground. "Thank you for helping me untie this knot," 12 said politely, stepping out of the broken noose. "Next, you can go back and watch me play." Mather stopped immediately. 12 smiled and took a step forward. Just as he was about to take action, he suddenly murmured in surprise, "Huh? The ability is gone, is it?" The woman on the other side spoke up, with a pleased tone in her voice. "It's such a pity that even the basic ability is gone." 12 looked up at her in surprise. No matter what expression he made, it always seemed to be separated by a layer, light and unreal. Seeing Luz like this, Mather suppressed the discomfort in his heart and rushed forward again. The soap used for washing clothes will also become dirty. Introduction. For those injured by the nails, all their evolutionary abilities, including basic and advanced abilities, will be washed away within 120 seconds. Nails stained with the opponent's blood cannot be used again within 24 hours. Only clean nails can continue to activate the washing ability. After losing all of Luz's abilities, 12 became just like an ordinary person. His resistance didn't last more than 10 seconds before he was knocked down by Mather and stepped on the ground. His hands were tied behind his back and tied with a bedsheet. Then she silently said sorry to Luz in her heart, then retracted her nails and chopped heavily on the back of his head, and 12 immediately fell unconscious again. The first time he used his new ability, he was able to defeat a terrifying person like 12. Mather breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time, he felt his whole body go limp. Looking at 12 with his eyes closed, she frowned and suddenly felt a little tricky. After thinking about it, it would be better to inform him of this matter. Mather sighed, pushed him under the bed, and turned to walk out the door. When Xiaojia left just now, She didn't even tell me where she was going. Just as Mather was standing at the door of the building, feeling somewhat worried, not knowing where to find her, someone suddenly called her from a distance. Mather! She looked back and saw a strange woman with long black hair. If Lin Sanjiu was there, he would immediately realize that it was Fongdan. But speaking of it, because of Lu Zhe's split personality and shape-shifting ability, the situation quietly became complicated without anyone knowing. During the days when 12 pretended to be Mather, he met Fontaine many times through Lin Sanjiu's relationship, so Fontaine knew Mather. However, on the day when Lin Sanjiu met Fontaine, the Real Mather disappeared, so Mather himself did not know Fontaine. Who are you? Mather looked at the woman warily after having just experienced things like 12 and Chen Jinfeng. She unconsciously became wary of people. Fontaine opened her mouth and closed it again. She looked at Mather as if she was crazy, not understanding what was wrong with him. If you were looking for Xiaojiu, she is in the well management team. After saying that, she turned and left. Before going to the cafeteria, Lin Sanjiu had told Fongdan that if Martha asked where she was, she should say she was in the well management group. Since the fake Martha didn't ask, she kept it in mind. Martha looked around just now, obviously looking for someone. So Fongdan volunteered to tell him Lin Sanjiu's instructions. Although Mather looked confused, he still went to the well management team. The water well group was far away, and by the time she realized that no one was there, and she went out and around for several times before finding Lin Sanjiu, almost 40 minutes had passed. After hearing what Mather said, Lin Sanjiu was stunned. She never expected that there would be such a twist in the middle. After she calmed down from the surprise, she thought about it carefully, and suddenly her face turned a little bad. You can't just leave him under the bed like that. What if he wakes up and takes you back? Don't worry about that. If I want to put away my splitting ability again, it's not as simple as just thinking about it. Mather smiled at her comfortingly. But what should I do in the future? It's a bit of a headache. But despite saying so, the two still went downstairs and walked towards Mather's room. Lin Sanjiu told her the identity of Vol. Since we have found the visa officer this time, there is no need for us to stay here. Just get in the car and go. As she spoke, she opened the curtain, bent down and took a look under the bed. Mather looked at Lin Sanjiu's motionless back and laughed. Did I beat him too badly? Lin Sanjiu slowly turned his head, his face pale. There's no one under the bed? Under the bed, there was only a torn piece of sheet. Mather grabbed the bed sheet and took a look at it, and immediately realized that he had not hit him hard enough. Just now 12 must have woken up at some point, and after the 120-second whitening effect wore off, he restored his physical strength. Once his physical strength was restored, it would not be difficult for him to break free from the bed sheet. She rubbed her face vigorously and cursed under her breath. If he hadn't been delayed for more than 40 minutes, Mather would have returned long ago, and he might not have been able to escape. But the biggest problem at the moment was like a huge rock pressing down on the two people's hearts. What if 12 deliberately walked away and made Mather disappear? Thinking of this, Lin Sanjiu couldn't sit still. Mather, he probably can't go far. Let's go find him now? After all, the door is guarded. It's not easy for him to get out. Mather sighed when he heard this. Yes, he hasn't left the oasis yet. I can feel it. Looking at her companions, she explained anxiously, for example, I can move within a 100-meter range centered on Luz. Then when the distance between us reaches 70 meters, I will feel a sense of crisis. But now I don't feel any sense of crisis at all, which means he is not far from me. I can be sure of this. Lin Sanjiu frowned, not knowing whether this was good news or not. Although Mather would not disappear for the time being, this also meant that 12 was staring at them secretly at a close distance. The question was, where? After thinking for a while, she clapped her hands and finally made up her mind. Mather, let's go. Lin Sanjiu looked very serious. I have an idea, listen to it. Now the visa officer has been found. The oasis is a place with complicated secrets, not to mention that Chen Jinfeng wants to harm them. Now that 12 is missing, if the two of them can get out of the oasis earlier and wait outside the oasis, they will always catch him. Although the oasis was rebuilt from a factory area, the back has been sealed off for safety reasons, and the areas where crops are grown are all protected by high walls and iron gates. If 12 wants to leave, he can only go from the front. climb over the wall, or force his way through the gate. No matter which method he chooses, the two of us will be enough to guard outside. Although it was just a rough idea, it was very feasible. Mather's face gradually brightened up as he heard it, and he looked less worried. You know what? This method is indeed worth a try. There is only one problem that needs to be solved in this plan. How to allow people and cars to leave quietly. The people are easy to deal with, but the problem is the convoy. Not to mention driving out openly, even if it moves a little, it will attract a lot of people's attention. I think, why don't we sneak out during the day and find out the situation? Lin Sanjiu frowned and thought for a long time, and only came up with this unconventional solution. Everyone is asleep during the day, so the vigilance should be relaxed. At the same time, you must stay vigilant. If you're too far away from 12, or too close to him, tell me immediately. Mather nodded, looking uneasy. She was an eyewitness to the incident of the female doctor's death. She and 12 had been in the same body before, and neither of them could hurt the other, but suddenly this situation occurred, and all the shadows of the past surfaced. Lin Sanjiu saw this and sighed secretly. The two discussed the day's action plan for a while, and then they both became quiet with heavy hearts. With a murderer lurking nearby, they dared not separate and squeeze together on Lin Sanjiu's single bed. At least they closed their eyes and rested for a while. They didn't know how long it had been. They could only hear the voices and noises coming from the lobby on the first floor, getting louder and louder like a rising tide. As people walked around, the smell of food gradually filled the air. Lin Sanjiu knew that the day's work was over and it was time for dinner again. Considering the activities during the day, the two tried their best to eat a lot even though they had no appetite. I returned to bed and lay there for another 2 or 3 hours. When the light in the basement grew a little brighter, the people in the oasis quieted down and fell into sleep one after another, making long breathing sounds. Feeling that everyone was almost asleep, Lin Sanjiu quietly sat up and waved to Mather. The two of them walked quietly in the aisle, their steps slow. In single room number 1628, Fontaine tilted his head as he looked at the 2 pairs of feet walking past under the curtain. I'm a little worried about Luz. As the two of them walked through the aisle composed of more than 200 small compartments, Mather suddenly said this softly. Why? He didn't know anything about the female doctor incident. Mather smiled bitterly. When the incident got out of hand, it happened to be another personality that was there. The doctors discussed it with the 10 of US and decided to keep it a secret from Lu Zhe. She sighed and said, Lu Zhe is not an adult yet. He is still a child. When we first met, you saw that he thought split personality was cool and was very proud of having multiple personalities. If he knew that there was such a monster hidden in his body and that he had killed an innocent woman with his own hands. Here she paused. Lin Sanjiu was silent too. Indeed, despite having survived in the apocalypse for more than 2 years, perhaps because he had someone to accompany him and had not experienced anything too dark, Lu Zhe still retained a soft and straightforward character, which was rare in the past, let alone in the apocalypse. He definitely couldn't accept this kind of thing, let alone Lu Zhe. If this happened to him, he wouldn't be able to bear it either. Martha and he had a deep affection for each other, and Lin Sanjiu didn't know what to say to comfort her, so he just patted her shoulder gently. The two of them reached the stairs and stopped. Sure enough, today Xiao Yu was also sitting on a folding stool guarding the door, leaning against the wall with a tired look on his face, his eyes closed, and his head sinking down bit by bit. Why was she so afraid of people going out during the day? She couldn't be really worried that someone would go out during the day and get hurt by the high temperature, right? It was strange. If people were really not allowed to go out during the day, they could just lock the door and send more people. But it seemed that they wanted to maintain the illusion that everyone could move freely, while secretly controlling people's movements. Never mind, thanks to this, they had a chance to leave. Be careful, let's go around her. Lin Sanjiu said to Mather in a low voice. This is the only exit. Mather nodded, tiptoed, and walked carefully to Xiao Yu's side. There was a water cup next to the latter's chair. Lin Sanjiu was about to signal Mather not to go to the side with the water cup, but noticed that there seemed to be something under the water cup. It looks like a piece of paper. She waved her hand to signal Mather to go first and held her breath, moving slowly and lightly, even trying to avoid the slightest sound of fabric rubbing against each other. She slowly squatted down beside Xiaoyu, silently picked up the water cup, and glanced at the paper. The paper was folded. Fortunately, the paper was of low quality and thin, so the faint shadow of the text could be seen from the back. Lin Sanjiu looked at it attentively, trying to give his consciousness a chance to remember this scene completely. Then he put it back in the cup, followed behind Mather, and carefully walked around from the other side. As I walked slowly through the drizzle, my consciousness had already called out the image, magnified it in my mind, and pieced together the intermittent words on the paper from the opposite direction. It seems to be a notice issued by the Oasis cadres. Someone went out during the day, so we have to strengthen vigilance? Lin Sanjiu guessed, and had no idea how many numbers he had put together. Mather came to the door of the stairs, put his hand on the door handle, and slowly, very slowly, opened the door. She turned around and mouthed a message to Lin Sanjiu, indicating that he should follow her. Her head had already dropped on her shoulders, and she was completely asleep. When the door was quietly closed, a head popped out from the corridor not far away. She looked in Xiaoyu's direction with doubt, and put her long hair behind her ears. It was Fongdan, who followed out of curiosity. She looked around and saw no one around. Xiaoyu was also fast asleep. This made Fontaine feel like a thief, and her cheeks flushed with excitement. She quietly opened the door, imitating what Mather had done just now. Coming out from the basement, there was a staircase leading to the lobby on the first floor. The footsteps of the two men were so light that they could not be heard at all. Fontaine listened carefully and went upstairs. There was no light in the corridor, and it was very dark. Fongdan was groping her way up when she suddenly stumbled and almost tripped over some broken bricks. She quickly steadied herself, but a broken brick was kicked by her, and it rolled down the stairs with a bang-bang sound, hitting the door on the first floor below, which immediately caused an echo, and it seemed that there was a commotion behind the door. Fongdan was almost scared to death, and she didn't dare to delay. She ran up the stairs in 2 steps, pushed the door, and rushed into the hall on the first floor. Although she didn't know how to go back later, at least she couldn't let Xiaoyu catch her now. Somehow it was darker outside than she had imagined. Fontaine was a little slow to react and blinked in confusion. The scorching sunlight of the day had lost half its power. At this moment, when the sun should have been scorching and fatal, the lobby was still a little dim. With a quick glance, she saw the backs of the 2 people, who were standing motionless at the gate. The light from outside came in, and the 2 figures turned dark. Fontaine looked back and hurriedly walked towards them. The footsteps hadn't gotten closer yet, but Lin Sanjiu suddenly turned around as if he had eyes on the back of his head. Fongdan was startled, and just as he was about to speak, his eyes were caught by the scene outside the door, and he stood there with his mouth open. Groups of fallen creatures, who had grown pairs of black wings at some point, were flying back and forth in the sky outside the door, blocking out even the sunlight and casting shadows on the ground. On the rooftops of several buildings in the oasis, there were at least dozens of figures walking back and forth, without wings, and each of them had a long mouthpart in front of their face. Lin Sanjiu's face was tense, and he put a finger in front of his lips, signaling Fongdan not to make a sound. She was already sweating profusely and nodded hurriedly. However, at this moment, a loud scream suddenly sounded from behind, instantly tearing the air apart. In that scream, for an instant, several women felt their blood run cold. Xiaoyu had caught up with him at some point. She was now limp on the ground, her face pale and covered in tears. Her lips trembled several times before she uttered a meaningless scream once again. Before Lin Sanjiu could utter the word "oh no," several fallen species had already plopped down on the ground outside the building, stirring up a cloud of dust. The oasis part will soon be over. What world should I write about next? I have too many options in mind, and I don't know which one to choose. But the new year is coming soon, so maybe I will choose a Doomsday world that is more appropriate. Ha ha ha. By the way, I saw it after I posted yesterday, and I would like to express my sincere gratitude here today. Thank you, Fox Baby, for the amulet, Xing Qing Yu Ming for the pink ticket, and the sachet of the man-eating king. Flat World, Lin Sanjiu's card library, a baton introduction. The battery is running low, so please be careful when using it. To 3 small knives, a cheap fruit knife. If you get cut by it, You can just use a band-aid to stop the bleeding. Several bricks, building materials, can also be used to call people. A warm reminder to you, please pay attention to your life safety. There are only 8 hours and 9 minutes left before the Pygmalion collar cools down. Isn't this fatal? How come there is nothing useful? Lin Sanjiu cursed angrily, grabbed Xiaoyu who was lying on the ground, turned around and ran like crazy. Fontaine and Mather didn't dare to waste a second, and followed her closely to the stairs. The distance that usually seemed short seemed endless today before they could get close. A black shadow had already shot past their heads. Countless pieces of stone, wood chips, and bricks fell like rain. Several people hugged their heads and faces, slowing down their steps as they dodged. With a bang, the black shadow landed in front of the women and folded the pair of shiny black wings behind it. Lin Sanjiu looked back and saw that behind them, 4 or 5 more fallen species with wings were rushing in. An ordinary fallen species without wings was about to come in outside the door, but when he saw the dark-winged figures inside, he turned around and left. Each of the winged fallen species was very tall, reminding Lin Sanjiu of the 2 he had seen at the Public Security Bureau that day. The skin covering their bodies and wings was neither wrinkled nor smooth like humans. Instead, it was a smooth, dark brown hard surface, a bit like a beetle. If it weren't for the human torso, it would look like a giant cockroach with wings when viewed from behind. Xiaoyu was so soft that she almost became a cloth bag, with all her weight hanging on Lin Sanjiu's arm. She sobbed and could not utter a single clear word. "We can only fight, fight," Fontaine said in a trembling voice. "Who among you has a weapon? Fight?" It was obvious at first glance that these fallen creatures were incredibly powerful. They could even break a brick wall with a single scratch. Even if they had a knife, what hope did they have? Knowing that the opportunity left for them to act was very short, Lin Sanjiu seemed unable to move. Even when she faced Renan, she did not have such a clear idea as this one. She was really going to die here. The fallen species that was closest to them suddenly spread its wings, as if to tease its prey, and flapped them fiercely. The dust and fishy wind blew in their faces, and the smell was so strong that it was almost impossible to stand. Lin Sanjiu felt nauseous, but suddenly caught another faint, familiar smell in the fishy smell. The smell of laundry detergent. In the oasis, because water is precious, only the cadres building has laundry detergent. Only they have the privilege of washing clothes. This degenerate species wore the clothes of a cadre, or rather, its clothes were treated like a cadre. "Little wine," Mather whispered. "Seems a little strange." She turned around and looked around, saying, "Why can't these degenerates make a sound?" Indeed, the hall was completely silent at the moment. Apart from Xiaoyu's crying, even the unique buzzing sound of the fallen species was suppressed by them. Although the outside was covered by the flying fallen species and it was dark, it was like a silent movie from the old times, with only action and no sound. Once you're reminded of this, the feeling of strangeness becomes too strong to ignore. Just like when they bypassed Xiaoyu just now, they deliberately acted silently. Of course they had a purpose. What was the purpose of the fallen species? But no matter what their purpose was, if they did the opposite, they might be able to find a way out, right? As soon as she moved, all the fallen species around her moved as well. For a moment, their mouthparts, wings, and limbs formed a dense swarm of insects, and amid the black and shiny reflections and the strong stench, it was almost impossible to tell where the gaps were. Yet still remained quiet. Mather reacted quickly. Before Lin Sanjiu could finish his words, she had already pounced in front of Fongdan and kicked him hard, forcing away a fallen species that was about to attack Fongdan. Fontaine screamed, but it didn't delay her work. The whistle hanging on Xiaoyu's chest was the one she used to wake people up every night, and everyone in Oasis knew it. Lin Sanjiu's instructions became a lifeboat for everyone in the panic. Fontaine pulled off the whistle, pursed her lips and blew at the sharp whistle aroused layers of echoes in the hall and spread far away. The fallen species were indeed a little confused, but their attack momentum was even more fierce, as if they were determined to kill them all before they made any more noise. They were much more powerful than the ordinary fallen species, and it was difficult to even see the movement of their mouthparts in almost the blink of an eye. Lin Sanjiu was covered in bloody wounds. She transformed it into a baton and did not care about saving electricity. Her frantic counterattack was accompanied by the crackling sound of electricity, and she actually managed to withstand the joint offensive of the two fallen species. The shrill whistle sounded several times in a long time. Fontaine threw down the whistle and shouted at the loudest volume in his life. The fallen species have invaded the oasis. The fallen species have invaded the oasis. Then there were several more shrill whistles. Despite being in a strenuous battle, Lin Sanjiu could still clearly hear the noise of commotion rising from the two underground floors like a tide. Soon, the sound of chaotic footsteps came up the stairs, and a man took the lead in opening the corridor door. His gaze fell on the hall, and just as his eyes widened, a fallen species suddenly approached, rolled up its mouthparts, and a human head flew into the air like a ball. On the edge of the mouthparts, there was a row of dense, sharp teeth that had never been seen before. The headless body hit the ground, and a burst of screams suddenly erupted from behind him. At this moment, the crowd that was originally half believing and half doubting all burst into tears. Some turned around and ran away, some cried and pushed, and some roared and tried to rush out. The sound waves came one after another, and the empty hall became a loudspeaker, which could be heard far and near. While a few fallen species were trying to kill the fleeing crowd, Lin Sanjiu winked at Marcel Fontaine and the other two, and the three of them turned and ran towards the window on the other side of the hall. With a crash, the glass was shattered. She looked back at the fallen species chasing after her and shouted anxiously, "Fontaine, get out! Wake up the people in the other buildings. Quick!" Fontaine gritted his teeth, rolled over, and jumped out. Lin Sanjiu threw the card in his hand with force, and it had already turned into a knife. It stabbed straight into the eye socket of the fallen species. Even the fallen species could not help but dodge and hit another fallen species. How could she miss this opportunity? She took advantage of it and threw out another knife. The fallen creature had not yet stood firm and could not dodge, so he was stabbed in the eye and let out a scream. On the other side, two fallen species followed the fleeing crowd down to the underground floor, chopping their way like cutting melons and vegetables, with blood and broken limbs splattering everywhere. The other two in the hall saw their companions injured, let out a low cry, and also pounced over. At this time, Fontaine's heart-wrenching roar finally came from afar. "Get up and meet the enemy! The fallen species are invading the oasis." A series of shouts woke up the oasis like thunder. It only took a few seconds for the crowd to go from being confused and stunned when they were first woken up to crying and wailing in fear after confirming the situation. What's the point of waking them up? Mather's long steel armor blocked the oncoming mouthparts, sweat dripping down his face. Won't this just send those ordinary people to die in vain? Lin Sanjiu suppressed his fear and said hastily, "They did it on purpose no matter what the reason is. I don't think they want the people of the oasis to know of their existence. Do you think they will have any concerns, or even retreat because of this?" Mather was stunned by this sentence and was nearly hit on the back by a mouthpart. He quickly rolled away. Yes, Lin Sanjiu blocked the counterattack, leaped up, swung the baton in the air in an arc, and smashed the fruit knife heavily into the brain of the injured degenerate. The degenerate shook his body and fell to the ground with a thud. She has not received any combat training, but it seems that she has some talent in fighting. Why? I don't know either. Lin Sanjiu touched the dead body on the ground, and the body immediately turned into a card, which she held in her palm. But our only way to survive is that they will be afraid of the consequences. That being said, Lin Sanjiu did not expect that the price of being cautious would be so high. In just a few minutes, the situation outside became increasingly chaotic. The people crying and running away, in a panic, became a group of trapped animals with no way out. The blood that splashed from time to time in the crowd further stimulated people's nerves, and the panic was so thick that you could almost touch it with your hands. Compared with falling, there were probably more people who died from collisions and trampling. Will they really stop? If I guessed wrong. Lin Sanjiu was immersed in cold fear. If they decided to kill everyone in one go. In this purgatory-like scene, a long whistle suddenly sounded from somewhere. As if they had heard an order, the fallen creatures in the hall stopped, and the two that had gone downstairs also came back up. What Lin Sanjiu had just said had already fallen into their ears, and one of them squinted and glanced at her without saying a word. Then, all four of them turned around and flew out of the hall. Looking out from the gate, the fallen species that were like dark clouds covering the sun just now all flew away in one direction, and no one knew when those walking back and forth on the roof disappeared. Their retreat was swift and orderly, and Mather, who had been a little incredulous just now, was suddenly speechless. For a few seconds, the oasis fell into a strange silence. Everyone looked up at the fallen creatures going away, speechless. Xiaoyu groaned, her breath trembling. She was frightened from the beginning and fell into the corner, so she survived until now. How? Lin Sanjiu and Mather looked at each other, came to their senses at the same time, and rushed out without saying a word. The oasis is in chaos right now. Isn't this the best time to drive? As soon as they rushed out of the door, a broadcast announcement slowed down their pace. Everyone, please pay attention. This is Professor Bai's office. As soon as the majestic male voice sounded, Oasis obediently fell silent. First of all, please rest assured, fellow compatriots. The invading fallen species have just left, and we are out of danger. 5 Oasis cadres have rushed to the scene to investigate the situation and deal with the aftermath. After the broadcast is over, everyone will immediately return to their rooms. Otherwise, they will be arrested and expelled immediately. I repeat, after the broadcast is over, everyone will immediately return. If you go back now, you will never come out again. If the two of them fell into Chen Jinfeng's hands, there would be no such good thing as expulsion. They looked at each other. Lin Sanjiu pointed upward, and then climbed out of the building nimbly along the outer wall of the building. On board, the industrial air conditioner is much larger than the domestic one, which is convenient for the two women. Neither of them is fat, and it is just right for one of them to curl up on an outdoor unit. As soon as the broadcast ended, the crowd immediately poured back into the dormitory building like frightened sheep. The 5 cadres shouted orders one after another, and their footsteps thumped on the ground. The sounds of dragging corpses, questions, and searches. The two of them hit above everyone's heads and remained motionless for more than 2 hours before the oasis gradually became quiet again. They hadn't been scorched by the midday sun for several days, and the longer the two of them hid on the outdoor unit, the harder it became. With a buzz, the sound of someone tapping the microphone was heard on the radio. The man just now spoke again. Everyone, please pay attention. This is Professor Bai's office. According to reliable witnesses, the reason why this tragedy happened today is that someone in the oasis colluded with the fallen race and attracted the fallen race. As the last hope for the revival of mankind, we will never tolerate such a situation. Now, start announcing the names of the traitors. Lin Sanjiu, Mather. The traitors are 2 women, aged between 20 and 30, and may have accomplices. The main culprit, Lin Sanjiu, has a bandage around her neck, and Mather is a red-haired Caucasian. All Oasis compatriots are responsible for searching for and reporting the location of the traitor. At the same time, all guards cancel their shifts and strictly guard the entrances and exits to prevent the traitor from escaping. I repeat, night falls. Under the white light of the searchlight, the oasis was completely different from the past, and there was a tense atmosphere everywhere. Except for some necessary working groups that still had to return to their posts, most people were still sharing a flashlight in 2s and 3s, looking for traces of traitors in the night when the beam of light was patrolling. Although 7 hours had passed since the discovery of the fallen species, Lin Sanjiu and his companions had still not been found. In the cafeteria, hall, washroom, every place with a loudspeaker, you can hear the uninterrupted broadcast. At this time, a trembling female voice came out. As a life officer, I quietly followed them after I realized something was wrong. But I didn't expect that they would be so cruel. They actually teamed up with the fallen species and brought them into the oasis to kill their compatriots. It was the sound of light rain. After she finished speaking as an eyewitness, the majestic and emotionless male voice sounded again. If Xiaoyu hadn't reported the news in time, more than 210 lives might have left us. We took them in out of kindness, but they bit us back fiercely. They must pay the price for this stupidity. Although they knew that the loudspeaker could not hear their responses, many arms still raised up, and shouted passionately, "Sentence them to death! Revenge for my compatriots!" Waves of irrational anger, one after another, spread across the entire oasis. The same loud shout mixed in with the crowd of people in the power management group, quickly blending into the sound waves and becoming an indistinguishable part. After Hu Chang finished shouting, he put down his arms and looked around a little guiltily. Fortunately, others couldn't see through his lies. He was not able to tell the truth from falsehood in radio and television content, but at the critical moment, Lin Sanjiu refused to give up on him, whom he had only met once. How could he do such a thing? Of course, in front of the angry crowd, he could not even say a word of this. "Let's end today's work here." The leader of the power supply group suddenly shouted loudly and waved his hand. "Next, everyone, dig deep to find those two people." The team members responded excitedly, shaking the roof. The team leader quickly brought out a box full of flashlights and batteries. The team members went up to get the flashlights, but when it was Hu Changzai's turn, the team leader covered the box with his hand. "I remember. You seem to know that woman with bandages?" He glanced at Hu Changzai sideways. Hu Changzai only felt that the clothes on his back were almost pierced by the gazes cast at him. I didn't know she was such a person." He had told fewer lies in his life than he did tonight. His face flushed red. "If I knew." The team leader glanced at him, probably because Hu Changzai was always honest and responsible, so he didn't say anything. But he still pushed the box and glanced behind him. As soon as he glanced over, a man with a middle-parted hair immediately stepped forward and said, "Team leader, I'll go with him." It was the same suitor who had written the card to Fontaine. Hu Changzai glanced at him. Even though he was an honest man, he knew what it meant to have someone else by his side. He forced himself to smile, looked at his former colleague and whispered, Okay, let's go together." Without saying anything, the team leader handed the flashlight to Li Shi, the man with the middle-parted hair. Hu Changzai followed him silently and walked out the door, like a prisoner who had made meritorious contributions to his crime. After walking outside for a while, the two men didn't even see the shadow of Lin Sanjiu and the other person, except for the search team that was as fanatical as them. But all possible entrances and exits of the oasis were guarded by 5 cadres and their men. As long as these 5 cadres were there, even if the women drove mechas, they could not escape. This was almost the consensus of everyone in the oasis. And the cadres, including Qin Jinfeng, did have high combat power that lived up to this impression. Hu Changzai felt his heart burning, and he didn't say a word to Li Shi. He didn't believe that Lin Sanjiu had attracted the fallen species, so he didn't want her to be found. But at the same time, he wanted to see her immediately so that he could ask her what was going on. The two walked in silence for a while, and unexpectedly Li Shi suddenly grinned. "In fact, you are not the only one who knows those two people. I know them too." Hu Changzai glanced at him warily, but couldn't figure out what he meant. "Don't you know that Fongdan and I are well? You know, I've been pursuing her for a long time." Li Shi turned his eyes away and smiled comfortingly. "The woman with the bandages is a friend of Fongdan, so I met her once." Hu Changzai stared at him for a few seconds, and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. That's right, the other party was not lying. He didn't expect that there were other people in the same situation as him, and immediately asked, "Then you must also know that Xiaojiu can't do such a thing. What should we do now?" "I do have an idea. Listen to me." Li Shi looked calm. "Isn't Fongdan from the Shuijing group? Let me tell you, even though there are many search teams now, I'm afraid few of them have been to the Shuijing group." Hu Chang was stunned, and then he thought about it carefully and suddenly understood a little. Since the operation of the oasis every day is inseparable from these working groups, even today, the members are still working just like him and Li Shi just now. But because of this, the search team actually ignored these brightly lit and crowded places. During the few hours that the backup power supply unit was working, no search team came to disturb us. The water well management team happens to be a place that operates every day. With a heavy heart, Hu Changzai followed to the water well group with both anticipation and fear. But unexpectedly, the yard where the water well was located was so quiet that there was not even a single person. The searchlight above the well was turned off and turned away, leaving only a few small bulbs on the wall still lit. The usual work tools were all laid out and neatly stacked on one side. The newly dug, crude-looking well, wrapped in heavy insulation, stood silently in the interlaced dim shadows. The two of them didn't speak for a while, just looking around with the flashlight. I looked everywhere that could hide a person, but there was nothing. After calling softly a few times and still no one answered, Hu Changzai reached out and touched a bucket. There was still a little bit of moisture at the bottom of the bucket. This meant that the well crew did not fail to come today. But, like them, they had finished work early. It seems that Lin Sanjiu is not here. Hu Changzai could not suppress his disappointment and sighed secretly in his heart. Li Shi's face was not looking good after his search came to nothing. He glanced at Hu Changzai and sighed as he walked out with him. Do you have any idea about where they are hiding? As friends, we have to find them first and not let them fall into the hands of Oasis. Hu Chang was stunned. He opened his mouth and was about to speak, when suddenly he heard a light click sound from behind him, which sounded very crisp in the silent air. If the broadcast had not been stopped long ago, the two of them would definitely not have heard the slight sound. Li Shi turned around quickly, and the beam of light from the flashlight was projected on the ground not far away. The dark yellow circle of light swept across the yard anxiously several times and stopped on the well. The heavy cover on the well suddenly moved, was pushed a few times, and then slid to the ground. A pale hand rested on the edge of the well, and then another hand dragged a body and slowly climbed out of the well. Her long black hair completely covered her face, and her white clothes were soaked by water, leaving a trail of water where she crawled. Li Shi couldn't help but let out a trembling cry in his throat. He took 2 steps back, then reacted. His eyes widened, and he pointed at the ghost-like woman. Hu Changzai held the iron bucket and panted for a few times. He had used too much force just now, and blood was gushing out from the back of Li Shi's head. He hurriedly touched it with his hand and saw that his breathing was still stable, and immediately felt his body go limp. Sadako in front of him was stunned for a moment, and she pushed her hair back with one hand, revealing Fontaine's face. So you are not alone? Why did you run away with him? Hu Changzai looked at Fangdan and smiled bitterly. Don't mention it. If this guy hadn't just told a lie that I could recognize, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to react now. By the way, how did you get into this situation? Where are Xiaojiu and the others? The whole oasis is looking for you now. I know, that's why I hid. If I hadn't heard you screaming just now, we wouldn't know when we could come out. Fontaine wiped the water off his face and turned back to shout into the well. Come up. It's really him. Soon, 2 more Sadakos crawled out of the well, dripping wet. One of them had red hair. Hu Changzai was a conservative person, and at this moment he wanted to take off his glasses and put them in his trouser pocket. He lowered his head and dared not look at anyone, and listened to Fangdan's explanation with a red face. These 2 idiots thought they could just hide on the outdoor unit. The temperature is so high. If they squatted for a whole day, they would definitely get heat stroke. Thanks to me, if I didn't know there was a place to hide down there, they would have been found long ago. The other 2 women stared at her, and Mather finally couldn't help but said, Actually, today's incident is all because of you. Fontaine remained unmoved, his expression unchanged. Lin Sanjiu changed the subject. We all heard the broadcast in the well. When we were hiding down there, we discussed that the fallen must be raised by Oasis. People were not allowed to go out during the day, perhaps to avoid them being discovered. Now that they have been discovered, Oasis is planning to kill us to silence us. Hu Changzai was shocked. He knew whether this was true or not. He whispered in shock. What? Why would they? This must be made public. How can we announce it? Once we come out, we will be caught immediately. Besides, we don't know why Oasis did this, so who will believe us? Fontaine took out a piece of chewing gum from somewhere and said expressionlessly while chewing it. Lin Sanjiu paused, then said softly, It's not impossible to announce it. Isn't there a broadcast for the entire Oasis in Professor Bai's office? We can just use that. Besides, if we want to know why they raised the degenerate species, is there a better way than asking the boss directly? Everyone fell silent. This is simply courting death. After a long while, Fontaine murmured, We can just walk away. Lin Sanjiu lowered her head and looked at her hands. Her fists were clenched so tightly that the knuckles had turned white. Honestly, I don't want to leave like this. Her voice was low and cold. Although I don't know why they would raise fallen species, I'm sure they have no good intentions. The hundreds of people in the oasis are all innocent lives. If this continues, they will all die at the hands of the fallen species. Besides, don't you think they are really annoying? I really want to smash the truth in their faces. It would save people and give me some relief. Several people looked at each other, and Mather was the first to nod and say, I agree. Besides, Chun Jinfeng and I still have a personal grudge to settle. I don't care. But it sounds fun. Add me in, Fontaine said. You've all given it your all? I have no way out. Hu Changzai smiled bitterly and said, I know that there is a cadre near the building where Professor Bai is. His name is Hai Tianqing. Listen carefully. Several people knew that they could not delay any longer, so they discussed quietly while carefully walking out of the well group. A few minutes later, when their figures disappeared in the darkness, a man suddenly climbed up from the ground. It was not so easy to knock someone unconscious accurately, not to mention that Hu Chang had never fought many times before. Li Shi covered his wound with one hand and stumbled out of the well group. As soon as he came out, he almost bumped into a search team member. Facing the man's surprised gaze, he shouted hoarsely, Go and inform the cadres. I found the traitor. They are on their way to Professor Bai's office. Looking down from the top of the oasis, several plumes of dust were gathering towards the cadre building at an alarming speed. When the 4 plumes of dust finally met, the entire cadre building was instantly engulfed by the dust, and only a faint shadow could be seen. The one guarding here was Hai Tianqing, the biggest of the cadres. He was so big and strong that he looked like a muscular, lean, and intimidating mountain. He coughed twice because of the smoke and dust, and waved his big hand like a palm leaf fan in displeasure. You guys should behave yourself. The smoke and dust slowly dissipated, and a tall and slender man walked out from the yellow sand on his left. Even in an environment like the extreme temperature Hades, it was still obvious that this man took great care of his appearance. He wore a suit vest over a snow-white shirt, his cropped pants revealed a part of his ankles, and his leather shoes were as shiny as his hair. After brushing off the sand on his shoulders, this hipster-like man smiled and said, Since we are here, have we asked those who are in the way to go back? It's playing so loudly on the radio. Can't you hear it yourself? As soon as he finished speaking, an unpleasant female voice came from the smoke and dust on the other side. The person who came out was a woman dressed in office lady clothes and wearing a pair of black framed glasses. Her hair was tied tightly in a bun, and her serious face reminded people of an elementary school dean. At this time, the radio was announcing in a hurried tone, All Oasis compatriots, please return to your dormitory buildings to assemble. Yuppie snorted heavily. Seeing that the two of them were in a tense atmosphere as soon as they met, Chun Jinfeng hurried out to smooth things over. Okay. For my sake, let's put aside our differences today and work together to defeat the traitor, right? Come to think of it, isn't it all your fault that the matter turned out like this? The 5th cadre suddenly spoke up, but there was no single figure in the rolling yellow sand. Only by lowering your eyes to the ground could you see a rabbit. The other people glanced at the rabbit and seemed not surprised at all. The rabbit fur covered with yellow sand was actually the same color as when it was clean. Both were brown and yellow, but the rabbit still shook its body vigorously as if it was disgusted, shaking off the sand, and then opened its 3-petal mouth and sneered like a human. Chun Jinfeng, I forgot to ask you, did you get the copy of the escape mirror? Did you get the foreign woman? You made such a big scene. It's all because of your greed. Don't be fooled by the rabbit's furry and chubby appearance. Its words are not pleasant at all. After discovering the fallen species this morning, you were the first person to go to Professor Bai. Are you a person with a leaky intestine? Being mocked by a rabbit like this, Chun Jinfeng was able to hold back and remain silent, just twisting his face into a bloodshot look. Hai Tianqing sighed and took 2 steps closer. Okay, shut up. When this is over, you can quarrel as much as you want. Rabbit, be careful with your words, even if you are in a bad mood. Don't go too far. The brown rabbit pretended not to hear and raised its hind legs to scratch its ears hard. The 5 people, let's just call them 5 people, all fell silent, either standing or sitting, waiting for the arrival of Lin Sanjiu and his group. 10 minutes passed. No one moved. 15 minutes passed. The hipster man took out a mirror and looked at himself. 25 minutes passed. Hai Tianqing finally stood up and asked, "Why haven't they come yet?" At this time, Lin Sanjiu and his companions had actually arrived a long time ago, but they were just frowning and thinking of a solution. Although in order to avoid their suspicion, the broadcast only said that everyone should return to the assembly, but from the clues captured by Lin Sanjiu Consciousness Mechanics Garden, the news that they wanted to go to the cadres building must have leaked out, because at this time, the 5 Oasis cadres were waiting in front of their destination. 5 against 4, the outlook is not optimistic. After thinking for a while, no one had any good ideas. Just when everyone was discussing whether to give up, Lin Sanjiu suddenly said, "Let's just charge forward." The other 3 people's eyes widened. "We can't run away or hide now. If we don't risk a fight, what other way is there?" Lin Sanjiu said with a wry smile, "Even if we kneel down and beg for mercy, they may not let us live. There is no other way except to grit our teeth and fight. Even so, our combat power." Hu Chang looked around hesitantly. "They are standing quite scattered, right?" Lin Sanjiu pondered. "How about this? We each find an officer, and once we find ourselves struggling to fight, we run quickly, try to lead the officer away like a kite, and send out a distress signal at the same time. If others are free, we can go to support them. What do you think?" "There really is no other way," Fontaine sighed. "I don't have much combat power, so I can probably only run around with him. But what if there's one more cadre? If there are 2 people on the opposite side, it would be best if you can lead them away and prevent them from supporting their companions." Lin Sanjiu instructed, "If you can't, then you should focus on ensuring your own safety." The 4 heads came together and discussed for a while. The situation was so unfavorable that they had to make preparations as much as possible to gain some advantage. Come to think of it, we really have to thank Oasis for that broadcast. If everyone hadn't been summoned back to the dormitory building, Lin Sanjiu and his companions might have been discovered long ago. The yuppie's hair had been combed 3 times by him. Hai Tianqing cursed and sat down on the steps to rest. The office lady crossed her arms and lowered her head so that her expression could not be seen clearly. The brown rabbit curled up into a ball of fur, squinting, and it was unclear whether it was asleep. Only Chun Jinfeng was alone, standing on tiptoe, his eyes constantly darting in the distance. A ball of flame-like color suddenly flashed past the corner of his vision in the yellow sand. From a distance, it looked very much like the color of Mather's hair. Chun Jinfeng suddenly perked up and licked his lips. He twisted his mouth and shouted behind him without looking back, "I think I found someone." As he spoke, he accelerated and rushed out. Soon, the figure gradually became smaller and disappeared, leaving behind 4 pairs of eyes. "Then I will also don't move." As soon as Qin Jinfeng left, the office lady suddenly shouted, stopping Hai Tianqing and Yapi's actions. "Be careful, they are trying to lure the tiger away from the mountain." Hai Tianqing immediately sat back on the steps in frustration. Judging from his appearance, he would rather fight than sit here and do nothing. Hearing this, Yuppie looked up and slowly raised a smile. "No, that's not right. They are not trying to lure the tiger away from the mountain. They are trying to defeat them one by one." As he spoke, he pointed to a small figure in the distance and said, "I'm interested in that. Why don't you let me do it?" Hai Tianqing hummed, but didn't move, which was considered as a response. OL frowned impatiently, and after the Yappy ran out quickly, she said to the remaining man and rabbit, "It's too naive to think that we can defeat them one by one. Even if we really go after them, we'll only lose 4 people, and there's still 1 person who can guard the gate. Among them, no one thinks that he can kill 2 cadres in one go, right?" She waited for a while, but no one answered her, because the brown rabbit seemed to be sleeping soundly since a while ago. Its belly was rising and falling with its breathing, its fur was shaking slightly, and it looked very peaceful. "It doesn't matter if we defeat them one by one. Who knows which side will be defeated?" Hai Tianqing listened attentively for a while, then stood up and smiled with satisfaction. "It's finally here. This time, it should be my turn, right?" The OL girl sighed, pushed her glasses up, and nodded. Then a cloud of dust rose, and Hai Tianqing quickly chased after his opponent. The OL girl's inference was correct, and the difference between Lin Sanjiu's plan and rolling up her sleeves and forcing the fight was actually very small, and she could only take care of the beginning and not the end. It was just that because Fangdan and Hu Changzai were too nervous, they both forgot to tell Lin Sanju that thing. The sound of footsteps approaching slowly from a distance made the office lady raise her head alertly. The person who came was Lin Sanjiu, who had his hands in his trouser pockets and looked relaxed. It was precisely because of that little mentioned thing that Lin Sanjiu temporarily changed his plan of luring the enemy away and then running away, and instead showed up in a neat and tidy manner. When there was only 20 meters between the two of them, Lin Sanjiu stopped. She looked at the surprised office lady with wide eyes and asked in confusion, "Didn't you say there were 5 cadres? If it was just you, I'm confident I could knock you down." Lin Sanjiu actually walked into the encirclement of 2 cadres. No one noticed this and no one expected it, because everyone is very busy now. With a light whoosh sound, a fierce airflow suddenly spread out, and Mather, who was running desperately, hit the air with a bang and was knocked unconscious. She reached out and touched it. The invisible air seemed to have turned into a wall. She didn't know where the boundary was. She covered her nose and turned around, looking at Chen Jinfeng not far away. The latter couldn't stop smiling, rubbed his hands contentedly, and took 2 steps forward. "Look, we meet again." Mather looked at him coldly, lowered his hands, and his nails lengthened. Even though the searchlight was trying to illuminate the oasis, it was difficult to see clearly in the dim night without the transparent nails that reflected the metal. Only when Mather glanced over could he see that the nails on her 2 little fingers were broken, empty, and missing 2 nails. Chen Jinfeng didn't take her fighting stance seriously at all. His eyes paused on her chest before he smiled and said, "By the way, I've met Feng Qiqi." Mather looked up suddenly. "It seems that the relationship between you two is still not good. This morning, he not only told me why you disappeared last time, but also told me something about your nails." Chen Jinfeng laughed in an annoying way. His voice was extremely sticky. "Anyway, if I break your nails one by one, you can't hurt me, right?" 12. Have you met Chen Jinfeng? Where is he now? Knowing that the other party would not answer this question, Mather was too lazy to ask. She said in a flat tone, "If you want to avoid my nails, you can try it." The smile on Chen Jinfeng's face faded, and he clapped his hands twice. As the sound gradually faded in the air, ripples of color spread out from them, and in less than a breath, the surrounding scene had completely changed. The factory area, which was originally dark and had beams of searchlight from the upper floors, was gone. Instead, there was a forest under the bright sun, with tall and strange plants standing in clusters, and underfoot was a patch of wild grass that reached above the ankles. The area where Mather was relatively open, and when he looked up, he saw a small piece of blue sky reflected between the thick green branches and leaves. The place where Chen Jinfeng had just stood was now empty, with only a few tender yellow flowers. She took a few cautious steps, listening attentively to the movements around her. Chen Jinfeng's voice suddenly came from the blue sky. "But the nest you saw me open last time was just the most basic one. Today I opened it completely. How about it? Isn't it beautiful?" As soon as he finished speaking, a high-speed spinning shadow suddenly shot out from behind him, although it was fast. The sound of the wind it brought was so subtle that it was almost inaudible. When it flew behind Mather's head, she was startled and suddenly turned sideways. The thing flew past her and landed on the ground. At this time, a trace of blood slowly seeped out from the tip of her nose. Mather took a look in shock and realized that the thing was actually a wildflower. The petals of the hardened wildflowers were stiffly spread out, with sharp edges flashing. Once they started to spin, they were like a beautiful meat grinder. She picked up the flowers and gently cut her hair. The red hair immediately fell down slowly. "Haha, how about it? Isn't it? Let me tell you, everything in my nest can be transformed into a weapon. But don't just be careful of the wildflowers." She looked up at the source of the sound, and the next second Mather suddenly took a step and ran. Behind her, sharp flakes fell from the sky one after another, as if chasing her. They did not stop until she ran about 20 meters. She looked back and found that what was standing on the ground were pieces of solid white clouds stuck in the ground. It really is true that everything can be turned into a weapon. She cursed inwardly and quickly looked around the nest. Although the blue sky seemed endless and the jungle was getting deeper and deeper, This nest could not be infinite and must be subject to physical limitations in reality. Take the last infirmary, for example. The nest only occupied one room, and there were still voices coming and going outside. The question now is where Chen Jinfeng is hiding in this space that is not vast and boundless. I said. His voice rang again, and just as Mather looked up, a green shadow rushed over. She quickly rolled over to avoid it, but found that this time the attack was not aimed at her, but at her hand. The curled vine stopped in the air and shook, and 2 long nails fell out of it. There are still 8 more. Chen Jinfeng's proud voice was amplified. When all your nails are gone, I will go out to see you and we will have some fun, okay? No. Actually, she only has 6 nails left. A drop of cold sweat slid down Mather's forehead, and she became a little anxious. She couldn't put away her nails. Once she put them away, she would lose her last weapon of self-defense. Where would he be? She touched her pockets and was immediately disappointed. She had been in the oasis for too long and had gotten used to the electric lights. She no longer had the habit of carrying a lighter with her. Otherwise, she could have tried to light a fire. Another shadow came at her from the corner of her vision. Mather didn't know what it was and didn't dare to use her nails to block it. She turned around and ran away. Unexpectedly, as soon as she turned around, a dozen branches flew towards her. She was so anxious that she rolled on the ground holding her head. Okay, there are only 7 left. Along with Chen Jinfeng's laughter, another nail broke off and stuck on the branch. 5. These are the number of nails she still has. 2 on her left hand and 3 on her right hand, huh? Mather was suddenly stunned. In Chen Jinfeng's nest, the sun was not too strong. The warm sunlight sprinkled on the green leaves and branches, reflecting the blue sky. Everything was clean and clear. It was different from the dim light in the oasis. Everything in this nest was clearly visible. So, why hasn't Chen Jinfeng discovered that the number of his nails is wrong? What is between him and me that makes him unable to see clearly? Mather swallowed his saliva. If he continued to resist passively like this, his nails would soon be broken, and then he would really be a fish on the chopping board. It's better to take a risk. His heart began to beat violently, causing pain in his chest. Mather looked around, then suddenly loosened his pace, turned around and ran towards the dense and shady jungle. This time, she had no scruples at all. She exerted her maximum speed and rushed straight into the depths of the jungle like a trail of afterimage. Behind him, countless blades of grass, branches, and flowers floated into the air at the same time. They were so dense that they covered most of the sky. Just one look was shocking. What's wrong? Are you trying to hide? He didn't know if it was an illusion, but Chen Jinfeng's voice seemed a little different from before. Then, hundreds of flowers and plants behind him turned into deadly weapons, whooshed and rushed into the dense forest. Not only were there pursuers behind him, countless branches and leaves flashing with knife-like light appeared from inside the jungle, gathering into a terrifying number and raining down on Mather. Even she herself didn't know how she moved forward. The 2 forearms protecting the head and face were already covered in blood, and some of the wounds were so deep that the bones could be seen. There were several punctures on the thighs that looked like steel plates, and every step was as painful as if the nerves in the legs were cut off. Not to mention the clothes, which had long been turned into rags in the torrential attack, revealing the white and blood-red skin underneath. Chen Jinfeng counted more and more quickly, and there was even a hint of uneasiness in his voice. 6, 5. For what he reported was the number of nails that Mather had lost. 3. When he called out 3, and in fact Mather only had 1 left, it was as if the endless woods finally stopped at a river. The surface of the river was rippling with ripples and sparkling golden light in the sunlight. Looking at the river, Mather's face, which was covered with blood, showed an almost ferocious smile. The only remaining nail had been protected by her body. No matter how crazy the attack from behind became, Chen Jinfeng could not continue to count down. I finally found it. Almost at the same time as she uttered these words, the regular golden light on the river surface broke. Waves splashed, and a figure jumped out and fled to the other side like the wind. Are you afraid sometimes? Mather laughed. She had never erupted with such great power before. Under the blue sky casting a halo of sunlight, the figure of a woman covered in blood leaped into the air. It seemed as if she was frozen at that moment. Her prey rolled and fell to the ground. Cheon Jinfeng felt a burning pain in his back, and then he saw a drop of his own blood. He just opened his mouth to scream no when the sunlight disappeared. The blue sky disappeared. The grassland, jungle, and river. All the images became blurred and gradually faded out of his sight. The buildings and searchlights in the factory area appeared before our eyes again. The air suddenly became scorching hot, and every breath seemed to be self-torture before the skin touched the ground. It could feel the pain, and white smoke with a burnt smell was already coming out. Is this what it feels like for people who haven't evolved to adapt to high temperatures? Cheon Jinfeng was gasping for breath, feeling like a fish out of water. His internal organs seemed to be shattered at this moment. A foot stepped heavily on his throat. "We meet again." Mather looked down at him. Although he was covered in wounds, his expression was calm. "But this is the last time." "No, don't. Please, please." How lucky. In two different places, these words were uttered by two people almost at the same time. The two people who were speaking were Hu Changzai, who was confronting Hai Tianqing, and the other one was the dandy guy who was confronting Fongden 3:02 a.m., southeast corner of the oasis. "You feel lucky to be facing me?" A vein on Hai Tianqing's forehead was throbbing, and the veins on the back of his hand holding the axe were bulging. He spat, stared down at Hu Changzai, and said gloomily, "I hope you can still think so in 5 minutes." The spit he spat out hit the ground like a bullet and actually raised a light smoke and dust. Hu Changzai pretended to be calm and pushed his glasses up, then took 2 steps back. He had been looking up at Hai Tianqing for a while, and his neck was really sore. He had never been so close to a person of such a physique in his life. Can such a huge body really be considered a human? Although he is not tall, he is at least 1.78 meters tall, but when he stands in front of Hai Tianqing, his head can barely reach the other's waist. His shoulders are broad enough to accommodate at least 3 Hu Changzai, and the muscles on his neck and back are as developed as a hill. At a glance, you can tell that this man has terrible power hidden in his body. No one knew where Hai Tianqing got the axe from, but it was as tall as Hu Changzai. "That, see officer," Hu Changzai called out in an old habit and decided to confess. "To be honest, I haven't developed physical enhancement yet." The mountain-like man opposite was silent for a second, and then Hai Tianqing's surprised face suddenly approached him. "What? Could it be that you still have the physical strength of an ordinary person?" Hu Changzai nodded a little embarrassedly. "Are you planning to surrender?" Hai Tianqing thought of a possibility. "That won't do. If I get caught by you, it will cause a lot of trouble for others." Hai Tianqing straightened up. "Then, don't blame me for being ruthless. Who told you to help the traitors of humanity?" The axe in his hand left the ground. "Do you have any last words?" Hu Changzai shook his head, his calves trembling. Looking at the axe rising gradually in front of him, he suddenly gritted his teeth and rushed towards Hai Tianqing's waist. The other party didn't even raise his eyebrows. He grabbed him by the neck with his left hand and lifted him into the air. Hu Changzai kept flapping his legs in the air. The air was being squeezed out of his body bit by bit and rapidly, and within 2 seconds his face turned purple. He struggled, his consciousness blurred, and he grabbed Hai Tianqing's thick wrist with his backhand, but this little bit of resistance was like an ant moving a mountain, and in the eyes of the other party, it was almost nothing. Hai Tianqing showed a puzzled expression on his face, probably because he couldn't understand the reason why Hu Changzai was resisting in his dying struggle at this moment. He heard the young man who was caught like a chicken in his hand whispered something, but he couldn't hear it clearly. "What? You lied yesterday." The weak words barely flowed out from between Hu Changzai's teeth. Before Hai Tianqing could react, he suddenly felt as if there was something extra inside his left wrist. A small bag had clearly appeared on the skin of his arm and was rapidly moving towards his shoulder along with his blood. Hai Tianqing threw the axe away and tried to hold it down with his other hand with a bang. The small bag swam too fast, and when it was pressed, it suddenly exploded near his left shoulder. Immediately, a large amount of flesh, skin, and fascia fragments were splashed in the air with the air wave of the explosion, like a bloody rain, soaking Hu Changzai. Hai Tianqing's entire arm was deformed. He squeezed out a broken sound in pain and sat down on the ground. However, He didn't care about his injury or the strange little bag. Instead, he asked with difficulty, Why do you know the lie I told? Hu Changzai fell to the ground and coughed weakly a few times. His lungs were still burning with pain. I don't know, but judging from your injuries, this lie is really big. Hu Changzai's ability, Truth Bullet Introduction. After upgrading the true or false, it can be used to identify whether a person has lied in the past 24 hours. If the target has indeed lied, Hu Changzai can plant a truth bomb on the target as long as the two of them touch each other's skin. The bigger the target's lie and the closer the time distance, the more powerful the truth bomb will be. The destination of the truth bomb is the heart, but if it is blocked in the middle, it will explode at the blocked point. At this time, Hai Tianqing's injury was very close to his heart. He panted and laughed at himself. I didn't expect that. I thought I was very powerful, but I was defeated by someone like you so quickly. I underestimated the enemy. Will I die? Hu Changzai couldn't say for sure. Although he had lived alone for a while before coming to the oasis, he had never killed anyone. If Hai Tianqing really died, he would be the first living person he had killed. Thinking of this, Hu Changzai's face became even uglier. He took a deep breath, struggled to get up, and was about to leave. Hai Tianqing looked at his back, suddenly let out a ha and covered his eyes with his intact hand. I never thought I would die before I could even take revenge, he whispered to himself in a very low voice. And I was killed by a traitor to humanity. The foot that had just been raised fell down again. Hu Changzai turned around, his face still showing purple bruises from extreme lack of oxygen. Just think of me as being curious. What was the lie you told yesterday? 3:03 a.m., west side of the oasis. Fontaine looked at the man in front of him without saying a word. It wasn't that she didn't want to say something, it was that she was completely unable to speak or move. Because the yuppie was too close to her, the man's warm breath brushed past her earlobe, and a bunch of long hair was pinched between his fingers. Fontaine, right? There was still some indifference in his voice. The information says that you came to the oasis a long time ago. Although you are a natural evolver, your abilities are not outstanding, and your physical fitness has not been enhanced. Fontaine bit his lower lip, trying hard to stop his legs from going weak. After all, he was one of the 5 cadres. Even though he looked narcissistic and frivolous, the sense of threat emanating from him still made her blood flow faster. The hipster walked back to her with a swaying step. Fontaine had just raised her head when he punched her hard in the stomach. It was just like being hit head-on by a car. Her body was immediately knocked 4 or 5 meters away and hit the ground heavily with a dull thud. After several seconds, the man did not come over to chase her, and Fontaine was unable to sit up from the ground. Her internal organs seemed to have shifted, and she tried hard to open her mouth, but something in her abdomen seemed to be broken, so she couldn't make any sound. I didn't expect you really haven't been physically strengthened? Yapbai seemed a little surprised. Then he shrugged his shoulders as if he was bored. It's so easy to solve. It's really boring. Well, should we keep him alive? After walking around Fontaine, who was lying on the ground like a dead fish, he finally made up his mind. Let's not leave him alive. You're quite dirty, and if I carry you back, I'll get dirty too. Is it necessary to kill someone just for such a lame reason? Fontaine's expression was distorted. She really wanted to move and run, but her body was like a rag and she couldn't muster any strength. Fongdan, who originally thought she couldn't make any sound, actually let out a few broken moans. You're going to die anyway, so why not let me test my new abilities? In the dim night, excitement and anticipation suddenly appeared on Yuppie's face. He kicked Fontaine's head with his toes and saw that her eyes were open and moving. Then he smiled. Well, it's good that you can hear me. God is really unfair. There are people like you who haven't even strengthened their physical strength, and there are people like me who just generated new abilities yesterday. Yuppie adjusted his suit vest, put his hands in his trouser pockets, and whispered, Start, Third-Rate Rider. The new ability of the Yuppie Man, Third-Rate Rider Introduction. If you want your story to have readers, it should at least be logically consistent and convincing. This is the basic requirement of every third-rate writer. Take the target as the protagonist and write a short story. If the story is logically coherent and the setting is easy for the other party to accept, then the target will eventually experience the same thing as in the story. Let's try this first. The hipster man lowered his eyelids and looked at the woman who was curled up at his feet. After graduating from college, you met a young and handsome boss at work. That was me. After dating for a while, you found out that he had a girlfriend abroad. You felt that you were deceived, so you resigned in anger and hid away from home. Unexpectedly, your boss girlfriend was just a match arranged by his family, and he loved you deeply. After finding you and clearing up the misunderstanding, you and your boss fell in love. Obviously, there is almost no story in the world that is more cliché than this. But Fontaine on the ground suddenly had tears in her eyelashes, her lips slightly parted, her face full of happiness and sorrow. I know. Our feelings can't be fake. Yuppie was stunned for a moment, looked at Fontaine, then threw his head back and laughed. Haha. Funny, this is funny. He ended the previous story with a wave of his hand, and Fontaine's expression immediately returned to normal. A blush quickly rose from her ears, staining her face red not out of shyness, but out of anger. Fontaine said hoarsely, "Kill me if you want to. Stop playing with other people's feelings here." The yuppie turned a deaf ear and spoke again. "You are about to get married to your boyfriend of 7 years. You have bought a new house and are planning the wedding. You feel very happy. After all, you have been through so much together for so many years, and now you are about to get married." Fontaine's anger suddenly disappeared, and an indescribable expression appeared on her face. She looked up at Yuppie, who was immersed in the joy brought by his new ability, and glanced at her without stopping. "But at this time, your boyfriend said that he had fallen in love with another woman and asked you to let go. After a long period of obsession, pleading, and threatening suicide. All these methods were ineffective, and he left with another woman. At this time, you found out that you were pregnant. You hesitated for a long time and finally decided to give birth to the child. The child is innocent. And if you think about it carefully, the child's father has no choice. He fell in love with someone else. It's not his fault, and no one can control love. You took care of the baby for 9 months and contacted a good doctor, but at the last moment, the yuppie's face moved closer and his voice grew colder. The baby you gave birth to was stillborn. You committed suicide by jumping off the building while holding the baby." The scene was silent for a moment. The two men and women stared at each other without saying a word. There was only the whistling night wind, carrying yellow sand through the air. The more detailed the story, the more powerful it is. The hipster looked at the expressionless face of the woman on the ground and smiled more broadly. Suddenly, as if by magic, the body of Yuppie was thrown high into the air by an invisible force, and then with a pop, he collapsed on the ground in a strange posture like a smashed watermelon, with his hands and feet twisted and blood slowly oozing out from the corners of his mouth. Fontaine struggled and got up from the ground. The two of them switched positions. She lowered her eyes, looked at the miserable yuppie who looked like he had jumped off a building, and said softly, "You don't understand women at all. Why? Shouldn't this be?" Yuppie coughed up a mouthful of blood. The kind of woman in his story really exists in reality. As if seeing through his thoughts, Fontaine smiled coldly. "Idiot." She frowned, revealing an expression as if she was disgusted. "The first half of what you said really happened to me." Yuppie's eyes suddenly widened. "After my boyfriend cheated on me, I found out I was pregnant. Do you know what I did? When I was 3 months pregnant, I chose a black clinic and had the baby aborted. Then I put the dead fetus in a box and sent it to their wedding as a wedding gift. Of course, my mental state was not very stable during that time, so my family sent me to see a psychiatrist." Yuppie's hands were shaking and he couldn't speak. "I hate self-righteous men the most." Fontaine imitated what Yuppie had done just now and kicked his head with her toes. "From your looks, your ability has backlash, right? When a story doesn't work on the target, the ending will happen to you. It's really a third-rate ability." The man on the ground could no longer hear her voice. Under his motionless body, blood gradually formed a pool. "Are you kidding me?" A black shadow circled the cadre building and passed by in a flash, stirring up a long circle of yellow smoke. In the yellow smoke, 2 figures, one large and one small, quickly passed by, biting the first black shadow tightly. After a few seconds, the 3 shadows chased each other and circled around again. Stop talking nonsense and stop now so I can bite you to death. An angry, high-pitched voice sounded behind Lin Sanjiu. It was the brown-haired rabbit that ran too fast and flew into the air. Is this fair? We agreed to be cadres, but what kind of cadres are rabbits? Why didn't you tell me that your oasis was short of people? She wasn't going to stop. Of course, her futile protests had no effect other than irritating the brown rabbit even more. Lin Sanjiu, who was attacked by two cadres, did not dare to run with the two pursuers behind her, for fear of running into other people and getting her companions hurt. She had no choice but to run around the cadre building again and again. The three of them, had already run so many times. The OL girl behind him made a huss sound, paused, turned around and ran back, intending to intercept Lin Sanjiu from another direction. When the brown rabbit saw her move, he suddenly became anxious for some reason and shouted at the office girl, "You again? Don't you remember?" Before he finished speaking, the rabbit's eyes blurred and a figure flew over its head and landed behind it, and continued to rush forward without stopping. It was Lin Sanjiu. In this way, the three people just changed the direction of running, which was no different from before. But Lin Sanjiu was very familiar with this set of movements, and it was obvious that he had stepped over the rabbit's head many times before. The brown rabbit's black eyes were almost red with anger at this time, and he shouted loudly, "Don't turn your head, it's useless, she passed over my head again." The OL girl's glasses reflected a cold light in the night. She pointed out almost mercilessly, "It's all because you are too small and can't stop her. It's useless. Shall I bite you to death first?" The brown rabbit's eyes had turned into blood-red inverted triangles. The office lady ignored it. Although they sped up their pace, the distance between them and Lin Sanjiu did not shorten. Chasing and fleeing depended on one's own physical strength, and although physical strength enhancement and overall physical strength increase were both basic abilities, the difference between them was basically the same as that between a hamburger meal and a Christmas family deluxe meal. It was normal that they could not catch up with Lin Sanjiu, who had a good athletic foundation. Seeing the woman in front of him doing it with ease, the brown rabbit finally couldn't stand it anymore. Its four rabbit paws suddenly stopped and shouted, "Shocked ape, escaped rabbit, what a cultured rabbit." Before Lin Sanjiu could finish her thoughts, a brown shadow rushed over from behind her, shooting out like a rocket launcher, and suddenly pounced straight at her back. The inertia plus the rabbit's own strength knocked Lin Sanjiu down at once. In just a few breaths, the OL girl caught up and blocked his way. It would be unrealistic to climb up and jump over the rabbit at this time. Lin Sanjiu stood up, patted the dirt, and praised the brown rabbit. "It's quite fat. I will kill you." Amid the rabbit's angry howls, Lin Sanjiu barely managed to dodge the rain-like attack from a pair of rabbit legs. The cold light on the OL girl's glasses made it difficult to see her expression. Her two arms, stretched out flat, were rapidly turning red and bright, emitting a burning light. The high temperature distorted the air around her arms. "If I were to get a little bit of that kind of arm, I would immediately turn into a fireman." Lin Sanjiu's face became serious. However, the process of the OL girl getting hot was not over yet. Starting from her shoulders, the red and white heat gradually moved to her chest and waist, and soon her upper body turned into a dazzling white human figure. The wind blew over her body, and even the sand in the wind spontaneously ignited, turning into small sparks that fell to the ground and immediately burned several lines of fire. Hot hug introduction. The upper body has a terrifying temperature of 260 degrees, which can melt or ignite most things in the world. For a list of specific objects, please refer to the common melting point table. Although the obvious weakness of this ability is in the legs, Lin Sanjiu really had no good way to get close to the opponent's lower body for the time being because the OL girl was much shorter than her, estimated to be only about 152 centimeters tall. It's not fair. She had no choice but to turn around and continue running. This time she didn't care whether she would bump into other people because the fighting and explosions in the four corners of the oasis had just ended and returned to peace. Although she doesn't know who will win or lose, if the situation is really not optimistic, she can just stir up trouble. My potential is also very high. Why do you all have killer moves right from the start, while I have nothing? This low complaint came out of Lin Sanjiu's lips naturally. No one responded. Before she ran far, the brown rabbit, which had just shouted "shock the ape" and escaped the rabbit, suddenly increased its speed and used the same trick to catch up with her again, and once again surrounded her with the OL girl. Without saying a word, the OL girl kicked her feet and rushed towards Lin Sanjiu. How could she dare to let the OL girl get close to her? So she quickly dodged and avoided her. Just at this moment, the rabbit shouted again. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Is this rabbit an idiom dictionary? Before Lin Sanjiu could react, 2 small rabbit legs had already landed on her shoulders, as if hit by a shock wave the next second. A stream of blood and flesh spurted out from the hole in her shoulder like a fountain, splashing all over the ground. If you shout this out, I can make a hole in your body. The brown rabbit laughed and prepared to pounce. Lin Sanjiu looked down at his wound and slowly raised his head. The brown rabbit was also stunned. The pain that was unimaginable before seemed to have aroused a ferocity in Lin Sanjiu's body that was 100 times stronger than the pain. She held a long knife horizontally and jumped towards the rabbit on the ground. The brown-haired rabbit was startled and quickly rolled on the ground, with its long ears flattened backwards, and only then did the blade narrowly pass over its head. Lin Sanjiu, who had missed the target, did not jump up to chase him. Instead, she fell to the ground. She did not even turn her head back, but swung her long knife towards the OL's thigh. The OL's expression remained unchanged. She twisted her body slightly to avoid the tip of the knife, and then kicked the knife away. When she bent down and was about to grab Lin Sanjiu, the latter's empty hand touched her calf. Obviously, Lin Sanjiu's knife had fallen long ago, but the OL suddenly let out a low cry, and her body tilted. Before she fell, the dazzling burning light on her body disappeared. Mather's nail's a fresh nail that was just torn off from Mather's hand. Although it has the ability to make the soap dirty, the nail separated from the main body can only exist for 10 minutes no matter what form it takes. Compared to the rabbit, the OL was a bigger threat. So Lin Sanjiu's real goal when she pounced on the rabbit was to make herself look like she fell to the ground naturally, giving her a chance to use the card in her hand to touch the OL's legs. The OL without any ability was just a piece of struggling meat. Lin Sanjiu rushed forward and punched her twice, knocking her unconscious. When the rabbit realized that its companion had fallen, it froze for a second or two, either because it was panicked or because of its herbivorous nature. How could Lin Sanjiu miss this opportunity? He rushed forward in 3 or 2 steps, grabbed the rabbit by the ears, and lifted it into the air. I have to thank you for my shoulder injury, right? It was clearly a rabbit face covered with fur, but somehow, Lin Sanjiu saw a sneer in the fur. The brown rabbit opened its 3-lobed mouth and whispered, "All the carrots are mine." After he finished speaking, Lin Sanjiu blinked. "Do you think I rely on my physical strength to fight?" The brown rabbit cursed. "Just because you grab my ears, I'm afraid of you? Just feel it. Your greatest fighting power is now in my hands. All the carrots are mine." Description: extract an advanced ability with the greatest combat power from the enemy target and gain the right to use it for 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, the carrots are all mine and it enters a cooldown state. During the cooldown period, you cannot use any idioms with the word rabbit. As expected of a rabbit, it was not uncomfortable at all when being lifted up in the air by its ears, as if it was used to being lifted up. "Let me see your greatest fighting power." What is this? The rabbit flipped its paw and a diary card appeared. No need to try. One look and you know it's useless. Lin Sanjiu looked at it expressionlessly. Wait a minute. The brown rabbit was a little confused and tried again. Ahaha, the baton. The baton held by the 2 rabbit paws made a snap sound, and then it was completely out of power. Also, this nail is the one you used just now. The brown rabbit scratched Lin Sanjiu with Martha's nails. But ordinary people also have the strength to catch a rabbit. Ordinary Lin Sanjiu looked at it and asked, "Have you had enough fun? How could this be? Is this your main combat ability? How did you survive until now? I don't believe it. You must have some killer moves hidden away. I'm so sorry. My evolutionary ability is so useless." Lin Sanjiu consoled him, "But my physical fitness and athletic ability are quite strong. It's not unfair for you to die in my hands, right?" If rabbits had tear glands, the brown rabbit would probably have started shedding tears by now. "Forget it. Just let it go. A familiar voice suddenly came from behind the man and the rabbit. Lin Sanjiu grabbed the rabbit ears and turned around. Behind him were two figures, one tall and one short. The one who spoke was Su Xiaoyang, who was standing next to Xiao Hui. Why? Lin Sanjiu asked. Because I know you are not a traitor to humanity, so you will not kill the cadres who are just following orders. Su Xiaoyang said, otherwise, you would have stabbed her to death with a knife a long time ago, right? She was referring to the office lady on the ground. Now that you know, what are you doing here? I have a request. Su Xiaoyang lowered his voice and swallowed back a sob. The air was silent for a moment, with only the whistling sound of the wind and a few sparks left by the office lady, which made the faces of the people present red. Tell me about it. In the darkness in the distance, there was a shadow like a small hill, moving towards him little by little at an extremely slow speed. Mather immediately stopped in alert. Although the shadow was huge, its speed was too slow. She put down the first aid kit, crossed her arms and waited for several minutes. The huge shadow gradually approached and showed its original appearance in front of her. As soon as she saw it clearly, Mather raised an eyebrow. What are you doing? The person who came was none other than Hu Changzai. He had a rope on his shoulder that he had found somewhere, and the other end of the rope was tied to the unconscious Hai Tianqing. He was pulling forward step by step with all his might. The scene was just like a chicken pulling a camel. Hu Changzai was so tired that he was panting like a cow, and his eyeballs were bulging out. Ha! Help! Help! When he looked up, he was stunned. Mather, how did you become like this? There was hardly a single spot on Martha's body that was not covered with bandages or potions. You couldn't even see her original skin color. She sighed helplessly. There were too many wounds just now, so I went to the infirmary to treat them and took some things I thought might be useful. Don't worry, they are just flesh wounds. But I killed Qin Jinfeng. But you dragged your opponent away. What do you mean? Hu Changzai's eyes fell on the first aid kit, and he fell to the ground with a thud. He waved his hands weakly. Let's treat his wounds first. He and we have a common enemy. We can tell you the details after I catch my breath. Since he said so, Martha took out alcohol and needle and thread and treated Hai Tianqing's wound. After everything was done and she gave him medicine, she wiped the blood off her hands with cotton cloth and said self-deprecatingly, Since I came to the oasis, I've almost become a surgeon. Okay, let him sleep here. He has to bear the rest by himself. Anyway, with Hai Tianqing's physique, it would be difficult for him to move anywhere. Hu Changzai nodded, and then a few coughs suddenly sounded in the distance, and then someone asked in a low voice, Is it Mather? The two looked up and saw a man staggering out from the night. It was Fontaine. Fontaine's skin was covered with large patches of bruises, but she had no wounds. However, her face looked very bad. Great, I finally found you. Before she could finish her words, her body was about to slide down. Hu Changzai quickly supported her, and Mather came over to check her out. He was shocked. At least 3 of your ribs are broken. How can you still walk around? It's too dangerous. Where is your opponent? Fontaine forced a weak laugh. I'm still alive, so of course he's dead. I didn't even lift a finger. He died when he saw me. I'm just that powerful. After she finished speaking, her eyes turned and fell on Hai Tianqing, who was standing beside her. She was startled at the time. What's going on? Hu Changzai quickly explained it to her, and Fang Dan closed her mouth in disbelief. Mather did some emergency treatment for her, and seeing that she was not fit to walk anymore, the two of them simply supported her and slowly lay down beside Hai Tianqing. We'll go check on Xiaojiu and come back to find you right away. Although there's no one outside, you should still hide next to the marine officer, Mather said softly. Fontaine nodded, leaned on Hai Tianqing's arm, which was as thick as a small tree trunk, and his expression gradually relaxed. Seeing that she closed her eyes, Mather and the other man did not dare to delay any longer and hurried towards the cadres building. I didn't realize that Fontaine is also very powerful. What are her abilities? Hu Chang asked while trying to catch up with Mather's speed, panting. Mather paused and looked back at him in surprise. I don't know. You two have been in the oasis for so long. I thought you knew. Hu Changzai smiled sheepishly. I'll ask her later. They ran like this for less than a minute, and the cadre building was already in sight. The smoke and dust stirred up by the two people running all the way had already attracted the attention of several people in front of the building. 1, 2, 3. That's not right. Why are there 3 people here besides Xiaoju? And Xiaoju seems to be holding something in his hand. Mather tilted his head in confusion. Although she was alone, what was in her hand? Facing 3 people, Lin Sanjiu didn't look nervous at all. She saw Mather from a distance and even turned around and waved at her, shouting, "Mather, you're here? Come here." Amid the dust, Mather stopped beside her, full of doubts. She looked at the 3 people opposite Lin Sanjiu. She had seen the pigtailed girl and the charming woman before. They were Su Xiaoyang and Xiao Hui. The other one was a middle-aged woman in a white coat with short hair. She looked unfamiliar. She had never seen her before. After thinking for a while, Mather asked the most concerned question. Where did you catch the rabbit? Is it edible? You can't blame her. She hasn't had fresh meat in a long time. I'm not food. Do you believe I can be eaten alive by you? Although his ears were still in someone else's hands, the brown rabbit felt that his allies had arrived and resumed his tension. Stay away from me, barbarian. What's going on? Mather asked in amazement, as it was the first time he saw a talking rabbit. Suddenly he remembered that there were people standing next to him. And who are they? While they were talking, Hu Changzai also ran over breathlessly. Lin Sanjiu didn't answer her, but asked first, "Is everyone okay? How are the other 3 cadres?" Except Hai Tianqing, the other 2 are dead. Martha raised his chin and glanced at the 3 people opposite him with unknown intentions. Seeing that their faces changed, he added in a low voice, "Fang Dan was seriously injured and is now recovering with Hai Tianqing." Seeing Lin Sanjiu's stunned expression, Hu Changzai quickly interjected, "I'll explain this later. By the way, Xiaojia, what about you? Aren't there 2 more cadres?" "Well, this is one of them." Lin Sanjiu raised his arm and shook the rabbit in his hand. "Come, say hello." The rabbit had a gloomy face and said nothing. "So the rabbit cadre that everyone is talking about is really a rabbit?" Hu Changzai exclaimed. "There is another one, and he is missing in the back." Looking at the 2 people with their mouths open, Lin Sanjiu shrugged. Before Mather and the other 2 could react, Su Xiaoyang had already lamented in disbelief. "You are outnumbered, and some of you haven't even improved your physical fitness. I really don't understand how you defeated the cadres." "Oh, right." This sentence seemed to have finally reminded Lin Sanjiu. She raised her chin and said to the other side, "Captain Su just said that she has a request, and there is still time to say it. Since you are here, let's listen together." Su Xiaoyang lowered her eyelids and looked gloomy. She didn't look like a child at all. She looked at the middle-aged woman next to her, reached out and grabbed the corner of her clothes, and couldn't help but sighed softly and said, "I hope you don't hurt my mother." "Your mother?" Su Xiaoyang nodded, and her pigtails slid down to her drooping face. "I am Professor Bai's daughter." The eyes of several people immediately focused on the middle-aged woman. Su Xiaoyang's voice was almost inaudible. "My mother is also one of those who took the high-temperature adaptation drug. She has no potential value, so she has not evolved any ability. But if you want to hurt her, I will die, so she is Professor Bai." She just started to speak firmly when Lin Sanjiu interrupted her blankly. "We don't actually know who Professor Bai is. If you hadn't told me just now, I would have let her go. Now that I know, I can't let her go easily. At least not before I get everything clear." Lin Sanjiu nodded at her apologetically, then turned around and asked, "Why do you raise the fallen species?" Su Xiaoyang trembled and was about to speak, but Professor Bai suddenly patted his daughter's shoulder and stopped her from talking. The brown rabbit in her hand was stunned for a moment, then sneered. "What nonsense are you talking about? When I set out on this road, I knew that I would have to walk it alone." The voice of the middle-aged woman opposite interrupted it. The brown rabbit slowly turned his eyes towards her. Professor Bai cast his gaze in the direction of the Oasis dormitory building. After looking for a long while, he spoke softly. Yesterday, a few children about Xiaoyang's age entered the greenhouse for the first time. Lin Sanjiu was stunned, not knowing what she meant. They are about to learn biology, so the teacher led them to plant some radishes in the greenhouse. Tomorrow, next week, they will wait for a while, and these radishes will gradually grow up, just like these children. Professor Bai turned his eyes away and smiled gently, with a few lines drooping deeply around his mouth. There are 1,600 people living in the 5 buildings over there. They are men and women. Most of them are young and middle-aged, and they still have countless tomorrows to come. The Oasis is a model for rebuilding a post-human society, and they are the spark that keeps humanity going. Professor Bai took a deep breath, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. In order to preserve these fires and to allow the human race to continue to reproduce, even if I can only walk in the dark forever, I have no complaints. Hu Changzai was stunned for a moment, nodded to his companions, and whispered. Every word she said came from the heart. What does this have to do with the fallen species? Professor Bai looked at them and said, what if I say that the reason why the oasis has grown to its current size is entirely due to the fallen species? The 3 people and the rabbit on the opposite side were all startled and looked at her speechless. Why do some people evolve? This has troubled me for a long time. Are those who evolve better than ordinary people and deserve to survive? But that's not the case. You are just a small part of the mutants. The ones who really need to reproduce are the ordinary 1,600 people over there. What I did was to sacrifice a small part to save the majority. For the sake of the greater good and the future of mankind, I think it's worth making some necessary sacrifices and paying a small price. Even if my daughter is also an evolver. Su Xiaoyang pursed his lips tightly and lowered his head. Yes, I made a deal with a fallen species. Its intelligence is very high, just like humans. It was even it that gave me the high-temperature adaptability medicine. It will also drive the survivors to the direction of the oasis and stop other fallen species for us. And all he and his companions need are some naturally evolved humans. Obviously, the fallen species also need to evolve. And the way they evolve is to consume the evolved humans. Her tone was still gentle, and the smile on her lips still carried a hint of mild helplessness. However, in her eyes, a growing, almost crazy light was lighting up. After a while, someone finally spoke. In other words, you used the living conditions in the oasis as bait to attract countless natural evolvers. And then just like you treated us back then, you sent them to die at the mouths of the fallen species? Lin Sanjia's voice was very low. The specific matters in this regard have always been arranged by Officer Chun. It turns out that you have already been on such a mission once. Professor Bai nodded, looked at them sincerely and said, on behalf of my fellow Oasis people, I thank every natural evolutionist for their sacrifice. The brown rabbit fell to the ground with a bang. When it got up, Lin Sanjiu, who had just thrown it down, had already pounced on Professor Bai. At the same time, Fongdan, who was lying next to Hai Tianqing, suddenly moved. She seemed to have heard something and slowly opened her eyes. Looking at the person who walked out of the night, she smiled. It's you. I knew you would be fine. Is everything going well? Before Lin Sanjia's fist reached Professor Bai, Xiao Hui's arm had already expanded rapidly, and without saying a word, he stepped forward and fiercely swept towards her face. Lin Sanjiu dodged by bending backwards, jumped away, and confronted Xiao Hui. Su Xiaoyang looked unhappy. I said, if you dare to hurt my mother, I will never show mercy. Are you crazy? Lin Sanjiu even forgot the pain in his shoulder, stared at Professor Bai, and said, you killed countless natural evolvers just to let them live for 14 months? What are you talking about? Professor Bai looked at her with a mixture of laughter and tears, as if he was looking at a child throwing a tantrum. I said, I want to help these fires continue to reproduce until humans rebuild civilization once again. My mother may have let you down, but she is doing this for everyone's good. Su Xiaoyang also spoke angrily, because Lin Sanjiu's rude remarks just now made her face red with anger. Lin Sanjiu was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized something. Then, she and Mather looked at each other. Both of them were shocked. Come to think of it, I have been in Oasis for so long, but I have never heard anyone mention it. She glanced at Hu Changzai, who was also confused. Lin Sanjiu looked at Rabbit and asked hoarsely, Hu Changzai, Rabbit, let me ask you a question. Do you know anything about teleportation? The scene was silent for a few seconds. Without any reply, Lin Sanjiu understood just by looking at their reactions. Mather immediately sighed and covered his face with his hands. Seeing that the two of them looked different, as if something was very wrong, Hu Changzai became anxious. What do you mean by teleportation? You two should explain it clearly. Professor Bai also frowned slightly. Lin Sanjiu just wanted to smile bitterly. Evolved humans can only stay in each world for 14 months. Once the 14 months are up, they will be sent to the next randomly selected world. Similarly, that will be the end of humanity, and it will only be more harsh. Except for her and Mather. Everyone else had an expression that said you're talking crazy on their faces. What she said is true. Mather took a step forward and spoke solemnly. I myself came from another world. In my world, a mutant virus with a very high mortality rate was leaked during the experiment. Because it was transmitted through the air, 95% of the people on Earth were wiped out before the experts found the antibody. She looked at Mather with her mouth open and murmured in a low voice. I don't understand. How could such a thing happen? Hu Changzai sat down on the ground with a weak thud, smiled bitterly and said to himself, this is actually the truth. If I'm not mistaken, the fallen species that helped you must be from another world. Lin Sanjiu said while shaking his head. If he is not from another world, how do you explain the technology he has? Before the high temperature came, why was there no sound from his technology? Have you never doubted it? Professor Bai stared at her blankly. He didn't know what he was thinking about. Suddenly his face turned pale. Wait. This means Lin Sanjiu sighed. That's right. Professor Bai, you gave 1,600 ordinary people medicine, forcing those with no potential to develop the ability to adapt to high temperatures. Now they have to go to the next world. You didn't save them, but instead caused countless evolvers to die for them. When I heard Chen Jinfeng talk about the mission of Oasis at that time, I couldn't believe it in my heart. Now think about it. It's because these so-called fires you gathered will soon be scattered and disappear. Even you can't stay here any longer. How can you talk about reviving mankind? Once these fragile people change their environment, I dare to guarantee that they will die more miserably than here. Do you know? In terms of difficulty, our world is only D level, which is considered very easy. You were wrong from the beginning. Naturally evolved humans are not a small part of the mutation, but the hope for the survival of mankind. And up to now, how many hopes have you sent to die? Lin Sanjiu wanted to continue talking, but Martha came up and patted her lightly. Xiaojiu. She then realized that Professor Bai had been sitting on the ground, looking distraught and ashen. Her lips were shaking uncontrollably, and tiny tears kept leaking from the corners of her eyes. Su Xiaoyang was so scared that he threw himself on her, calling her mom repeatedly, but he couldn't even utter a complete word of comfort. How could it be? He never told me such a thing. I always thought I was doing good things. She seemed to be aware of her daughter beside her at this moment, slowly hugged Su Xiaoyang tightly, and said in a trembling voice, I'm going to be separated from her too? No one spoke for a moment. Her desire to save humanity was genuine. But now she suddenly realized that the great cause for which she had worked so hard to get her hands dirty was in vain, and that even her daughter would be lost in the end. This was truly one of the cruelest things in the world. After holding back for a while, Lin Sanjiu finally spoke up when he saw that Professor Bai and her daughter still looked like they were in deep sorrow. Professor Bai, I know you must be feeling very complicated right now, but I still want to ask you, where is the corrupted one who is working with you? Professor Bai seemed not to have heard her question at all. He continued to sit on the ground in a daze, looking in the direction of the dormitory building without saying a word. Just as she was about to ask again, Lin Sanjiu suddenly felt something burning her thigh. As if it came from inside her pants, she hurriedly changed hands to hold the rabbit, reached into her pants pocket, and took out a piece of paper, which was the visa she got from the field mouse. However, the visa looked completely different now. All the information was crossed out with thick black lines. The whole piece of paper was so hot that I could hardly hold it. At the bottom, a line of bright red words appeared. The visa holder has died. This visa is invalid immediately. Lin Sanjia's heart skipped a beat, and she reflexively looked at Mather 12 was dead. Would Mather disappear? Would Lu Zhe die as well? Unexpectedly, Mather beside her was fine. Everything was normal. He just tilted his head, looked at her in confusion and asked, "What's wrong? Is it a delayed reaction? What will happen to you if 12 dies?" Lin Sanjiu managed to utter this sentence, feeling that he had never been so scared before, not even when he was about to be eaten by Ren Nan. Then I will disappear immediately. Luz is the foundation of my existence. If his body dies, I will not be able to survive. Mather paused. His red hair was blown on his cheek by the night wind. Why do you think of asking this? Lin Sanjiu looked at her nervously for a while, which made Martha feel a little uncomfortable. Then she suddenly realized, I was deceived. Su Xiaoyang raised her head with tears in her eyes. Hu Changzai also stood up and came closer with a bit of uneasiness. This visa was issued by Vol to another person. I don't know why he lied to me, Lin Sanji cursed angrily. Wait until I get back to deal with that brat. Except for her and Mather, everyone present had heard of the concept of a visa for the first time, and their expressions were extremely confused. After thinking about it, I can leave the field mice alone for now. The degenerate species that Professor Bai mentioned is the real problem, but how to deal with it is a headache. Suddenly, the sound of a microphone being slapped came out loudly from the loudspeaker on the outer wall of the cadre building. Everyone didn't react for a moment and just looked up in a daze. Good evening, fellow Oasis people. The man's voice that I had heard on the loudspeaker all day spoke again in a steady voice, as if he was about to make a new announcement. Not only the loudspeakers in the cadre building, but also in the dormitory building, the cafeteria. The dozens of large and small loudspeakers in Oasis all made the same sound at the same time, faintly vibrating in the night sky, spreading like water waves and covering the entire factory area. There was a vague commotion coming from the direction of the dormitory building. Hey, it's already this late. What else do you want to say? Lin Sanjiu glanced at Su Xiaoyang and asked. Su Xiaoyang shook his head vigorously. Before Lin Sanjiu could understand, he heard the radio say again, Humans, please be patient. The compatriots I mentioned do not refer to you. This sentence was like a freeze button, freezing the movements of several people. They looked up, opened their mouths, and stood there in a daze. Now I'll provide you with the latest news. The 5 human cadres have just been defeated. Professor Bai himself has also learned about the next world and realized that the so-called revival of mankind is just a fantasy. If we don't take action, our farm will be completely irreparable. Therefore, I am here to inform you with a heavy heart. Please don't worry about the previous rules and start killing as much as you want. As soon as the voice on the radio fell, many fallen species flew up from the top of each factory building in groups of 3 or 2, and soon gathered into a dense mass that covered the moon. The jet black, carapace-like wings spread out in the dark night, and the strong fishy smell filled the air with every swing of the mouthparts. Please be careful not to cause too big wounds on humans, so as not to waste resources. The bodies will be stored together afterwards. Even though they knew that the corrupt species who lured Professor Bai was now upstairs, Lin Sanjiu and his companions were unable to take any action. Because at this moment, twice as many fallen species flew up from the roof of the cadre building as from other places. Almost every eye was fixed on them. The sky was completely invisible. The sounds of heavy breathing and footsteps mixed together, becoming a blur in the ears. With Lin Sanjiu at the head, the group was running at full speed between the buildings of the oasis. Their goal was the convoy. As long as they got the car and picked up Fongdan and the other 2, they could escape from the oasis. From the sky to the ground, it was divided into 3 layers. At the top were groups of fallen species, chasing after Lin Sanjiu and his group, flying above their heads. But they couldn't land and attack because between the humans and the fallen species, there was a layer of overwhelming silver net. If you stop and look carefully, you will find that this big net is made up of all kinds of inexplicable things. Half a broken brick, torn insulation cloth, canteen spoons, iron railings. Although they are all tattered things, each of them is shining with a faint silver light, like a carefully polished samurai sword blade. The brown rabbit hooked its 2 claws on Lin Sanjiu's combat pants, and its fur-like body bounced up and down violently with her steps. It looked up at the dazzling net in the sky and shouted, "It's almost there." Without even looking up, Lin Sanjiu snapped his fingers, and the silver net suddenly dispersed, turning into silver light like meteors, and shot towards the fallen species above. The fallen species didn't even blink, and their excited howls became even sharper. They were not afraid of these garbage, but the net was scattered, so they could take action. This idea was shattered. Half a second later, a piece of rag with the hardness of diamond spun at high speed and cut off a wing of a fallen species. It screamed, and its body could no longer be controlled, falling straight down, right into a pile of garbage. In an instant, its body was strangled into countless blood foam and meat residue, exploding in the air. As if to set the stage for the subsequent massacre, thousands of pieces of flesh and broken wings covered in pus and blood exploded behind the first one, instantly engulfing the night sky. Good job. Do it again. Following the excited voice of the brown rabbit, the tops of several dormitory buildings suddenly disintegrated. Nearly 1,000 bricks, tiles, and wood flashed the familiar light again, quickly filling the gaps in the silver net. This ability was inspired by Chun Jinfeng's lair and described to Lin Sanjiu by Mather. The activated Pygmalion collar was emitting a faint warmth under the bandage. Unlike Chen Jinfeng, who can only control dozens of them at a time, Lin Sanjiu's powerful potential is enough to control nearly 1,000 weapons, and its power is simply incomparable to Chen Jinfeng. So you are so amazing. Behind her, Su Xiaoyang's face turned pale, and it was unclear whether it was because of running or because she was scared by Lin Sanjiu. Beside her, Professor Bai was lying on Xiao Hui's back, staring blankly at the sky. Lin Sanjiu sighed in frustration. This feeling of being a superhero for 5 minutes a day and a weakling for the remaining 1435 minutes was too big a gap, and she felt it was bad for her heart. Speaking of time, Mrs. Hu, how long will it take? Hu Changzai, who was lying on Mather's back with a red face, responded, 4 minutes left. We are almost there. We still have time. Indeed, the open space where the convoy was parked was already in sight. Without the key that 12 had, only 2 of the 3 cars could drive out. Fortunately, Mather's bus was big enough to accommodate everyone. Just as she rushed to the front of the truck, Lin Sanjiu looked around and immediately stopped. Several people behind her ran up and found something wrong. The back of the truck where the field mouse was locked up was opened, and the door was slightly ajar. Several mineral water bottles rolled to the ground, and an unopened package of instant noodles fell out and was crushed to pieces by someone's foot. On the instant noodle bag covered with a footprint, there was a small pool of liquid. After rushing to the truck and opening the door, Lin Sanjiu saw the vole's grimacing corpse. She looked at the field mouse with a miserable death, was stunned for a few seconds, and suddenly covered her mouth. Mather arrived soon after, and her expression changed as she took a quick glance. It's 12. Indeed, only 12 could kill someone in this way. Lin Sanjiu knew that now was not the time to be in a daze. She signaled Mather to throw Hu Changzai, who was shouting no, no, in. Then she took a deep breath and said, the visa holder is Tian Shu himself. It seems that the visa officer is someone else. Having said that, how can I think about the visa officer right now? There are still 3 minutes and 20 seconds left, and the Pygmalion collar will enter the cooling state again. Seeing that everyone has got into the car, Lin Sanjiu closed the door, took out the key to start the car, stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and rushed towards Fontaine. There was no need to go around in circles. Anything that blocked the front of the vehicle turned into weapons, shining with silver light, and flew into the air, clearing a passage for the 2 large vehicles. With their big net blocking the middle, Fontaine and the other 2 shouldn't be in any danger. In less than half a minute, the brown rabbit on her shoulder jumped up. It's Hai Tianqing. I saw Hai Tianqing. Next to the man sitting like a small hill in front, there was a woman lying on her side. The truck slammed on the brakes, making a sharp sound. The brown rabbit stumbled and hit the windshield. Its nose was almost broken. It got up cursing and turned around to see Lin Sanjiu's pale face. What the Hades? The brown rabbit muttered and turned his head away. That woman, the woman who was later notified to be a traitor Fontaine, was leaning on Hai Tianqing's arm, her eyes wide open, motionless. There was a large patch of blood on her stomach, and a black handle-like object protruded from the center of the blood. Because it was inserted too deep, Lin Sanjiu stared at it for several seconds before realizing that it was a knife. She opened the car door with trembling hands and feet and got out. Behind her, Mather, Hu Changzai, and Su Xiaoyang also came out. The distant wind brought the indistinct screams of dying humans. The fishy wind brought by the flapping wings of the fallen species passed through the silver net and blew up the yellow sand on the ground. In the dead silence, Lin Sanjiu took a step towards Fong Dan's body in a daze. "Don't come over here." Hai Tianqing suddenly let out a low roar, and his huge body seemed to want to stand up, but he still didn't move. The sand was blown by the wind and immediately stuck to her face. Lin Sanjiu reached out and touched it, only to find that she had shed tears without knowing when. After wiping her face, she stared at Hai Tianqing coldly and asked, "Did you kill that person?" Hu Changzai's voice was trembling. "Hi Cadre. Why did you?" I thought we had agreed on it. I didn't kill her." Hai Tianqing slammed the ground hard, shaking the wall. "Brother Hu, come to me quickly. Don't you know that this woman is the one who killed her?" He stretched out his thick finger and pointed at Lin Sanjiu. "She seemed to have met an acquaintance just now. I was half conscious at the time and did not get up. Later I heard her call that person Xiaoju and said, 'Why aren't Martha and Hu Changzai with you?' So I opened my eyes and took a look." Hai Tianqing took a breath and looked at Lin Sanjiu's face full of anger. "It was her. The person I saw was her. Then she stabbed Fong Dan all of a sudden. I didn't even have time to shout, and I fainted at that critical moment." As if a bucket of ice water was poured over him from head to toe, Lin Sanjiu clutched his combat pants tightly with both hands, his shoulders trembling, and he was unable to speak. Mather's face looked extremely ugly. The person who killed Fontaine could only be 12. Why did 12 want to kill her? The two of them clearly had no grudges against each other. Lin Sanjiu's voice was blurred. She was in a trance and found that her trouser pockets had become hot again without her knowing when, and it was so hot that her legs hurt. She numbly reached out and took out the visa. There was another line of bright red words under the visa. "The visa officer of the extreme temperature Hades has died. All visas are invalidated." She and Mather turned their heads at the same time and looked in the direction of Hai Tianqing. At this time, Hu Changzai was standing beside Hai Tianqing and explaining to him that Lin Sanjiu had always been fighting beside them and it was impossible for her to split herself to kill Fong Dan. He even dragged Brown Rabbit and Su Xiaoyang to testify. Hai Tianqing was a little skeptical at first, but his eyes suddenly fell on Lin Sanjiu's hand, and he shouted loudly, "No, it's her." Just now, this woman asked Fontaine for a visa. Fontaine smiled and said, "You actually discovered this useless ability." Then she handed the woman an identical piece of paper. After handing the paper over, she killed Fontaine. Hai Tianqing said, as soon as she died, the woman suddenly cursed, saying, "It turns out that it can't be used after death." Then at this point, he finally realized that something was wrong. That woman left from the main gate, but you came from here." He frowned. "In the opposite direction." After a moment of silence, Lin Sanjiu spoke. "That I have an enemy who has the ability to transform." As she spoke, she felt that every word was extremely bitter. "Hu Changzai, can you carry Fong Dan to the car? Time is running out now. We can't delay. Let's go." The last two words had never sounded so heavy. There are still 1 minute and 56 seconds left before the Pygmalion collar cools down. But Mather didn't move. Not only did she not move, she stopped Hu Changzai and gave him the key to the bus. "Mather, what are you doing?" Lin Sanjiu turned his head and asked in surprise.